Chapter 241 What did my blind box reveal? The assassination case was finally found out. And it was indeed a prince who was involved. But he was far away. And the people who arranged these things in the capital were several loyal servants of the Empress Dowager. Before they were caught, they also tried to poison King Wu. I don't know how loyal they were to the Empress Dowager that they were willing to take such a risk. Zhang Zhuzu heard the result. That's all. Nothing else? Li Fu said, the direct evidence points to them. But you know, in this capital, those who are qualified to sit in that position are always thinking about it. And they must hope that something will happen. Their small mistakes and oversights also happen to lead to some things. After all, if King Wu died, everyone might have a chance. But it is not enough to use it as evidence. Zhang Zhuzu did not believe that King Wu would let those people go so easily. Sure enough, within 2 days, King Wu accused those who were caught of disrespecting the late emperor and removed them from the royal family tree. They said that they discussed the late emperor's right and wrong in private. For a person like the late emperor, how many people did not curse him? King Wu gave him this crime, as if he respected the late emperor very much. So he adopted the 2 remaining sons of the people. How can people say this? Zhang Zhuzu said to Li Fu, it seems that there are no obstacles now. When does our prince plan to ascend the throne? Is there a process called 3 resignations and 3 concessions? Li Fu smiled and said, do you think it is possible? It will take at least a year to go through the process of 3 resignations and 3 concessions. It is not uncommon for it to take 3 to 5 years. Zhang Zhuzu said, yes. It is too slow, isn't it? Li Fu, very slow. Zhang Zhuzu was about to ask again. But the little one in her belly suddenly became restless and moved. The movement was very large, which hurt Zhang Zhuzu again. He won't break my ribs. Will he? Zhang Zhuzu said, while holding her belly. Li Fu hurried forward and touched her to make sure her ribs were fine. Zhang Zhuzu leaned weakly on Li Fu. Hurry up. Give birth to him quickly. And my hard days will be over. In another month. She was finally going to give birth. Li Fu held her and comforted her for a while. And the Zhang family sent a maid to deliver a letter. Zhang Zhuzu didn't have the strength to read it. So Li Fu took the letter and read it, saying, my 2 sisters and brother-in-law are going to bring the nephews to the capital. Zhang Zhuzu sat up immediately. Really? That's great. She had never been separated from her 2 sisters for so long. And she missed them very much. There were also 2 little nephews, the children of the second sister. And it was unknown whether they looked like the second sister or the second brother-in-law. Zhang Zhuzu read the letter. They should leave when the weather is not too hot. Now it is cool enough. After she gives birth, she should be able to see them. Li Fu finished the affairs of Jingzhou Prefecture and spent more time at home. Zhang Zhuzu successfully passed the last month of her pregnancy. On the night of early October, Zhang Zhuzu was eating the barbecue that Li Fu bought from outside. Halfway through the meal, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. Li Fu was very calm. He first asked her why she was uncomfortable. After confirming that she was really about to give birth, he put her on the bed, then asked someone to call the midwife to get ready, and also told Lin Weining and Wu Guinyang, the 2 mothers. A group of people came to the yard. When Wu Guinyang came in, she saw Zhang Zhuzu still eating meat, and Li Fu was feeding her. She had been in pain for a while, and now she was eating again. Wu Guinyang said, are you not in pain? Zhang Zhuzu's face was not very good. Isn't it the pain that comes and goes? I just finished the pain. Didn't Li Fu tell you to wait? It's not time for you to give birth yet. Lin Weining came in and said, you are giving birth to your first child. How can a mother wait? They also knew that the headache took a long time to start and needed to wait. But they still came. Wu Guinyang also said, yes. I can't rest assured when you are like this. Li Fu said, don't worry. I'll take care of her. Wu Guinyang smiled and said, you are a child and don't understand. Don't delay. Li Fu knew they were worried, and said, I have asked for advice. There will be no delay. I will take care of her. Mother-in-law. Mother. You 2 go back and rest first. And I will ask you to come when the baby is ready. Now you can't bear it. Zhang Zhuzu also nodded. And Li Fu persuaded the 2 mothers to go back. Li Fu took care of Zhang Zhuzu. And the labor pains were intermittent. And when it hurt, it was almost tearing people apart. When it didn't hurt, Zhang Zhuzu had to walk on the ground, so that she could give birth faster. She fell on Li Fu with sweat all over her body. Help! I saw the black and white impermanents standing at the door. I'm afraid they are here to take my life. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhang Juju felt that she really could not see the sun tomorrow. It was so painful that she suspected she was dead. Li Fu was also very anxious. He could not help at all. He could only support her and said, "Don't talk nonsense. There is no such thing as the black and white impermanence. You can give birth to him if you are fine." Zhang Zuzu cried and said, "Can I?" She felt that she could not. This was not the kind of pain that a person could bear. This pain was simply too exaggerated. Words could not describe even 1/10,000th of it. "Li Fu, can I still see the sun tomorrow morning?" Zhang Zuzu started to talk nonsense when she felt the pain. She even wanted to explain how her inheritance would be distributed. "It's not certain," Li Fu said heavily. "You also think I can't see?" she asked with tears in her eyes. Li Fu seemed to have tears in his eyes. But he still said, "Today is a cloudy day. And tomorrow may be windy. If the weather is bad, no one can see the sun tomorrow." Zhang Juju smiled with tears in her eyes, and patted Li Fu twice weakly. Li Fu wiped her tears. And then Zhang Juju saw Li Fu's tears. The couple almost hugged each other, and cried bitterly. In the end, she was numb from the pain and ate 2 snacks. After the hour of the first month, the midwife said that her cervix was almost dilated, and she was about to give birth. Wu Guiyang and Lin Weining came over. Although they had gone to rest, they didn't sleep much. They came to see from time to time. Fortunately, they were both energetic at this time. Li Fu went outside to wait. Wu Guiyang said, "Does it hurt?" Zhang Juju said weakly, "You can see. Is there any need to ask this?" Wu Guiyang held her hand and started to cry. Fortunately, she didn't have to do anything. She just had to watch over Zhang Juju. Zhang Juju almost cried. But fortunately, the sweat and tears on her face could not be distinguished. Wu Guiyang cried and said, "If I had given birth to you as a son, you wouldn't have to suffer this." Zhang Juju smiled with tears in her eyes. "Then I would not be myself, but someone else." The nanny urged, "Third grandma, listen to me. When I say push, you push." Zhang Juju nodded. It was a headache, and it was difficult to give birth. At the time of Yin, Zhang Juju felt her whole body lighten into pain. She gave birth. Dazed, Zhang Juju asked, "My blind box. What did my blind box open?" Chapter 242, First-Time Parents. No one answered Zhang Juju's question. Everyone went to see the child. The child cried loudly. The whole room was filled with his cries. Loud and loud. Everyone praised him, saying that he cried well and was healthy. Li Fu squeezed in from the crowd, ran to the bedside, and held Zhang Juju's hand. He seemed a little frightened, and didn't hear clearly what Zhang Juju said. So he became anxious and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Zhang Juju didn't have the strength to speak, and her eyes followed the nanny who took the child away. The nanny had already shouted loudly, "It's a boy! Congratulations! Congratulations!" Lin Weining and Wu Guiyang looked around the child, and all they could hear were congratulations. Li Fu said to Zhang Juju, "It's a boy! It's a boy!" Zhang Juju thought, "It's a boy." The child was taken away to be washed, and Lin Weining came in and pulled Li Fu up. "Go out and see your son." Wu Guiyang also pushed Li Fu out, leaving Li Fu no chance to speak. Wu Guiyang walked up to Zhang Juju and said with red eyes, "Son, you gave birth to a son." Zhang Juju nodded, indicating that she understood. Wu Guiyang continued, "I gave birth to Xiaovao for you 3. The first child of you 3 sisters was a son. It seems that I blocked your bad luck. If that's the case, then it's worth it." Zhang Juju almost vomited blood on the spot when she heard this. And by the way, she explained to her what it's like to have a boy or a girl. "Help! What nonsense is this? What is bad luck?" She raised her hand and pushed Wu Guiyang, "Madam Sun, come here." Madam Sun pushed Wu Guiyang out and said, "The placenta hasn't come out yet. Madam, go outside to see the young man." Wu Guiyang was pushed out by Madam Sun. Zhang Zuzu took a while, and the placenta came out smoothly, which was the end. At this time, the child was washed, and Li Fu brought the child over. The nanny next to him said, "Third master. Third master. You don't know how to hold the child. I will hold it. The room is not clean yet. It's unlucky for you to go in. How can a man hold a baby? He can't enter the delivery room. Several maids tried to stop Li Fu, and some even reached out to hold the swaddling clothes in his arms. Li Fu held the swaddling clothes tightly and refused to let go. I know how to hold it. If it's not cleaned up, go and clean it up. The maids saw that he was a little unhappy, so they didn't dare to say anything. Li Fu walked to the bed with the child in his arms, and showed Zhang Juju their child. Zhang Juju finally saw the baby she had given birth to with great difficulty, and she was a little at a loss for a moment. Li Fu put the child next to her, and the couple looked at their first child quietly. Zhang Juju found it unbelievable, and she reached out and poked the child's chubby face once, and poked it again. Ah! Warm, soft, alive. This is the child of Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu. Li Fu raised her arm and said, "This is real. You can pinch me." Zhang Juju's tears fell. I have no strength. I am so tired. Li Fu wiped her tears. You go to sleep. I will watch over you. Zhang Zuzu nodded and said, Then I will sleep. Li Fu let her stay close to the child. He looked at Zhang Zuzu, and then at the child. All this seemed like a fake. Zhang Zuzu opened her eyes slightly, looked at Li Fu and said, Am I amazing? She gave birth to a child. A living, breathing little thing. This is what she gave birth to. Li Fu smiled and said, Very good. Very good. Much better than me. Zhang Zuzu also smiled. She leaned over and kissed the child on the forehead, then closed her eyes and went to sleep. When she woke up again, it was already dawn. Zhang Juju heard the child crying and turned her head to look over. What's wrong with him? Li Fu said. He's hungry. I'll take him to the wet nurse. Zhang Zuzu said. Let me do it. I'll try. She had a good sleep and had the strength to hold the child. Li Fu walked over with the child in his arms. Zhang Zuzu sat on the bed, took the crying child from his hands, turned to the inside of the bed, and then undressed. The child was so small that he had stopped crying at this time and began to suck in his mother's arms. Zhang Juju's expression was very painful. She turned her head and said to Li Fu, What should I do? It hurts. Li Fu had just ordered the maid to bring food. When she heard Zhang Juju say this, she quickly called all the wet nurses and nannies to see what was going on. The nannies didn't expect Zhang Juju to feed the child herself. The two wet nurses were very nervous. They came to the mansion to feed the child. When the child was weaned, they would take care of him until he grew up. Now, they were no longer needed. Zhang Juju was in no mood to care about others. Her heart was on her newborn baby. The nanny taught her how to breastfeed, and then tactfully reminded her, Third grandma, you just gave birth. You need to rest after the confinement. Leave the feeding of the child to the wet nurses. You don't have to work so hard. Zhang Zuzu looked at the child who had eaten and just fell asleep in her arms and said, It's okay. I want to take care of him. He is my child. She is the mother of this child. She wants to hold her child. Li Fu walked over and whispered, I will hold him. So under the watchful eyes of the wet nurses, Li Fu carefully picked up the child. And Zhang Juju immediately said, Congratulations. You are a father who can hold a child. Li Fu held the child steadily and said, Of course. I have learned it on purpose. Zhang Zuzu laughed and said, Then you hold him. I want to change clothes and eat. Seeing this, the wet nurses did not dare to say anything, and went out with a glance. They really had never seen a father who could hold a newborn baby. Those men would not enter the delivery room of a woman. They would only wait until the baby was washed, and then let the wet nurse hold it over and show it to them. That was it. No one could hold a baby like Li Fu, and even coax the baby to sleep. There were slightly more birth mothers, like Zhang Juju, who had to feed their children themselves. Of course, children were closer to mothers. Zhang Zuzu changed her clothes and sat on the bed to eat. Li Fu coaxed the child to sleep, put him on the small bed next to him, and sat down. Zhang Zuzu said, You should eat something too, and go to sleep after eating. Li Fu was also hungry, so he started eating. He said, I'm not sleepy. The child will get up in an hour. You should go to sleep quickly, and I will take care of you. Zhang Zuzu said, Can you? Li Fu nodded seriously and said, I can. There is no major incident in Jinghao Prefecture recently, and there is a prefect above. I will stay at home to take care of you and your son. This is what we agreed before the marriage. He said again. He is now going to fulfill his promise. Zhang Juju asked again, Can you really take care of me day and night? Yes, Li Fu said. Zhu could hardly sleep through the night a month before giving birth. She had to get up several times at night. He couldn't help it that time. But it's different now. Zhang Zhu, well, you try it first. Chapter 243. I'll see if there's still air. In the eyes of the Li family, who looked at him with disbelief and incomprehension, Li Fu said that he would take care of their child himself. They didn't understand why Li Fu did this. With the conditions of the Li family, there was no need for Li Fu to take care of the child. Even Zhang Zhu didn't have to breastfeed the child herself. But this new couple did it. Wu Guangyang saw Zhang Zhu and said, "What are you two doing? Can you take care of the child? Especially San Lang. He's a man. You can rest assured to let him take care of the child." Zhang Zhu said, "Why can't he take care of it? Isn't it his son? If he can't go to school, it's not that simple to be a father. Only by suffering and hardship can a father be a father." Then she got pregnant herself. And she was in so much pain when she gave birth that she became a mother. Zhang Zhu said so confidently that Wu Guangyang got angry. What kind of reason is that? You have to suffer because you don't have the conditions. You have the conditions. What are the wet nurses and nannies for? Zhang Zhu said, Li Fu needs to be taken care of. Go and talk to him. Wu Guangyang saw that she didn't say anything. So she didn't say anything. Considering that she was in confinement, she didn't say anything. As for going to her son-in-law to talk about this, Wu Guangyang was embarrassed. She was Zhang Zhu's biological mother, so she had the position and qualifications to talk about her daughter. But Li Fu was from the Li family, and she was just the mother-in-law, so it was not easy to say. After Wu Guangyang left, Li Fu took the child to show Zhang Zhu. "Look, my son seems to be a little better looking than when he was born yesterday," Li Fu said to Zhang Zhu with great interest. Zhang Zhu also immediately leaned over to see. Hey, he's not wrinkled anymore. It was also wrinkled yesterday, but today it seems to have grown a little. His hair is so black, Li Fu whispered. His cousin has no hair yet. The cousin Li Fu was talking about was naturally the son of Zhou Rui and Li Zhu, who was born not long ago. That child has no hair, unlike theirs, whose hair is more abundant. Zhang Zhu pushed Li Fu. It's normal to have no hair. Don't talk about other people's children. Let's just look at our own. Li Fu, yeah. Okay. Anyway, their child is the best. Much better than others. Zhu worked so hard to get him pregnant and give birth to him. Parents must think their children are the best. And they are no exception. Zhang Zhu said, Dad hasn't chosen a name yet. So let's give him a nickname. We can't call him son every day. Li Fu thought about it and said, Then what do you think is good? Zhang Zhu, you know my naming skills. Their good geese are called Parallel and Quantum. What nice names can Zhang Zhu give them? Li Fu was also in a dilemma. Then let me think about it. Zhang Zhu said, Think quickly. Think of a nice name. Or I will call him Watermelon. Li Fu. What kind of melon is this? Now there are only sweet melons. No watermelons. Zhang Zhu said, No matter what kind of melon it is, if you can't think of it, it will be our son's name. Li Fu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thinking that as a father, he couldn't let his son down. So he should think of a name quickly. So a quarter of an hour later, Li Fu said seriously, Call him Red Bean. Zhang Zhu almost spit out a mouthful of water. Why? It's better to call it Watermelon. Li Fu said righteously, Because that piece of red bean cake is the most delicious I have ever eaten. And you made it yourself. So call him Red Bean. Zhang Zhu, forget it. You are also a bad father. She said, Can you give him another name? Li Fu recalled everything they had in Zhangjia village and felt it was difficult to make a decision, saying, Calling him Axe is really not nice. Zhang Zhu chose to keep silent. After a while, she said, Okay. Hongdo is Hongdo. Anyway, he is red and fat now. The new parents reached a friendly agreement and looked at the little Hongdo lying on the bed together. Li Fu said, He is only 5 pounds. He is not fat. Zhang Zhu has been controlling her weight, fearing that the child will be too big and it will be difficult to give birth. Zhang Zhu, he should have a round face. Right. Li Fu, well, the flesh is all on the face. Zhang Zhu wanted to poke her son's face again, but Li Fu stopped her. Don't poke. I heard from the nanny that if you poke too much, you will drool. Oh, no. I'll just touch it. His face is so soft. Zhang Zuzhu retracted her hand and touched it gently, then touched his hand again. The child held one of Zhang Zuzhu's fingers tightly with his soft little hand and slept more soundly. Zhang Zuzhu looked at Li Fu and motioned him to look at her and the child's hands. Li Fu laughed and put his finger into Hongdo's other little hand. He is so strong, Li Fu said. Zhang Zuzhu said, he is even stronger when he is breastfeeding. Li Fu couldn't understand this. He said, Zuzhu, you've worked hard. Zhang Zuzhu, it's okay. I'm his mother. The couple played with their new baby from head to toe like children who got a new toy. And they enjoyed it. Zhang Zuzhu was tired after all. She breastfed the baby during the day, and Li Fu let the wet nurse feed the baby at night. Luckily, the baby was not picky, and would eat when he was hungry. After eating, he would pee and poop, and cry for a few times. Li Fu would change his diaper, clean him up, and coax him for a while, and then he would go back to sleep. Li Fu, on the other hand, would get up when the baby cried, and even if the baby didn't cry, he would get up to check on him. He got up more than 10 times a night and didn't sleep well. The first thing Zhang Zuzhu did when she got up in the morning was to go and see her son. She saw Li Fu carefully put her finger in front of the child's nose and said, "What are you doing?" Li Fu said seriously, "I want to see if he is still breathing. I am always afraid that he will not breathe." He tried several times at night. Zhang Zuzhu, don't talk nonsense. The child is fine. Then she went over to try, and felt the child's hot breath falling on her finger. And then she was relieved. After watching for a while, the child suddenly hummed, and Zhang Zuzhu said, "Is he hungry?" "No. He peed," Li Fu said. "He won't cry like this if he is hungry. If this child is hungry, he will cry loudly. That's when he is hungry." Zhang Zuzhu watched him change the diaper with skillful movements and praised him. "You are good. You have experience." Li Fu said modestly, "It is mainly because the child who grew up in your belly is more sensible. This is all thanks to you." Zhang Zuzhu couldn't help laughing. Li Fu changed his son's diaper, and the child opened his eyes, rolling his eyes around, looking around, and no one knew what he could see. Li Fu picked him up and showed him to Zhang Zuzhu. "Is he better looking than yesterday?" Zhang Zuzhu looked at him carefully. "Well, it's not red today. It's white, and his eyes are whiter. Such a young child looks different every day." Li Fu felt soft in her heart and wanted to kiss her son on the face. Zhang Zuzhu quickly stopped her. "Huzi, you didn't shave. After 2 days of neglect, his beard has begun to prick people." Li Fu, oh, take a look at Hongdo. I'll go now. Chapter 244. No one loves him more than we do. Lin Weining came to see her grandson, and Li Fu held him for her to see. Lin Weining wanted to hold him, and Li Fu said, "I'll hold him. You can just take a look." Lin Weining was speechless for a while. "I have raised 3 sons and a bunch of grandchildren, and I hold him better than you do." Li Fu didn't say anything and handed the child to Lin Weining to hold. Lin Weining called the nanny over to ask how the child ate and slept well in the past 2 days. As a result, the nanny knew nothing, and Li Fu answered fluently beside her, and finally concluded, "The child is very good. He has gained weight and grown a little taller." The nanny left awkwardly. Lin Weining coughed and asked Li Fu, "What are you going to do? You look haggard." Li Fu's complexion was indeed not as good as before. It would be strange if he didn't get enough rest. But he was still a strong young man and didn't look very haggard. Li Fu said, "Mother means, don't play dumb with me." Seeing him like this, Lin Weining simply got to the point and said, "You don't want to work in Jinghao Prefecture anymore. You have been taking care of the child at home for 4 days. How long do you plan to take care of the child?" Zhang Zuzhu wanted to feed the child herself. Lin Weining could understand her feelings as a mother for the first time. But she had never heard of a father taking care of a child like this for the first time. Li Fu replied, "Mother, Jinghao Prefecture has a prefect to handle things, and there is no big deal." Before Zhang Zuzhu gave birth, he caught up with the people in Jinghao Prefecture and did everything that needed to be done. And the plan was arranged until the end of the year. Besides, the prefect of Jinghao Prefecture is not a decoration, and he is indispensable. Lin Weining said, "It's good to have a prefect. But you haven't been there for a long time. Aren't you afraid of impeachment by the censor?" Li Fu, "No. I've asked for leave. and the other Shaolin of Jingzhou Prefecture, the one arranged by the Liu family, has always been a decoration. Since the reform of Jingzhou Prefecture began, that person has not shown up, and Li Fu has not been there for a few days. This is a loophole in the system. Lin Winging was speechless for a while. You don't need to take care of the child day and night at home. Li Fu said seriously, Mom, he is the child of Vu Vu and me. We have to take care of him. We are his parents. No one cares about him more than us. Xiao Hongdou is their son, not the son of anyone else in this family. Zhang Zhuzhu worked hard for 10 months to bring him into this world safely. She has fulfilled her responsibility as a mother. As a father, Li Fu really wants to take good care of his wife and children. He doesn't want to rely on others. He sees that his son has different changes every day, and he is very happy. If he didn't take care of him personally, Li Fu would not see these little differences. Although it was hard, it was all worth it. Lin Winging knew that she would never win over her son. So she said, if you insist on doing this, I can't do anything about it. Just don't delay your future. Li Fu said, no. He will grow up soon. Children grow up so fast. They are different from the last moment. After Lin Winging left, Zhang Zhuzu came out of the room and asked, is Mom angry? Li Fu said, a little bit. But it's okay. Zhang Zhuzu didn't ask much. This was something Li Fu had to think about. As a mother who was in confinement, Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want to worry about these things. This was something Li Fu had to solve. Li Fu said, I've only taken care of the child for a few days. Can I be a loving father? Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, there are more loving mothers, but loving fathers are rare. Li Fu, then I'll be the first one in the Li family. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. Okay. Hongdou's little head moved towards Zhang Zhuzhu. He must have heard his mother's voice. Li Fu thought, how much time can he have to take care of his child in person? In fact, not much. He has many things to do. He will be free until the end of the year at most. He won't have so much time next year. After all, it is Zhang Zhuzhu, the mother, who has to worry about their children. Every mother has to work harder for her child than the father, which is common and natural. Li Fu has only taken care of the child for a few days. But to outsiders, he is already a unique good father. The world is always so unfair to men and women. Zhang Zhuzhu played with the child for a while, walked around a few times, fed their son, and left Li Fu to take care of his son. When she woke up, several children in the family were surrounding Hongdou in the crib. Tao Ao said, my younger brother is also very cute. But I already have 3 younger brothers. I want a younger sister. She expressed great regret for not having a younger sister. Zhang Zhuzhu said, what are you going to do if you have a younger sister? Tao Ao was very excited. I want to braid my sister's hair and put a new skirt on her. Zhang Zhuzhu said generously, oh, then my brother can do it too. You can braid his hair and put a new skirt on him when the time comes. Tao Ao's eyes widened, but my brother is different from my sister. My mother said my brother is a boy. Zhang Zhuzhu, it's okay. You put clothes on him when he was a child, and he didn't understand it himself. And you, as the sister, have the final say. Tao Ao was thoughtful after hearing this. Zhao whispered, look at your brother. His eyes are so big. His face is so white. His hair is long. And his name is Xiao Hongdou. You can just treat him as your sister first. At this moment, Tao Ao felt that his regret was made up, and he finally became happy. Hongdou's big eyes moved around the faces of her brothers and sisters, and her little hands and feet fluttered. She was really cute. The next day, Princess Haiyang, Yao Yusen, and Song Lingxing came to see Zhang Zhuzhu and the child. When she gave birth, they had sent a lot of things, and they brought a lot today. Zhang Zhuzhu sat on the bed and talked to them. Yao Yusen looked at the child and said, it's so beautiful. I want to have one too. When it comes to giving birth, Zhang Zhuzhu said, then you have to think about it. Giving birth to him will almost kill me. Princess Haiyang was pregnant, don't scare me. I haven't given birth yet. Zhang Zhuzhu hurriedly comforted her. You see, I'm still alive after giving birth. It's okay. Jing Wangqiu has hired so many maids for you. It's okay. Princess Haiyang, does it really hurt? It hurts. Like splitting a person in half. Zhang Zhuzhu described it. Zhou Lanshu sighed immediately, and Zhang Zhuzhu asked her to look at the child again. Look. You will have such a cute child by then. Who looks like you. This suffering is not completely unworthy. Song Lingxin's eyes have always been on this cute child. She and Zheng Keming have no children. So they divorce so happily. If she can have a child, I don't know what the situation will be. Zhang Zhuzhu saw that she was looking at it all the time, and said, Sister Song, hold him for a while. I will teach you how to hold him. Song Lingxin happily tried it, and said, he is so soft. Then several people heard a puff. A long sound. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. He just finished eating and farted. Several people laughed. Chapter 245. No one is like him. After playing with the child for a while, Li Fu took him to the next room. Zhou Yi and his friends came here today to see Li Fu's son. Before seeing the child, they looked at Li Fu. I heard that you are at home to recuperate after the baby is born. Who told you not to go out? Zhou Yi said. Li Fu is not young anymore. It is late to have a son at this age. Therefore, many people invited Li Fu to go out for a drink to celebrate. Of course, Li Fu declined. He has been taking care of the baby at home day and night recently. He has not slept all night. How can he have the energy to go out for a drink? So everyone privately said that Li Fu was at home to recuperate after the baby is born. Li Fu glanced at Zhou Yi and said, why should I go out and drink with a bunch of unfamiliar people? I just got my son. Can't I stay at home and take care of him? What's so good about wine? Wine is better than his wife and children. The celebration is not with them. What does it have to do with him? It seems to make sense. And Zhou Yi can't argue with him. At this time, Li Fu went to hold his son and showed him to them. Zhou Yi immediately took out a palm-sized gold lock. Not the size of a child's palm, but the size of his palm, and asked him to wear it. Li Fu, yours is a solid one. Right? Zhou Yi, of course it is solid. Your son. But my nephew? Why would I give him a hollow gold lock? Do I need that little money? Li Fu thought you were really generous. Yao Qingxin said, Prince, the lock is too heavy. The child is not even a month old yet. He might be suffocated if he wears it. Let's put it away first. The child wearing this heavy gold lock is probably like an adult with a big stone on his chest. Zhou Yi gave up after hearing this, and asked the maid to put the gold lock away, and take it out when the child grows up. Li Fu said, when the child grows up, ask him to thank you. Zhou Yi laughed, and touched the child's fingers gently. Li Fu asked him to hug him, and he immediately retreated 3 feet away. He had never looked closely at his brothers and sisters in the past. When those brothers and sisters were able to come out and move around, they were already lively and energetic. Zhou Yi didn't know that children could be so soft and so small. He didn't dare to hold the child. Yao Qingxin was quite brave. He was not young anymore, and had reached the age of having children around him. Seeing other people's children, he was very tempted. He followed Li Fu's instructions, and held the child. It's so soft. It's warm to hold. Yao Qingxin spoke in a lighter tone. He held the child, and walked around for a few times before returning him to Li Fu. No wonder you don't want to go back to the government office. If I had a child, I wouldn't want to deal with all those messy things with the government office. Yao Qingxin said again. Li Fu smiled and said, if you knew that he had to get up to eat every hour, you probably wouldn't think so. Children are naturally very cute when you look at them occasionally. But taking care of them is also a very, very hard job. Especially since Li Fu never asked anyone to do it for him. After just a few days, he was already very tired. This was not any easier than the work in the government office. Zhou Yi said, who is like you? Taking care of children day and night. Only Li Fu was so strange. No man would be like Li Fu. Li Fu, that's what I am willing to do. He was very happy to take care of his children. And he was not afraid of hard work. He was more afraid that the maids at home would not take good care of him. After a while, the child was hungry. So Li Fu sent him back to Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu fed him, coaxed him to sleep, and put him in his crib. A group of people surrounded him, and looked at him for a while before giving up. They didn't stay for lunch either. Zhang Zhuzhu said, when I'm out of confinement, I'll invite you to eat barbecue at the farm. I won't keep you for dinner today. Everyone agreed immediately. Princess Haong smiled and said, don't come out. We are not outsiders. Yao Yusen and Song Lingxin also asked her to stay in the house. Yao Yusen said, you are in confinement. Don't worry about us. You should take good care of yourself, and don't worry about anything else. Song Lingxin went to see the child again, and the group left. After leaving the Li family's gate, Song Lingxin saw the Yao brothers and sisters. It seemed that they had made up their minds. She took off the hairpin on her head and asked the maid to send it to Yao Qingxin. Yao Qingxin took the hairpin and was in a trance for a moment. He had never concealed his thoughts. Recently, Song Lingxin was in the girls' school of Jingzhou Prefecture, and the two met more often than before. He knew that the other party also saw his thoughts. But Song Lingxin had always been cautious. And Yao Qingxin was not in a hurry. He sincerely asked, not to force. And he never expected to get a response today. Sister, what's going on? Yao Qingxin pulled his sister to ask. Yao Yusen frowned, thought for a while and said, brother, don't blame me for speaking rudely. I think Sister Song saw Juju's son today and wanted to be a mother herself. Song Lingxin is 3 or 4 years older than Yao Qingxin. Today, her eyes never left the child. Yao Yusen could understand her feelings. Yao Qingxin sighed, but he changed his mind and thought, at least the first person Miss Song thought it was him, not someone else, which shows that his character and temperament are also recognized by the other party. Yao Yusen said, brother, think it over quickly. If you are hesitant, don't delay Sister Song's second marriage. She can't afford to delay at this age. Yao Qingxin smiled and said, then I have to ask someone to go to the Song family to propose marriage. He is not a procrastinator. The more he contacts with Song Lingxin these days, the more he can know about her character and knowledge. He had read Song Lingxin's articles and poems. Even Song Lingxin's calligraphy was inherited from her aunt Song Zhang. In a few years, she would become famous. If Song Lingxin chose him for the sake of offspring, then he chose her because of her talent. It's not pure to say, but a person is made up of these impure things. If you like certain qualities, and someone happens to have such qualities, isn't it the best of both worlds? The next day, Yao Qingxin found his seat teacher during the imperial examination and asked him to propose marriage for him. When the old man heard that Yao Qingxin was going to marry a woman who had been married twice, he felt sorry for him. But after hearing about the Song family's daughter, he felt that it didn't matter if he married twice. There are many people who want to marry Song Lingxin. Her last name is Song, and her family is needless to say. What's more interesting is that it is said that her aunt Song Zhang will not leave her inheritance to her children in the future, but to this niece. Who is Song Zhang? She is a well-known rich woman in Beijing. The money she earns from selling calligraphy every year is enough for others to spend in several lifetimes. Just for this huge amount of wealth. Everyone would say, what's wrong with marrying for the second time? Marrying for the second time is also very good. Thinking about the bright future of his student, the old man went to the Song family to propose marriage with confidence. As a result, Song Lingxin's biological father said that it would be better for the Song family's daughter to hang herself if she married again. Song Lingxin's biological mother said that she would marry her daughter to her nephew from her mother's family and refused. Chapter 246. She seemed to have forgotten the pain at that time. The old man was very angry when he heard it. Why would he hang himself for remarrying? He also had a daughter. His daughter was widowed at the age of 30. He went to discuss with his in-laws, and they adopted his daughter as their adopted daughter and arranged another marriage for her. Now they are still relatives. Why would he hang his daughter right away? Is this reasonable? Is there any father like this? It's too cruel. As for the relatives of Song Lingxin's biological mother, who are they? Can they compare with Yao Qingxin? Yao Qingxin is a first-time marriage, and he is a Beijing official who married the right person. He has a bright future. How many people are eyeing such a son-in-law? But the Song family actually refused. Fortunately, the second master and second wife of the Song family heard about this and quickly invited people to the other side. They also called Song Zhang and Song Lingxin over and said they wanted to ask the children what they wanted. Song Lingxin was willing, of course. She often met Yao Qingxin in Jingzhou Prefecture and knew a lot about his character. He was a very good person. Absolutely different from Zheng Qiming, who wanted to drive people to death. She was already tempted. And when she saw the child born by Juju, she liked him very much. So she made a decision. She was indeed a second marriage. And it was not good to say it out. But could she only live alone for the rest of her life? Why? Zheng Qiming had already married the daughter of a family who came back from the northwest. And the wedding was a grand ceremony. Why could she only live like this? This is unfair. She had been hesitating before. But now she didn't want to hesitate anymore. She just wanted to follow her heart. Song Zhang said, Linger's dowry will all come from me. Just agree. The second wife smiled and said, Linger is the daughter of our Song family. The niece of me and the master. She married the wrong man in her first marriage, and had to endure it for so many years. It was also because we elders failed to take good care of her. Now she wants to marry again. And the Song family will never let her suffer. The second wife is different from the first wife. She has been with her husband outside for many years, and has been experienced for a long time. She is the most reliable in doing things. After Song Lingxin divorced, she was gossiped a lot. And other girls in the Song family were also affected to some extent. But the foundation of the Song family is here. Now it is a good opportunity for everyone to see that the daughter of the Song family will not have trouble finding a husband even if she is married for the second time. Not only did her niece get married, but she also married a young man who is married for the first time and has a promising future. The Song family is the Song family. And the daughters of the Song family are not some cats and dogs that can be bullied by others. The general's mansion treated the daughter of the Song family like that, which was a lack of virtue. The marriage was settled smoothly. Mrs. Song disagreed and wanted to marry her daughter back to her parents' home. But that was impossible. She was so angry that she shouted at home that she wanted to break off relations with her daughter. As for Mr. Song, he has been shut up. The book he personally compiled set many rules for women, calling it the ritual of Confucianism. This is the ancient ritual he wants to revive, and it has been supported by some scholars. As a result, his sister moved out of her husband's house immediately after becoming a widow, wrote poems to mock her husband's family, and even broke off relations with her 2 children. Everyone thought her husband would crawl out of his coffin to settle accounts with her. As a mother and a wife, Song Zhang was very unqualified and had to be liquidated. Now his daughter is going to marry again. One by one. How unfaithful this is. Master Song even wanted to spit out blood on the spot. But he ate ginseng and bird's nest every day. And his body was very healthy. He was angry. But he just didn't get sick. Zhang Zhuzhu knew about this that night. Li Fu was holding the child to coax him to sleep. And Zhang Zhuzhu whispered, "I thought they would take a long time." Li Fu said, "Both of them are not young anymore. Now that the decision has been made, there is no need to delay any longer." Zhang Zhuzhu thought the same thing and said, "It's a happy event. I have to prepare a generous gift for them. By the way, the Sheng family, Sister Song's ex-husband, has he remarried?" Li Fu nodded. Zheng Keming remarried and married the daughter of Mrs. Pan's relative. The Fugui General's mansion is quite capable in this matter. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Humph. What ability. He robbed people in the street on the night of the Lantern Festival. And we didn't settle accounts with him. It's really a bargain for him. It's a pity that Jingzhou Prefecture was not under Li Fu's jurisdiction at that time. Otherwise, he would never have been allowed to escape so easily. Now, no one dares to act like this in the capital. Arresting people in the street, or even fighting in the street, will be arrested by the Jingzhou Prefecture, fined and whipped." Li Fu laughed. It is said that General Zheng's face has not been intact for several months since his marriage. Zhang Zhuzhu became interested when she heard this. "How do you say it?" Mrs. Pan's family is also a military general from the northwest. And her niece is also ordinary. Very powerful. And it was she who scratched Zheng Keming's face. Li Fu heard people talk about this at the wine table. It was a big joke. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "He deserves it. Song Lingxin abides by the rules and etiquette. But the Zheng family thinks she is weak and can be bullied, and humiliates her wantonly. The Zheng family should be happy now." Li Fu put the sleeping child on the crib gently. Zhang Zhuzhu walked over, and the couple squatted quietly by the child's window, watching him sleep sweetly with his eyes closed. Zhang Zhuzhu whispered, "Look at his mouth. He is still sucking milk when he is asleep." Li Fu nodded. He seems to be smiling. Is he dreaming? The corners of Xiao Hongdo's mouth were slightly raised, and it really seemed like he was smiling silently. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Will he dream about us?" Li Fu, "Yes. If he doesn't dream about us, how can he dream about others? They are parents, and they have always taken good care of him." The couple's eyes were always on their son, and they couldn't move their eyes away. Zhang Zhuzhu touched his little hand gently, and then very gently put his hand in her palm. His little hand was soft and tender. "So cute." Li Fu whispered, "Okay. You should go to bed soon. There are many people coming today. Those who went to see Zhou Rui before came to see Zhang Zhuzhu this time. Even if Lin Weining was there." Zhang Zhuzhu still had to talk to them. Although she would not talk for too long, she still had to talk. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I am not tired. You are tired. You are too tired to take care of him. She ate and slept every day. Slept and ate. Fed the child during the day. And Li Fu took him away after feeding. And she didn't care at night. Li Fu, it doesn't matter. You have been suffering for 10 months with him. And I have only suffered for a few days. She experienced morning sickness and couldn't eat anything. Later, she was always hungry and had to get up in the middle of the night to eat something before falling asleep. Later, when the months were even older, she couldn't sleep well and couldn't breathe when she lay down. Li Fu saw it all and didn't forget it. You know, she was so scared that she didn't want to meet herself when she just heard Xiao Ping and Zhang Jinjin talk about having a baby. Now she is still very brave and hard to give birth to their son. Li Fu can't forget her suffering. Zhang Zuzu said, "It's all over. I will forget the pain now." She smiled and looked at Li Fu. Her smile was still as sweet as before. Chapter 247 Li Fu No. Although it wasn't long ago, Zhang Zuzu was about to forget the suffering she had endured for this child. Especially the pain on the day of childbirth. Zhang Zuzu felt that she was really about to forget it. Perhaps it was too painful. And her brain took the initiative to forget this memory. Or maybe her little red bean was too cute. And her mother's instinct told her that everything was worth it. In any case, her pain was over. It wasn't completely over. Zhang Zuzu lifted her clothes and said to Li Fu, "My belly. It really can't go back." She wasn't fat. But it had just been a short time since she gave birth. And her belly hadn't gone back. There are stretch marks on her belly, which are not too obvious. But they are not pretty. Zhang Zuzu would worry about them for a while every day. This child really left a mark on her body. This is the price of being a mother. Li Fu said, "I'll see the doctor who is good at treating external injuries. I wonder if applying some ointment can make it better." Zhang Zuzu can forget. But Li Fu can't. Zhang Zuzu said, "Then you go and ask. If it can be cured, that would be the best." She felt that there was little hope. But she couldn't completely give up. After all, people still have to have some hope to live. Li Fu picked her up and sent her to the bed. "Go to sleep." Zhang Zuhu responded. And fell asleep quickly next to Li Fu. Li Fu looked at her quietly for a while. And when she fell asleep, she took the child to the next room. Zhang Zuzu was in confinement. And there was nothing to worry about. Wu Guinyang was also visited by Li Fu several times. Li Fu reminded her tactfully every day not to say inappropriate words. As for what is inappropriate? Inappropriate words are words that will make Zhang Zuzu unhappy. Wu Guinyang was not very happy. And she talked about this with Zhang Dachuan. Saying, "You say, the son-in-law is going to make Zuzu's wishes come true. I, as a mother, can't say that my daughter is wrong." Zhang Dachuan said, "The third child just gave birth to a child. What do you think she is doing? The son-in-law is willing to protect the child. And that is also the couple's business. You don't think so much. I'm not saying anything bad about her. As a mother, I'm doing this for her own good." Wu Guinyang frowned and said, "Of course she's happy that her son-in-law treats her so well now. But it won't be good forever. What will she do if he doesn't treat her well in the future?" She felt that her son-in-law was too good. Where in the world could there be such a good man? It seemed fake. Zhang Dachuan understood what she meant. The third son is smarter than us. Don't worry. Wu Guinyang sighed. And the couple walked towards Zhang Zhuzu's room. When they reached the door, they saw a young girl fainted in the yard. Several maids didn't care about anything else and rushed over. Wu Guinyang also hurried to see, "What's wrong?" The maid saw her and said, "Madam, this is our grandmother's sister. I don't know why she suddenly fainted." The maid of Zhao family said hurriedly, "Hey, find a place for our girl to lie down." Wu Guinyang saw that the girl was beautiful and fainted with a white face. She immediately said, "Send her to my room." Wu Guinyang told the maid, "She fainted in my daughter's yard. Can I stay with her as her mother?" The maid of Li family immediately knew what she meant and said, "Okay, madam. You have worked hard. I will go and ask the doctor to come." Wu Guinyang asked Zhang Dachuan to wait here, and then watched the maid send the Zhao girl to her room and stayed by her side. The two maids of the Zhao family were in a hurry when they saw this. But Wu Guinyang was not a maid they could assign. She was the mother of the third grandmother of the Li family, a relative of the Li family, and she was a legitimate relative. Now she was guarding the Zhao family girl. Wasn't that enough to give her face? The one lying on the bed, was the one that Zhao Ping's stepmother wanted to stay with the Li family last time. It didn't work out last time. But this time she brought her here again under the pretext of visiting Zhang Zhuzhu and her son, and brought her to Zhang Zhuzhu's yard. This time, there was a lot of room for maneuver. As long as Li Fu was found, things would be easy. But Wu Guiyang extinguished their hopes. Wu Guiyang admitted that she didn't dare to interfere with Zhang Dachuan's concubine. But she didn't allow anyone to steal her daughter's man, especially since her daughter had just given birth and her body had not recovered yet. It would be very dangerous for her son-in-law to be here at this time. It would be better if this girl was really sick and fainted. Wu Guiyang stayed by her side until the doctor came. It didn't take too long, because Zhang Zhuzhu and Zhou Rui had just given birth, and the doctor was invited to stay at home. Zhao Ping also hurried over, and she was relieved to know that the person had not moved in the bed. She had asked someone to watch them, but they were still not honest. Mrs. Zhao saw Wu Guiyang and forced a smile. "Thank you very much. My child is not in good health, and I am sorry to trouble you." Wu Guiyang said, "It's okay. If she's not feeling well, don't bring her out next time, especially since my daughter is still in confinement. It doesn't make sense for her to come home with an illness." Her words were very straightforward. Mrs. Zhao was choked, and Zhao Ping immediately leaned over to Wu Guiyang. "Auntie is right. I said it too. But my mother loves this sister, and I can't say anything as a daughter. Next time, my mother will definitely not bring this sister out again." Wu Guiyang was familiar with Zhao Ping, and she said, "You are right, Mrs. Zhao. We are old, and we should listen to our children in everything. Look at me. I listen to my daughter, and there is no trouble at all." Mrs. Zhao said in her heart that they were vulgar, but she couldn't say anything on the surface. Lin Weining came over in person and escorted the Zhao family to the door. Wu Guiyang was relieved and went back to find Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu had dealt with Mrs. Zhao before, and this time she smiled and said, "Thank you, Mother. I know they are not honest and have people watching them." Wu Guiyang said, "Oh, you are so tired. You have to be on guard against so many people." She hugged Zhang Zhuzhu in her arms. I knew at a glance that the girl was not honest and was always watching her. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. "Well, don't let her in next time. No one will watch her." Wu Guiyang didn't want to say anything more. She had suffered enough from being pregnant and having a child. Besides, it was annoying to hear it. Outside, Zhang Dachuan and Xiaobao, both father and son, were circling around Xiao Hongdou. Xiaobao was holding his little nephew carefully, feeling very happy. Zhang Dachuan looked at his grandson and said, "Her elder sister and second sister should be here soon." He missed Zhang Jingjing's child, and he hadn't seen Zhang Yinin's son yet. Li Fu said, "That courtyard may not be good enough. I think we should buy the courtyard next door, break through the wall, and let the two families live separately." Zhang Dachuan was about to refuse. "No. Such a big place. How can we not live there?" Li Fu said, "The second sister and the second brother-in-law don't need to be mentioned. The elder sister and the elder brother-in-law will definitely want to take care of the family when they come to the capital. It's better to live separately." After he finished speaking, he had already asked someone to make arrangements. Zhang Dachuan sighed and said, You are too dedicated." Li Fu said, "We are a family. Why do you have to say such things? We should take care of those who should be taken care of. They have the ability to do so." Chapter 248. The child is just like you. After 10 days or so, the Zhang family arrived in the capital. Zhang Zhuzhu got up early to play with the child at home. Li Fu and his two brothers went to pick up the child with Zhang's parents and Xiaobao. Zhang Zhuzhu waited at home for more than an hour, but no one came, so she became anxious. Zhao Ping saw her walking around and said, "Sit down and rest for a while. Look at the child. He will come." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I can't sit still. I'm anxious." When they parted last year, Zhang Zhuzhu was still alone. But when they met again today, she even had a child. It wasn't a long time. About a year and a half. Zhao Ping said, "Your second sister-in-law knows what your two sisters like. What about your two brothers-in-law and nephews? I wonder what they like to eat. Ask the kitchen to make some. They will come to Li's house first." Zhou Rui went to the kitchen to watch and entertain the Zhang family. Li Qi asked for leave and waited at home to welcome them. Zhang Dachuan thought that it was just a few juniors, and it was unnecessary to do so. But Li Qi and Lin Weining insisted on doing so. So the Li family was particularly lively today. Zhang Juju laughed. I have cooked our family's meals. I know what my sisters like to eat. But I dare not know what my brother-in-law likes to eat. It is unreasonable for the sister-in-law to know her brother-in-law's preferences. Zhao Ping laughed when she heard this. You are really? What are you talking about? I just asked about your preferences. Then I really don't know. Zhang Juju said. After traveling for so long, you just need to replenish your body. Zhang Zuju deeply understands the hardship on the road. She doesn't want to endure it again in her life. At that time, when the brothers-in-law came to the house for dinner, Zhang Juju didn't cook very often. Even if she did, they would eat whatever she cooked, all depending on Zhang Juju's mood. When it was almost noon, there was finally movement outside. Zhang Zuzu was anxious to run outside. But unfortunately, she was not out of confinement and couldn't go out. She could only urge the maid to check for her and send someone over quickly. Wu Guiyang came in with her 2 daughters, holding a little boy in her arms and holding a big one by her hand. Zhang Juju saw her 2 sisters and immediately rushed over. Big sister. Second sister. Zhang Jinjin hugged her sister. And Zhang Yining also came forward. And the 3 sisters hugged each other. Zhang Jinjin had already cried when she saw her parents just now. And now she couldn't help crying again. Zhang Juju hurriedly hugged her and joked, Is it too hard on the road? You are really tired. Zhang Jinjin patted her gently. What's the hardship on the road? When I saw you, I thought that I, as your sister, didn't send you out, and I couldn't take care of you when you were pregnant. Alas, it's all Li Fu's fault. She took her sister to a place thousands of miles away. They have been separated for so long and only met today. Zhang Yining didn't cry. She said, The last time I saw you, you were still a virgin. Now you have even given birth to a child. Just like me. Zhang Zuju smiled and said, Isn't it good to be the same as you? Zhang Yining gestured to her to look at herself and said, No. You see, I am fat. This is because I am on the road. I am a little thinner. I dare not look in the mirror since I gave birth to a child. Zhang Juju looked at her 2 sisters seriously. Zhang Jinjin didn't change much. But Zhang Yining was indeed much rounder. It's okay. I'll find 2 cooks for you later. And I guarantee that you won't get fat after eating. Zhang Zuzu said. Zhang Yining was very happy to hear this. It's true. That's great. She looked at her sister and she was still slim. So it must be true. Zhang Jinjin wiped her tears. Okay. Okay. Don't say these useless things. Where is your son? Let me see him. Zhang Zuzu took them in to see. And she went to see the sons of her 2 sisters. This was the first time she saw Zhang Yining's son. But she watched her eldest sister's son grow up. Zhang Juju pulled Ninger and asked, Do you know who I am? It's my aunt. The boy, who is about 5 years old, said. Zhang Juju laughed. Then do you still remember my aunt? Ninger shook his head. I don't remember. Zhang Guju pinched his face, took out a handful of candy, and stuffed it into his hand. When they parted, the child was reluctant to let her go. He cried and made a fuss when he heard that he would not see her again. Now he has forgotten her. This is not surprising. Children can't remember. They have been separated for too long. Zhang Yining's son is now almost 10 months old. He is lively and lovable. His face is round, and his eyes are round. He looks around in Wu Guiyang's arms. He saw Zhang Yining pick up Hongdo and immediately screamed, stretching his hands and shouting something. Wu Guiyang smiled and said, That's your brother. How could a 10-month-old child know this? He knew that his mother was going to be taken away, and he struggled anxiously. Zhang Yining heard his voice and could only put down Hongdo and hold him in her arms, saying helplessly, Okay. Okay. Don't hold others. Just hold you. Just hold you. Okay. Zhang Yining said to Zhang Juju, I really don't know who he looks like. He is very domineering. When he sees me and your brother-in-law sitting close to each other, he will squeeze it between us. We are not like that. Is there such a domineering child in their family? Zhang Juju was about to say that this is the nature of children. Not that he is domineering or something. Wu Guiyang immediately said, Who else can he look like? It's just like you. You were like this when you were a child. When your sisters took a bite of the food in your bowl, you would cry until your throat was broken. You would not allow others to take advantage of you at all. This child is just like you. Zhang Yining disagreed. How could I be like that? I have a good temper. Right? She turned around to ask for the consent of her two sisters. And Zhang Jinjin hugged Hongdo and laughed. Zhang Zuzhu said, "It's okay. This kind of temper is good. It won't hurt." Zhang Yining snorted and said, "Before I came, I went to the Duan family and settled all the dowry brought by my mother-in-law with the Duan family, and brought it all here. They also want me and your brother-in-law to not forget our family when we arrive in Beijing." Bah! Who are they from the same family? A bunch of shameless things. Zhang Yining got angry when she thought of the faces of the Duan family. Duan Zai's leg can never be cured in his lifetime, and they can't pay off all their debts. Zhang Jinjin advised, "Okay. We won't see each other again in the future. Why are you so angry?" Zhang Yining exhaled, "Forget it. We have a son now, and I hope this child will take after his father and go to school in the future." Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her nephew, who was only 10 months old and still sucking his fingers. This child didn't know how heavy the burden on his shoulders was. They talked for a long time before Lin Weining came with her two daughters-in-law. She was also very considerate and did not disturb the reunion of the Zhang family mother and daughter. Several children from the Li family also came over, and soon took Minggur out to play. Lin Weining picked up Zhang Yining's son and smiled. "This child has a good physique. You, as a mother, know how to raise a child." Zhang Yining said, "He was like this when he was born. He has a good appetite and eats a lot." Everyone sat in the house and talked about gossip. Chapter 249, I only treat you this well. On the other side, Li Qi also asked about what the two sons-in-law of the Zhang family had seen along the way. Lu Bin was originally a businessman and was good at speaking. Duan Zai was educated and spoke in an orderly manner. He also talked about the restoration of taxes to normal last year. Last year, Zhang Dachuan left Zhangjia village before the grain was ripe. Naturally, the affairs of the land were entrusted to Lu Bin of Duan Zai. Zhang Dachuan was very concerned about this matter. "Our hard days are finally over, and we won't be hungry in the future. Food is Zhang Dachuan's life, and he has been concerned about this matter all his life." Li Qi said, "The harvest has been good in the past 2 years. If there is no war, taxes can be exempted in the future." Zhang Dachuan was even happier after hearing this, and said to Lu Bin, "Take a break, and come back and turn the land with Dad." Lu Bin immediately made a bitter face and said, "I just came, and you're already thinking of ordering me around." This was a joke. Of course. Zhang Dachuan said, "You have the best physique, and your two brothers-in-law are both educated. One of them can be a teacher, and the other is an official. They don't have the strength, so it's best for you to farm with me." Everyone laughed. Although Duan Zai had bad legs and feet, he had a good heart and had a son, so he wouldn't think that this was a deliberate joke on him. Zhang Dachuan used to think that if he could have 3 strong sons-in-law who would farm for him and replace the farmhands, that would be the best life he could think of. Now it seems that life is better than he imagined. Li Qi saw that Li Fu was restless and asked, "What's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Li Fu said, "Nothing. I want to go back to see the child." Li Fu has been taking care of Hongdo since she was born. They have not been separated for so long, so Li Fu looks a little restless now. He is worried about the child. Li Qi said, "Then go back and take a look. I see you are sweating with anxiety." Li Fu immediately stood up, bowed and said a few words to everyone, and then went back. Duan Zai smiled and said, "The third brother-in-law has just become a father. I think he can't let go of the child. I was like this at that time. I missed him even if I didn't see him for a long time." Lu Bin also nodded. Others who knew the situation thought that Li Fu was not just worried about the child. He was more worried about the child than Zhang Zhuzhu, the mother. They were like a couple who were upside down. When Li Fu came back, Zhang Zhuzhu held her son to him and said with a smile, "I knew you would be worried." Li Fu held her son and calmed down. She smiled and said, "Well, I have been worried for a long time. How is he eating?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "He eats a lot. There are many people in the room. He doesn't want to sleep. He keeps staring. I can't coax him to sleep." "You coax him. This child doesn't sleep much. Usually Li Fu coaxes him, and he sleeps more. Zhang Zhuzhu is not very good at coaxing him." Li Fu said, "It's okay. There are so many people. He probably feels fresh and will fall asleep if he is tired." He held the child for a while and asked Zhang Zhuzhu, "Are you happy today?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Of course I am happy. I haven't seen my 2 sisters for a long time. I miss them very much." Li Fu saw her smiling and smiled. So he also smiled. That's good. Invite them to come over often to talk with you in the future. Well, I will go out to play with them after I finish my confinement. Zhang Zuzu said. She was really going crazy at home. Like being in prison. If Li Fu hadn't been with her, she really couldn't stand it. The couple got together and talked for a long time before they separated. Zhang Jingjin seemed a little surprised and said, You are still so close now? Zhang Zuzu said, Yes, we have always been very good. Her relationship with Li Fu has not become estranged because of the one-year marriage and the newborn son. They will only be closer than before. Zhang Jingjin shook her head and said, I have never seen anyone like you. Zhang Zuzu heard her say this and asked, What's wrong with you and your brother-in-law? Zhang Jingjin, No. We are just an old married couple. When I see him, he is just like my left hand and right hand. He is too familiar. There is nothing new. I asked people I know, and they said that many couples are like this. Zhang Zuzu said, Maybe we will be like that in the future. But we are not yet. Zhang Jingjin smiled and said, No matter what. Just live a good life. Now you have a son. You have to take good care of him. Zhang Zuzu thought that she couldn't take care of him. She didn't have the ability. It was Li Fu who took care of him. But she didn't say it out loud. To give Li Fu some face. There were several tables set up at noon. And Zhang Zuzu couldn't eat much because she had to breastfeed her child. She could only look at many things, such as crabs, but couldn't eat them. In fact, she thought she could eat them. At least she could taste them. But Wu Guinyang's eyes were like two big lanterns in the dark night, staring at her intently. Even if Li Fu wanted to give her some, it was not allowed. Xiao Bao wanted to secretly give her some, but was discovered because of his poor skills. Zhang Zuzu felt very wronged after eating this meal. They did not stay long in the afternoon, and Li Fu sent them back to rest. They were all very tired today, and it was still in time for everyone to meet again after they had rested. When Zhang Zuzu woke up from her nap, Li Fu also came back. He bought some food outside and said, I asked the doctor. It's okay to eat less. Zhang Zuzu immediately jumped off the bed. Is this all mine? Li Fu smiled and said, Don't jump. It's all yours. No one will snatch it from you. Zhang Zuzu sat down at the table, Sanlang. How can you be so good and take care of people? There is no second person like you in the world. Li Fu said, I only treat you this well. There is no other person in the world who deserves my devotion. Zhang Zuzu turned her eyes to their son. You take good care of him too. Li Fu took care of her son better than the experienced nannies and wet nurses at home. Li Fu, because he is still very young. When he grows up, I won't take care of him so carefully. When he reaches the age of marriage, he will have to find another person to take care of each other. In this world, fathers and sons, mothers and sons will eventually separate. Only husbands and wives, who sleep together in life and die together, are inseparable. Under Li Fu's careful care, Zhang Zuzu and her son successfully left the confinement period. In addition, Zhang Zuzu's two sisters often came to play with her. Everything went smoothly. Zhang Zuzu was in a good mood, and nothing bad happened. But something happened in the palace. Empress Dowager Lu found that the tea she drank was poisoned one day, and she immediately investigated in the palace quietly, wanting to know who wanted to kill her. She thought it was done by someone in the Wuwang mansion, so she didn't dare to make it public. But what's interesting is that the little emperor has been playing with Zhou Yi more recently, so he told Zhou Yi about it. Zhou Yi knew that the Wuwang mansion didn't do it. Empress Dowager Lu lost her son and didn't get Fan Xiu's support. It didn't matter whether she was alive or dead. But since she knew it, she had to investigate. Li Fu, who had just finished the confinement after taking care of his wife and children, was entrusted with an important task. Chapter 250. Can I still live? Who wants to poison Empress Dowager Lu? Empress Dowager Lu is a person who is in a confused situation. Li Fu took Xia Ying to the palace. When Xia Ying came out, she knew who poisoned her. Zhang Zuzu was curious when Li Fu said this. If it's not from the Wuwang mansion, then it must be from the Ming family. Didn't they arrest a group of people last time? How come there are still some? There are so many Ming family members. Are they so dedicated to the Empress Dowager? Li Fu said, It's the former Crown Princess Lu. You saw her when you were boating. Zhang Zuzu, after all this time. It's their own family. However, Zhang Zuzu thought about it, and it was not difficult to understand. Lu Weiwei was a normal woman. She was forced to marry the former crown prince for the sake of her family. She was tortured by Empress Dowager Lu for so many years. Now she is a widow and has no hope of becoming a queen. I guess she is a little crazy. If she kills Empress Dowager Lu, maybe she can sell the Prince Wu's mansion well and live in the future. What will you do then? Zhang Vuzu asked. Li Fu, no matter what. It was Empress Dowager Lu who wanted to poison Lu first. She was afraid that no one would take care of her son in the underworld. So she wanted to poison Lu. Since the death of the previous crown prince, Lu has been very cautious. She was not poisoned to death, but almost killed Empress Dowager Lu. This is their own business. The internal strife of the Lu family should be resolved by the Lu family themselves. The Prince Wu's mansion just needs to wait for the result. Li Fu's previous investigation did not reveal the real situation. It depends on whether Empress Dowager Lu can think that she has a niece and daughter-in-law who hates her to the core. Empress Dowager Lu didn't realize that she had controlled Lu for many years. And Lu was like a lamb, letting her be slaughtered. People certainly don't think that livestock that have been domesticated for many years will kill people. People only think that I gave this livestock the highest honor, and she should be controlled by me for life. At the end of December, Empress Dowager Lu had a stroke. Her mouth was crooked. Her eyes were slanted. And she was half paralyzed. The Lu family looked for doctors one after another and used all kinds of medicine. But it was useless. They didn't know that the decoctions made from those precious medicinal materials were poured into the flower pots in the house. The reason why Empress Dowager Lu had a stroke was also very simple. She knew the real cause of her son's death. As mentioned before, the deposed prince was strangled to death. Empress Dowager Lu thought that it was the Empress Dowager who ordered the Ming family to do it, and even killed the Empress Dowager herself to avenge her son. The death of the deposed prince was related to the Wuwang mansion, but not entirely related, because it was Lu Weiwei who strangled the deposed prince. The lamb that Empress Dowager Lu thought she had in her hands. The Wuwang mansion just saw through the contradictions within the Lu family and gave Lu Weiwei this opportunity. Empress Dowager Lu's eyes were red, and the hand that could move was pinched into Lu Weiwei's wrist tightly, and blood had already flowed out. She said vaguely, "How dare you? How dare you? He is your husband. My son. He is so good to you. Calling you sister. Why do you want to kill him?" Lu Weiwei seemed to feel no pain on her wrist. She let him pinch her and said, "I pity him. He is a fool. He is used as a pawn by his biological parents. No one cares about him. How pitiful he is. If I kill him, he can be reincarnated and become a normal person in the next life. He is older than me, but he calls me sister. I pity him." Empress Dowager Lu trembled all over and almost couldn't breathe. Lu Weiwei continued, "At least he has me to pity him. Who pity me? I grew up with that fool since I was a child. When I was old, you forced me to be his wife. For the Lu family, I endured this humiliation. For the sake of my offspring, you stripped me naked in front of people. He can't have children at all. He is not a man at all." Lu Weiwei was like a deadly evil ghost at this moment. Later, I finally had a child. I thought you could understand that the deposed prince would never be able to have children. It was okay for the child I was pregnant to be fake. But you gave me medicine, and the living child turned into a pool of blood. She thought of her child who was not yet in human form, and tears fell. You killed my child, and I killed your son. They were all sinners. Empress Dowager Lu's hand finally lost its strength and fell. At this time, Lu Yunda came in from outside. He saw the blood on his sister's arm. Do you feel pain?" Lu Weiwei said calmly, "I don't feel pain. Why did the Lu family ask you to come to me?" Lu Yunda said, "Let's leave the palace. I will take you back to my mother's hometown. No one will recognize us there." Lu Weiwei smiled bitterly. "Can I still live?" Lu Yunda walked over, wrapped her wound with a handkerchief, and said, "Think about your mother. Do you want to go to the underworld to see her at this time? How can she bear it?" Lu Weiwei threw herself into her brother's arms and cried silently. Lu Yunda was also heartbroken. As a brother, he had never protected his sister, and she suffered a lot around Empress Dowager Lu. At that time, he was also blinded by power. He thought his sister would become the queen in the future, and he turned a blind eye to his sister's suffering. He knew he was wrong, but he knew it too late. Empress Dowager Lu fell ill. As the widow of the former crown prince, Lu Weiwei raised the prince that Empress Dowager Lu had just adopted and took care of the little emperor. She was the most influential person in the Lu family. The Lu family also placed their hopes on Lu Weiwei. But Lu Weiwei did not intend to meet their expectations. She thought it was best for King Wu to ascend the throne. So Lu Weiwei taught the little emperor to write an edict of abdication, and made it public at the court meeting the next day. In the name of Empress Dowager Lu, she explained the mistakes of the previous emperor and talked about Emperor Wen, the biological father of King Wu, and the previous emperor. She said that Emperor Wen had placed high hopes on King Wu, but the previous emperor took advantage of King Wu's expedition to murder Emperor Wen and force Emperor Wen to pass the throne to him. All this negated the correctness of the previous emperor's succession to the throne. King Wu's throne could be inherited from Emperor Wen. The Lu family thought Lu Weiwei was crazy, but Lu Weiwei didn't care about them at all. After she finished all this, she was ready to leave the capital with Lu Yunda and return to their biological mother's hometown. The Wuwang mansion did not stop her. Everything she did was enough for the Wuwang mansion to protect her from leaving here. It was cold in winter. Xiao Pan led a group of women to inquire about the work of the charity bureau, and Zhang Zhuzhu was among them. She saw a young woman stopping the staff of the charity bureau to ask questions. The woman wanted to adopt 2 girls under 1 year old. She said that her husband had passed away, and she was not going to remarry. She wanted to adopt a pair of sisters as her children. The staff was in a dilemma, because she did not meet the regulations of the Children's Bureau. Zhang Zhuzhu recognized the young woman, and the woman also saw Zhang Zhuzhu. This was Lu Weiwei, who bowed to Zhang Zhuzhu and said, "I can't have children again in this life, but I can raise them well." Zhang Zhuzhu knew that she was leaving the capital, and said, "The girl's situation is special. We will convene the Children's Bureau to discuss it. Can you wait?" Lu Weiwei nodded, "Okay. Thank you for your trouble." Chapter 251. It is said that Zhang Zhuzhu has Miao ancestry. Zhang Zhuzhu told Xiao Pan about this at noon. Xiao Pan drank a sip of tea. That position should belong to our prince. Look at what a mess it is. Lu, this woman, has suffered for many years, and should have been the poor person. But she finally murdered her husband and harmed Empress Dowager Lu, which was considered revenge for herself. Xiao Pan sighed and asked her, "Do you think you can agree?" Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a while and said, "I just became a mother, and it is really hard to take care of the child. Moreover, if the child wants to grow up safely, he must first have a stable environment. I am afraid that Lu's spirit is not very good and can't raise the child. We have to find a mother for the child, not just feed and drink enough to raise him." Xiao Pan actually thought it was not a big deal, but after Zhang Zhuzhu said that, she said, "You have a point. We are responsible for these children." But Lu did something that was beneficial to the Wuwang mansion after all, and it was a bit inhumane not to allow her to take the children away. If Lu had 2 children, it would be best if they could live in peace and not think about the affairs of the capital in the future. The Wuwang mansion also did not want to create too many murders out of thin air. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Let's do this. Madam, Lu is also pitiful. She may not know the difficulty of raising children. Let her stay in the charity bureau for 2 days and take care of the children herself. Maybe she will give up when she sees the difficulty." Little Pan followed her advice. Zhang Zhuzhu took a booklet compiled by the charity bureau, which was about how to take care of children, and showed it to Lu Weiwei. Lu Weiwei took the booklet and flipped through 2 pages, not knowing what she meant. Zhang Zhuzhu said to her seriously, "Miss, you feel lonely now, so you want to fill it with a child. As a woman, I understand your feelings, but becoming a mother is not an easy thing. I hope you can calm down and think clearly whether you can be responsible for a child. This is a very heavy responsibility." Lu Weiwei was in a trance for a moment when she heard her say this. She did not give birth, but she was pregnant. She had morning sickness and could not eat for many days. She still remembered the hardship. Lu Weiwei thought of her biological mother again. Her mother had taken care of her and loved her like that. Lu Weiwei knew what a mother was like. She said seriously, "I know what you mean. You care about these children." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "They have been abandoned once. We don't want them to experience abandonment again. Miss Lu, children may indeed fill your loneliness, because after you become a mother, your eyes will not leave your children for 12 hours. The adopted children were also abandoned for no reason. The adoptive parents who abandon them will be punished. The charity bureau is not making things difficult for people. Some people adopt children in the hope that the children will support them in the future. There are even those who are abducted and sold children. Therefore, The Charity Bureau has strict laws and punishments. Lu Weiwei couldn't help but smile when she heard her last words. She said, "What should I do then? You have to stay at the Charity Bureau for a few days and take care of those children." Zhang Zuzhu made a request. Lu Weiwei understood what she meant and said after a while, "I thought it was just a matter of my words." Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, "Anything you get after going through many hardships is beautiful and worth holding on to. Right?" Her past life was over. Whether she was deeply sinful or excusable, it was her own responsibility. If she couldn't let go, it would definitely affect the children she took away. Lu Weiwei felt that the scene in front of her was suddenly clear. She knew that she was deeply sinful. But she wanted to live. She wanted to live. "Okay. I'll stay and take care of them. I like girls," she said. Zhang Zuzhu stood up, called the people from the Charity Bureau over, and arranged for her to stay. When Xiao Pan learned that she had arranged this matter, she didn't take it to heart. Now she had more important things to do. The ascension of King Wu was already on the agenda. The two sisters were going to enter the palace, and then King Wu would have to find some new women to enter the palace. At that time, the two of them had to cheer up. By the way, they also had to find a good wife for Zhou Yi. Let's not talk about other things in terms of background. People must be smart, shrewd, generous, and tolerant. In addition to the main wife, Zhou Yi also had to marry 2 concubines, and concubines, etc. This would not work if she was intolerant. She asked about Zhang Zuzhu. Zhang Zuzhu pondered for a moment, then said sincerely, "My queen, please take a closer look at me, and see if I can give you any good advice." She, Zhang Zuzhu, is no longer known as a weak woman in the capital. To put it nicely, she is good at controlling her husband. To put it bluntly, she is jealous. Because Li Fu has never looked at any other woman. When they just got married, it can be said that the couple was in the prime of their marriage, close to each other, and could not tolerate others. Later, Zhang Zuzhu became pregnant, and many people felt that the opportunity had come. Since she was pregnant, even if she did not take a concubine, she would arrange a concubine. Li Fu didn't have one. They didn't have separate rooms. Li Fu had to rush to buy her food outside. Now that the child was born, Li Fu took care of her during the confinement period. Everyone was speechless. Xiao Pan also felt that she had asked the wrong person. She said, "Do you know what people say about you in private?" Zhang Zuzhu, "What are they talking about?" "I don't know." Xiao Pan also found it funny and said, "People say that your ancestors are from Yejiang. They say that you can cast a spell or cast a spell. So you hold Li Fu tightly." Zhang Zuzhu couldn't help laughing after hearing this. "Nonsense. There is no such thing. Your Majesty, don't listen to their nonsense. I am smart and capable. But how come they say that I have Yejiang blood? What a joke." Xiao Pan also found it funny, and the two sat opposite each other and laughed non-stop. After a while, Xiao Pan said, Okay, I know they are talking nonsense. I just remembered this matter and told you something. I will discuss it with others later. This matter really cannot be asked to you." Zhang Zuzhu thought. "Isn't it? She is very opposed to the system of multiple concubines. But she can't change the situation. She can only be alone." Zhang Zuzhu said, "In my opinion, it's better to discuss it with the prince than with him. I think the prince is like you and the princess. Smart and powerful. You can find someone he likes. As for family background, I think it is secondary. The prince is already so noble. Do you think I am right? Zhou Yi doesn't need a wife with a good family background now. He has received enough protection and support from King Wu. If he is anxious to seek other alliances now, what will King Wu think? Once King Wu takes that position, everything must be carefully considered." Little Pan nodded, "Okay. I will discuss it with the prince. No one is better than the child's father." Zhang Zuzhu agreed very much. Chapter 252, Against Superstition. In the middle of the night, Li Fu was coaxing the child to sleep. This child is really energetic, especially recently. He is almost 3 months old. The older he gets, the more he becomes. He wants to play after eating late at night and doesn't sleep well. Just now, her hand scratched a bloody mark on her face, and she started crying. Zhang Zuzhu also woke up. She felt distressed by the child's crying, so she got up. She was wrapped in a quilt on the bed, watching Li Fu walking back and forth, and her eyes followed the father and son. As the year was coming to an end, Li Fu was very busy, but he still tried his best to take care of the child. Zhang Zhuzhu told him to leave the child to the nanny, but Li Fu was always worried. He felt that the child was growing too fast, and the more he held her, the less he had, so he loved her especially. Li Fu noticed that Zhang Zhuzhu was looking at him, so he looked over as well, and the two looked at each other. Zhang Zhuzhu saw that he had disheveled hair, and smiled. Hey, I heard that there are rumors recently that I have Miajiang bloodline, and I put a curse on you. So you treat me and the child like this. Li Fu couldn't help laughing when he heard it. What kind of rumor is this? It seems that the action of Jingzhou Prefecture to catch the fortune-teller scammers is not thorough enough, Li Fu said. As the year draws to a close, all kinds of demons and ghosts emerge. Everyone has made money, and scammers also want to take the opportunity to make a fortune. So many people have been deceived recently, and Jingzhou Prefecture has been very busy catching scammers. Zhang Zhuzhu also laughed. I said they were talking nonsense. You treat me and the children well because you are a good person. You are a good person and love us very much. How could you be cursed? It's nonsense. Li Fu also agreed with this. He loved them and their son, and they also loved him. Their husband-wife relationship is different from others. Zhang Zhuzhu praised him on the side. And Li Fu also told a funny story. When I was young, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue was already a high-ranking official, but he was not qualified to join the cabinet. He brought his whole family and made scarecrows with the names of his colleagues written on them with needles at home to curse his colleagues. It became a famous joke. Zhang Zhuzhu, what kind of thing is this? Such a high-ranking official is still superstitious. How can he be an official? Where did he read books? Li Fu said, the higher the official, the easier it is to believe in gods and Buddhas. In the final analysis, it is still greed for power. Power can make people crazy, which is a situation that cannot be avoided in any era. Before the crackdown on religious forces, officials went to temples, and Taoist temples much less. You know, before this, most of the salaries of many high-ranking officials were sent to temples and Taoist temples. Zhang Zhuzhu said, then you should promote it more among the court officials. Don't do these things for no reason. Li Fu, this can't be stopped. They know it's useless, but they just have to deceive themselves. Then, there is nothing we can do. Zhang Zhuzhu said, okay. Put him down. This kid grows fast. I'm afraid your arms can't bear it. Zhang Zhuzhu held him for a long time, and her arms were shaking. The child fell asleep, and Li Fu gently put him down. The couple squatted beside their son's bed again. He is so cute when he is asleep. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed. Li Fu also said, well, his mouth is still moving, and he is smiling. Little Hengdo is really their baby. They can't see enough. He grows so fast. Zhang Zhuzhu said, he will be over 100 days soon. And the child doesn't have a name yet. Zhou Rui's son has been named Li Sun, which means warm and beautiful. And it is also a good name. But Li Qi asked someone to look at the red beans of Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu, and they said that the child's horoscope was weak. So he dared not give the child a name too early. So Li Qi would not give the child a name. And it would be better for Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu to name the child. The couple both remembered the superstitious things they just talked about. Well, let's not talk about others. They are superstitious themselves. The two laughed again. Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on Li Fu's shoulder. Oh my god. Dad is the stumbling block on our road to fighting superstition. Li Fu, otherwise I say it's useless. When encountering such things, everyone would rather believe it than not. What if it's true? What if the horoscope is weak? What if the poison is true? What if the villain is useful? This is taking advantage of people's fluke mentality. So scammers have been a profession since ancient times. There is no way. The land they live in is too fertile. Zhang Zhuzhu, we will try our best to stop it. Li Fu nodded, and the two lay on the bed. Zhang Zhuzhu also told Li Fu about Lu Weiwei. Li Fu hugged Zhang Zhuzhu and said, Lu and Meng were not ruined by others, but by themselves. They all wanted to hold on to that power tightly, regardless of any price. In the end, it was all in vain. They got nothing. Zhang Zhuzhu said, it is not easy to sit on the throne. How can you just think about the benefits? To be the throne, at least do something to win the hearts of the people. I went out recently and found that the reputation of the Prince Wu's mansion among the people is very good. There are also people who gossip. mainly scholars, some pedantic, who think that King Wu's position is not legitimate, and he should not be the emperor. They only talk about this now, but do nothing. If they dare to incite people, Zhang Zhuzu thinks they will not see the sun the next day. King Wu is definitely not someone who will be swayed by gossip. His methods are direct and efficient. There are dozens of staff members in King Wu's mansion, and they can't deal with a group of scholars who have only read a few books. Li Fu said, King Wu's mansion has trained hundreds of storytellers, and 20 to 30 of them are left in the capital. The rest have already scattered to various places. Naturally, the reputation is very good. King Wu's mansion still pays attention to publicity. It has compiled hundreds of stories, and tells them in turn. It's strange that it has a bad reputation. Zhang Zhuzu, I know what's going on. This is the method they thought of when they killed Zhou Yi. Li Fu pulled the quilt over. Okay. Go to sleep. No more talking. It's easy to talk in the middle of the night without proper manners. And it's almost dawn. Since the birth of the child, the two of them have been like this. Always talking in the middle of the night. Zhang Zhuzu is fine. She can make up for the sleep during the day. Li Fu is miserable. He is also very busy during the day. At most, he can take a nap during the lunch break. Zhang Zhuzu thought, I have to be more careful in the future. Although Li Fu is young and in good health, there are many young people who die suddenly. So we must prevent it before it happens. Lu Weiwei stayed in the charity bureau for a few days, and the people in the charity bureau didn't know her identity. Zhang Zhuzu also instructed that she had suffered a lot. Lu Weiwei originally wanted to take 2 girls away, but finally decided to take only the girl who was the most compatible with her, and was not yet 1 year old. Lu Weiwei said to Zhang Zhuzu seriously, You are right. The child really keeps me busy. She also saw a lot of joys and sorrows between children, and knew that children were not pets. She was determined to become a mother, and she would do her best. The girl's fine and soft hair was tied into 2 small tufts. She hugged Lu Weiwei's neck with both hands and leaned against her arms. The two were very close. Zhang Zhuzu was also relieved to see that she signed the adoption deed and agreed to the local government to visit her. The Lu brothers and sisters did not stay in the capital for the new year. They left the capital before the new year. They will never come back here again. Chapter 253, The Sucker. The Chinese New Year is coming. This year, Lin Weining is free, and Zhou Rui is very good at and loves to take care of household affairs. Last year, the Li family was not so lively, but this year is different. There are really many people who give gifts to the Li family. So many that I can't think of it. Zhang Zhuzu took her son to Zhou Rui's room to play with Sun Gur. Zhou Rui sighed. Our Li family is really different. You don't know that I didn't get so lively in the first 2 years after I got married. Now that she goes out, other people's attitude towards her is different. Zhang Zhuzu smiled and said, Second sister-in-law, you have to be calm and don't accept things you shouldn't accept. Zhou Rui snorted softly. When have I made any mistakes? I know these things better than you. And the Li family can't make any mistakes now. The officials in their family are busy preparing for King Wu's enthronement. Isn't it funny to catch their mistakes now? And the Li family will not easily give others a handle. Zhang Zhuzu said, I know you are powerful. You have worked hard. And our family still hopes that you can stand firm. Zhou Rui was very satisfied when she heard this. Have you heard that you didn't do it? She asked. I know. I'm from Yijiang. Zhang Zhuzu said. Zhou Rui said, Now there are no other people around your eldest brother and your second brother. So they can't say you. And even the 2 of us. Zhang Zhuzu said, Alas. We are a family. Please understand me. Sister-in-law. Zhou Rui certainly didn't believe in the nonsense of poisoning. Zhang Zhuzu was just capable. It was just as the saying goes. Brine and tofu. One thing conquers another. Li Pu and Xiao Ping had a low sense of presence. But Zhou Rui was more active. And she was not afraid of what people said. She had pretended to carry people for Li Zhu before. But later when something happened to the Li family, those people were all sent away. Now when people talk about it, Zhou Rui made up a story, saying that someone around Li Zhu ran away with money. So Li Zhu was unwilling to keep people. She asked Zhang Zhuzu, This is not good for your reputation. Zhang Zhuzu said, I'm not afraid. They just said it privately. Who dares to say such things to me in person? Next year when Li Fu gets promoted, many people will come to me to be humble. They can say whatever they want. The witchcraft incident has harmed many people in the past. But Zhang Zuzhu just listened to the rumors. She had the trust of Li Fu and her family, so she was not afraid. Zhou Ri admired her confidence. If it were someone else, she would be so anxious now. Zhang Zuzhu knew what she was thinking, went up and sat next to her, and said, "Besides Li Fu's trust in me, mother, sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law, would you be dissatisfied with me because of such gossip? Of course not. Their family has also shared joys and sorrows, and no one in the Li family would believe such rumors." The rumor did not spread for too long. Jingzhou Prefecture arrested several witches and sorcerers, and wrote a letter to ask court officials to regulate their own and their family's words and deeds. In short, it is forbidden to spread superstitious ideas, poisoning, stabbing a ghost. These sayings must be strictly prohibited. So no one said Zhang Zuzhu would use poison anymore. If someone heard it, it would affect the future of the men in the family. This method was effective immediately. At least no one said it openly. Zhang Zuzhu was very happy. But later someone said something like fighting for the beauty and so on, which was simply unbelievable. They, as a couple, really can't escape rumors and gossip. In Zhang Zuzhu's words, people who are famous are prone to gossip. Zhang Zuzhu said to Li Fu, "Aren't there a few famous young men recently? Why are you still not out of fashion? He is already the father of a child. How can he still be so famous?" Li Fu thought for a while and said, "Well, I will be promoted next year." Li Fu is still not out of fashion, because his future is so bright that no one can compare with him. Zhang Zuzhu, get promoted quickly. When you are promoted to the second rank, I will make you my wife, and I guarantee that no one will dare to gossip. In fact, it may not be so, but power can always shut some people's mouths. Li Fu hugged her and smiled. "Okay. I will do it as soon as possible." The couple just got together, and the son on the bed suddenly howled a few times and started crying. Zhang Zuzhu knew he was hungry as soon as she heard it, and said, "This child's appetite is too good. If it continues like this, he won't be full during the day." He seemed to be dying when he started eating. Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu were worried and invited a doctor to see him. In the end, he said that he just had a good appetite. Zhang Zuzhu wanted to control her son and let him eat less, but he cried and made a fuss when he was not full. He would not stop until he was full. Li Fu took him and said, "This little body really explains it. I was not like this when I was a child. I asked my mother." Zhang Zuzhu took her son into her arms and said, "Then I will not be like this either. There is no such thing in our family. Forget it. As long as he is fine." The couple has been worried about their son's eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping. No wonder it is not easy for parents. This worry is a lifelong thing. They have now deeply felt it. 2 days later, the court issued another edict about King Wu's enthronement. The enthronement ceremony was supposed to be a grand ceremony, but King Wu did not do so, and the treasury could not afford the money. The date was set on the first day of the new year, and no other day was chosen. As this day was good, King Wu looked at the pitiful silver in the treasury and felt that he was not an emperor at all. He was simply a sucker who took over a mess. Even so, he still wanted to revive the country. How could he revive without money? King Wu had quarreled with a group of court officials for a whole morning, and now he was so confused. He left Li Fu to write an edict for him, and asked Zhou Yi, "How are you doing in your studies? I tell you, if you don't study well, I won't find you a wife." Zhou Yi hurriedly said, "Father, I really studied hard. Please don't be like this." King Wu snorted, patted the chair he was sitting on, and said, "You think this seat is comfortable to sit on? I will find 2 more teachers for you later. You study hard." Li Fu agreed and said, "Your Highness is right. The rejuvenation is not a matter of 1 generation. It is necessary for the prince and your Highness to be of one mind. And after decades, there will be a prosperous phase." King Wu heard this and agreed very much. Zhou Yi wiped his face and heard Li Fu say, "Your Highness was in a difficult situation back then, so he grew up faster. Now the prince is still young, and there are loving elders like your Highness and the 2 queens to protect him. It is inevitable that he is not as mature as your Highness back then. Your Highness, don't worry." King Wu had a hard time. He had no parents or elders to protect him. He really had to survive through life and death. It was amazing. Zhou Yi immediately raised his neck. "You can't say that. My situation is indeed better. But I also worked hard. Father, Don't worry. We will fight together, and let the ancestors of the Zhou family open their eyes, and see what a peaceful and prosperous world is. After saying that, he immediately buried his head in government affairs. King Wu drank tea, and raised a son for 1,000 days, and used him for a moment. Only in this way can the father live a few more years. Chapter 254 Little Fool. As soon as the new year arrives, the capital becomes lively, and this year's capital is more lively than last year. The Li family is also very lively, and the Li family has 2 more children than last year, which makes people even happier. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu are both free, and they don't do anything else but revolve around the children. It's not to serve the children, but it's a pity not to play with the children after giving birth. Zhang Zhuzhu turned him over, propped up his little arms, let him lie on the bed, and propped up his little head by himself. He is less than 3 months old, and can barely hold it up for a short while. His eyes will follow the toys in the hands of adults, and his little head will sway. After a while, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell headfirst onto the bed. Then he ate the mattress into his mouth and sucked it with his toothless mouth. Zhang Zhuzhu clapped her hands vigorously. Hongdo, look up. He heard the voice, barely raised his head, and then buried his head again to continue eating. Li Fu turned him over and laid him down, and he stuffed his hand into his mouth. He didn't just put 1 finger in. He would put 2 fingers in at the same time, the thumb and index finger together, all into his little mouth, eating very seriously, drooling. You tried to stop him, but it was useless. If you took his hand, he would switch to the other hand. Anyway, he had to eat his hand, and he would cry if you didn't let him eat it. The couple washed his hands and let him eat. You should change his hand, said Zhang Zhuzhu. This finger is wrinkled. Li Fu changed his hand and said, this finger is about to stick into his throat. Li Fu just finished speaking. Hongdo vomited because of eating his own food. Li Fu quickly pulled his hand away and said helplessly, he is about to vomit after eating his own fingers. I have never seen such a thing. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help laughing and said, this little fool. Zhang Zhuzhu picked him up, and Li Fu found something to amuse her son. When he was tired of playing, Li Fu coaxed him to sleep, and the couple stayed by the bed again. Li Fu said, he is so white and tender, so beautiful. Zhang Zhuzhu agreed, of course. He is our child. He must be good-looking. Li Fu held his feet in her palms, which were fat and round. Very cute. Zhang Zhuzhu poked the dimples on the back of her son's hand with her fingers. The 2 of them praised their son from head to toe, played with him for a while, and then put him to sleep. He grows up so fast. He was just a little bit big when he was born, and now he is so big. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help but sigh. I always feel that he will grow up quickly. Time is always unstoppable. She and Li Fu have known each other for so many years, and they have a son. Li Fu smiled and said, it's okay if time passes quickly. I'm here with you. Zhang Zhuzhu took out a small mirror and said to herself, alas, time flies. I age fast, and my youth and appearance can't be retained. Li Fu took her mirror and said, I'll stew bird's nest for you to eat in the evening. Zhang Zhuzhu fell into Li Fu's arms and whispered, what's the use of eating that stuff? There is nothing that can resist aging now. At most, she is more strict with sun protection. Li Fu didn't hear what she said clearly, and pinched her face gently. Zhang Zhuzhu lost weight very quickly. The flesh on her face was already untouchable, but her belly couldn't be retracted, and it left a mark. She became a mother, which was really a big price. Zhang Zhuzhu put his hand on her belly. Don't pinch your face. Pinch here for you to play. Li Fu felt relieved after hearing her say this. He was always afraid that Zhang Zhuzhu would not be able to accept her own changes. Fortunately, she was still calm. Li Fu rubbed it twice and said, well, it's very soft. Zhang Zhuzhu said, of course it's soft. It's all my flesh. I worked hard to grow it. Li Fu, well, Zhuzhu worked hard. Zhang Zhuzhu said again, I can have it. But you can't. Got it. She stretched out her hand and poked Li Fu's belly hard a few times. You absolutely can't have it. Look at my brother. Since he went to the Hanlin Academy to paint, he often drinks with his colleagues, and his belly is about to bulge out. It doesn't look good. Li Fu said, what if I get pregnant? Zhang Zhuzhu said seriously, if you are pregnant, you are not allowed to sleep in my bed. You sleep alone and I will take care of the baby. Li Fu sighed, so ruthless. Zhang Wuzhu, yes. It is so ruthless. So cruel. You can't have a big belly. Look at His Royal Highness Wu Wang. He is not young anymore, but still very heroic. When Wu Wang stood there, he obviously looked younger than his peers, and looked very powerful. It was obvious that he was still practicing, and did not indulge himself just because he returned to Beijing. Li Fu heard her say this and said, "It seems that I have a goal." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "You don't have to be so strong. I don't like being so strong. You are fine like this now." Zhang Zhuzhu doesn't need a muscular man. She just wants Li Fu to keep in shape. She really doesn't want a fat man. She will be so worried that she can't sleep if she sees him at night. Li Fu, okay. Okay. I know. I'll pay attention. What else can I do if I don't pay attention? Is she really going to sleep in the study alone? That's too miserable. Li Fu doesn't want to go. The couple talked about their figures for a while. Then both got up and went for a walk outside. They didn't eat less at noon. The first day of the new year is the day when King Wu ascended the throne. All the civil and military officials in the court must enter the palace before dawn. Zhang Zhuzhu also has to get up. King Wu's wife and Xiao Pan also have to enter the palace. One wants to be crowned as the queen, and the other has to be a noble concubine. Women of noble rank have to enter the palace. Zhang Zhuzhu was not a lady of the royal family, but Li Fu was a close confidant of King Wu, and she had a good relationship with the two princesses, so she was called over. Of course, Lin Weining had to go too. Zhang Zhuzhu had never gotten up so early before, and she couldn't even open her eyes. Li Fu wiped Zhang Zhuzhu's face with a towel soaked in cold water. "You can't delay today. Zhuzhu, get up quickly." Zhang Zhuzhu was startled by the cold, and tried hard to get up. "Get up. Get up. Get up immediately. Today is a big occasion, and this is my first time in the palace." "That's the palace? Not some other place." The family got up early, packed up, and went into the palace together. The palace was not in chaos, and it was surrounded by imperial guards inside and outside. Unless the assassin could fly, there would be absolutely no chance today. Princess Wu was very calm. She had changed into the queen's crown and clothes, and was talking calmly to the ladies around her. Xiao Pan was more active. She also changed her clothes, and was flattered by the ladies. They had changed their words to imperial concubine. Everyone could see that Princess Wu was not very interested in worldly affairs. In the future, Xiao Pan would be the one who made the decisions around King Wu. Zhang Zhuzhu had never seen the world. She was almost blinded by the first time she entered the palace. Everything was new to her. Princess Haong held her belly. Zhang Zhuzhu went over to support her. "I thought you were not coming today." Princess Haong said, "My surname is Zhou, and I am the daughter-in-law of the Pan family. It would be unreasonable for me not to come. Lean on me. Don't worry. I am strong and I won't let you fall." Zhou Lanshu said, "Thank you." She was indeed a little tired. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled at her. Chapter 255 New Emperor. Outside, King Wu ascended the throne without any problems. From this moment on, he is no longer King Wu. He is the emperor. All under heaven belongs to the king, and all the people are his subjects. He robbed his nephew of the throne. But the new emperor has no guilt at all. He just wants the throne. Born in the Zhou family, even those with a little Zhou family blood on their bodies will be thinking about this position. But the one who can grab it in the end is the winner. Now, he won. He has been waiting for this day for many years. For this day, he has stained many lives, including the blood of his relatives. But as an emperor, don't be afraid of retribution. A timid person cannot be an emperor. Otherwise he will be like his brother, addicted to wine, sex, and the pursuit of immortality. The new emperor knew why he was like that. Power is a very beautiful and terrible thing. His brother also took the lives of his relatives for the throne. After he sat on the throne, he was afraid. He was afraid of retribution, and someone taking away his throne. He even dared to only appoint a stupid son as the crown prince. And he did not dare to appoint a suitable son as the crown prince. But the new emperor was not afraid. He was the one who could control power, and he would not be manipulated by power and become crazy. The Zhou dynasty could no longer withstand a confused emperor. The new emperor issued an edict. His eldest son Zhou Yi was named the crown prince, and he would live in the East Palace from today onwards. Pan, his legitimate wife, was the empress. Xiao Pan was named the imperial concubine, with the power to assist in the management of the 6 palaces. Most of the other concubines who had children, regardless of gender, were given the title of concubine. Those who did not have children were given titles according to the new emperor's preferences. Do, who had always been favored, was given the title of concubine. Without a title, she was just Do concubine. She didn't know that she didn't have a title, but all women didn't have one. Whatever their surnames were, they were called concubines or concubines. The new emperor felt annoyed by this matter, and was too lazy to deal with it. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that this was too perfunctory. But he was the emperor. And if he wanted to be perfunctory, who could do anything about it? The concubines received the imperial edict. And it was almost noon. Zhang Zhuzhu was fine. But Princess Haiyang was exhausted. And Princess Jing came to watch over her daughter in person, fearing that something might happen to her. Fortunately, it was about to end. Today was the first day of the new year, and the palace did not plan to keep everyone for the new year. The court officials and ladies all left the palace. Li Fu had not left yet, so Zhang Zhuzhu could not leave either. And Xiao Pan took her to her own palace. I really didn't expect that this day would really come. Xiao Pan asked the palace maid to take off the heavy crown on her head. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Xiao Pan said, "What are you congratulating? Just wait and see. We sisters will have a hard time in the future. Each family has sent their daughters to the palace. Who among these women doesn't want their position? Your Majesty, you have the crown prince, so you can relax." Zhang Zhuzhu comforted her. Little Pan sighed and said, "Look at me. I am the elder. But you, the younger generation, are the one who is trying to persuade me." Zhang Zhuzhu just smiled. Little Pan said, "The harem cannot interfere in politics. What do you think about the charity bureau?" Zhang Zhuzhu knew that she had something to ask her, and said, "Your Majesty, I naturally think that the charity bureau is not a political matter. The queen is now the mother of the world. Those poor children have no mother. If the queen and you take care of them, I think they will grow up more safely." This was in line with Xiao Pan's wishes. She didn't want to let go of the affairs of the charity bureau, which was very beneficial to the queen and her reputation. What was good for them was good for the prince. "Your Majesty, it's easy to talk about this, but I'm afraid that the court officials will talk about it," Xiao Pan said. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "You and the queen are going to be mothers. What does it have to do with the government? They have the time to talk about it. Why not think about how to fill the treasury?" The queen was crowned, but there was no big event, and the palace was not renovated. What else do they want? I just heard several older ladies talk about the previous ceremony of crowning the queen, and I felt sorry for the queen. This is true. The two sisters are really very frugal. If the court officials make further demands, it will be too much. Xiao Pan smiled and said, "My sister and I don't care about false reputation. Your Majesty is so frugal for the stability of the country and the peace of the subjects. We women will naturally follow the husband's lead." Xiao Pan did not have other people to discuss with, but those women were old and had many minds. When discussing with them, they always thought about their own benefits, and their words had to be considered again and again. Zhang Zhuzhu was young and smart, but she would not calculate anything in front of Xiao Pan. As the two were talking, the palace maid said that Madame Pan asked to see her. The Pan family has been conferred a title of Marquis, so now it should be called Madame Pan. But Xiao Pan didn't want to see her sister-in-law. Madame Pan was now blinded by the overwhelming power, and wanted to marry Pan's daughter to the prince. Xiao Pan didn't want to get married, but the girls of the Pan family were not outstanding in appearance, talent and virtue, and were not qualified to be the princess. If she became a concubine, this girl would be the prince's cousin, and the princess would not be able to suppress her. This would cause unrest in the harem. Xiao Pan didn't want her son to face such a situation. She said to the maid, "Go and tell Madame Pan that I'm tired today, and we'll talk about it another day. By the way, don't let her go to her sister." Xiao Pan said with a headache, "I really have no way to deal with my own relatives." She explained the pros and cons to Madame Pan, and Madame Pan said how her husband had made great contributions in the Northwest, and that the sisters were not close to their own family, but close to outsiders. In short, Madame Pan was now hot-headed, and no one could persuade her. Zhang Zhuzhu had a way. She said, "Last year, Jingdao Prefecture organized people to investigate the situation of close relatives marrying, mainly cousins, and the mothers of both sides were related. Now there are preliminary results, and the queen can take a look at the results. Little Pan gestured for her to continue. Zhang Zhuzhu said, close relatives marrying. It is easy to give birth to unhealthy children. If there are any hereditary diseases in the family, they will also appear in such children. I think that the court does not say to prohibit, but should not encourage close relatives to marry. There are also close relatives marrying in the court. Take Madame Rongyang for example. Her first son was the same age as Sanling and died in infancy. Her second son is really not very smart. When Xiao Pan heard this, she asked, is this result accurate? Zhang Zhuzhu said, Jing'ao Prefecture has conducted large-scale screening in the capital and surrounding counties, and the probability is very high. In many such families, the legitimate mother adopts the illegitimate son, and many women continue to give birth in order to have healthy children. But many of these children die young, which makes it easy for women to die early due to giving birth to many children or the pain of losing their children. Xiao Pan smiled and said, go back and ask Sanling to act quickly and present the results. Such things must be announced to the world. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, don't worry. Let's talk about it after the 15th. During the new year, they still need to rest and take care of the children. Xiao Pan clapped her hands. Just as Li Fu had finished her work in front, Zhang Zhuzhu bowed and left, and went home with Li Fu. Chapter 256. This family business needs him. As soon as Zhang Zhuzhu got on the carriage, she closed her eyes in Li Fu's arms. Li Fu hugged her and said, you've worked hard today. Zhang Zhuzhu, I'm fine. The imperial concubine asked you to submit the investigation report on the closed-kin marriage as soon as possible. Li Fu understood as soon as he heard it, and said, Madame Pan can't wait. Well, my daughter is now the crown princess, and she will be the queen and the queen mother in the future. I don't know how many young women are around her today. Unless Madame Pan is a saint, she can't help but be tempted. Zhang Zhuzhu said, power is dazzling. In the capital, if you want to gain a foothold, you must hold on to power tightly. You are right, Li Fu said while hugging Zhang Zhuzhu. If we have a daughter in the future and have this opportunity, what do you think? Zhang Zhuzhu opened her eyes and showed a painful expression. Help. I can't stand it. Think about it. This man sleeps in this woman's room today and is intimate with her. Tomorrow he changes to another woman. Isn't it equivalent to a group of people sleeping together? Sharing a man? This is not clean and unhygienic. If one person gets sick, the whole room will get sick. My God. I can't stand it. Stop talking to me. My daughter will never marry a man who takes concubines. Zhang Zhuzhu felt very painful just thinking about it. The current sanitary conditions are not very good. And if you sleep with me and I sleep with you, it's simply too much. The couple had never talked about this topic. Now Li Fu heard her and said, you are thinking from this perspective. Zhang Zhuzhu said, of course. If this man takes a concubine, he may go out to whore. Who knows what diseases he will bring back? Gynecological diseases are difficult to treat, and some cannot be cured in a lifetime. Li Fu listened carefully and felt that what she said made sense. I thought you were going to say that sharing a husband with many women is prone to family conflicts and unhappiness. Zhang Zhuzhu, that's mental torture. And you can use children to relieve it. But there's no cure for the physical pain. Emotions are one thing, but the body is more important. Li Fu, our daughter still has to find an obedient husband. Zhang Zhuzhu agreed very much. Yes. I promised her that she wouldn't get married. If you have a daughter, you really have to teach her well. You can't teach the ladies in the capital the way you do. That's just training slaves for men. I don't want that. Li Fu, well, she'll listen to you when the time comes. Her temperament will be like yours, so she won't suffer. Before the son was 100 days old, the couple had already discussed the matter of the next child. The couple went home to play with their son for a while, and went to bed after dinner. The next day was Zhang Zhuzhu's birthday, and the couple went out to play like last year. The difference was that they had a child this year, and the couple put the child with their second brother and second sister-in-law, and asked them to help take care of the child. Li Zhu said to Zhou Rui, this is probably a matter of time, and it's our turn to take care of other people's children. When they were in Zhongjia village, they often gave Tao out to Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu. And now it's their turn. Zhou Rui held Hongdo in her arms, and Li Zhu held the youngest son Sunger. Zhou Rui laughed, even if it's true. Hongdo is good-looking. I am willing to take him with me. Sungur was 2 months older. He reached out to pull his younger brother. The two brothers came together, looking at each other. And Sun Gur laughed out loud. Hongdo also laughed. But he couldn't laugh out loud yet. Just raised the corners of his mouth. Our Sun Gur is also good looking, Li Zhu said. Zhou Rui said worriedly, he looks like my brother. Look at his bald head. He looks like his uncle. But not good at all. Li Zhu thought of his eldest brother-in-law's premature bald head and sighed. It's okay. Maybe he will look like me when he grows up. Li Zhu tried to comfort his wife. The couple tried hard to persuade themselves to believe this sentence. Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu got on the carriage and talked about their sons. Fortunately, he doesn't recognize us now. If he does recognize us in the future, he will cry as soon as we leave. And I won't be able to bear to let him go. Zhang Zuzu said to Li Fu as she went out. Li Fu said, he will be over 1 year old by this time next year, and will understand a little. If it really doesn't work, take him with you, and let the maid take care of him. There are always more solutions than problems. The couple smiled at each other, and held each other's hands. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, the capital was already very lively. And because the new emperor had just ascended the throne, the capital was even more lively than in previous years. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu still had to use their connections to reserve a table at the restaurant. Zhang Zhuzhu said, alas, I still dare not eat too much. Eating too much greasy food can easily cause milk blockage. This thing is also painful. Zhang Zhuzhu has experienced it once during the days of feeding the child. Li Fu recalled the situation at that time, and was still frightened. And persuaded again, have a wet nurse for him. You don't have to feed him yourself. In fact, Zhang Zhuzhu's condition was not too serious. Li Fu knew that there were more serious cases, which would cause fever, and even physical problems. And some were in excruciating pain. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed, but when he was in my arms, he was very cute and well behaved. I was a little reluctant to let him go. I will wait until he is half a year old and pay more attention to him. As a mother, she was really soft-hearted towards her son. Every time she held him in her arms, Zhang Zhuzhu felt very satisfied. Li Fu knew her mood and said, if it hurts like that again next time, I will really ask someone to prescribe medicine for you. It's fine. You don't have to suffer this pain. Li Fu selfishly hoped that others would bear this pain for her. And he was willing to compensate the two wet nurses at home. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded and said yes. When the two finished their meal and were about to go downstairs, there was a commotion outside. Li Fu quickly blocked Zhang Zhuzhu behind him, and saw a young man suddenly standing on the table, and said loudly, the previous emperor still has children alive. How can the new emperor ascend the throne over the two princes? This is not in accordance with the ancestral etiquette, and violates the Confucian way. He said it loudly, and it was obvious that the people around him also supported him. Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu looked at each other, and Li Fu said, Jingzhou Prefecture and the Imperial Guards will be here soon. The court had been on guard against trouble. But unexpectedly, something happened. Fan Xiao refused to support the two princes before, but let Mingshir's hen cry at dawn. Fan Xiao is not worthy of being a model for our scholars. He betrayed the Confucian way. Someone else shouted. Li Fu's eyes swept over this group of young people who had not yet left the academy. He knew that someone was inciting them behind them. But this is not surprising. The new emperor's ascension to the throne is not in accordance with etiquette and law, and it is not legitimate, and violates the principles learned by scholars. But so what? Books are books, and principles are principles, but the facts are often contrary to them. At this time, it is useless to talk about reason and etiquette. Zhang Zhuzhu said, the old man passed away and left a family business. The eldest son squandered it. Now the youngest son is back. It's not that he wants to fight for the family business, but that the family business needs him. Li Fu hugged Zhang Zhuzhu and smiled, my wife. You are very smart. Zhang Zhuzhu, you are too kind. Too kind. She is a person outside of etiquette, and a bystander can see things more clearly. Chapter 257. Only I would do this. Not long after, people from Jingzhou Prefecture and the Imperial Guards really came. The leading scholar was not afraid of death. He still stood on the table and preached his own ideas. It can be seen that he was determined to die. However, the court had discussed such things long ago. Jingzhou Prefecture and the Imperial Guards did not let them bleed on the spot, and did not even arrest anyone. Instead, they asked them to compensate for the losses of the restaurant, and asked them to gather in an open place next time, and not to make trouble, and do such things to avoid crowds gathering and accidents. Then they evacuated the crowd and left. Gone! Everyone present was dumbfounded. Is that all? They are openly discussing the new emperor's rights and wrongs here. What's the difference between this and treason? Jingzhou Prefecture didn't arrest anyone. Is it so generous? Zhang Zhuzhu said, don't arrest them. Li Fu said, they are just a group of young people who are being used. Arresting them is exactly what the people behind them want. Jingzhou Prefecture won't give them free food. After the people from the government left, the restaurant owner came forward and stopped them, asking them to pay money to compensate for the restaurant's losses today. One of the reasons these people made trouble was that they were not living a happy life. This is almost the best restaurant in the capital. They came here today just to be arrested. Now they can't pay and are very embarrassed. The restaurant owner said loudly, everyone. In the past, some people relied on their numbers to eat, drink and get things for free. And our restaurant had no way to deal with this. Now, even if the Jade Emperor comes, you have to pay for food and drinks. Otherwise you will be whipped by the Jingzhou Prefecture. The restaurant owner has also become powerful at this time. If you say that the new emperor is not good, he doesn't agree. Since the new emperor returned to Beijing, the taxes of the restaurant have been reduced. Later, when the Jingzhou Prefecture rectified the capital, the restaurant even got back the bad debts accumulated for many years, so that it would not lose money. Today's capital is much better than the previous capital. They are doing business, which is different from those who pay attention to etiquette. They have to make a living. So how can they pay attention to etiquette? The scene was very awkward. We are all scholars, so we should be decent. It is true that a penny can make a hero fall. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, don't those who ask them to do things contribute some money? They are so poor. Why do they do things? These young people are also stupid. They don't even take some benefits when doing things for others. What are they looking for? They probably think they will be taken away today. Li Fu said, if they are taken away by the government, then what they did today can be called a righteous act. The reasons they accused the new emperor were valid after all. If they really made a big fuss, there would definitely be scholars to support them. If they died, they would still be called heroes. They were probably determined to die. But they couldn't die in their hearts. If they died now, they would be said to be unable to afford food and drink, and die of shame, which would only make them a laughing stock. And the momentum they created would be meaningless. The restaurant owner was still chattering, saying, you young people, it is a serious matter to find a job and live a good life. Do your families know that you are making such a fuss? If you can't pay, I will really call the people from Jingzhou Prefecture to let you be punished. There was a burst of laughter from below. Zhang Zhuzhu took out her purse, called the people from the restaurant over, and said, let them go. I will pay. Of course, we can't let those people really be taken away by Jingzhou Prefecture. Only by letting the long line can we catch big fish. The people in the restaurant were a little surprised when they heard this. You are so generous. Zhang Zhuzhu just smiled and handed over the purse. The money she paid today will always be doubled by someone else. Li Fu naturally didn't stop her. He was frowning and thinking. Zhang Zhuzhu poked Li Fu and said, don't be angry. Although you are older than them, you are still young. I am not attracted to them. The person who took the purse paused and widened his eyes. Li Fu immediately took up her words and said worriedly, are you serious? Don't you think I am old and ugly, and you are attracted to others? His tone clearly showed that he didn't believe it. Zhang Zhuzhu said kindly, you have to believe me. I just did some good things casually. Come, have some tea. Don't be jealous. Li Fu sighed. I'm afraid you said the same thing to the person who sat here with you last year. Zhang Zhuzhu slapped the table and said coldly, since you know, don't be so ignorant. The man in the restaurant slipped and almost slid down the stairs. He looked back and hurried to find the shopkeeper. Zhang Zhuzhu lay on Li Fu's shoulder and laughed non-stop. What should I do? Sam Lang? Your reputation will be lost. People will say that you are my little white face in the future. Li Fu said with a smile, yes. 2 taels of silver a month. Little money but a lot of work. And I have to be on guard against someone trying to take my position. I am so tired. Zhang Zhuzhu was almost crying from laughing. Li Fu hugged her and patted her back gently to calm her down, so that she wouldn't really laugh and faint. The shopkeeper saw the purse and heard the man say, shopkeeper. This was brought by a wealthy female customer upstairs. Who said that we should let them go? The shopkeeper was a little surprised. And the man lowered his voice and said, "There is a handsome man beside the woman. I'm afraid she has taken a fancy to one of these guys." The shopkeeper thought to himself, "What kind of day is today? It's too lively. And he can still encounter such a thing." But he was a businessman, well informed, and after taking the money, he stopped making things difficult for them and let them go. Zhang Juju watched them leave and said, "Who do you think did this?" Li Fu said, "It was just those few people. There's nothing to investigate." Li Fu didn't bother to care about this matter. The people behind the scenes were one aspect of today's incident. But the more important aspect was to stop the spread of rumors. They wanted to have the upper hand in this matter. The court had already had experience in dealing with this, and Li Fu was sure that this matter would not cause any trouble. So after the couple finished their meal, they went to play somewhere else and didn't go home until the evening. As soon as Zhang Zuzu got home, she hurried to hug her son. Since the birth of this child, they had not been separated for so long. Zhou Rui said, "Don't worry. I'll take good care of you. There's no problem at all." Zhang Zuzu smiled. "Thank you for your hard work. Second sister-in-law and second brother. I brought you some delicious food." Zhou Rui also smiled. "You want to send me away with such a small amount of food? Do I need you to do this?" Zhang Juju, "The gift is small, but the feelings are great. We are sisters-in-law. Why do we have to say such polite words? I'm going back." Zhou Rui said, "Go. I'm tired and my back hurts." Outside, Li Fu was talking to Li Zhu about what happened today. Zhang Juju waited until they finished talking before going back with Li Fu. Li Fu took the child from Zhang Juju's arms and said, "If someone else charges you 2 taels of silver, would you hold the child like this?" Zhang Juju patted him on the arm. "It happened during the day. And you're still talking about it." Li Fu said seriously, "No. Only I would do that." Zhang Zuzu laughed non-stop. And the little Hongdo in Li Fu's arms heard his mother's laughter. And he also laughed out loud for the first time. The couple's eyes widened immediately. Chapter 258 The Child's Laughter. Hongdo only laughed before, but didn't make any sound. He was too young. And all children were like this. But today, on Zhang Juju's birthday, on the day his parents left him at home for a day, and he came out to have fun, he laughed out loud. He laughed happily. Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu looked at each other, and then at the child at the same time. Zhang Zuzu felt like she was floating. And she said, "My ears are not broken. Are they? What did I hear?" Li Fu was also very moved, holding her son and even a little at a loss, and kissed him on the forehead. The maids passing by stopped and said, "Congratulations, third master, third madam." We all heard it. It was the laughter of our little prince. Yes, today is the birthday of the third grandma. The young man doesn't smile on other days, but he smiles today. It shows that he is a good and filial child. Yes, our young man is sensible. Praising their children in front of their parents like this would make even a saint happy. Zhang Juju said with a smile on her face, "I think it's just a coincidence. He is so young. How can he be as you say?" As a mother, Zhang Juju was in a very good mood. Every little change of her son made her happy. Li Fu also smiled. And the couple listened to the maid's laughter for a few more words. And then they took the child back to the house. Zhang Zuzu held her son and said, "Did you do this to please me today? Good boy. I like this birthday gift very much." Hongdo giggled when she heard her talking. Li Fu stood by and looked at them, and was in a very good mood. He said, "This child is smart. He looks like me." Zhang Juju, "Maybe he looks like me. I gave birth to him." Li Fu smiled, "Okay. He looks like both of us." The couple played with the child until he was tired, then washed up and lay down on the bed. Zhang Juju was already tired and half asleep. Li Fu held her in his arms and suddenly said, "Am I old?" Zhang Zuzu stared blankly. "Huh? What?" Li Fu refused to let him go. "Am I the best looking?" Zhang Juju finally came to her senses and said, "No. You are young and talented. You are the best looking. I don't like other men except you." Li Fu, really? Zhang Zuzu pinched his arm impatiently. "Be honest and go to sleep. Why are you talking so much?" "Really?" She was obviously joking. Li Fu also took her role at that time, but he wanted to torment her in the middle of the night. It was too much. Li Fu was pinched and hurt, but he refused to give up, saying, "Then you have to prove it. Otherwise I will be worried." He was determined to take advantage. Zhang Zuzu was not a shy person. She had already given birth to a child. So what was wrong with proving it? She didn't hesitate at all and kissed him immediately. Li Fu immediately hugged her tightly. And the couple rolled into a ball in the quilt. After a while, the two of them lay down. And Zhang Zuzu said, "If you don't like my jokes, I won't say them again in the future." Li Fu hugged her. "I don't dislike it. I just want to take advantage of it." He didn't dislike it. It was a game between them. It was quite interesting. Zhang Zuzu snorted. "I knew you just wanted to take advantage of me." Li Fu kissed her again. "I only take advantage of you." Zhang Zuzu, "Are you happy then?" Li Fu said him, and he was happy. Zhang Zuzu said viciously, "Then you should be quiet. I want to sleep. If you make trouble, I will send you to the study." Li Fu quickly smiled and begged for mercy. And the couple went to sleep. The next day, rumors spread in the restaurant about whether the new emperor's accession to the throne was in accordance with etiquette. Ordinary people didn't think it was a big deal. They just thought they had a good life. Etiquette was nothing. The scholars' trouble also spread in a very funny way. It was said that a rich lady took a fancy to the good-looking scholars and paid for them. And these people would enjoy a good life in the future. It was also said that the rich lady had a young man next to her, who was a gigolo wearing gold and silver. He looked like he was living a good life, and was jealous of those scholars. Such gossip has always been a joke for everyone after dinner. And few people care about serious things. Jokes. Serious things. How can it be more interesting than a rich woman keeping a gigolo? During the new year, such gossip is simply more interesting. Then, there is a new storybook in the capital these 2 days. It is the story of 3 or 2 sentences that Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu wrote that day. This story has been polished layer by layer, and tells the story of fighting for the family business. In this story, after the eldest son inherited the family business, he was a loser in various ways. It seemed that the family business was about to be ruined. And then the younger son came back to save the family business. But after that, the youngest son was accused of competing with his elder brother for the family business, and was criticized by thousands of people. This youngest son was capable, and gave up the family business in anger, and started a new business of his own. Anyone with a discerning eye knew who this story was referring to. Everyone also loved the youngest son, and said that the elder son was a traitor. But some people said that the youngest son was not the eldest son, and could not inherit the family business. But he was a member of the family. And what he did was what he should do. He could have supported his nephew to inherit the family business, and assisted him. When someone said this, someone mocked him as a saint. The two sides argued endlessly about this story. But the youngest son always had the upper hand. First, the story was biased. And second, the speech was guided by someone. Many people may not have their own ideas. And more people just follow the crowd. The new emperor's reputation was not affected for a while. And he was not generous enough. Many people went to see the emperor and asked him to punish those who talked behind his back, regardless of the fact that it was still the new year. But the new emperor was very generous. He said frankly that he was indeed not upright. But only if he sat in this position could he seek the welfare of the people of the world and create a peaceful and prosperous era. So he would not do anything to those who gossiped. His great achievements will be witnessed by the people of the world and the history books. This is really generous. As an emperor, he was not angry when people talked about him. This is simply the heart of a bodhisattva and the temper of a Buddha. This put the people behind the scenes in a very passive position. Because things did not develop according to their arrangement, they could only temporarily stop and look for another opportunity. Xiao Pan urged Jingzhou Prefecture to make the large-scale investigation report public, and posted it outside Jingzhou Prefecture, and copied many copies. The marriage of cousins was not good for offspring, and this matter was widely spread. The court also issued an initiative, suggesting that everyone should try not to get married to relatives. And Jingzhou Prefecture also stated that it would take over the cases of cousins divorced recently. This is also conducive to weakening the marriage relationship between the various families in the capital. Anyway, there are definitely more benefits. As the prince, Zhou Yi naturally has to lead by example. And he said that he would never marry Pan's cousin. Mrs. Pan was so angry that she fell ill. The banquets at the Pan family's New Year's festival were all arranged by Princess Haiyang for her sisters-in-law while she was pregnant. Chapter 259, I will not marry anyone but him. And I will not marry anyone but her. This matter has been a hot topic during the recent New Year's festival. At the banquet at Pan's mansion, Princess Haiyang said to Zhang Zuzu in surprise, I have never heard of such a thing. How did Jingzhou Prefecture think of investigating this? Zhang Zhuzhu thought that it was naturally my suggestion. But she only said, I occasionally listen to the words of a few doctors. Jingzhou Prefecture works for the people. If this is true, it must be made public. We cannot allow such things to continue to happen. Yao Yusin folded her hands and chanted Amitabha, thank God. My aunt will never want me to marry his son whose wife just died. The marriage of Yao Qingxin and Song Lingxin was set, and it was going to be arranged. So Yao Yusin became a problem for the Yao family. Her relatives knew that she was capable and could make money, and they all wanted to take her to their own family. Recently, there were letters urging her to get married. Now, as long as they say that the court does not allow close relatives to marry, they have nothing to say. The court just does not advocate this, but cannot prohibit it. But Yao Yusin can say so to others, and they dare not say that the court is wrong. Zhou Lanshu said, fortunately, I didn't like my cousin, and my father and mother didn't force me to marry my cousin. Otherwise I don't know what would happen. Zhang Zhuzhu, my cousin also proposed to me. I don't know how my uncle's family is doing now, but they have sent their New Year gifts. Wu Guiyang will not treat them badly as relatives of the Wu family. Zhou Lanshu, then your cousin is very brave. Doesn't he know about you? Zhang Zhuzhu was with Li Fu, and there were people who dared to compare with Li Fu. Yao Yusin immediately talked about the past and said with a smile, not only my cousin, but there was also a man named Bai at that time. Anyway, our Zhuzhu never had trouble getting married. But unfortunately, she looked down on others except Li Sanlang, and she was ready to become a nun at that time. Zhou Lanshu was surprised. You like Li Sanlang so much, and you will not marry anyone else but him? Good guy. If she doesn't marry Li Sanlang, she will become a nun. I didn't expect that a smart woman like Zhang Zhuzhu would be so infatuated. Zhang Zhuzhu, no. There is no one worth marrying. They just look at me because I am rich. I don't like them. Zhou Lanshu didn't believe it. Okay. Okay. No need to explain. I understand. You will not marry anyone else but you. And he will not marry anyone else but you. You two are a match made in heaven. Yao Yusin didn't explain, and kept laughing beside her. Zhang Zhuzhu, it's a match made in heaven. So it's a match made in heaven. This is true. Zhou Lanshu took a sip of water. I don't know when my mother-in-law will get up. It's really worrying. Zhang Zhuzhu said, is Madame Pan really ill? Or is she? Zhou Lanshu, she was really ill. She fainted that day because of anger. She was not pretending. Some people may think that Madame Pan pretended to be ill to threaten the palace. But that was not the case. She was really ill and couldn't get up. Several daughters-in-law and daughters took turns to take care of her. Zhang Zhuzhu, she is a bit angry. Zhou Lanshu said, she could have been the mother of the crown princess, and the mother of the queen in the future. I don't know how many people have been praising her recently. As a result, this beautiful dream has been shattered. How can she not be angry? Zhou Lanshu felt that her mother-in-law was a bit too much. As a princess of the royal family and the legitimate daughter of King Jing, Zhou Lanshu married into the Pan family with so much dowry, which had given the Pan family enough face. The Pan family still wanted the position of the crown princess. What was they trying to do? Do they think it is easy to be a relative of the emperor? They don't even look at the fate of the Ming family and the Lu family. They are simply confused. I hope this wake-up call can calm them down and make them sober up. And stop dreaming. Zhou Yicai went to visit his sick aunt. He didn't have much opinion on Mrs. Pan Ho. This elder was also very kind to him in the past. It's just that in the face of power, people are a little confused. Which is not a big deal. He met Li Fu and said, my aunt dare not push the responsibility to my two mothers. Your Jingzhou Prefecture has become a living target. Li Fu said, Jingzhou Prefecture just acted according to the rules and never crossed the line. The investigation report was not false. It was a fact. It can be spread, which can save many people from suffering. The Pan family has no real power. Even if they have, they can't do anything to Li Fu. They know how much the new emperor and the prince value Li Fu. They can only figure this out by themselves. What do you think I should do with those two? Joey said. The court didn't do anything about the incident in the restaurant, but they had already tried to investigate it. As expected, it was the two sons of the previous emperor who did it. The two of them didn't fight alone. In such a difficult situation, they chose to join forces. We can't kill them, and we can't let them go on like this. At this point, Joey paused. and then said, "If we give them a chance, what can they do? Now it's just a small fight. It's hard to deal with. But if it gets bigger, it can't be resolved." Li Fu said, "It seems that His Highness has already made an idea. Zhou Yi, it still needs to be considered. These two are not very smart. If they are not given guidance, they may not be able to do anything big." Li Fu said, "Your Majesty ascended the throne, and the surrounding tribes came to congratulate. Those who had deep hatred with the Northwest in the past may have deep hatred in their hearts. It would be a pity if they don't take this opportunity to do something." Zhou Yi understood what he meant. Let the wolf into the house, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. You can give it a try. There are only thieves who do it for 1,000 days. And there is no one who guards against thieves for 1,000 days. If someone wants to be a thief, let them do it once. This is not a place for discussion. So the two of them only talked about this. Ren Hao followed his elder brother, and came here to pay respect to the prince. After a few words, Ren Hao said, "Have you heard about what happened in the restaurant? Are there so many rich women in the capital?" The elder brother of the Ren family knew the inside story, and glared at his younger brother. "What does it have to do with you? Stop talking. The person involved is here. If nothing unexpected happens, the rich lady is Li Fu's wife. Although I don't know how the couple got into such a situation. How can a good couple become a rich woman and a gigolo? It's really outrageous." Zhou Yi couldn't help laughing. Of course, he also knew what was going on. The couple had a lot of trouble. Li Fu, however, remained calm and said to Ren Hao's elder brother, "It seems that your brother wants to get married." Ren's elder brother said, "The family is watching and wants to find him a strong one who can control him." Ren Hao said, "I don't want a strong one. He wants a gentle and considerate one." Ren's elder brother kicked him. "Go away, you little kid. Don't interrupt when the adults are talking. Go play with the little prince." Ren Hao could only curse his elder brother in his heart, asking him to get married and saying that he was old enough, and not letting him talk and saying that he was a child. It's so unfair. It's so unfair. 2 days later, the scholars gathered again. And this time, the scene was bigger than the last time. After hearing about this, Fan Xiao went there in person immediately. And he almost lost his life there. Chapter 260 Contradictions. The first episode of Making Trouble. The matter did not succeed, but became a joke after dinner, and did not stir up any waves. The person who created this trouble would naturally not be willing to accept it. Although the new emperor ascended the throne, Fan Xiao was still the chief minister of the cabinet. He was still very capable as an official. So after he recovered from his injuries, he still presided over the affairs of the court. As a model of scholars from a poor family, he was supported by scholars, and many people regarded him as a goal to strive for. At the same time, he was also criticized because Fan Xiao had never supported the orthodoxy of the court. He supported the Ming family to defeat the Lu family, and watched the new emperor adopt the 2 remaining princes. In this way, Fan Xiao also completely violated the etiquette. He has now become a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh. When the incident started, Fan Xiao went to stop it. These young people were just pawns to be used. No one cherished their lives. There are so many scholars in the world. Even if hundreds of them died, there would be new people. Their lives are worthless in the hands of the superiors. Fan Xiao couldn't bear to see them die in vain. As a result, he almost lost his life. The people of Jingzhou Prefecture rushed over in time and rescued him from the crowd, because it involved the prime minister of the dynasty, Prince Zhou Yi. Li Fu and the prefect of Jingzhou Prefecture all went there in person. This time, everyone was arrested, not for gathering a crowd to cause trouble, but for injuring the court officials. Afterwards, they went to the palace to report the matter. The emperor sighed. Fan Xiao was born at the wrong time. Fan Xiao had such a miserable life. He had none of the advantages of time, place, and people. His hard work and efforts were all in vain. This cannot be blamed on him. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Some things are not something he can do alone. Zhang Zhuzhu said, born at the wrong time. There are so many people in the world. How can everyone be happy? Only a few people can be happy at the right time. Li Fu said, yes. The current opportunity does not belong to him. The current opportunity belongs to the newly enthroned emperor. The previous emperor had brought disaster to the court, and he didn't even have an heir who could hold up the situation. Fan Xiao was a good cook without rice. Even if he had someone, what could he do? Looking back at the previous dynasties, Uncles did not hesitate to use swords and weapons to seize the throne of their nephews. Are there not a few? Zhang Zhuzu said. What should we do now? People have been arrested. Should we beat or kill them? Li Fu, no. Jingzhou Prefecture has newly opened up wasteland. And they are going to farm. The rest of the things are for Zhou Yi to do. Li Fu doesn't care about those. Zhang Zhuzu said, you tell me. Is etiquette more important? Or filling your stomach more important? Everyone has their own opinions. Li Fu said. It's hard to say. Some people are on hunger strike now. So we can see if there are any real tough guys here. The wasteland reclaimed by Jingzhou Prefecture was cultivated by tenants. And those in the government office, who were not too guilty, and not too vicious, also worked in the fields. The young people who were recently arrested were forced to work. And they were restless and promoted the etiquette they wanted to maintain. They felt that their words could move these people, and make them understand that there are still 2 words of etiquette in this world. When the elder brother died, the elder brother's son should inherit the family business. In any case, the family business should not fall on the younger brother's head. This is against the rules. If the emperor breaks the rules first, then all the etiquette and laws in the world will be broken. The etiquette and music are broken and cannot be saved. Their reasons are sufficient. But ordinary people are not very interested in who is the emperor. The people only know that they don't have to pay heavy taxes anymore. And they don't have to worry about having to hand over all the grain collected next year. And the whole family can only eat bran and vegetables. They have a way to survive now. Compared with the previous emperor and the child emperor, the current emperor is obviously better. As for other things, it has nothing to do with them. No one in Jingzhou Prefecture stopped them from promoting their ideas. But they would find that what they did seemed redundant. The court could not allow the current emperor's reputation to be damaged. So everyone sat together and planned to solve this matter. Mr. Song wrote an article, pointing out that the emperor's position was not legitimate and not in accordance with etiquette. And his words were very sharp. This article really received support from many people. But then someone else wrote other articles, picking out some emperors who had been illegitimately appointed in the previous dynasty, explaining their achievements and comparing the current emperor with them. Although they were not illegitimately appointed, the current dynasty was special. If there was no emperor who was capable enough, the court would not be able to support it. To praise, first suppress. At the same time, the 2 sons of the previous emperor were also pushed in front of people, and everyone talked about them, wanting to know if they had the ability of the current emperor. The emperor was a tolerant and generous man. He called his 2 nephews over and said, I have lived for decades, so I am definitely better than you 2. Don't compare yourself with me. Compare yourself with my son. If any of you is better than my son, then the prince will be replaced. Zhou Yi, I really want to know which ditch he was picked up from. As a father, shouldn't he clear the obstacles for his son? Why did he have to clear the obstacles for his father? This idea was still very good. But some people complained for the 2 princes, saying that they were suspected by the previous emperor since they were born and had never received the education that a prince should have. How could they compare with Zhou Yi? The contradiction between etiquette and reality was laid bare before them. Fan Xiu, despite his injury, submitted a memorial, saying that although the emperor had not gained the throne legitimately, it was a special case, and the source of everything was the late emperor. Now it was not enough for the court to have only one ruler who could maintain the status quo, and a hero like the emperor was needed to hold up the situation. The 2 princes had been adopted out, so they were not the sons of the late emperor in terms of etiquette and law. They could not compete with the crown prince, and they should be allowed to leave the capital as soon as possible and go to their fiefdoms, and they could not return to the capital in the future. This was the last thing Fan Xiu could do for them, to let them leave the capital alive. Mr. Song criticized the emperor in his previous article, but he also admitted that Fan Xiu's statement was correct, and he did not hesitate to use his own situation as an example. His eldest son was not very capable, but his second son and daughter were more capable. Mr. Song said that he had let his second son inherit the family business, and the eldest son could be abandoned under certain circumstances. There was a contradiction between etiquette and reality, and it was necessary to distinguish them according to the actual situation. Scholars could not read books to death, but should be flexible and not stubborn. This matter was a big deal for many days, and it was almost the 15th day before the end. Fortunately, the emperor had the upper hand in public opinion and received the support of several great scholars, so he barely passed the etiquette. At this time, A drunk Hu envoy cursed in the restaurant, saying that they had contributed money and effort to support the two sons of the previous emperor. But the two of them took benefits, but achieved nothing. The reputation of colluding with foreign races was confirmed on the spot. Chapter 261 Throwing dirty water is the most useful. Brothers fight. Uncles and nephews turn against each other. Although such things are ugly, they are family affairs and have nothing to do with outsiders. But at this time, outsiders have come in, and they are the biggest enemies. This is simply absurd. Many people believe this news. It is not uncommon to collude with foreigners for the throne and invite wolves into the house. Now that the new emperor has the upper hand, the two young sons of the previous emperor will inevitably do something stupid. With the implementation of this news, the discussion inside and outside the court about the new emperor's illegitimate access to the throne has gradually disappeared. If someone says anything else, I am afraid that they will be accused of colluding with foreigners. The Lantern Festival is here, and the festive atmosphere has overwhelmed the gossip in the capital. Everyone is going to celebrate the festival. Zhang Juju is going to go out with her two sisters this time. Li Fu is going to the government office today to guard the office. He wants to see the results of the reform of Jingzhou Prefecture and see if the capital is better than in previous years during the Lantern Festival this year. I thought the court had a good idea, but in the end, it still threw dirty water. Zhang Juju said to Li Fu. The reputation of colluding with foreign races is really impossible to wash off even if they jump into the Yellow River. They are afraid that they will be scolded to death. At the same time, the emperor who personally resisted foreign races and had great military exploits, his achievements will be publicized again. The difference is obvious. Li Fu, whether you are smart or not is not important. What is important is that it is useful. The emperor can find 1,000 excuses. If people insist that you are not in the right position, you can't do anything. Instead of dwelling on this matter, it is better to turn the page quickly. After a long time, people will not remember the sayings of not being in the right position and not in accordance with the law. It is meaningless to dwell on it. If it is not right, it is not right. Everyone knows that finding excuses is just deceiving oneself. This is how things are in the world. Just use a bigger thing to suppress the current thing. That's right. The process is not important. The result is the most important. Zhang Zuzu said. The merits and demerits of the current emperor will be judged in the future. Now he is the one in power. And there will be rules and decency. So there is no need to worry. It is naturally inconvenient for Zhang Juju and Li Fu to take the children with them. So they are going out separately. Li Fu reminded her, be careful outside. Let the mates follow you closely. And don't squeeze into crowded places. Seeing that he was about to say more, Zhang Juju laughed. Isn't Jingzhou Prefecture different now? Why do you still remind me like this? You don't have confidence. She had seen the scene last year. And this year must be better than last year. Li Fu helped her adjust the hairpin on her head and said, stealing, kidnapping and selling are all no-cost businesses. Such things can't be eradicated. There are always people who want to take the shortcut that will bring huge profits. No matter how hard the Jingzhou Prefecture and the Imperial Guards defend themselves, they can't prevent it completely. They can only try their best to reduce this situation. Zhang Juju certainly understands this truth. I know you will have a hard time today. Let alone now. Even in her time, kidnapping and trafficking were common. All the Jingzhou Prefecture can do is to try their best to prevent it. If it can't be prevented, they can only investigate it afterwards. Li Fu, I can't accompany you. He is not afraid of hard work. He just wants to celebrate the festival with Juju. But he has no other choice because of his duty. The two hugged each other. It's okay. I'll bring you some delicious food, Zhang Zuzu said with a smile. They were only separated on the night of the festival. For a very short time. Li Fu smiled and told her what he wanted to eat. And reminded her, bring back a pair of wild goose lanterns for our son to celebrate the festival. Zhang Juju patted him. Why wild goose lanterns? Don't you know that children like cats and dogs? Li Fu said confidently. He is just my excuse. Zhang Juju certainly knew what he meant. Pity my son. I'm leaving first. It wasn't long since he was born. But he had already become an excuse for his father to use his young son to control his wife. Li Fu smiled and helped her get on the carriage. And then went to the government office. Wu Guiyang had a very happy new year. Her two daughters and grandson were by her side. And the house was full of laughter and joy. Without any feeling of loneliness. When Zhang Juju saw her, she was really smiling. And was talking about where she would take her daughters to play. Santa is here. You must take good care of your sister, Wu Guiyang said. Zhang Zuzu, don't worry. I have already made arrangements. She had already planned it. Although Li Fu was not around, she was not used to it, but she still had to celebrate the festival. She couldn't just not celebrate the festival without Li Fu. Zhang Yining's son was too young, so she stayed at home and coaxed him to sleep. Zhang Jingjing's son was older and could be taken out to play. Zhang Yining sighed, you don't know. This child can't leave me and his father now. He will cry if I don't see him for a while. I didn't let him sleep in the afternoon. Now he is asleep, so I can go out. Since she became a mother, she has no freedom anymore. She must be with her child all the time. Zhang Wuzhu said, he is so young, and you are all in his heart and eyes. When he grows up, he can't be with you every day. Wu Guiyang agreed with this very much and said, your brother is like this. Now he won't tell me anything. When a boy grows up, he will be separated from his mother. You should hurry up. Having a daughter to accompany him is more caring than anything else. She has 2 daughters around to take care of her recently, and she is so happy. Zhang Zhuzhu thought to herself that you are really hypocritical. Now you are talking about daughters. In the past, you even burned incense and prayed to the Buddha not to abandon their first child to be a daughter. I don't know when the idea of favoring sons over daughters will be eradicated. She will never see it in her lifetime anyway. Speaking of children, Wu Guiyang sighed again. I don't know when your eldest sister will give birth to a second child. Zhang Jingjing did get pregnant later, but for some reason, the child was not kept. She suddenly miscarried within 2 months. I don't know why. She has been taking care of herself since then, and the second child has not been born yet. Zhang Zhuzhu said, if you want to have a baby, I will ask someone to find a doctor who specializes in this. Zhang Jingjing did have this intention. Before in Songyang County, she was not in a good mood because of her sister-in-law and mother-in-law. Now that the couple came to the capital, they can do everything by themselves and have no other worries. The family went out to play together and walked through the streets of the capital. This place is much more prosperous than Songyang County, which is simply dazzling. After playing until late at night, the family reluctantly went home. Fortunately, there will be more excitement in the next 2 days. Zhang Zhuzhu bought the food that Li Fu wanted to eat and went home. Li Fu returned late at night, and the lights in the house were still on for him. His tiredness and hard work for most of the day suddenly dissipated a lot. When he went in, he heard Zhang Zhuzhu say, little fool, eat your feet. Your toes are short and won't go into your throat. He walked over and saw that his son was still awake. Zhang Zhuzhu put his chubby little feet to his mouth. The silly child ate with a sound of smacking his lips. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed non-stop and then turned around to see Li Fu. Chapter 262 Life is rarely perfect. Li Fu had a chill on his body, so he didn't rush over and asked, why aren't you sleeping? Zhang Zhuzhu said, I don't know. He was still asleep when I came back, but he woke up and ate a lot, so he was energetic. I asked someone to send him here. Children are like this sometimes. They want to play when they get up and refuse to sleep well. If it were usual, the wet nurse would coax him to sleep. But today Zhang Zhuzhu was here, so he started playing. Hongdo's little head also looked towards Li Fu. He was still eating his feet, drooling from eating, and grinning at his father. Li Fu also smiled and said, I'll give him to you to play with. Zhang Zhuzhu said, yes. He is so fun. Hongdo also smiled foolishly at his mother. And Zhang Zhuzhu teased him, is the pig's trotter delicious? Hongdo didn't understand what his mother said, and laughed even more happily. Li Fu changed into clean clothes, washed her face and hands, and then walked over and picked up her son. Okay, I'll coax him to sleep. It's getting late, Li Fu said. It would be bad if he developed the habit of not sleeping at night and sleeping during the day. Zhang Zhuzhu, why don't I do it? Li Fu was very busy tonight. Li Fu said no, I coax. You coax slowly. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't coax children to sleep often, so she was not very skilled in the business. Look at what you said. As if I can only play with children. Zhang Zhuzhu was very unconvinced. Li Fu thought that you still have a clear understanding of yourself, and said, as long as there is one familiar person in the family, it will be fine. I am good at taking care of him and coaxing him to sleep. And you are good at coaxing him to play. Children love to play more, and your work is more important. Zhang Zhuzhu was very satisfied with this answer, and asked someone to heat up the food she brought back. After it was heated, Li Fu also coaxed the child to sleep. And the couple sat down to have supper together. How was it today? Did you have a lot of things? Zhang Zuzhu asked him. The rectification of Jinghao Prefecture must have achieved results. Li Fu said. There were also several cases of reporting that children were missing. Some were found. And the rest are being searched everywhere to see if they can be found tomorrow. There were 3 fires. And the firefighting was timely, and no problems occurred. There were many fights. And we tried to mediate them on the spot. All in all, the situation is definitely much better than in previous years. And Jinghao Prefecture has not worked so hard for so many days in vain. That's good. We'll investigate the rest later. Zhang Zhuzhu said that this is not something that can be done overnight. And we need to continue to find out the gaps. Li Fu ate something. Did you have fun today? Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a while. I am happy. But not too happy. Others are in pairs. And I am mainly responsible for taking Ninggu to play. Li Fu pinched her hand. You miss me. Of course. I miss you very much. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. When I see the good scenery, I think, alas, Sanling is not by my side. Li Fu was happy and felt sorry for her when he heard her say that. Juju needed him. And as a husband, he was very happy. But she couldn't enjoy the Lantern Festival properly, which was a pity. Zhang Zhuzhu saw his expression and said, It's okay. We saw the scene last year, and we can see it again in the future. Life can't be perfect everywhere. It would be fine if it was a little more perfect. Today I saw someone carrying a child on his shoulders. Next year you can carry our darling baby and go out together. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu imagined that scene and thought it was very beautiful. Well, I'll carry him out to play next year. The couple thought about it for a while. Ate and drank enough. And then rested. After the festival, those who should work, and those who should go to school should go to school. The academy in Jinghao Prefecture accepted more students after the new year, and more teachers were needed to teach these children. Jinghao Prefecture was going to recruit teachers publicly, and the second brother-in-law got a chance to take the exam. He had a reputation and experience, so he should be able to be hired. The eldest brother-in-law still wanted to go back to his old business, but it was not easy to gain a foothold in the capital. So he first found a shop in the same industry to work. And he couldn't sit still. Ninggur was sent to study. And he was also at the age of enlightenment. He was still very happy to know that he had to study. After 2 days, he would probably know how to cry. Jinghao Prefecture was very busy on the first day of school. The Queen Mother was not convenient to come, so she sent the palace maids around her to come. This academy was established with donations, and they have to be responsible for the donations. Zhang Zhuzhu also came. Has the wasteland been reclaimed? She asked Li Fu. Li Fu took her to see the excitement. Those who were arrested because of Fan Xiao's injury were still reclaiming the wasteland. There is a lot of land here, and it will take a while to reclaim it. I think they are doing a good job, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu, not so good. Not as good as me. Zhang Zhuzhu, you are so nice. After saying this, Zhang Zhuzhu said, they are not as good as me. To be honest, she is the best farmer here. She said this loudly, attracting the attention of the people around. And they all showed unbelieving eyes. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately asked someone to get a hoe to prove herself. Li Fu didn't stop her. Zhang Zhuzhu started to turn the soil. Her movements were skillful, and she did it quickly and well, which surprised everyone. She stood up and said proudly, Look at you. You are still men, but you are not as good as me at this job. It seems that you can only talk, not do practical work. They wanted to refute, but seeing how she turned the soil, they could only shut up. Humph! We are not comparable to women. They are all men, and scholars, and they are not good at farming. Zhang Zhuzhu, yes. Yes. You are noble. You are favored by rich ladies. I really can't be compared with you. Look now. Everyone is covered in dust. Nothing special. When Li Fu heard this, he immediately said, Let's go. It's all dusty here. Your clothes must be dirty. Zhang Zhuzhu responded and was about to answer Li Fu's words. But she turned her head and stopped talking, winking at Li Fu. Just as Li Fu was about to turn around, there was an extra hand on his shoulder. It was no one else but the emperor who ascended the throne on the first day of the new year, accompanied by the crown prince Zhou Yi. Before Li Fu bowed, the emperor said, Let me see which idiots are causing trouble for me. Didn't he know that he stole the throne? So what if he stole it? He is not the first one in the world. These idiots, who read too much books, have to jump out and show off. The core figures who jumped the most happily have been dealt with long ago. The remaining ones in Jingzhou Prefecture are all idiots who are being used. The emperor took a break from his busy schedule and wanted to take a look at these idiots. Zhou Yi mouthed to Li Fu. I didn't stop him. It was no small matter for the emperor to leave the palace. Zhou Yi tried to stop his father for a long time but failed. Li Fu, it must be hard to be a son with such a father. The emperor laughed and walked up to ask. Tell me, what is the use of etiquette and law that makes you dare to risk your life? He has not followed the rules for many years, and has always believed that rules are just means and tools. I believe many people think so. He wants to hear what these young people who really care about the rules are thinking. Chapter 263 People's hearts are more important. Etiquette is a tool for you to consolidate your position and cannot be abandoned. An inconspicuous scholar in the crowd took a few steps forward, stood in front of the crowd, and answered the question first. Everyone looked at him. This is of course correct. To uphold etiquette is not to uphold justice. Etiquette and justice are completely different things. Etiquette is something created by humans. It is not necessarily correct. For example, the huge constraints on women in etiquette. Is this correct? That is the correctness created by humans, which is actually just a kind of oppression. At some point, what seems to be inconsistent with etiquette can be made to conform to etiquette. Here, the incorrectness and correctness can be converted. There was no one present who didn't understand this truth. The emperor understood it best, as he had just used a series of means to prove his identity and shut up some people. That's right, Li Fu said. But this tool is not suitable now. If it is in line with etiquette, then Li Fu is definitely not in line with it. When their family encountered danger in the court of the previous emperor, they did not fulfill their duties as subjects, but left the capital as quickly as possible, and even chose to join King Wu. They did not support the more legitimate descendants left by the emperor. Needless to say, Zhang Zhuzhu has always challenged the constraints of this world on women. Etiquette is what she wants to trample on. She is bound by it, and she also tries to tear off its constraints. The scholar said, it is not appropriate now, but there will be a time to do it in the future. Etiquette and law can never be abandoned. They are the best tools used by all generations. His attitude was very firm. Li Fu replied, no. Etiquette and law are not the best. The people of the world are. Etiquette and law are good tools. They can regulate thoughts and eliminate dissidents at some times. But it is definitely not the best and most important. Li Fu said, instead of entangled with these two words, it is better to consider more about what the people care about. This is what a normal court should do. Instead of thinking about how to use tools to control people. People cannot be completely controlled. You can shut their mouths, but you can't control their thoughts. Everyone has a scale in their heart. The emperor was obviously more satisfied with Li Fu's words. Not only him, but also few people can have the upper hand in etiquette and law. Whether he can sit on the throne is not determined by the two words of etiquette and law. The scholar was silent. The emperor asked, what's your name? Xuewen. The scholar bowed and replied, the emperor, you are still young. You will know what is most important after taking the imperial examination and becoming an official in the future. Not only Xuewen was surprised, but the rest of the people also discussed, can we still take the imperial examination? The emperor laughed. Little fools have never seen the world, and will never know where they are wrong in their lives. Showing favor at a specific time is also what the superior should do. The people were not unhappy about being scolded. They could still take the imperial examination. What a good thing. Nothing is more important than this. Xuewen took his right hand out of his sleeve and said, Xue has extra fingers and has been rejected on the road to the imperial examination. He has 6 fingers and was born like this. In his hometown, he was very good at studying. But because the imperial examination had physical requirements, he could not take the exam like others. He came to the capital and was dissatisfied with this time. He even wanted to gamble whether he could meet his nobleman through this way. The emperor looked at his hand and said, no delay. Xuewen is 22 years old this year. He lost hope when he was 12 years old. 10 years later, he has hope again. Xuewen's legs softened and he fell to his knees. He suddenly gasped and even twitched his hands. Everyone was shocked. Zhang Zhuzhu hurriedly called the person next to him. Go. Cover his mouth and nose. Don't let him breathe heavily. The scholar didn't move for a moment when he heard that it was a woman talking. Zhou moved faster and stepped forward to cover Xuewen's mouth and nose. Xuewen stopped gasping. After covering for a long time, he calmed down and returned to normal. Sorry. I made you laugh. He bowed to Zhou. Thank you. Xuewen really felt embarrassed. He was so emotional. It was really embarrassing. You should not be like this in the imperial examination, Zhou said. Xuewen, no. No. He would never be like this in the future. He would not treat his career as a joke. Zhang Zhuzhu said next to Li Fu. Now they are also people who jump out of the etiquette. Li Fu glanced at Zhuzhu. Yes. There will be more people. If all the people in the world are not innocent, then the innocent will become innocent. And then the etiquette will naturally change imperceptibly. The two smiled at each other. Zhang Zhuzhu pushed Li Fu. I think that physical disability will not affect studying for the imperial examination. She lowered her voice even lower. It doesn't even affect men and women. Li Fu knew what she meant. The first part was possible, but the latter part was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed, and Li Fu held her hand to comfort her. The emperor glanced at the couple. What are you talking about? Young couple? Zhang Zhuzhu immediately turned around and said with a smile, I'm talking about you. Wise and brave. Tolerant and generous. Even tolerating those who slander you. Such a temperament is rare in the world. And it is really a blessing for our generation. With a tolerant supreme leader, everyone's life will be better. When the emperor heard this, he was immediately satisfied and said, You can keep the wine shop yourself. Why did you send it to the palace? Since he is said to be generous, can he not tolerate this? Zhang Zhuzhu shook her head. It's not like that. The imperial court monopolized liquor, which was originally the imperial court's property. It was fine in the past, but now I absolutely cannot take it. There is no reason for this. She is indeed smart. The emperor said, What do you want? Zhang Zhuzhu, please write a calligraphy for the women's school. The calligraphy for the male students was written by this great scholar or that famous person. But the girls were more miserable. In their eyes, this women's school was nothing short of heresy. If Zhang Zhuzhu got the emperor's calligraphy, she would dare to say that this women's school was opened by imperial order. If anyone dared to say anything, she would tear his mouth to pieces. The emperor agreed. Zhang Zhuzhu bowed to him happily and asked Li Fu to take the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. When everyone was about to leave, Xuewen hurriedly called Zhang Zhuzhu and thanked her. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Do you know what is more important than etiquette? Xuewen was stunned. And Zhang Zhuzhu said, It is the human heart. Etiquette is a long-standing rule that cannot be completely denied. But it definitely distorts human nature, especially for women. It is a very annoying and terrible shackle. And it is a suffering they have to endure for their whole lives. Zhang Zhuzhu hates etiquette, and will always hate it. Xuewen stood there, looking at his fingers. He understood everything. He is also a person outside of etiquette. Chapter 264 I will support you. Zhang Zhuzhu received the emperor's inscription and immediately kept it. She would make a plaque and hang it at the girls' school to tell the world that it was written by the emperor. Whoever dares to speak wildly in the future will have to wait for the consequences. Zhang Zhuzhu was in a good mood. And Li Fu was relieved when she saw this. The emperor was sitting in the Jingzhou government office, discussing things with the prince and Li Fu, while Zhang Zhuzhu was resting outside. Princess Chang'an. Yes. She changed from the eldest princess to the eldest princess. There are times when the princess's status is lowered. She had just settled her son. And when she learned that the emperor was here, she came over. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Your Highness is here in person. Princess Chang'an was helpless when she heard this, and said, I've been playing with that kid these days, running around all over the capital. This morning, he cried and refused to go out. He didn't want to study. I coaxed and deceived him to go out, which cost me my life. At her age and status, her son is only 6 years old, so she naturally dotes on him with all her heart. Before, they didn't live together, and were not familiar with each other, so the child didn't cry much. Now that he knows that he is doted on, his temper has become more open. Zhang Zhuzhu said, How can a child not cry? Everyone who came today is like this. It will take 2 days to get used to it. The princess drank a sip of tea and said, You are a mother now. I think you understand my feelings. How can a mother bear to let her child cry? I can't wait to take him home immediately. Fortunately, the princess was relatively calm, and someone around her persuaded her. So she sent her son to school with difficulty. Zhang Zuzu said, "You are right. I can't stand hearing children cry. Isn't it?" Princess Chang'an sighed. "When he cries, my heart breaks. And I cry too." The mother and son hugged each other and cried early in the morning. If you don't know, you would think they are going to die. The emperor didn't leave at noon. The food in the various government offices of the court and Jingzhou prefecture was very good. He wanted to stay here to eat. Zhang Juju thought that the emperor was really interesting. There were all kinds of good things in the palace. How could Jingzhou prefecture compare with the palace? Princess Chang'an stayed and came over with her son, whose eyes were red. The emperor pinched his nephew's face, pushed him to Zhou, and said, "You can't do this. A boy of this age is crying when he goes to school. What will happen when you die in the future?" Princess Chang'an choked. She said bitterly, "Brother, I can live a few more years." "Right?" The emperor sneered. "The monks driven out of Daxianglo Temple have all come to your house. How many more years can you live?" Princess Chang'an blushed and didn't say anything for a long time. The emperor scolded his sister for a while, and then said, "Your son is grown up, so be quiet. Send him to the palace to study with my sons." Princess Chang'an thought about it and refused. She was a kind mother and said, "Forget it. He has made many friends in Jingzhou prefecture and is happy. I don't expect him to have any future. Now I protect him. And in the future there will be a brother like our prince to protect him. He will live a safe and prosperous life. That's enough." She admitted that she was not a good woman. She just wanted her son to be happy. The emperor said nothing more and went to have lunch. Zhang Juju was eating at the girls' school. Song Lingxin and the others were so happy that they couldn't help themselves. They turned around and put up a new plaque. She was more confident to quarrel with the opposite side. Zhang Juju couldn't help laughing when she heard it. "Sister, you are so weak and gentle. And you still quarrel with others?" "Song Lingxin, I am by my aunt's side. And I can learn everything by listening and watching. Her aunt Song Zhang is the best at scolding people. And Song Lingxin only needs to learn 30% of her ability. Your wedding date is next month. And it won't be delayed if you come back to teach now?" Zhang Luzhu asked her. "No delay," Song Lingxin said. "I have discussed it with Yao Lang. And he promised me. And I have also convinced the elders at home that I will continue to stay here in the future. As long as the girls' school is here, she will be here. She doesn't want to give up her current life. And she won't repeat the same mistakes again." Zhang Juju said, "That's good. I used to see the two elders of the Yao family. And they are both reasonable and good-tempered people. Song Lingxin, I know. I don't ask them to treat me well. After all, I am the one who owes someone else's son." Zhang Juju disagreed. "If you think this way, you are the one who owes your husband. You look down on him. Yao Qingxin doesn't need her guilt. He needs her love." Song Lingxin, thank you for your advice. Thinking about it carefully, it is indeed true. Between husband and wife, it is about feelings. Indebtedness and guilt will become pressure. After dinner, the emperor finally went back to the palace, and Li Fu was relieved. Zhang Juju also went home first. After a few days, the court suddenly issued an edict to change the rules of selecting talents in the imperial examination. There is no requirement for appearance. And it doesn't matter if you have a green face and fangs. For people with physical disabilities, even if you are missing arms and legs, or even lying in bed and can't get up, as long as you have ambition, you can participate in the imperial examination selection. Zhang Yining and Duanzhe came to the Li family that day. Duanzhe's mood is really not very stable. As a scholar with a reputation, he certainly doesn't want to give up the idea of studying and becoming an official, especially now that he has a chance again. Duanzhe can't calm down. Zhang Yining was also very excited. She said to Zhang Juju, "Then your brother-in-law will definitely pass the exam. And I will be an official wife in the future." Her vision is really good. She insisted on marrying Duanzhe instead of her cousin. Now her good luck has come. Duanzhe was embarrassed. There are so many scholars in the world. I am just an insignificant one among them. And I have wasted many years. I am not young anymore. Zhang Yining immediately said loudly, "Why are you not young? You are still very young. Didn't the one who passed the exam before in your Duan family also pass the exam until he was 40 years old? If you pass the exam until you are 50, I will support you and your son." She has great trust in her husband. Duanzhe was immediately under pressure. He thought that it was a question whether he could live to 50 years old. That's not the case. How can I support you? Zhang Yining said, don't be embarrassed. We are husband and wife. I can still support you to study. You and your son can study together. We are not short of money. If either you or your son passes the exam, I will be successful. Duanzhe held her hand. Okay. Okay. Calm down first. He smiled at Zhang Zuzhu embarrassedly. Zhang Yining was impatient and didn't know where she got her confidence in him, which made Duanzhe blush. He was really just a very ordinary person, even with some flaws. But Zhang Yining's support gave him some confidence. Zhang Zuzhu certainly understood her second sister and smiled. Brother-in-law, you must do your best to make my sister's wish come true. Duanzhe also said, I will do my best. When Li Fu came back in the afternoon, Duanzhe went to the study with him. He still found it hard to believe and had to confirm it again. Otherwise, he would be unsure. Li Fu had expected that her second brother-in-law would come, and the two went to the study to talk in detail. Chapter 265. Is this what a woman should do? Zhang Yining and Zhang Zuzhu stood next to each other and said, will the court change suddenly? Zhang Zuzhu said, no. We must keep our promises. The court is not a child, and can't change its face at will. Zhang Yining covered her chest and hugged Zhang Zuzhu again, saying excitedly, tell me, did I do good deeds in my previous life? You are smart and beautiful. It's okay if you have this good fortune. But how come I also have it? Zhang Zuzhu hugged her. Thank you for praising me. Second sister. Her fate. Let's not talk about it. Zhang Yining, I'm telling the truth. You are much better than me. She admitted that Zhang Zuzhu was the best among their sisters. Zhang Zuzhu said, it's all karma. You didn't dislike your second brother-in-law's bad legs and feet. You married him and helped him fight with his stepmother. You also helped him get back what he deserved. You are very capable and courageous. Duanzhe was very depressed at that time. Zhang Zuzhu didn't think highly of him. She just wanted to fulfill her second sister's wish and make her happy. But Zhang Yining was very capable and even led Duanzhe. This was her ability. If she couldn't do this, Duanzhe might continue to be depressed. Zhang Yining raised her chin. You're right. I'm not bad either. At that time, she mainly thought that Duanzhe's fame showed that he was smart. So their son should also be smart. As for fighting with her stepmother, it was because she was born strong and had a temper that would not suffer any loss. It was all thanks to my bad-hearted stepmother-in-law. Zhang Yining said, your brother-in-law has a good reputation. Even if his legs and feet are not good, he can still find a better marriage than me. My stepmother-in-law married me because she thought I was a country girl who had never seen the world and had no ability. She was so angry that she died. Mrs. Duan thought she had welcomed a sheep daughter-in-law. But Zhang Yining was a strong woman who protected her man and made Duanzhe regain his confidence. So, people's destiny is unpredictable. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, if my brother-in-law really makes a name for himself in the future, the Duan family will come to find you. Zhang Yining, they're dreaming. She would never allow anyone who had bullied them in the past to take any advantage of them. Not at all. Zhang Zuzhu clapped her hands and praised, very good. Your idea is very good. Zhang Yining laughed. I'm not the eldest sister. She was tormented by her mother-in-law and sister-in-law at home. Zhang Jingjin is her biological mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law favors her younger son. Zhang Jingjin's sister-in-law is quite capable. She has 2 children in 3 years. Therefore, her mother-in-law gradually forgot the past grievances and was instigated to quarrel with her eldest daughter-in-law. The eldest sister is not at a disadvantage. It's better now. She doesn't see them anymore. Zhang Zuzhu said. That's right. I'm just a stepmother-in-law. She's my biological mother-in-law. I can't go too far. Zhang Yining lowered her voice. Your second sister-in-law and your mother-in-law are even more powerful. Tell me honestly, you didn't suffer any loss, did you? She was still worried about Zhang Zuzhu. No, Zhang Zuzhu said. My second sister-in-law is busy with household affairs every day, and my mother-in-law has to socialize with outsiders and discipline the children at home. They are both busier than me and don't have the time to spare. Zhang Yining, that's good. We won't suffer any loss. Before they got married, they fought with their biological father at home. It doesn't make sense that they would suffer losses after getting married. Zhang Zuzhu poured her a cup of tea. Drink some. We've been talking for a long time. Zhang Yining was so happy that she didn't want to stop talking even when her mouth was dry. Zhang Zhuzhu was also very happy for her. Let's not talk about the troubles today. Just talk about the good things. When Li Qi came back, he heard that the second son-in-law of his in-laws came to ask about the imperial examination. So he called him over to talk, and kept the couple for dinner. In the evening, Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu played with the child again. Zhang Zhuzhu was very worried. Why doesn't this child turn over? Shouldn't he turn over in 3 months? Li Fu said, 4 months is also common. Wait a little longer. The main thing is that they don't have any major problems with the child. It should be that the child doesn't want to turn over. Zhang Zhuzhu asked him to lie down. And he was like a little caterpillar, arching around on the bed, sucking his hands, sucking Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu's hands, chewing their clothes, pulling their hair and stuffing it into his mouth. He was quite strong. And Zhang Zhuzhu's hair was pulled out by him. Let him lie there for a while longer. Still humming. Zhang Zhuzhu poked his round buttocks. Whose little fool and lazy bug can't turn over? Li Fu, oh, it's ours. Then the couple laughed together. Hongdo also laughed foolishly. And the whole family was very happy. Zhang Zhuzhu said, what do you think of my second brother-in-law? Li Fu, my second brother-in-law has not been idle these years. He is still young and naturally has hope. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. That's good. My second sister is so happy today. She almost jumped up and laughed a few times. I also hope she can get what she wants. Li Fu said, Father will teach my second brother-in-law. Li Qi is a loving elder. He regards the Zhang family as relatives. So he will naturally care about Duanzai's affairs. That's hard work. Father, Zhang Zhuzhu said. It's okay. It's my family's business. And I will care about it. Li Fu said. The two had enough fun and coaxed the exhausted child to sleep. When lying on the bed, Zhang Zhuzhu said again, my second sister didn't marry above her station at the beginning. Do you think that if my second brother-in-law becomes an official, will he change his mind? Li Fu gently patted Zhang Zhuzhu's back, like coaxing a child, and said, he probably wouldn't dare. Zhang Zhuzhu, don't dare. Not won't. Li Fu thought for a while, when the time comes, we can only try our best to protect my second sister and the child. There is no way to deal with emotional matters. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. Li Fu said. The second brother-in-law's temperament can still be trusted. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. She hoped so. She hoped that her relatives could live a good life and not let things go against their wishes. Song Lingxin and Yao Qingxin's wedding was in February. Before the wedding, the couple were still busy with their respective careers and only rested 3 days before the wedding. On the wedding day, there was a lot of noise and many guests were invited. If you want to say who is the most unhappy, it is the ex-husband Zheng Qiming. His current wife is really powerful, which makes him miss Song Lingxin from time to time. Now that Song Lingxin is married for the second time, the miss has turned into a burning anger. A woman! She dared to divorce. She dared to remarry in a big way, which made Zheng Qiming feel ashamed. Is this what a woman should do? She was so unfaithful and unruly. How could there be such a woman in the world? Not only Zheng Qiming thought so. As the wedding date of Song and Yao approached, some people in the court criticized women again. It's nothing more than unfaithful and unvirtuous. Zhang Zhuzhu just wanted to stuff the rag into their stinky mouths. She had been on guard against Zheng Qiming for a long time, and called Jin Jiolong from Ji Hall early that day. It was the boy who kidnapped Zhang Zhuzhu last time. He was beaten by his adoptive father and sent out to work outside. He suffered a lot and came back this year. Zhang Zhuzhu invited him, and he came immediately. Chapter 266 You are the most blessed. Jiolong is also an unlucky child. He got into trouble last year, and was severely beaten by his adoptive father. He then tasted the dangers of the world. After his brother was cleared, he was very sad for a while. Later, Master Jin was worried that Li Fu would not let this adopted son go. So he sent him out to do some work. He also suffered a lot, and became much calmer. Zhang Zhuzhu saw him outside, and felt that he had indeed changed. Zheng Qiming's methods were actually nothing. He just spread some gossip, and everyone would forget it after a while. But why should we always be on guard against them? This is too tiring. Zhang Zhuzhu has to take the initiative. Yao and Song were both her acquaintances. Zhang Zhuzhu hoped that their affairs would go smoothly without any accidents. I have to trouble you to beat Zheng Qiming so that he can't get up for half a month, Zhang Zuzu said. Her methods were also very direct. She didn't do any conspiracy. Beating people was better than anything else. It was more satisfying to beat people directly. Jiolong heard it and said, "Third grandma. You are an official. You are so openly looking for a thief like me. How can this work?" He was a little wary. What if he beat him up and turned to Jingzhou Prefecture to find him? Zhang Juju looked at him. "Why weren't you afraid when you kidnapped me last year?" Jin Jiolong. "Okay. I'll go." Thinking about him last year. He was really young and frivolous. And didn't know how high the sky was, and how deep the earth was. He stayed outside for a few months. And when he came back, the capital had changed. Zhang Juju smiled. "I know you have means. Thank you for your hard work. No matter how tight the defense of Jingzhou Prefecture is, these people have means to find loopholes. Otherwise Zhang Juju would not look for them." Jin Jiolong said, "Then you buy me a drink?" Zhang Juju agreed. "I'll send it to you later." The two agreed on this matter. And Zhang Juju left. So that night, Zheng Qiming of the general's mansion, while drinking wine, and a big man from outside the province robbed the same woman to accompany him for drinking. And the two sides fought on the spot. The big man was tall and strong, and Zheng Qiming was no match for him. He was beaten severely. His nose and face were swollen, and he couldn't speak clearly. The people of Jingzhou Prefecture arrived in time. But the case was finally determined to be a drunk fight. And it didn't affect more people. So they mediated on the spot. Asked both parties to apologize to each other. Compensate the store's losses. And the case was closed. The big man was from another place. And he left the capital the next day. Zheng Qiming's injury was not fatal. But he had to rest for a while. And he didn't have time to gossip about Song Lingxin to others. Originally, they were divorced. And Zheng Qiming had already remarried. So there was no relationship between the two sides. Even after all this, he still felt that his ex-wife had betrayed him by marrying again. And he was shouting outside that his ex-wife was not faithful to her husband and ruined her reputation. Where did he get the face to do that? Is it outrageous? Who else should he beat if not him? In the evening, Li Fu came back and kept looking at Zhang Juju. Zhang Juju was eating snacks. "Why are you looking at me? I have flowers on my face?" Li Fu laughed and pinched her face. "Whoever has a friend like you is blessed." Song and Yao must have known what Zheng Qiming did. But they had no time to care about it. And tried to ignore it and not take it to heart. But Zhang Zuzu didn't tell them. And directly asked someone to beat Zheng Qiming up. Solving this problem, Zhang Juju held his hand and smiled. Saying, "Then you are the most blessed if you marry me." Li Fu laughed. After a while, he nodded. "Well, I am lucky." Zhang Juju said, "I am just angry. It doesn't matter. And I still talk nonsense outside. Don't tell me if it is annoying." Li Fu fed her a piece of dessert. "Just beat him. Don't be angry. Zheng Qiming is really a very undignified person and deserves a beating." Zhang Juju, "I am fine. After all, the gossip is not on my head. I am afraid it will be bad for the two of them." Li Fu comforted her. "It's okay. They are all open-minded people. And you have already done the job." Zheng Qiming had to go back to deal with his wife. Not to mention the beating he received. He had to go back to deal with his wife. Which was his fault. Zhang Juju prepared a thank-you gift for Jiolong, who accepted it generously, and sent 2 boxes of small items to Hongdo. It was a give and take. Zhang Juju thought to herself. It seems that she has really grown up through hardship. A few days later, it was the wedding date of Song and Yao. And Zhang Juju went to the Song family first. The Song family was not very lively. First, Song Lingxin's parents did not want this marriage. And second, it was also a second marriage. So the scene was naturally not big. Song Lingxin didn't expect any scene. Wasn't there a big scene when she got married for the first time? But what kind of life did she live after she got married? She never got the care of her husband. And she had to suffer from the mother-in-law and sisters-in-law. It is better to marry the right person than to have a big scene. Otherwise you will definitely suffer. Zhang Juju went there relatively early. But the relatives of the Song family came earlier. When she arrived at the door, she heard a woman's stern and dissatisfied voice, speaking to Song Lingxin. "The niece looks like the aunt. As expected, you both have the surname Song. Your niece is better than my biological daughter," the woman said. Song Lingxin said, "My cousin is a daughter of the Su family. She was raised by the old lady of the Su family. Naturally, she doesn't look like an aunt. The woman who spoke should be Song Jiang's daughter. Song Jiang gave birth to a pair of children in the Su family. But she was still young when she gave birth to them. Because of her own temperament and the external environment, the pair of children were taken away by the old lady Su to raise them. Song Jiang did not raise them personally. Song Lingxin has a bad relationship with her mother, but she always cares about each other. However, Song Zong and Su Mei, mother and daughter, have never had any contact with each other. When they meet, it's like water dripping into hot oil. Their relationship is very bad. The reason is very simple. Su Mei is a woman who abides by the rules, and is a lady of a noble family. Her biological mother is a heretic, and has a bad relationship with any relatives. Su Mei believes that this is Song Jiang's fault. Su Mei sneered, "I hope your second marriage can be more stable, and don't embarrass the Song family again." After that, she turned around and left. She met Zhang Zuzhu at the door. Su Mei just nodded and left immediately. She had met Zhang, and it was said that she had a good relationship with her biological mother. Su Mei didn't want to know such a woman. After Su Mei left, Song Jiang also walked out of the next room leisurely. Her expression was quite complicated. Zhang Zuzhu was about to comfort the elders, but she heard Song Jiang say, "I said I don't understand your thoughts. What's the use of having children? Like me, I gave birth to 2 ancestors, and they also want to discipline me. It's really ridiculous." Her parents, parents-in-law, sisters-in-law, husband, and even children, they all want to discipline her and let her learn to abide by the rules. Zhang Zuzhu was speechless. Song Jiang continued, "It's a pity that none of them can discipline me. She is free, and she will not be buried in the Su family's grave when she dies." Chapter 267. I know you can't let go. Zhang Zuzhu observed carefully, and found that Song Jiang was really not hurt by her biological daughter's words and deeds. His attitude was very calm, as if her daughter was a stranger. Song Lingxin was a little embarrassed and said, "I must get married. My aunt must be disappointed in me." Song Jiang shook his head, "I don't think so. To get married or not. Song Jiang thinks it is a personal matter, and people should have the right to choose. But as women, they have to rely on their families, and cannot control their own destiny. This is sad. Now Song Lingxin wants to get married again. This is what she has fought for after careful consideration. She did it voluntarily, and did not yield to anyone." Song Jiang thought this was the most important thing. Unfortunately, no one could understand her. They thought she was an old and crazy woman. They thought she was disobedient. And her daughter thought so too. Song Jiang was in great pain when she was young. But now she is no longer like that. Song Lingxin said, "It's up to me to marry again. I won't make the same mistake again." The Song family was not lively, but the Yao family did put a lot of thought into the wedding ceremony, which was very festive. Song Lingxin was sent to the bridal sedan in a lively manner, and left the Song family again. She was full of expectations both times. It's just that the expectation last time contained her ignorance and fear. But not this time. She is already a woman who can protect herself. After sending Song Lingxin away, Song Jiang walked back with his old father. Old Mr. Song said, "I heard from Mayor that her brother has another daughter." Song Jiang said, "The Su family has another woman who is ashamed of me. And there will be one more person who will scold me in the future." Old Mr. Song said helplessly, "Don't be like this. They are all your own children. Why do you have to be like this? They are all blood relatives. He is old, and he really can't bear to see his daughter so lonely." Song Jiang, "Don't you know how the Su family educates girls? I am their negative example. Those girls are all the opposite of me. I have no feelings for them. She and her own daughter were like enemies, let alone her granddaughter." Mr. Song thought of the Su family's affairs, and he was helpless for a moment. So he could only sigh. In the final analysis, it was their fault as parents. If they had fulfilled Song Jiang's wish and asked her to become a nun, it would have been fine. Unfortunately, it was too late. So he was somewhat indulgent towards Song Lingxin, so as to prevent the Song family from having another such woman. The Yao family was very lively today, with lights and decorations all over. Very festive. The newlyweds went through the process, and entered the bridal chamber amid the laughter of the crowd. Zhang Zuzhu said to Li Fu, "Look at the eldest brother of the Yao family. His eyes are not small, and he can't see them when he laughs." Li Fu replied, "I was also so happy when I got married. Some people's marriage is just a marriage. Li Fu was full of expectations for the future at that time. So he was naturally very happy. Yao Qingxin is the same now. How can he not be happy when he married the person he likes? Zhang Zhuzhu, I am talking about others. Who is talking about you? Doesn't she know that Li Fu is happy? Li Fu said, I was moved by the scene. Their lazy son is ready to turn over these days. And time really flies. Li Fu had to go to stop Yao Qingxin from drinking today. After talking to Zhang Zhuzhu for a while, the two separated. Zhang Zhuzhu went to find Yao Yusen. Have you lost weight? Yao Yusen put her hands on her hips. Look at this scene. I took care of it all. How can I not be thin? Her brother was still in the government office a few days ago. And this wedding was all done by her, which made her exhausted. Zhang Zhuzhu clapped her hands. Then you are really amazing. This scene is not something that everyone can handle. Yao Yusen showed a proud expression. It's a pity that my brother is still a bachelor at his age. Considering that he has loved me for many years, I naturally have to give him a grand wedding to announce to everyone that he is no longer a bachelor now. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help laughing when she heard this. I was worried that the Zheng family would secretly call someone to cause trouble. But Zheng Keming got injured in a fight. And it was also my good luck. Yao Yusen said. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. Luck is something that needs to be fought for. At this time, someone came towards Yao Yusen. And Yao Yusen quickly took Zhang Zhuzhu away. That's my relative. Yao Yusen said. You don't know? I thought that Jingzhou Prefecture issued that regulation. And my brother was an official of Jingzhou Prefecture. They would give up letting me marry some cousins. But do you know what they said? Zhang Zhuzhu saw that she was about to jump up. And said, I'm afraid they are talking nonsense. Yao Yusen was angry. It's nonsense. They asked me to be a concubine, saying that I don't need to have children after I marry. What kind of shabby relatives are these? Yao Yusen was so angry that she rolled her eyes. I really don't want to associate with them again in my life. Zhang Zhuzhu was in a hurry to comfort her. And Yao Yusen scolded those relatives from head to toe. And her face looked a little better. Some relatives are just outrageous. Zhang Zhuzhu was introduced to a date by a relative in her previous life. Some relatives are sincere in introducing you. But some are not. They are almost like enemies. They will be happy if you are not doing well. She was in her early 20s, and had not graduated yet. A so-called relative introduced her to a man in his 30s, who was divorced and had 2 children. He had nothing, and was called mature. Such relatives should be spit in his face, and cut off contact as soon as possible. This is the situation of Yao Yusen now. They can never take advantage of me again. Yao Yusen snorted. She was about to continue talking. But Zhang Luzhu stopped and motioned her to look forward. Yao Yusen's face changed when she saw it. Her sister-in-law had a bastard ex-husband. And she also had a treacherous ex-lover. The man standing in front was her damn ex-lover Han Zixin. He was also the husband of Zhang Zhuzhu's eldest sister-in-law Zhao Ping's half-sister. Of course, Zhang Zhuzhu didn't regard him as a relative. Yao Yusen didn't leave. She ran away from this man crying back then. But now she has grown up. This is her home. And she won't be afraid anymore. Ex-Iner. Han Zixin still looks good, with handsome eyebrows and eyes. And this call was also affectionate. Zhang Zhuzhu got goosebumps all over the floor. Yao Yusen was also upset and immediately said, No. 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 Please forgive me. Please speak properly. Say whatever you want to say. I have been busy all day and haven't eaten yet. Han Zixin seemed to be a little worried. He said, I know. Of course I was wrong first. I was too young at that time. I already know I was wrong. Zhang Zhuzhu and Yao Yusen looked at each other. Men's mouths are lies. They can't be trusted. You have never married for all these years. Probably for me. I know you don't admit it. But ask yourself, have you really let go of our friendship for all these years? Han Zixin didn't even avoid Zhang Luzhu and said this. Zhang Zhuzhu and Yao Yusen said in unison, My ears are dirty. Chapter 268. Kind fathers often spoil their children. Oh my God. On such a happy day. What evil did they do to deserve this torture? Zhang Zhuzhu asked him. Do you know that my eldest sister-in-law's surname is Xiao? Is your wife the same as her? A daughter of the Zhao family? Isn't he afraid that Zhang Zhuzhu will tell the Zhao family? Han Zixin said. I know. But you are also Xiner's good friend. You must hope that she can have a good home. As a good friend, you must not bear to see her drifting alone like this. Zhang Zhuzhu's expression was hard to describe. She leaned close to Yao Yusen's ear and said, Did you really like him at the beginning? Yao Yusin rolled her eyes to the sky. You are young, blind, and stupid. She admitted her blindness and stupidity without hesitation. She was too lazy to cover up. So Han Zixin naturally heard it. He was a little embarrassed for a moment. But when he thought of the shop in Yao Yusin's hands that made a lot of money every day, her close relationship with Li Fu's wife, and her brother Yao Qingxin becoming the son-in-law of the Song family, the embarrassment was suppressed. After these years of experience in the officialdom, his face has reached a new thickness. He needs Yao Yusin's relationship so that he can go further in the current officialdom. It is useless to rely on his father-in-law. Zhang Zuzhu said, It's okay. Which girl doesn't make stupid mistakes when she is young? Women grow up in such an environment. The environment they are created in is to find a good husband, get married and have children, and think they can get the love of men. In fact, it is not the case at all. This is a complete scam. When women find out, they are often already deeply trapped. Especially in the current environment. They have no way to escape. Then many women can only deceive themselves, numb themselves, and even deceive other women in order to survive. Women are deceived like this generation after generation. Yao Yusin is still lucky. She has a brother who protects her regardless of her future, and her parents who love her without caring about gossip. So she is not one of the women who are hurt. Of course, she herself is also very open-minded. Han Zixin was thinking about what to say. Yao Yusin looked at him. I'll leave if you have nothing to say. A dog can't spit out ivory. Yao Yusin would not be deceived by him. Han Zixin said, Xian, I grew up with your brother, and our two families are also good friends. Now we should continue to interact. Yao Yusin laughed. Want to take advantage of the Yao family? You're dreaming. You'd better not have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, I can make you get out of the capital. Han Zixin knew that it was useless to play the emotional card again. But how could he bear to give up? He would definitely think of a way. Xian, you hate me for what it is. I know you still can't let me go. We have a chance to continue our relationship. You think carefully. At your age now, do you have a better choice besides me? He suppressed Yao Yusin without hesitation. Yao Yusin said, You want me to be your concubine? Her brother is in Jingzhou Prefecture. Her sister-in-law's surname is Song, and the one standing next to her is Zhang Zhu. How can a man surnamed Han have the face to let her be his concubine? Has he made no progress in the capital? Han Zixin immediately said, No, not a concubine, but a wife. You can be on an equal footing with Xiao. He thought the conditions he offered were good. Yao Yusin pushed Zhang Zhu. Let's go. If I continue to listen, I will feel sick and can't eat for 3 days. Zhang Zhu was also speechless, and the two sisters left the place together. Han Zixin's cold eyes fell on Yao Yusin. In this case, don't blame him for using any means. At this time, Zhang Zhu suddenly turned around and glanced at Han Zixin. There was a deep chill in this look. Han Zixin only said something, so he could ignore it. But if he dared to make a move, Zhang Zhu guaranteed that he would pay the corresponding price. When he returned home at night, Li Fu was already drunk. Usually no one dared to force him to drink. But today Yao Qingxin was very happy. So he naturally accepted everyone who came to him to block the wine for the groom. Yao Qingxin also blocked the wine for him in the past. The couple got on the carriage, and Zhang Zhu supported Li Fu. Li Fu leaned on Zhang Zhu and said, I smell of alcohol, and it's suffocating you. Zhang Zhu said, Today I can understand it. I don't blame you. She hadn't forgotten that when they got married, several people were taken down from the wine table. Li Fu laughed. Thank you, Zhu. Zhang Zhu hugged him and said, Sleep for a while. I'll call you when we get there. Zhang Zhu usually slept in the carriage, but today it was Li Fu. The couple leaned against each other quietly, and the carriage took them home. Li Fu's alcohol tolerance was not bad, and now he was a little sober. The two got off the carriage and walked back hand in hand. The weather is much warmer, Li Fu said. Zhang Zhu nodded. Well, it's almost time to plow the fields. And you can help my father plow the fields when the time comes. Li Fu laughed. Okay. Zhang Zhu said, Take Hongdo with you. Let him know the hardship of life. Li Fu laughed. No. Hongdo is our precious son. I can't bear to let him go to the fields. Zhang Zhu frowned and said, You can't do that. A loving father often spoils his child. You should be strict with your child. Don't spoil him. After she finished speaking, she laughed first. The two of them were joking. Of course, Hondo was so young. He could only roll around in the fields. The couple went into the house while talking. The wet nurse and the maid were taking care of Hondo. The child didn't sleep at night, and didn't get up during the day recently. And he was also a little night owl. He was lying down playing with a small wooden toy, and heard the noise outside. Suddenly turned over, lay on the bed, and looked up at his father and mother, who came home late at night. Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu looked at each other, and said at the same time. He turned over. The wet nurse and the maid also started to talk. The young man can turn over. It's not strange for a child to turn over. But their ancestor was a lazy bug and didn't like to move. So he turned over later than other children. The couple hurried to the bedside. Li Fu wanted to hold the child, but Zhang Zuzhu held him first. You are drunk. I'm afraid your hands will not be stable. Li Fu teased his son like this. You have grown up today. Hondo smiled at him, and reached out to touch Li Fu's hand. The maid next to him said, You two are not at home. The young man didn't laugh much today. And after a while, he should recognize people. And then, he will definitely be inseparable. Zhou Rui's son Sengur didn't miss his parents. The couple were both very busy. When they were free, they knew how to play with the child. They didn't take care of him as carefully as Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu. Zhang Zuzhu said, It should take another 2 or 3 months. Li Fu, maybe our Hondo is smarter than other children. Zhang Zuzhu said, Then you will have to work harder. Li Fu will definitely hold and coax him by then, which will be hard enough for him. Li Fu was not afraid of hard work. I'm just afraid that I don't have much time to accompany him. He sticks to you during the day, which makes you more tired. Zhang Zuzhu was not afraid either. It's okay. Didn't you say that he will grow up soon? The two of us won't have to work too hard for too long. The couple coaxed the child to sleep lovingly before going to wash and rest. Chapter 269 today is a strict father. The weather is getting warmer. Zhang Zuzhu thinks that she can go out to play in a few days, and is planning to take Li Fu out with her when she is free. Yao Yusen came to Zhang Zuzhu angrily, as if she was on fire. Zhang Zuzhu poured her tea. Who provokes you to be so angry? Yao Yusen runs a business, and has seen many monsters and demons, and she is not someone who cannot tolerate them. She drank 2 cups of tea before saying, Han Zixin, his wife, sent me a note, saying that she wants to discuss the matter of marrying her grandmother's daughter. I will tear her face apart. This couple dared to humiliate her like this. Yao Yusen really couldn't tolerate it for a moment. Zhang Zuzhu was about to curse after hearing this. Whose family are they marrying? They must have had their heads squeezed by the door. And they ran to you and went crazy. What do you mean they are marrying? Does this have anything to do with marrying? Who is blind enough to fall in love with the Han family? This matter concerns Yao Yusen's reputation, and it can't just pass. Yao Yusen said, My mother is too tired and has been taking medicine these 2 days. I had to come to you to talk about this. Of course Zhang Zuzhu was willing to listen. Yao Yusen had been disgusted enough by Han Zixin that day, and she didn't expect that there would be a follow-up to this rotten thing. It was really disgusting. Zhang Zuzhu asked him directly, What do you want to do? Yao Yusen said, I will make him never come back to the capital for the rest of his life. She didn't want to care about the past. He was just a treacherous man. She didn't care. In such a big place like Beijing, they didn't see each other normally. Even when Yao Qingxing got married that day, the other party came to the Yao family under the name of a classmate. The Yao family didn't invite him at all. He had to run to Yao Yusen and dared to ruin her reputation like this. If I don't repay him, it would be a shame for his hard work. I really don't know what this man is thinking. Yao Yusen frowned. He was sorry for our family at the beginning. And now, he keeps talking about friendship and wants me to marry him. Why does he think I can marry him? Or be his concubine? Who is crazy? Zhang Zuzhu thought for a moment and said, He probably really thinks you are deeply in love with him. Han Zixin's ranking in the imperial examination was still very high. He was good at reading since he was young and was often praised by others, which made him confident. After Yao Yusen broke up with him, there was no news of marriage for so long. He probably really thought so. Yao Yusen, does he think I am a fool? Zhang Zuzhu, it's possible. Men look down on women and say that women have long hair but short knowledge. Han Zixin probably thinks he can coax Yao Yusen. Yao Yusen, I think he is the fool. I don't want to see him in the capital anymore. Do you have a plan? Zhang Zuzhu asked him. Yao Yusen, he said that I should be a co-wife. But this co-wife is just a coaxing statement. It is false. And there is no basis at all. I will wait for his wife to discuss this with me. And then go to find the girl from the Yang family. Her brother said that he inherited her grandfather's business this year and went to the Imperial Censorate. If this matter is reported, the court can't ignore it. It is a crime not to distinguish between wives and concubines. You can't do whatever you want when you are an official. Not to mention that Han Zixin is not a big official in the capital. Yao Yusen got acquainted with Yang Ruifang at the polo match of Princess Haiyang before. So it's okay to ask her. Zhang Juju heard her plan and said, "You still have to tell your family. You can't hide it." Yao Yusen, "I'm angry. But I don't think it's a big deal. I can deal with him myself." Zhang Juju could understand her feelings. Which woman doesn't want to tear up her scumbag ex-boyfriend with her own ability? This is related to your reputation. Zhang Juju said. Yao Yusen didn't care, as long as he can leave Beijing. I don't mind sacrificing a little reputation. Zhang Juju still persuaded her. This crime alone may not be enough. His Yu family can keep him, and won't bother your brother. I'll ask Li Fu to find his crime. Yao Yusen frowned. He is good at climbing up the ladder. Climbing up to such a Yu family, and having a relationship with the Li family. He will have a prosperous career. Also, what's wrong with his wife? She didn't beat Han Zixin's face to pieces. But she still posted to me. What is she thinking? Yao Yusen was speechless about the couple. Zhang Juju had only met Zhao a few times, and didn't know what her temper was like. Zhang Juju, then what are you going to do? Are you going to meet her? Yao Yusen, I'm going to see what kind of person she is. Yao Yusen thought that her husband wanted to take a concubine. And she might not be able to stop him. But she definitely couldn't happily welcome the other party into the house. Zhang Juju suggested, then go to Xinghua Temple to meet her. Going to the temple is not afraid of what people say. Yao Yusen accepted this suggestion. So 2 days later, Zhang Juju also followed to join in the fun. Of course, before this, she had asked Li Fu to think of a reasonable way to get rid of Han Zixin. When Li Fu heard this, she was holding the child and said, "What reasonable way is there? The capital is a place where people come and go. It is normal for an official to leave the capital. With his current position, let alone making people leave the capital. Even making people die silently is not impossible." Zhang Zuju patted him. "Okay. I know you are powerful, and you are awesome." Li Fu took her hand, and the three of them stood together, saying, "It will not implicate the Yao family." Han Zixin was unjust first, and he did not taste the bitter fruit before. But now it is time. Zhang Zuju said, "You still need to exercise restraint. Don't abuse it when you shouldn't." Li Fu, "Okay. I'll do whatever you say." Just as Zhang Zuju was about to answer, their baby son grabbed her hair and pulled it hard. Zhang Juju screamed in pain. Li Fu hurriedly pried Hongdo's little hands apart and scolded her harshly. "How can you pull your mother's hair? I worked so hard to conceive and give birth to you. How can you do this? Huh? Children only think it's fun. How can they know whether it hurts or not? Not to mention that Hongdo is only 4 months old." He blinked, buried his head in Li Fu's shoulder, and then sobbed. Zhang Juju was surprised. Does he understand? I don't know. Li Fu was also raising a child for the first time. I shouldn't do that. Hongdo was crying so hard that Li Fu's gentle patting didn't work. The wet nurse next to him was experienced. But she said, "You spoke too loudly and frightened the little boy. He was too strict just now." Zhang Juju took him from Li Fu's arms and coaxed him, saying, "He doesn't understand now. But he will understand in a few months. If he pulls our hair again, we will hit his little hands." After coaxing for a while, Hongdo returned to his quiet and well-behaved appearance. Li Fu agreed very much. Yes, we can't indulge his bad habits. Today he is not a kind father, but a strict father. The wet nurse next to him thought. They are really different. Some couples who have just become parents either don't care much about their children, or they care too much. Why do they look so experienced? Chapter 270, Being Clever. That day, Yao Yusen and Zhang Juju went to Xinghua Temple together, and they met Zhao. Zhang Juju was also very curious about Zhao. Although she was a concubine, she married Han Zixin, which was a low marriage. Did she send an invitation to humiliate Yao Yusen? Or maybe she was similar to Zhao Ping in temperament. Although she married a low marriage, she became a nun and followed her husband. She had no choice but to obey her husband. This matter should not be easy for a woman to accept. Zhao was a little surprised to see Zhang Juju, and her expression was much softer. But what she said was not polite. She said, when Brother Yao Xian first arrived in Songnong County, he offended the locals, and unfortunately implicated Sister Yao. It is a pity that you have not been married until now. Now it's time to make up for this regret. I won't tell anyone about this. Yao Yusen and Zhang Zhuzhu's faces changed at the same time. Obviously, Zhao was not here to humiliate Yao Yusen, nor was she forced to obey. She made the choice on her own initiative. Zhao was indeed proactive, because Han Zixin wanted to go further in the officialdom. He needed more support. Her father had more than just Han Zixin as a son-in-law. Yao Yusen's relationship could help Han Zixin. Zhao talked about the past in order to gain the upper hand and tell Yao Yusen that you have lost your reputation and being Han Zixin's equal wife is the best choice. Yao Yusen said, if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. I believe this now. Han Zixin wanted Yao Yusen to remember their old love, while Zhao Shi suppressed Yao Yusen from the fact they were a perfect match. That's what Zhao Shi thought. She was born in the Zhao family and had many sisters. Feelings were not important to her at all. What was important was status. If Han Zixin got promoted, she would rise with him. Zhao Shi smiled softly this time and said, Sister and Han Lang have been childhood sweethearts. I am not that intolerant. You marry into the Han family as an equal wife. There is no difference between the two of us. Even if we have children, we are the same. If Yao Yusen was a love-brained person, she would be so happy to hear this. Unfortunately, she is not. A wife is a wife. A concubine is a concubine. And the status of a wife and a concubine is never the same. What equal wife? What no distinction between high and low? Is simply a lie. Zhao Shi understood this truth. So she said this. Yao Yusen could not surpass her at all. And she was the legitimate one. Yao Yusen looked at her and said, Han Zixin told you that I still miss him? Zhao Shi had seen many women who were obsessed with men, and she sneered at this. When Han Zixin told her, she believed it. After all, Yao Yusen had not proposed marriage for so many years, and she had experienced such a thing in Songnong County, and even called Zhang Shi to support the scene. She believed that Yao Yusen was that kind of woman. So she didn't avoid Zhang and said those words directly. Of course, she didn't take Zhang Zhuzhu seriously. The women she knew who were spoiled by their husbands were not smart. They had to rely on men for everything. They didn't know anything when they were spoiled. Just like birds in a cage. But the current situation seemed different from what she thought. Yao Yusen said, your good days in the capital are over. Zhao's eyelids jumped. And Yao Yusen continued, go back and tell Han Zixin that he is really stupid. If he wants to die, I will let him do what he wants. Zhang Zhuzhu was speechless on the side. Zhao should be smart. But today she was all dragged down by her husband. Zhao's heart was beating fast. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Zhuzhu and said, Third Grandma, our two families are legitimate relatives. We are not outsiders. We were confused about what happened today. Please show some mercy. Her specialty should be changing her face. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. What mercy? I am just an ignorant woman and don't understand what you are talking about. Zhang Zhuzhu still pretended to be weak. She was just purely curious today. And now her curiosity has been satisfied. Yao Yusen stood up and helped Zhang Zhuzhu up. Her attitude was very calm and calm. Even a little disappointed. Let's go. I thought who we are going to face today. Zhang Zhuzhu stood up. And the two of them prepared to burn incense. Zhao's eyes went dark. She had always thought that she was the most sober among the women. And she knew very well what she wanted. She knew that she could not be the second Zhao Ping. And she was not like the other sisters, who envied or jealous of Zhao Ping. She felt that her husband Han Zixin was not bad. He was smart, good at scheming, and was appreciated by his father. He decisively gave up Yao Yusen and married her. He knew the current situation. In time, her husband should be able to reach the position of his father. And then Zhao would be slightly satisfied. They both arrogantly believed that they were right. However, the result now was something they could not have imagined. Third Madam. Zhao calmed down and stopped Zhang Zhuzhu, saying as she walked, I was confused about what happened today. I thought my husband and Miss Yao still had an old relationship. I misunderstood. I am willing to apologize to Miss Yao. She walked forward and was about to salute Yao Yusen, taking the responsibility on herself. Yao Yusen immediately avoided her. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Then what do you mean by mentioning what happened 3 years ago? She shouldn't have mentioned that thing. Those who have bad intentions must pay the price. Zhao hated it in her heart. But she didn't know what to say. Those words were really full of threats to a woman. The kind of threats that could ruin her reputation. How many women died for reputation? Doesn't Zhao know this? But she still did it. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "You dare to plot against others. But you can't bear the consequences. Then you are really no good." After that, the two left Xinghua Temple. Zhao closed her eyes and felt that the future was bleak. Yao Yusen said, "She is obviously a woman herself. So she thinks she has caught your handle." Zhang Luzhu said. Yao Yusen sighed. "It seems that Yu Lao is sometimes very good at tying red strings. They are really a perfect match." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Then let them get out of the capital as a perfect match." Yao Yusen laughed at this. And after a while she said, "Do you think I am too narrow-minded? I am very happy when I think that Han Zixi will get out of the capital and won't come back for at least 20 or 30 years. It doesn't seem good to gloat over someone else's misfortune." Then she held Zhang Zhuzhu's arm and laughed out loud. "What should I do? I'm in such a good mood." She was happily embroidering her dowry at home. But Han Zixi came to her and said that he treated her as a sister and couldn't marry her. Then, before she could react, he got engaged to a daughter of an official family. Yao Yusen really cried a lot at that time. Things have changed. And it's time for Han Zixi to cry. It's best to cry bitterly and return all her tears. Zhang Zuzhu, he asked for it. If he was dead, he would concentrate on his work and not have any bad ideas. Who would think of him? Yao Yusen has a bright future. I want to treat you to a meal. Let's eat the most expensive one today. I'm happy, Yao Yusen said, and added a large amount of incense money to Xinghua Temple. Chapter 271, We are behaving like bodhisattvas. After eating, Zhang Zuzhu played for a long time, and then went to Jingzhou Prefecture. It was already late, and Li Fu was still busy. She did not let anyone disturb Li Fu, and waited quietly. When Li Fu came out after work, Zhang Zuzhu smiled at him, went forward to hug him, rested her head on his chest, and said coquettishly, "I'm so tired." Li Fu laughed and picked her up. "Why are you tired? Are you tired from eating or playing?" Zhang Zuzhu said tsk twice. "Look at what you said. I have something important to do today." Did she go out specially to eat, drink and have fun? Not at all. Li Fu laughed for a while before saying, "How was the work done? Did you feel wronged?" "No. It's just that they treated us two as fools. And they tried to take advantage of us by showing off their power and giving us dates." Zhang Zhuzhu thought about what happened today and couldn't help shaking her head. "Li Fu, it seems that it was really hard today." Zhang Zhuzhu got down from his arms and looked up at him. "What do you mean?" "Li Fu, talking to stupid people is just a little hard. But talking to self-righteous people is a huge hardship. It seems that Li Fu is more experienced." Zhang Zhuzhu pulled him to sit down. "It seems that you are also very hard." Li Fu took a sip of tea. "It's good to have you." He was busy all day and was really tired. But he met someone unexpected. He thought Zhang Zhuzhu had gone home. After they had a son, the son occupied a very important position in their lives. He really didn't expect Zhang Zhuzhu to come to see him first instead of going home. Li Fu was very happy. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I deserve this." She stood up, kissed Li Fu on the lips, and smiled at him again. Li Fu also smiled. Zhuzhu was the same as before. Things in the world change, but he had Mingzhu in his arms. Li Fu squeezed her hand, stood up and said, "Go home. Go back." Zhang Zhuzhu also said, "On the way." She told Li Fu about what happened today in detail. Li Fu listened very carefully and said, "If Zhao Shi doesn't use her intelligence in the right place, Han Zixi will never have a future. Zhao Shi should be Han Zixin's wife. But she is malicious and cannot be called virtuous. And Han Zixin is not kind either. What they are facing now is Yao Yusen, who has the capital to avoid being bullied by them. But others may not have it." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Pick a good place for them." Li Fu nodded. "You don't have to worry about the things that come later. They are all trivial matters." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. And they didn't need to worry about it. But the next day, Zhao Shi came to Zhao Ping and cried very miserably in front of Zhao Ping, asking to see Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhao Ping didn't have a good relationship with his sister. She was puzzled. "My third sister-in-law has a very good temperament. How could you offend her? What did you do?" Zhao Ping still had some filters for Zhang Zhuzhu. She envied Zhang Zhuzhu's temperament cheerfulness, and ability. What did her sister do to offend Zhang Zhuzhu? Zhao knew that Zhao Ping was a soft persimmon. She despised her in her heart. But she also pleaded on the surface, saying, "It's my fault. Please help me for the sake of our family." Zhao Ping naturally didn't agree. But Zhao cried and refused to leave. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want Zhao Ping to be embarrassed. So she came and said, "You are just leaving the capital now. If you keep pestering, you will have to go back home." They didn't make Han Zixin lose his job. Isn't that enough to show mercy? The Bodhisattva is just like this. Isn't she satisfied? Zhao's crying stopped. Zhang Zhuzhu, try to say one more word. Zhao really shut up. And the look she gave Zhang Zhuzhu was not very friendly. Zhang Zhuzhu just asked someone to see the guest off. Zhao Ping said, "My sister is the smartest among the girls in the Zhao family. But it seems that she is not as smart as I thought." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "There are many people in this world who are too smart and make mistakes." Zhang Zhuzhu roughly recounted the incident. Zhao Ping frowned after listening and said, "This is not smart at all. This is vicious. It is absolutely not what a woman should do to talk about a girl's reputation as soon as she opens her mouth." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Yes. I didn't expect it either." Zhao Ping said, "Send him away if you want. If he stays, he will cause trouble in the future. It's better for him to leave." She didn't have much emotion to begin with. Now that she heard the whole story, she felt that they had brought trouble upon themselves. This matter ended with Han Zixin being transferred to a more remote place in the north. The Zhao family didn't dare to say anything. If Han Zixin wanted to return to the capital, it would be at least 20 years later. In these 20 years, he still needs to restrain his methods. If he is discovered, he will have no future at all. Let him endure it slowly. Yao Yusen said Zhang Zhuzhu a lot of things. It seems that the bad ex-boyfriend is bad luck, which really makes her feel very good. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, "We too. I take the money and you do the work. Sooner or later we will go to jail." Li Fu looked at those things, which were not very valuable. He said, "It's not right to say that. I just closed the other party's back door." Han Zixin was able to stay in the capital. He did have some ability, but more of it was the support and help of the Zhao family. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at Li Fu and listened to him continue. The Buddhist scriptures say that persuading people to return to the right path is a good deed. The Bodhisattva should also praise us when he sees us doing this. Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on Li Fu's shoulder and couldn't help laughing. Is there anyone who flatters himself like this? Li Fu said, "Zhuzhu, what are you laughing at?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "I think you are right. Later, move the Buddha on the lotus seat of Daxiangguo Temple down, and we can sit on it." Li Fu was almost amused. He pretended to be serious and said seriously, "That won't work. The lotus seat of the Buddha can only accommodate one person. We have to sit separately." "Forget it." The two of them sat next to each other, and the room was full of their laughter. And even Xiao Hongdo, who didn't understand anything, giggled. Li Fu continued, "Besides, the place is smoky and hot, which is not good for the body." Zhang Zhuzhu rolled on the bed with laughter. Li Fu smiled and looked at his wife, whose hair was already messy. And Zhang Zhuzhu also looked at Li Fu. The weather was indeed getting warmer, and spring clothes were thinner. When it came to the spring plowing season, the emperor would go to the fields, which was actually a sacrifice to pray for good weather and good harvests. The queen would also take the ladies to raise silkworms in person. Men plowed and women wove. It has always been like this. Zhang Zhuzhu was going to go with them. She was very worried, and said to Li Fu, "I don't like that little thing. It was a bug. Some people think that silkworms are cute because they are white and fat. But Zhang Zhuzhu doesn't think so." Li Fu pointed at her clothes. "Your clothes are all made of silk." Zhang Zhuzhu's face fell, and she hit Li Fu's chest a few times. "Did I want you to say that?" Li Fu hurriedly begged for mercy. "I was wrong. I won't tease you. Just go and deal with it. Find 2 palace maids, and you hide behind them." Zhang Zhuzhu looked painful, and hit Li Fu a few more times. Li Fu hurriedly held her hand and said, "Don't hit me anymore." She was very strong and her ribs were cracked. Chapter 272 Mother. I'm frightened. Zhang Zhuzhu was so sleepy that she dozed off after getting up early in the morning and going to the outskirts of Beijing. The imperial concubine saw her like this and asked, "Didn't you go to bed early yesterday?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "My son had a stomachache yesterday and cried all night. Li Fu and I went to take care of him. The child is still young. so it's easy for him to have stomach discomfort. Li Fu and Zhang Juju were going to rest early. But the child was crying in pain. And how could the parents sleep? Not to mention them. Lin Weining and Li Qi came to see him in the morning. And the whole family was very worried. The imperial concubine said, "Raising a child for 100 years. Worrying for 99 years. You are a mother. And there are many things you have to worry about." Zhang Juju now understands this truth. The first thing she does when she wakes up every day is to ask her son if he slept well. And the last thing she does before going to bed every day is to ask her son how he ate. You are right. If he is not feeling well, we will feel bad too. Zhang Juju sighed. The imperial concubine comforted her, and couldn't help but talk about the prince again. I will prepare a flower viewing banquet in the palace later. At that time, I will call all the girls of the right age from the courtiers' families to come, so that I can solve this big issue in my heart. She had long wanted to find a wife for Zhou Yi. Zhang Juju said that she would definitely be able to pick a daughter-in-law she liked. But she thought in her heart that this was a serious election of concubines. Girls are just miserable. They can't make their own decisions on marriages, and have to let others pick and choose. Even if Zhou Yi is the prince, she can't stand the model of selecting concubines. As women, they have no dignity and freedom. And being selected is still their blessing. People are like objects. But the environment is like this. And it can't be changed. The two talked for a while. And the complicated ceremony here began. Fortunately, Zhang Juju didn't have to do anything. She was so dizzy after being in the sun for half a morning. After this, she thought she could go home. But the emperor sent someone over to say that the farmers in front had a competition, and asked the queen and others to go and see the excitement and see who would win. After hearing this, Queen Pan said after a while, "Didn't the elders try to persuade His Majesty?" The eunuch said, "Your Majesty, of course we did. But, you know His Majesty's temper. It's useless to persuade him. Last time I tried to persuade him not to leave the palace. My mouth was dry. But he still went." Little Pan called her sister, supported the queen and said, "We don't have many opportunities to leave the palace. So let's just go and see the excitement." The queen said as she walked, "Since returning to Beijing, His Majesty has become more and more like when he was young. When the emperor was young, he was very arrogant and didn't listen to advice." Little Pan laughed. "We women use clothes and jewelry to dress up. But men use power." He ascended the throne, got what he wanted, and naturally became younger. The queen said, "Well, it's a good thing. We have to keep it. Such a good thing." The two sisters naturally hope that it can fall into the hands of their children intact. Little Pan lowered her voice. "Of course it can be kept. Their son is so smart and reliable. There will be no problem on this road." When they got there, they could see the mess from a distance. Zhang Juju heard people say that an official sprained his waist while hoeing the land, and he couldn't move, and was just carried away. Zhang Juju thought that this was really hard work, and he didn't even want his waist. She was looking over there, and there was a middle-aged woman beside her, who said, "It's a pity that women can't go to farm. Otherwise the winner today would be the third daughter-in-law of the Li family." Zhang Juju heard someone mention her, and turned around to look. She had never seen the woman in front of her. When she saw Zhang Juju turning around, she smiled and said, "Is that what I said?" Zhang Juju thought, "Let's not talk about whether it is or not. You should go home and learn how to talk to people. You want to squeeze people as soon as you open your mouth. What a bad habit." Zhang Juju didn't answer, turned her head and strode towards Lin Weining. "Mother. Mother. I'm scared." Lin Weining was talking to her eldest sister-in-law, Mrs. Lin, who was Li Fu's aunt. Seeing Zhang Juju like this, she said, "Why are you scared?" Zhang Juju stood next to the two of them, deliberately raised her voice, and said, "I don't know what it was just now. It hit me, and I was scared." The middle-aged woman's face was very ugly for a moment. Lin Weining looked over and whispered, "That's concubine Dou's mother. She has provoked you." Zhang Juju nodded. Mrs. Lin said, "I know all about this. Concubine Dou wanted to give her sister to our San Ling. If it didn't work, it would be fine. But as a mother, she actually bullied you. It's really rude. Concubine Dou is now the emperor's concubine. It's not easy for her sister to marry a good one. This mother is still digging up old grudges, and came here to bully a younger generation. What's wrong with the Dou family?" Zhang Juju was also speechless. She said that she didn't know this woman, It turned out to be concubine Dou's mother. It was probably that she had just come to Beijing recently. I was saying that. You came to me out of nowhere, and said that if we were farming, I would definitely be the best, Zhang Zuzu said. When Lin Weining heard this, he pulled his daughter-in-law towards Mrs. Dou and said, Our Li family has been out of Beijing for nearly 4 years. We have indeed learned the skills of farming in our hometown. If you want to learn, Mrs. Dou, you can come to me. I am willing to teach you. Mrs. Dou had just entered the city and heard that her youngest daughter was rejected by the Li family. Thinking that her eldest daughter was now a concubine of the emperor, she planned to show her face in front of Zhang Zuzu. Generally, when a daughter-in-law is wrong, she will not ask her mother-in-law to help her. She just wants to point out Zhang Zuzu's identity and let her be humiliated. As a result, Zhang Zuzu brought her mother-in-law and aunt over, and Mrs. Dou was very embarrassed. The Dou family could plan to let 2 beautiful daughters be concubines. How could they be a decent family? Mrs. Dou couldn't show off at this time. Mrs. Dou was the mother of concubine Dou. So what? A concubine with no son and only good looks. How could Lin Weining be afraid of her? She had just finished talking to the queen and the imperial concubine. Lin Weining smiled and asked again, Do you want to learn? Mrs. Dou said with a stiff face, This I just want to ask this child. I have never seen things in the field before. Lin Weining gestured for her to look over there. Isn't this already seen? If you want to try it yourself, I will go and tell the queen, and I will do as you wish. Dou's head was sweating, and many women looked over at this time. The old lady of the Duke of Wei's mansion heard about what happened here, and came over with a cane, looking serious, saying, It is because of the ordinary people who farm and pay grain taxes that we feed the people of the world and have a life of luxury. Now even His Majesty has to come to the northern suburbs to farm in person. Is farming something shameful and worth joking about? The old lady's cane knocked hard on the ground twice, and the expressions of all the women became serious. This old lady is old and has always been virtuous, and her words are weighty. Everyone agreed. Mrs. Dou wiped the sweat from her head, and took this opportunity to find her daughter. After everyone left, Lin Weining said to Zhang Zuzu, What a big deal. You still want me to do it? Zhang Zuzu can handle Mrs. Dou's affairs herself. Zhang Zuzu took Lin Weining's arm and smiled. Mother loves me. I am tired today, and don't want to have some meaningless disputes with others. Lin Weining knew that she was tired. You go to the queen to accompany her, so that no one will bully you again. Zhang Zuzu nodded and went over. Chapter 273 Reasonable Use of Husband and Son. Xiao Pan and the queen also heard about what happened just now. The queen immediately asked the people around her to send concubine Dou back to the palace and let her control her family. Is today a day for trouble? If you want to make trouble, you don't even consider the season. Zhang Zuzu came over and heard about it, and said, This is really an enemy. Xiao Pan said, Dou has many enemies, and it's not your turn. The emperor has been in high spirits recently, and he is quite fond of the beautiful concubine Dou. Even with the control of Queen Pan and Xiao Pan, she has offended many concubines in the palace. She is afraid that she can't take care of things outside the palace. When Zhang Zuzu heard this, she immediately said, The queen and the imperial concubine are really hard to take care of the harem. Little Pan immediately started talking, It's more than hard work. Look at my hair. I didn't have many white hairs before, but now there are more and more white hairs. I've been tired and aged a few years. The concubines who have been with the emperor for a long time are fine. They are all quiet when they are old, but the young ones are more troublesome than each other. Queen Pan said, The prince is so old. If you don't have white hair, you will become a monster. Little Pan stroked her hair. No, I'm only 40. How can I be old? Queen Pan advised her to accept her fate. 40 is the age to hold grandchildren. Little Pan stopped talking immediately and lamented her lost youth. The farmers over there have finally finished their crops. The father and son of the Li family are the best among them. Unlike others, they have practical experience after all. Moreover, when Li Fu reclaimed wasteland in Jingzhou Prefecture, he did not stop farming and went back to work for his father-in-law. Seeing this, the emperor couldn't help but sigh. When I first arrived in the northwest, I was penniless and the granary was empty. When I was Sanlang's age, I led people to reclaim wasteland in the northwest. With food, we were able to withstand the years of war. He paused and looked at the court officials. Today, there are more arable land than when the country was founded. But the food is not enough for the people of the world to eat, and cannot feed the army. Why do you think this is the case? No one spoke. Li Fu said, Your Majesty, although there is a lot of arable land, not everyone who cultivates it is land. Some court officials broke out in cold sweat. They were all smart people, and immediately understood what the emperor was talking about. He was talking about enclosure. The noble families that stood firm. The noble families with titles. The old officials of 2 or 3 dynasties, who had accumulated huge wealth after serving as officials for many years. How could they live in luxury and accumulate a wealth that could be used by generations? Because they had arable land far exceeding the needs of their families, and countless slaves who worked hard for them. They had long left the ranks of ordinary people. The emperor laughed and said, Look, you old people don't understand as much as the young people. My dear ministers, go back and reflect on yourself. The court officials were busy paying their respects, and each of them calculated whether what they had in their hands would reach the level of ruining the entire family. Now that the emperor asked them to go back and reflect, it was a chance for them to save themselves, and they had to seize it quickly. Okay, you have worked hard in the fields today, so go back wherever you should go. The emperor waved his hand and prepared to return to the palace. After returning to the palace, the emperor left his confidant and Fan Xiu, who was barely able to get up today, to discuss important matters together. Zhang Zhuzhu was about to go home first, but concubine Dou sent someone to stop her. Zhang Zhuzhu followed the maid to concubine Dou's palace. She was not afraid of what concubine Dou would do. Li Fu was discussing matters with the emperor in the study room in front. She was Li Fu's wife. Unless concubine Dou was crazy, she would not dare to do anything. Mrs. Dou and her youngest daughter had not left the palace yet. She had implicated concubine Dou, and now she was regretful and angry. She regretted that she thought Zhang was young and ignorant. If she had known that Zhang was like this, she would have come up with a better solution. As for anger, she felt that Zhang and Lin, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, were really making a fuss. She just said a few words casually, but the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law made the matter so serious that it even attracted the reprimand of Mrs. Wei. Why is it so? The second lady Dou said, What's so great about Zhang? She can only marry into a rich family and give birth to a son. As if everyone can't. If she went to the Li family, she would definitely give birth to a son. When concubine Dou heard this, her face changed immediately. She did marry into a rich family, but she didn't know what was going on with giving birth to a son. According to the degree of favor she enjoyed, she should have been pregnant a long time ago. But she just couldn't. Now she was about to vomit blood when she heard her sister say this. Mrs. Dou saw that her face was not right, and hurriedly said, Your sister is not sensible. Now the Li family can't be relied on. It's better to find a good marriage for your sister. Douping closed her eyes and said, Being a concubine of the Li family is better than being a concubine of other families. She was obsessed with giving birth to a son. Everything she did now was to pave the way for her unborn son. Other powerful people, who didn't send women to the palace, they all counted on their own sons. But the Li family had no daughters. If they could give their younger sister to Li Fu and have a son or a daughter, the Li family would be tied to them in the future. Except for the eldest son. The father and son of the Li family are all in the officialdom. Now they are on good terms with the prince. But so what? The monarch and the minister, the husband and wife, are not long-lasting. Douping felt that her son could count on the Li family. Everyone knew how His Majesty got the throne. Couldn't her son follow his father's example? Unfortunately, no matter how well she planned, she was afraid that someone would hinder her and prevent her from accomplishing her goal. Perhaps no one expected that concubine Dou had such lofty ambitions. The last time Zhang Zhuzhu saw concubine Dou, she was still in the palace of Prince Wu. Now she is already the empress. She thought to herself that it would be better not to have such a grudge. She would definitely get over it politely to avoid trouble in the future. As a person, you should be able to bend and stretch, and do what you should do when you need to do it. I will go back and play with my sweet and soft baby son, and beat Li Fu a few times, and my mood will definitely get better again. Zhang Zhuzhu has already found a more reasonable way to use her son and husband. It will be put to use today. She saluted Douping in a proper manner, with a very decent smile and etiquette, which made it impossible for people to find fault with her. Of course, Douping was not trying to find fault with her. Like Zhang Zhuzhu, she hoped that today's events would be turned over smoothly, and it would be best if she could win over Zhang Zhuzhu. She had heard in the palace that Zhang Shi was not as useless as the rumors outside. And she had given advice to the big and small Pan Shi. I really wronged you today. Dopin was also very polite. My mother listened to the instigation of the villain. And I am a big tree here. And I don't know who got the benefit. Do's words also made sense. She was favored. And someone was jealous of her, instigating her mother to speak to Zhang Luzhu. She was indeed sent back to the palace by the queen in advance, which was reasonable. Zhang Zhuzhu looked as if she was suddenly enlightened. Chapter 274 Power is a death warrant. Your Highness knows that I am not smart, said Zhang Luzhu. I was always protected by my husband when I was frightened. Today, he is not here. And I really made a mistake, and let your Highness suffer. Dopin thought that you were not confused. But Zhang said it so politely, which shows that she does not want to make enemies. You are a loving couple. And now you have a son. It is really enviable. Dopin really envied that son. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Your Highness is a blessed person. You are wrong today. But His Majesty will definitely protect you in the future. Dopin envied the imperial concubine of the previous dynasty, who killed the prince, and made the emperor miss her all the time. Why didn't she have this fate? Concubine Do smiled. So, it's all misunderstandings. We don't have to take it to heart. Zhang Zhuzhu agreed. That's right. I'll apologize to Madame Do. Madame Do saw Concubine Do winking and said quickly, No need. No need. I was confused for a moment and was instigated by the villain. And I don't know who wants to harm our two families. Zhang Zhuzhu said firmly, Whoever has bad intentions will have retribution. And we good people just have to wait. Madame Do's face was almost embarrassed. What retribution? Retribution? How could it be retribution? Concubine Do didn't want to talk to Zhang Zhuzhu anymore. This person was really able to poke people's hearts. Talking to her was really annoying. I won't delay you any longer, Dopin said. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. Your Majesty is too polite. After that, the maid sent Zhang Zhuzhu away again. Dopin turned her head to look at her sister. When she first met Zhang Zhuzhu, she also looked down on her. Now it seems that her sister may not be destined to be with the Li family. How can she win over the Li family? This matter really needs to be considered in the long run. Miss Doer said, Sister, why do you have to win over the Li family? We also have brothers in our family. In a few years, we will definitely be stronger than the Li family. Dopin, don't dream. If the Do family can be promising, will she do this? Miss Doer choked and was speechless. Dopin said to her mother and sister, You guys should leave the palace too. I'm going to copy Buddhist scriptures. Before planning, she had to get through this first. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't stay with Dopin for long. She still couldn't wait for Li Fu. So she went home. When Li Fu was about to leave the palace, it was almost dark. The emperor sent away the courtiers and left his son to have dinner in the queen's palace. Zhou Yi was in a dilemma. The enclosure of land had been a problem in all dynasties. There was no way to solve it fundamentally. He could only wait until the problem became big and solve it together. The emperor said, Look at you. Zhou Yi said, Father, my son is still young and in his prime. There is no need for me. Please don't blame me. The emperor snorted. How many years can I live as an emperor? Look at Sam Lang. Why don't you say he's tired? But you're so young and you're tired. Power is good, but it's also a death warrant. The throne is a life-consuming thing. The emperor has been in this position for 2 months and has already had a very deep experience. He might die one day. Zhou Yi, don't say that. You fought on the battlefield. You can live to be 80. He has been loved by the emperor since he was a child and respects his father from the bottom of his heart. The emperor said, If I live to be 80, you will go crazy. How can you not go crazy if you are a prince until you are 60? There is no prince in the world who is 60 years old. Zhou Yi thought. That was indeed a bit too long. He said, in this way, you can be the emperor. The emperor patted his son on the shoulder twice. Don't talk nonsense. Cheer up and learn from others. He was referring to Li Fu. Li Fu's energy was really good. It is said that his son was sick last night, but he was still able to hold on today. This is a material for big things. Li Fu was sleepy in the carriage, and he felt itchy in his nose before he got home. Father said that it seems that he doesn't care about my son. Zhou Yi and Li Fu have a good relationship, but he is always compared with each other, which makes him a little unhappy. The emperor said, There are many smart people, but not many people who know their limits. They are both sensible. Take the matter of selling wine for example. After he ascended the throne, the shop immediately belonged to the royal family. Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu were not reluctant to leave. Isn't the money tempting? But they resisted the temptation. It's not easy for young people to have such a heart. Speaking of the enclosure today, I don't know how many people will be frightened. But even if these people are frightened, they will not hand it over easily. The court must use severe punishment. The emperor is upset about this. If everyone is so conscious, then he, the emperor, may live to 80 years old. As for now, he can live to 60. Just because the ghost of impermanence forgot to take his soul. And the king of hell showed mercy. Shoei also nodded and said, they are indeed different. Sometimes I don't understand. Li Fu and Zhang Juju are not very selfish, which is actually difficult to understand. The emperor laughed, in a peaceful and prosperous era. Maybe they really have this intention. Joey thought it was easy before, but he became the crown prince and knew how difficult it was to govern a country. If this was really the vision, he said faintly, Father, this will cost the lives of both of us, father and son. How terrible it is. In this peaceful and prosperous era, it would take the heads of several emperors to exchange. The emperor patted his son on the shoulder. Loyal ministers and good generals are all here to take their lives. At this moment, the father and son reached a high degree of consensus in their thoughts, and at the same time saw their not-so-bright future. Li Fu went home and wanted to sleep immediately. Zhang Juju helped him take off his clothes and said, Why did you come back at this time? Li Fu had a headache and said, Enclosure is a big deal. I'm afraid I won't have a good life. Jingzhou Prefecture has no big deal now. He has been involved in other things. The emperor wants to solve the enclosure issue, so Li Fu will naturally get involved. He is a person who is destined to be involved in the center of power and cannot leave easily. I heard about what happened today. What did Do keep you for? Although Li Fu was very sleepy, he had to understand the matter of his daughter-in-law. Zhang Zuzu said, It's okay. My mother returned it to me at that time. You and my father were discussing matters in the imperial study. She didn't dare to do anything. Li Fu was relieved. Zhang Juju said, I don't know if Mrs. Do really dislikes me or if she was instigated by someone. Li Fu said, No matter what the reason is, Mrs. Do is not a person who can accomplish anything. Your Majesty should be more assured to favor her this time. She offended Li Fu right away, which shows that no one in the Do family is smart. The emperor probably doesn't want to have two smart women around him. Zhang Juju, that's the queen and the imperial concubine's concern. We have no right to interfere. Li Fu, yes. The palace's affairs have nothing to do with us. He didn't want Zhang Juju to get involved in those things. He could hone his skills in the previous dynasty, and he was not afraid of any difficulties. But he didn't want Juju to get involved in the struggle in the harem at all, which was a dangerous thing. Who instigated Mrs. Do to make concubine Do fall out of favor? If they didn't succeed this time, there will be another time. They will show their true colors. Zhang Juju covered Li Fu with a blanket and watched him fall asleep. Chapter 275 I am superficial. Li Fu was busy for a few days. The court ordered all places to investigate and remeasure the cultivated land and check the number of cultivated land. This is a big project, and it will take more than a year to find out. The court also needs to select suitable ministers and let them go to the local areas to keep an eye on it. In short, it is a very troublesome thing. Even so, it may not be possible to really find out. The emperor is far away, and the court cannot fully control the prefectures. It is unknown how many tricks will appear in the process. Once this matter is over, the imperial concubine's long-cherished flower-viewing banquet for her son is finally about to begin. Zhang Juju is going to the palace again. She doesn't want to go. Her son has been more and more fun recently. She also wants to take her son and Li Fu to play in the suburbs of Beijing for a few days to accompany her parents and sister. Li Fu knew her mood and said, The party will only last one day. You can go out tomorrow. Zhang Ouju still held her son in her arms. She wanted to kiss him, but she had put on makeup, so it was difficult to kiss him. She could only say, I want to eat barbecue. Li Fu, eat. If you leave this kid to the wet nurse, you can still drink. Hongo was obedient in Zhang Juju's arms, looking here and there with a pair of big watery eyes. Very lovable. Zhang Juju said, Why do you always think about this? Li Fu, it's too hard. It's okay. The son is very cute. Zhang Juju takes care of him during the day and does not bear all the hardship. Recently, she was easily hurt and in pain, and Li Fu didn't want her to endure this hardship again. She didn't need to endure this hardship in the first place, as it was her loving heart for her son as a mother. Zhang Zuzhu looked at her son for a long time. Okay. Then we won't wait until he is half a year old. Hearing this, Li Fu smiled and took her son away from Zhang Zuzhu's arms. He can grow up well. Don't worry. Zhang Zuzhu nodded. Yes. I know. Thank you. She was a mother for the first time, and she was a little anxious in her heart. She was afraid that she could not take good care of her child, and she was willing to endure the hardship for this. Li Fu was very busy, but he never ignored her feelings. Li Fu raised her son's hand and waved it at him. Thank you for taking care of him too. Taking care of children is definitely a hard job that is no less difficult than any other career in the world. The couple smiled at each other, and Hongdo grinned and giggled. Zhang Zuzhu felt better, said goodbye to Li Fu, and then went to the palace with Lin Weining and her two sisters-in-law. After getting off the carriage, Zhou Rui said, Do you know which girls the imperial concubine has taken a fancy to? Did you ask? Zhang Zuzhu asked her. Zhou Rui smiled. When I went back to my mother's house, my mother said that the imperial concubine favored the Su family and the He family the most. But it has not been decided which one will be the principal wife. I know the Su family, said Zhang Zuzhu. And what about the He family? The Su family is the husband's family of Aunt Song Zhang. Song Zhang has long stopped associating with the Su family. Her bad reputation does not affect the Su family. Now Fan Xiao, who came from a poor family, is not in good health. The Su family, a prominent family, has the upper hand in the cabinet and has become the main force supporting the emperor. The He family had a grudge with the current emperor because of the matter of Princess Chang'an, but it seems that the grudge has been abandoned. Of course, our daughter of the Zhou family will also fight for it today. Zhou Rui lowered her voice. It's said that the second aunt also wants the fifth sister to try, but she was locked up at home by the grandmother and was not allowed to go out. Zhang Zuzhu said, It seems that this is a popular choice. Of course, the position of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is unshakable. Whoever gets this benefit will have decades of wealth and glory. Who wouldn't be tempted? Zhou Rui sighed. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, If the second sister-in-law was younger, would she be tempted? Zhou Rui shook her head. Then I won't. My mother loves me. How could she bear to see me compete with others? I am on good terms with your second brother. Mrs. Zhou really loves her. The younger sister who is being sent away from home now does not have such a blessing as her. Zhou Rui asked her again, What about you? Zhang Zuzhu immediately said, I don't like the crown prince. And he has two mothers. Two. There are two mothers-in-law. Empress Pan is fine. But the imperial concubine, the biological mother, doesn't know how to be picky about her daughter-in-law. It's one thing for Zhang Zuzhu to associate with her, but being her daughter-in-law might be suffocating. Zhou Rui smiled and said, You don't like her, so she doesn't like you. Zhang Zuzhu, it's good that Li Fu likes me. I don't want others to like me. Zhou Rui just didn't expect Zhang Zuzhu's reason was that she didn't like me. She thought she was going to say that her status was different. But think about it carefully. The status difference between Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu is big enough. She also married confidently, and was cherished by Li Fu like a pearl. Lin Weining urged them to walk faster. And Zhao Ping also smiled and said, What did you say to your mother behind my back? You are so happy. Zhang Luzhu said, We are talking about the future crown princess. She will have two mothers-in-law in the future. We are more fortunate. Our mother is gentle and kind. She loves us so much. Right? Lin Weining smiled and said, Save your good words for Sam Ling. I don't believe it. Zhou Rui said very seriously, Zuzhu is usually very good at sweet talk. But what she said today is the truth. My sister-in-law and I can testify to it. Zhao Ping also nodded immediately. Yes. Our mother loves us. She also has social connections. There are no mothers-in-law in the capital who will torment their daughters-in-law. Their mother-in-law can be called kind. Lin Weining looked at them. She is old now and lives a life surrounded by children and grandchildren. Hearing such words, she was also happy. She is a sweet talker. You are a bad company. Okay. Be careful in what you say and do in the palace. Let's go, Lin Weining said. Zhou Rui immediately stepped forward and supported her warmly. The family was very harmonious. Zhang Zuzhu thought, How can she be called a sweet talker? She is a good talker. When they arrived at the place, Zhang Zhuzhu's eyes immediately became tired. In a word, people are more beautiful than flowers. Xiao Pan called her over and said, "You are also a bright-eyed person. Help me with some advice later." Zhang Zhuzhu waved her hand and said with a smile, "Please don't embarrass me. There are so many beautiful girls. I like them all. Those who can come today are all girls who have been raised with great care by their families. They are all very presentable girls. And they are all very good-looking." Zhang Zhuzhu is dazzled just by looking at them. At this moment, she only hates that she is not a man and has no fate to open a harem. With this scene, who doesn't want to open a harem on the spot? Xiao Pan was speechless. "I didn't ask you if you like it or not. You are a woman." Zhang Zhuzhu hurriedly said, "I like all beautiful ones. I am superficial." Xiao Pan and the palace maids around her were amused. And the palace maid familiar with Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Third madam, does Li Xiaoying know that you are like this?" Zhang Zhuzhu, he knows. Thinking back then, I was attracted by his appearance first. Xiao Pan was very surprised. Li Jia Sanlang is very talented. And he has both character and virtue. But you only look at his appearance? Can Li Fu tolerate this? What is he looking for? Zhang Zhuzhu said seriously, "Madam, I am really superficial." Chapter 276 No Freedom. Xiao Pan was speechless for a long time before she said, "Forget it. It seems that I can't count on you." Zhang Zhuzhu thought that was great. Girls can be lively and cheerful, calm and reserved, smart, simple, kind, proud, or even spoiled and willful, as long as they don't do anything that hurts the world. Zhang Zhuzhu likes them all. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't comment on girls. She just thought they were all good and hoped they had a smooth life. Girls already have a hard time. She hopes that they are all away from hardships. Xiao Pan found two other women she knew well, who had no girls in their families and no interests involved. Even so, she had to guard against them being bribed. The girls from the Su family and the He family just caught her eye. And it was still unclear what would happen in the end. Xiao Pan was determined to find a suitable girl for her son today. And she must find a girl that her son also liked to be the crown princess. The women in the concubine and other positions did not need to be too smart. But they had to be quiet and dutiful. And their family background was okay. That was enough. Zhang Zhuzhu picked a favorable position and admired the girls coming and going. Yang Ruifang slipped in front of Zhang Zhuzhu and said with a smile, "Sister, do you still remember me?" Zhang Zhuzhu recognized her immediately and said deliberately, "Oh, I have a bad memory after giving birth. I can't remember. Whose beautiful girl is this?" Yang Ruifang knew she was joking as soon as she heard it, and went up to her and took her arm. "My last name is Yang. My maiden name is Ruifang. Sister, don't forget it again." Zhang Zhuzhu also laughed. "No. I still need you to teach me how to play polo. I am well now. And it's time to move around." Yang Ruifang immediately agreed. "Okay. The weather is getting warmer. Let's set a date and go play." Zhang Zhuzhu felt that it was time for her to learn this new skill. And she was looking forward to it. She looked at Yang Ruifang. "What are you doing today?" Yang Ruifang waved her hand. "I am here to make up the numbers. The Queen Mother asked all the girls of the right age to come. I have to come even if I don't want to." She was thinking about how to have fun all day long. The Yang family couldn't count on her. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. And Yang Ruifang whispered, "Sister, do you still remember the girl from the Yin family last year? She is here today too." Zhang Zhuzhu recalled for a while, and remembered that she was talking about the girl who liked to be introverted. Zhang Zhuzhu thought, this must be reported to the imperial concubine. If she is chosen, it's okay to stay in the East Palace now. After 10 or 20 years, the prince becomes the emperor, and she becomes a concubine. If she starts to be introverted again, wouldn't that be fatal? The previous emperor was absurd, and the palace was busy fighting. However, when the former and latter palaces were stable, some concubines would take the opportunity to publicize their talents and virtues. And the outside world would also demand women, according to the standards they put forward. If the girl from the Yin family became a moral benchmark, then their Jingzhou Prefecture's female school would be closed down. I heard that she wrote an article for today, and I was scared when I heard it. Yang Ruifang said. Zhang Zhuzhu, I am scared too. It's really scary to have culture. And she can also write articles. Yang Ruifang said. She is a lovely person who holds grudges. If she enters the East Palace, I will marry to another place, and never return to the capital for the rest of my life. These two don't get along, and they have been at odds for years. When Zhang Zhuzhu heard this, she carefully recalled the situation of the Yin family, and asked Yang Ruifeng some details. She said, the imperial concubine must have chosen the best one. There are so many girls here, and she may not choose her. Zhang Zhuzhu thought, just think she is immoral. She is a woman, and she and Li Fu may have a daughter. She doesn't want the environment to be more harsh on women. Zhang Luzu is a man of action. She immediately returned to Xiaopan and listened to people talking about the temperaments of girls from different families. Then her head became even bigger. The third girl, Su, whose full name is Su Mingzhou, has a very generous name, and her talent and virtue are also very good. She is one of the women who are suitable to be the crown princess. The Su and Song families have been married for decades, but the result should be known to the imperial concubine. Song Zhang of the Song family has great talent, but his temperament is eccentric and incompatible with the women of the time. The Su family learned from the lesson and educated their daughters, who never cross the line. They are smart but docile. Such women are very rare. A lady next to him talked about Su Mingzhou and was obviously very fond of him. Zhang Zhuzhu thought of the last time she saw Su Mei. She had a lot of opinions about her biological mother Song Zhang and her second marriage Song Lingxin, which shows that the Su family's education was very successful. Another lady said, it's a bit similar. Prince Consort He and Princess Chang'an. In short, the He family is also very strict in educating their daughters. These two are both very good women. Zhang Zhuzhu drank a sip of tea, thinking that she should not say anything. It would be useless to say anything. Xiaopan nodded. That's what I mean. Sorry to bother you. I'll ask the prince what he thinks. The two ladies stood up and left. Xiaopan asked Zhang Zhuzhu, aren't you going to play? Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. I was dazzled by the sight, and I want to see how the queen chooses people. Xiaopan said, it's nothing more than virtue, talent, appearance and family background. You should learn from them. You are a mother, and you will have a daughter-in-law in the future. As expected, the current crown princess will be the queen in the future, and she is very cautious in choosing. Zhang Zhuzhu, well, if I don't understand something, I will learn from the queen. You still have a lot to learn, said Xiaopan slowly. I'll go see the prince first, and talk to you later. Zhang Zhuzhu bowed and sent Xiaopan away. She didn't feel like going to enjoy the flowers, so she found a place to rest. Zhou Yi was staying with a few cousins. He didn't have to study or do anything today. He would find a high place to choose a wife for himself. He had a good relationship with Pan Jingping and wanted to ask her about her experience. Pan Jingping was thinking about the Heong princess who had worked so hard to get pregnant, and said, my marriage was decided by my aunt. I think you just need to listen to her. Zhou Yi was speechless. In this matter, he still wanted to take the initiative. What if he and his mother had different preferences? At this time, Xiaopan arrived and called her son over, saying, why are you still unhappy? There are so many girls for you to choose from. Zhou Yi said, I'm not unhappy. Mother has worked hard today. Can I go and see her first? You are the prince, and your wife has a heavy responsibility. You should not judge people by appearance, nor can you just rely on your preferences. Look at your father and your mother. When they got married, they stabilized the generals in the northwest. You must also stabilize the hearts of the court officials. Xiaopan's words were earnest. Zhou Yi understood this truth, but he was uncomfortable. When he was 15 years old, he dared to risk his life to kill the enemy in the grassland. When he entered Beijing, he cut the neck of a court official without hesitation. Now, he felt that he was tied up by invisible chains. He was unhappy. He was not happy at all. Chapter 277 Zhuzhu Saves the Beauty. Zhang Zhuzhu has been talking to Yang Ruifeng, and there are a few girls who also come to make up the numbers. Zhang Zhuzhu made an appointment with them to go play polo together later. They are girls in the boudoir, and it is not very convenient for them to go out of the house. If Zhang Zhuzhu sends them invitations and invites them to go out to play, their elders will give them some face. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, are you looking at me as a cover? Several girls quickly begged for mercy, saying, sister, you misunderstood us. That's right. We really want to teach you to play polo. We are very good at it. Zhang Zhuzhu was called by their sisters, and she felt very happy. I will borrow the place of Princess Heong to invite you to play. I learned slowly. and I am afraid that you will have to come a few more times before I can learn it." What this meant was that they should be invited to play more. Everyone was immediately happy. Those who could play polo together were lively. They had been locked up for a whole winter, and couldn't stand it any longer. Zhang Zuzu looked at them like a group of chirping sparrows. Very cute. She felt younger when she was with younger people. Li Fu's suggestion was still for her own good. She could go play polo later, and then go out to eat meat and drink wine. It was good. Let's put aside the troubles for the time being. Life is short. Enjoy it while you can. Zhang Zuzu wandered in the flowers. It was a real flower bush. Not just the girls of today. Of course. She also met some new girls. Although Li Fu has completely passed away this year, he has also entered a new stage of life. He has made achievements in the officialdom, and has a visible future. Therefore, someone needs to get to know Zhang Zuzu and build a good relationship with each other. Zhang Zuzu was not shy about this matter. She also met some women of similar age, and saw Su Mingzhou. Li Fu has a good relationship with the prince. The Su family is very confident in their daughter. They think Zhang Zuzu needs to get to know Su Mingzhou so that she can know who is more important in advance. Su Mingzhou is only 16 years old. But Zhang Zuzu feels that she can see the calmness and dignity of a 36-year-old from her. Her words and deeds are very decent. When she was not talking, she just stood there quietly, graceful and generous. Even when she smiled, the shape of her eyes and the arc of her mouth showed the word rules. Zhang Zuzu couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Seeing this, Grandma Su said, "Our Mingzhou is kept in the inner chamber and rarely shows up. This is the first time that third grandma has seen her. She will get familiar with her in the future." Zhang Zuzu thought to herself. Forget it. She has to call Song Zhang Aunt. And she has a good relationship with Song Lingxin. She will definitely not get along with the girls of the Su family. Zhang Zuzu politely praised, "Grandma is right. Miss Su is dignified and generous. I will never forget her." She wanted to leave after she finished speaking. But there were a few more women beside her. The configuration was similar to that of the Su family. And then a young woman from the other side smiled, and said to Zhang Zuzu, "Our Shan Ning was also raised in the boudoir." Shan Ning's appearance was brighter and more lively. She smiled at Zhang Zuzu and said, "I just heard that the third grandmother wanted to invite everyone to play polo. I am also curious about this." She meant that Zhang Zuzu wanted her to invite her over. Zhang Zuzu thought to herself, "Damn. It was Xiao Pan who chose a daughter-in-law for her son. How did the Shura field fall on her head? What kind of thing is this? What kind of human suffering is this?" Zhang Zuzu could only smile and say, "It was just a casual remark. And the date has not been set yet." The atmosphere was very subtle. The people from the Su and He families seemed to have found an opportunity to compete with Zhang Zuzu. And no one wanted to give in. Zhang Zuzu didn't want to be cannon fodder here. She covered her clothes with a fan and said, "I just gave birth to a child. Now I am breastfeeding myself. I have to change my clothes. Everyone, please stay with me. All women who have given birth can understand." Zhang Zuzu also said that she breastfed herself. Isn't it very common for breast milk to stain clothes when going out? Zhang Zuzu now has to bring more clothes when she goes out. This reason immediately blocked everyone's mouths. Zhang Zuzu immediately called the palace maid and left quickly. Shanning and Su Mingzhou, two girls aged 15 or 16, couldn't open their mouths when they heard this. At this time, their thoughts were the same. Zhang was too casual. How could a woman say such a private thing in public? She had been in Kyoto for so long. Why hadn't she learned the rules? The other women from the Su and He families were also speechless. With the departure of Zhang Zuzu, the scene changed from subtle to tit for tat. Shanning said first, "Today's flower viewing banquet. All kinds of famous flowers. Simply dazzling. If not with poetry. It is a pity. What do you think, Miss Su?" Su Mingzhou said coldly, "Su's daughter is not good at poetry. Only learn what a woman should know." Song Zhang blocked the way for Su's daughter to learn poetry. Shanning was slightly stunned and said, "So that's the case. Sister Su, please forgive me for being rude." This time she called her sister. Su Mingzhou said, "My birthday should be earlier than Miss He's." Shanning smiled and said, "You and I are sisters. Why should we be so clear?" Su Mingzhou, "Not necessarily. The fate of both of them is destined to be explained to the prince. And it is not clear who is superior or inferior. He Shanning's calling her sister at this time is clearly a provocation. Su Mingzhou looked at He Shanning quietly. And she thought, even if she became a sister, it was not clear who would win or lose. Their fight is still long-term. Zhang Zhuzhu quickly fled from the Shira field. And on the way to change clothes, she met someone she knew again. It was the fourth Miss Sun, who was good at curling. Zhang Zhuzhu passed by and heard her saying, appearance is just an external thing for women. As women, our character is more important. How long can you be good if you serve others with your beauty? A woman beside her echoed. Zhang Zhuzhu thought to herself that she would urge Li Fu to exercise more in the future. This sentence is still worth listening to. I hope Li Fu's shelf life can be extended. Then among the group of girls, a petite girl raised her head. With big eyes, long eyelashes, a straight nose, rosy lips, white skin, and black hair. She is petite, but she has a good figure. A little exaggerated, even not in line with her age. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately stood still and looked at the girl. Her eyes were red. She had just cried. I feel pity for you. Zhang Zhuzhu could only think of this word. At this time, a girl said, Chen Jiao, you are born like this. You are destined to be a man's concubine. But don't think about being a concubine for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's concubine must also have the virtues of a wife. And you don't have them. The girl named Chen Jiao burst into tears on the spot. She thought bitterly that she was born like this. Not what she wanted. She would never be a concubine. Absolutely not. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately stepped forward and took Chen Jiao's hand. I don't see virtue in front of you. I only see jealousy. Go back and look in the mirror. Chen Jiao was shorter than Zhang Zhuzhu. When Zhang Zhuzhu held her hand, she felt a warm current flowing from her hand to her heart. And then her eyes were blurred with tears. Zhang Zhuzhu pulled her into her arms and said, follow me. Don't pay attention to those who say sour words. Chen Jiao leaned against Zhang Zhuzhu tightly, and couldn't help sobbing. Zhang Zhuzhu embraced the beauty and strode away. Chapter 278 Choose the most suitable one. Zhang Zhuzhu led the new beauty to the resting place, and asked her to sit down and drink tea. Chen Jiao drank a cup of tea, and gradually recovered. He stood up and saluted Zhang Zhuzhu, and said shyly, thank you. This girl's beauty has a kind of straightforward attack power. You can immediately notice her beauty, as long as you look at her. Zhang Zhuzhu was really attracted. She took a new handkerchief to wipe the girl's face, and said, you're welcome. What's your name? The girl said, my name is Chen Jiao. Zhang Zhuzhu, people are more beautiful than flowers? Chen Jiao immediately shook his head, no. It's the Jiao of Jiaolong. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that this name was really rare. Chen Jiao was a little embarrassed and said, I changed it myself. I used to use the character Jiao, which means female. This character is not good. Zhang Zhuzhu praised. It's a good change. The little beauty was ridiculed by others today, and was in a very bad mood. When she heard Zhang Zhuzhu say this, she immediately jumped up and said, sister, I never go out. I wonder who you are. Zhang Zhuzhu, my name is Zhang Zhuzhu. I am the wife of Li Fu, the Xiaoyan of Jingzhou Prefecture. I came to the palace to join in the fun today. After hearing this, Chen Jiao knew who she was. The Li family was forced to leave Beijing. When they came back, they had a third daughter-in-law who was married back from a small place. Chen Jiao had heard a lot of gossip, saying that Zhang Zhuzhu was seductive and could seduce people. But Chen Jiao herself was often swept up by rumors, and she knew it was unbelievable. Today, Zhang Zhuzhu rescued her in the crowd, and it was indeed verified that she was a good person. I was just joining in the fun. I didn't go out at all. But the palace issued an order that all girls of the right age should come to the palace. So I came. Chen Jiao said. She had been like this since she was a child. When she was not fully grown up, people would laugh at her for her weird appearance when she went out. In the past 2 years, she has grown up, and there are more people gossiping. So she stays at home. Fortunately, her father loves her very much, so she is not bored at home. Zhang Zhuzhu heard what the girl said just now, and knew the girl's dilemma. Beauty can sometimes become a sharp weapon against a woman, because she is different in the crowd. Being different may lead to being excluded. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I will invite the girls I know to play polo in a few days. Do you want to go? Chen Jiao could feel her kindness. She had never made many friends, and was a little overwhelmed at the moment. Zhang Zhuzhu said again, Don't worry. The girls I know are all very good-tempered. I have a grudge against Miss Sun. And I will never invite someone like her who likes to gossip. Qin Jiao was stunned for a moment. And then said, actually, what they said is not wrong. I do. It is indeed difficult for her to have a good reputation. Seeing such a beautiful woman actually feel inferior. Zhang Juju immediately said, Bah! What nonsense are they talking about? Appearance is a gift from parents. You are so beautiful. They say that. But they must be jealous in their hearts. Who dares to say that you have no virtue because of your appearance? Just hear their mouths and see if they dare to talk nonsense again. If you are beautiful, you have no virtue and are only worthy of being a concubine of a man. What a bullshit to suppress people. This is too outrageous. Qin Jiao said weakly, there are many of them. I can't beat them. Zhang Juju pointed out, then you should pick them when they are alone. They are as thin as reed sticks. How can they have any strength in their bodies? Qin Jiao was stunned for a moment. Then laughed, sister. You are so awesome. Zhang Juju, if you are not awesome, you will suffer. They will bully you as much as they can. How can you not be awesome? Qin Jiao was thoughtful. Zhang Juju saw that her outer garments seemed to be torn by thorns. So she asked the maid to bring her own clothes and put them on her first. A beautiful lady looks good even if she wears a piece of rag. Zhang Juju took out the hairpin from her hair and put it on her. Qin Jiao was about to refuse, sister. I can't let you. The nanny said that I should be clean and not dress like this. Zhang Juju was surprised. How can you dress up? Look at the powder on my face. This is called dressing up. Qin Jiao's face was not powdered. Zhang Juju put a hairpin on her and wanted to grab some flowers from the imperial concubine. But Qin Jiao waved her hands and refused. Zhang Juju was very regretful. Forget it. It's not a good thing to be too prominent in the palace today. I will invite you to play polo later. You must dress up more and not be so plain. Qin Jiao was still hesitating whether to play polo. But now, he could only agree quickly. Zhang Juju looked at the frightened look of the beauty, and thought that he should not be so abrupt to the beauty. Be calm. The two went out again. This time, they did not go to a lively place, and deliberately avoided the crowd. Qin Jiao was also more comfortable. Zhou Yi was not very comfortable over there. He had also seen the women his mother liked. But Zhou Yi was not very excited or enthusiastic. He had no interest in them. Zhou Yi scratched his head, mother. Choose. I don't know who to choose. Xiao Pan heard this, and immediately showed an unhappy look, saying, what are you doing? Your mother worked hard to take care of you. And you just perfunctorily treat your mother like this? She was busy for Zhou Yi for more than half a month, thinking about finding a wife for him every moment. But he had this attitude. Xiao Pan thought about it, and became even angrier. Zhou Yi was also a filial son, and quickly apologized, mother. I didn't perfunctorily treat you. I really don't know how to choose. I saw them for the first time today, and I really don't know how to choose. He was telling the truth. Xiao Pan said, at first glance. Didn't you like anyone? Zhou Yi, no. Most of the people around him were married. Some harmoniously, some not. Zhou Yi also wanted to marry a wife to accompany him. But he didn't know what kind of wife to choose. His marriage was entangled with too many interests and cold, which was not what Zhou Yi wanted. He still remembered that when he and Li Fu were in danger, Li Fu confided in him, and said that he gave a piece of jade to his beloved woman. He was still waiting for the woman's answer. Zhou Yi felt Li Fu's expectations and regrets at that time. Li Fu said that it was a good thing that the woman had not responded yet. So if he died, the other party would not have to bear any responsibility. So Zhou Yi was quite interested in Zhang Juju at that time. But after getting to know her, he just felt that she was not much different from ordinary women. She had no stunning appearance, no talent, but a bad temper. She was smart and powerful, and she managed Li Fu very well. Li Fu's pockets were cleaner than her face. In this regard, Li Fu once proudly told his friends that they loved each other. Xiao Pan frowned. There are so many women. Don't you like any of them? Zhou Yi said no. He continued, mother only looks at who will benefit more from marrying. Anyway, he doesn't like any of them. So it doesn't matter who he marries. After that, Zhou Yi bowed and left. Chapter 279. So many. Sister? The imperial concubine was hurt by her son, and the maid immediately called Zhang Juju over. Third grandma. You must persuade the queen. It's a great event. And the mother and son can't lose harmony. You are the best at speaking. Please have a good talk with the queen. The maid also knows Zhang Zhuzhu. When she came over, she saw the beautiful girl next to Zhang Zhuzhu laughing so hard. Zhang Zhuzhu felt that the maid was worrying about nothing. What deep hatred could there be between the mother and the son? Since she had a son, she deeply understood this truth. Sister, come with me, Zhang Zhuzhu said. She was worried that once she left, the little girl would be caught and used as a live target. Xinjiao was a little scared. How can I go there? Zhang Zhuzhu, wait for me outside. Xinjiao answered and walked behind Zhang Zhuzhu like a little tail, which was quite cute. The imperial concubine was indeed frowning and worried, with an unhappy face. As soon as she saw Zhang Zhuzhu, she said, "You are also a mother. You say, as mothers, when do we not think about the good of our children? I work hard for him. Isn't it? What am I trying to do if he is not happy at all with my kindness?" Zhang Zhuzhu thought to herself. This is a typical parent's mentality. I'm doing this for your own good. Why don't you appreciate it? I've worked so hard. Why don't you understand? Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say anything for a long time, and Xiao Pan's eyes moved to her. Why is she complaining here? Of course, she is waiting for Zhang Zhuzhu to comfort her, and she is usually the best at this. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Madam, have some tea." Xiao Pan, what kind of tea do I drink? Even if it's very dew, I can't drink it now. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled when she heard it, but still poured a cup of tea over. Madam, do you blame the prince? Zhang Zhuzhu asked. Xiao Pan immediately said, no. As a mother, how can I really blame my son? As a mother, I want to give my heart to my son. How can I blame him? Zhang Zhuzhu, that's it. Everyone has different thoughts. And I've heard that His Royal Highness asked you to choose the most suitable one. In my opinion, this is not perfunctory, but obeying your wishes. Xiao Pan frowned and said, I don't want him to obey blindly. He is a man of his own ideas. Otherwise, why would I ask him to come here? Marriage is a big deal, and parents' orders and matchmakers' words are the final word. My sister and I directly decided on the candidate for him. I still hope that he can choose someone he likes. Zhang Zhuzhu said, you hope that His Royal Highness can marry someone who suits your heart, and His Royal Highness hopes to satisfy you and the Queen. In fact, it's all for mutual consideration. It's a true mother's love and a son's filial piety. To put it bluntly, you have such a son. No matter how much you ask for, you are not satisfied. Just take the son of Rong Yongho's wife. How many troubles he has caused. He went to Jingzhou Prefecture a few days ago. That's really ignorant. Zhang Zhuzhu felt that Xiao Pan was indeed a bit too much. The prince's marriage was not decided by preference. Now that the people have been selected, it is a bit too much to talk about preferences. Xiao Pan immediately felt much more comfortable. Her son was indeed a proud one for them. Outside, Qin Jiao sat on the steps waiting. This was the place where the imperial concubine rested. No one came. She was really very quiet here. The maid also brought her tea and snacks. It was really not in vain today. She met a sister who treated her well and ate snacks in the palace. She would ask her sister to find her a piece of oil paper and take the rest back to her father and brothers and sisters to taste. It's a pity that her mother has gone, so she can't eat such delicious snacks. Qin Jiao thought, and couldn't help yawning. Zhou Yi felt that his attitude just now was indeed a bit problematic, and planned to coax his mother. And then, he saw a girl sitting in the corridor. Qin Jiao looked up and saw the other person. Zhou Yi's eyes fell on the girl's face, and couldn't move away. Qin Jiao saw that it was a man, and stood up without hesitation, and immediately hid behind the pillar, so that the pillar covered her tightly. She would not easily meet a man from outside. Her two cousins fought for her, and they were beaten black and blue. The relatives at home said that she was a seducer, and Qin Jiao was so angry that she was dying. Men are so annoying. Fortunately, Jingzhou Prefecture issued a notice saying that it is best not to marry cousins, so she is not afraid of relatives talking nonsense anymore. The girl hid herself. If Zhou Yi had not been able to see her shadow, he would have thought he had seen a ghost. At this time, Zhang Zhuzhu had finished talking to the imperial concubine and walked out. Qin Jiao lowered his head, hid behind Zhang Zhuzhu, and grabbed her sleeve. Your Highness, please go in quickly. The queen just said that she had embarrassed you just now and was worried about you. Zhang Zhuzhu said to him. Zhou Yi coughed. No. I did make a mistake and failed my mother's kindness. Zhang Juju was holding the hand of the beauty behind her and smiled. I said, "The Queen and your Highness are a loving mother and a filial son, so there is no need for me to interfere." Qin Jiao held Zhang Juju's hands with both hands and put them on her back. Zhou Yi saw 3 hands stacked together, 2 of which were smaller and whiter. Hands are like tender catkins, he thought. Zhou Yi, thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law, in persuading my mother. Zhang Zuju said it was not hard, and was about to leave. The beautiful sister behind her obviously did not want to see a man. Zhou Yi watched them leave hand in hand, and said to the maid, "Who is this person?" The maid did not think much about it, and explained, "This is the sister that the 3rd grandmother just met. She likes her very much, and tells jokes to make her happy." Zhou Yi retracted his gaze and thought, "Isn't this the selection of concubines for him? Why did Zhang Juju pick a beautiful girl first? Did Li Fu know?" Zhou Yi heard their laughter fade away, and then he went in to talk to the imperial concubine. The banquet was over today, and the candidate was still not decided. The imperial concubine planned to let her son think about it for a while, and take another look. Although it was important to have value. As a couple, they had to be in love with each other to live together. Otherwise, it would be painful to be tired of each other. When leaving the palace, Qin Jiao was still with Zhang Juju. She was about to thank Zhang Luzu and say some parting words, but she saw Yang Ruifang leading a group of girls and running over, shouting to Zhang Luzu, "Sister, Qin Jiao." So many sisters? She felt depressed. Yes, Sister Juju was so good-tempered and could tell stories to make people laugh. She was so good. Of course she would not have only one sister. Yang Ruifang also saw Qin Jiao. She had many friends, but she didn't know Qin Jiao. When she saw her, she said, "This girl is so beautiful. How come I don't know her?" The girls behind her also shook their heads. Zhang Zuzu motioned Qin Jiao to talk to them. When Qin Jiao heard the other party say that she was beautiful, she thought that the people that Sister Juju knew must be good. She bowed and said, "My name is Qin Jiao, and my father is a member of the Ministry of Industry." Yang Ruifang smiled and said, "It doesn't matter where your father is. My name is Yang Ruifang. I'll play polo in a few days. Will you come with me?" Qin Jiao said shyly, "I don't know how to play." Yang Ruifang took her hand and said, "It's okay. Sister Juju doesn't know how to play either. I'll teach you when the time comes." Qin Jiao was immediately very moved. "Thank you." Everyone talked for a while at the palace gate before dispersing. Chapter 280. Can you hold me tight? As soon as Li Fu came back in the evening, Zhang Juju described to him how colorful the scene was today, with hundreds of flowers blooming and dazzling. Li Fu held her son in her arms and listened to her excitedly, feeling very complicated for a while. Li Fu felt confused, as if their genders were reversed at this moment. He held the child and listened to his partner talk about how many new people he met among the flowers. It seemed that Zhang Juju was going to say in the next moment, "I brought you a few sisters. You should live in harmony and don't argue." Hongdo was babbling in Li Fu's arms, which made Li Fu come back to his senses a little. He said quietly, "Is the girl surnamed Chen really that beautiful?" Zhang Juju, very, very beautiful. "Do you like her so much?" Li Fu said again. Zhang Wuzu, "Ah, I like her. She is already my new sister and wants to play polo with me." Li Fu was speechless for a while. At this moment, Li Fu wanted to thank the Bodhisattva and the 3 pure ones for letting Zhang Juju reincarnate as a woman. If she were a man, she would have incurred countless romantic debts by now. "Zhang Zuzu, why are you silent?" Li Fu said, "According to what you said, I'm afraid anyone who sees Miss Chen will be tempted." Zhang Juju smiled and said, "I know you won't. When we first met, you taught me not to judge people by appearance. You did it yourself. You saw my beautiful soul through my ordinary appearance. I am superficial, and I judge people by appearance. But I know that you are not." "Right, Sam Ling." Li Fu couldn't help laughing after hearing what she said. He said, "You are also very beautiful. To be fair, Zhang Juju's appearance is not the best, but it can't be said to be ordinary. She can be called beautiful." Zhang Zuju hugged her son and sighed, "No. I saw those girls today, and knew that I am old and ugly. This word is quite suitable for her. Her son is now turning over very well, either chewing his hands or his feet. And he is quite strong. His growth means that Zhang Juju is also getting older. It is worth being happy when children grow up." But it is not the case when adults grow up. After Zhang Zuzu finished speaking, she remembered the other meanings of the word yellow, and couldn't help laughing again. Li Fu said, "Nonsense. Mingzhu is still alive." Zhang Zuzu said to Li Fu, "It's fine in your eyes. Don't worry about it in other people's eyes." Li Fu looked at the mother and son. Maybe there are really beautiful women in the world, but his wife and children are the most important in his heart. Zhang Zuzu went to the Pan family the next day and borrowed the polo field from Princess Haiyang. Princess Haiyang was about to give birth in more than a month, so it was really difficult for her to go out. When she heard about this, her eyes were red with envy. "When can I go out? My mother specifically ordered me not to go out." "Didn't you go boating at that time?" Zhang Zuzu, "I also sneaked out." Princess Haiyang sighed. "Our family is very well guarded. I wanted to eat a treasure duck, but the child's father bought it and hid it until midnight before he dared to take it out for me to eat. The next day, the nanny almost found it. This was the first time in Zhou Lanchu's life that he was a thief. It was quite exciting." Zhang Zuzu couldn't help laughing. "You are a bit miserable." Princess Haiyang said sadly, "I am so miserable." "How can you still laugh?" Zhang Zuzu said, "It's because it's miserable that it's funny. Just hold on and wait until the child is 2 months old, and it will be almost done." Zhou Lanchu calculated that there were nearly 4 months left, and his eyes suddenly went dark. "Am I pregnant? I'm in jail. Now you can still farm in Jingzhou Prefecture if you're in jail." Zhang Zuzu quickly comforted her and brought her son over. "I'll lend it to you to play with for a while. He's having fun. Your child will be so fun too." Hongdo blinked her big eyes and looked at the stranger in front of her. Then she reached out and wanted to touch the golden hairpin with a butterfly on Zhou Lanchu's head. Zhou Lanchu wanted to take it off when he saw this. Zhang Zuzu said, "No need to take it. Just touch it with your hand. He likes anything that moves." Zhou Lanchu shook the golden hairpin, and Hongdo giggled when the pendant moved. After playing like this for a long time, Zhou Lanchu felt better. Before leaving, she said, "Okay, if you can give birth to a lovely child safely, then I have nothing to say." Zhang Zuzu raised her son's hand and waved it at her. "I'll come back to play with you next time." Zhou Lanchu looked at Hongdo, and her stomach also started to move. She had already experienced the feelings of being a mother. Zhang Zuzu happily sent invitations to her sisters, inviting them to play. As a result, the maid next to the imperial concubine came to the Li family that day, and Zhang Zuzu thought something was wrong. The maid conveyed the imperial concubine's intention, wanting her to invite more girls to the polo field, and the prince would come at that time. What else could Zhang Zuzu do except agree? She lay on the bed with no desire to live. Li Fu saw it and felt very distressed. Zhang Zuzu said, "I just want to play with my favorite sisters. I don't want to agree to this." Li Fu hugged his wife in his arms. "Zuzu has been wronged. Invite your sisters to see the peach blossoms later as an apology. They won't blame you." Zhang Zuzu cried in Li Fu's arms for a long time before getting up. She wrote a new letter to her sisters, explaining the situation and asking them not to come if they didn't want to. Zhang Zuzu, on her part, sent out invitations and called the girls who entered the palace that day. This time, they were all young people, not the elders. Li Fu also invited some friends to play together. He happened to have some free time, so he went to worry about this matter to ensure that nothing went wrong. "You have known the prince for several years. What kind of women do you think he would choose?" Zhang Zuzu asked Li Fu. Li Fu said, "I haven't noticed it. There are no young women around the prince. The queen and the imperial concubine are very strict with him. He doesn't get close to women and is not polite to the girls from the Pan family." Zhang Zuzu lay in Li Fu's arms. "I saw a few girls that the imperial concubine liked the other day. They all looked very powerful and very disciplined. I'm afraid I can't get along with them." Again, Li Fu has a good relationship with the prince, so Zhang Zuzu may have more contact with the princess. Li Fu understood what she meant and said, "Whether it is your majesty or the prince, their minds are more focused on the previous dynasty. If they can't get along, they won't get along. Just be happy and don't worry too much." Zhang Zuzu laughed. "If you did something wrong in the previous dynasty, I can't help you," Li Fu said. "Then I will ask to be sent out, and our family will go to other places to see the scenery of other places." Zhang Zuzu, "Well, what if I lose my job?" Li Fu, "Then go back to Zhangjia village. Didn't you say that the scenery there is beautiful and a good place to live in seclusion? After hearing this, Zhang Juju hugged Li Fu tightly. Li Fu continued, I hope you will always be happy and not be wronged. Just like when you were in the village. He believed that he had the ability to bear his future. If one day, he had to withdraw from the officialdom because of an unfounded fault, Li Fu would protect himself and would not gamble with the lives of his wife, children and family. He could no longer be a loyal minister. Zhang Juju, can you hold me tight? Li Fu? Li Fu heard this and hugged her tightly. This person. What virtue and ability does she have? Chapter 281. A father is honored by his son. Although the banquet had to be a big one, most of the girls, who were close to Zhang Juju came. Qin Jiao also came. When her father heard that Li Fu and his wife were hosting a banquet, he urged his daughter to go over and play. If it was in other families, his daughter might encounter bad things. But not in the Li family. Jingzhou Prefecture has arrested many people who persecuted women in recent days. No matter what their background, Jingzhou Prefecture dares to arrest them. No one dares to make trouble at the Li family's banquet. As a father, he loves his daughter and hopes that she can go out more and make more friends. If there is a kind-hearted young man who doesn't just look at his daughter's appearance, it would be great. However, Qin Jiao's father also knew that this probably wouldn't work. His daughter's appearance was really hard to ignore, and the old father was almost worried to death. Qin Jiao wanted to go out, and didn't want to disappoint his father, so he went over. Li Fu held his son, raised his little hand, and touched Zhang Juju's face. Zhang Juju quickly dodged. Don't dare to let him touch my face. I just put on powder. He touched my face, and then sucked his hand. This is not good. Li Fu originally wanted to tease Zhang Juju. She was not very happy when she got up in the morning, and she was still depressed when she arrived at the polo field. In the end, she forgot about it. Li Fu took back his son's hand. Then I'll touch it. Zhang Juju refused immediately, and patted Li Fu's hand. No. I'm applying powder, and you rubbed it off. I want to apply more. Don't touch me. Li Fu pinched his son's hand and sighed. It seems that neither of us can appease your mother. You are a little fool. And your father is old and ugly. Zhang Juju finally laughed when she heard this. Humph. It's true that you are ugly and fading. But my son is not a little fool. He is my sweetheart. Li Fu also laughed. He raised Hongdo a little higher and said, It doesn't matter if you are ugly and fading. I am now honored by my son. He is the biological father of Zhang Juju's only son. Zhang Juju burst into laughter. Listen to what you said. We have heard a lot about the saying that a mother is honored by her son. But the saying that a father is honored by his son is outrageous. The three of them laughed together. And Li Fu said, Hongdo is my little hostage. Joey came to find Li Fu, and he turned his head and asked the servant, Is he always like this? The servant was used to it, and nodded and said, Our grandmother was unhappy these days, and you were just trying to make her happy. Joey thought seriously. What did marriage bring to Li Fu? The saying that a father is honored by his son? How fresh. The couple knew that Joey was coming, so they came out to see him. Joey also looked at Li Fu's little hostage and said, Why does he look different? Li Fu said, Children change every day. You haven't seen him for almost a month, so he is naturally different. Joey wanted to hug him, but Li Fu refused. He is older now, and likes to move around. You don't know how to hug him. Joey couldn't help but said, Are you afraid that I will take your hostage away, and you will not be able to rely on your father's status as your son? Zhang Juju immediately patted Li Fu on the back. It would be fine if she said this at home, but she said it outside. Now it seems that she is domineering at home and has ruined her good reputation. Li Fu was slapped and looked at Joey very unhappy. What kind of person is this? That was their boudoir talk. Joey accidentally heard it and just pretended not to hear it. Why did he say it out loud? What is the head for? Is it for showing off? At this time, the maid came over and said that Qin Jiao had come. But he didn't come because he was afraid of seeing a stranger. Zhang Juju was immediately happy when she heard that her beautiful sister had come, and said to Li Fu, Take good care of our son. Li Fu agreed, and Zhang Juju touched her son's face and left. When Zhang Juju walked away, Joey said, I don't want to get married when I see you like this. It's too hard to be beaten and take care of children. Li Fu sneered, Your Highness wants to be like me. It's a foolish dream. We are in love and harmony. So it's like this. You and the future crown princess. Are you getting married because you love each other? You will naturally respect each other. The crown princess and other concubines will never dare to touch you. They only want you to have children. And then, the mother will be honored by the son. As for your well-being, I'm afraid the concubines are too lazy to care. Still like them. Impossible. The couple of the heavenly family is not husband and wife, but still monarch and minister. Which monarch and minister can get along with each other sincerely and selflessly? Joey suddenly felt like he was hit by a cold arrow, and his already bad mood was immediately worse. He covered his chest. We have experienced life and death. How can you do this to me? Li Fu said, Your Highness. I want to remind you to get married as soon as possible, and not to cause trouble to your sister-in-law. I am so earnestly trying to make her happy today. All because of you. As a result, this kid came to ruin his stage. Joey heard this and bowed his hands and said, Yes. Yes. It is my fault for disturbing the virtuous couple. Li Fu didn't really want to blame him, and asked, You haven't decided who to marry yet? Joey hesitated for a while, and said, I recall that Ming and Lu wanted to seize the government as relatives. Now I want to marry a wife and concubines. Will the families of my wives and concubines be the next Ming and Lu? Li Fu said, We must always guard against relatives interfering in politics. If your highness doesn't want to marry because of this, it's not right. The power of the Su and Yi families is not very large. Zhou Yi frowned. But why should I give them this opportunity? Now the government is uncertain, and with their help, it may be settled. This also gives them the opportunity to become powerful. They are ministers, and I am the prince. Why do I feel like I am a chess piece, being controlled by them through marriage? If so, I might as well go back to the northwest. The person beside him cannot be of the same mind, and even if he has a son, he does not belong to him alone. Now I can understand why the late emperor appointed a stupid son as the crown prince. Joey said, When that day comes, I will also be afraid that they will use the son to seize the power in my hands. Less than 3 months after becoming the crown prince, Joey has already imagined what a dangerous future he will have. No wonder being an emperor is a lonely man. He is now used by his father as a tool to stabilize the court. And then when he reaches that point, he may have no choice. Li Fu said, Your Highness thinks too far ahead. I just want to make long-term plans. He looked at Li Fu and said worriedly, Will we be like today in the future? His friends have drifted away from him. Only Li Fu has not changed much. Li Fu said, As long as your highness works hard for state affairs and does not become a foolish person. Zhou Yi now dares not say loudly that I will definitely not do that. He feels that he has become suspicious recently. Anyway, he is very suspicious about marrying a wife. Just like Li Fu said, no one really loves him. They love the prince. If the prince is someone else, they will also flock to him. Now Zhou Yi understands Li Fu's choice. In Zhang Juju's eyes, Li Fu is just Li Fu. In the eyes of others, Zhou Yi is the prince and the power. But not Zhou Yi. Chapter 282 I am the prince. Seeing him like this, Li Fu reminded him, Your Highness, it is difficult to have both in this world. If you gain, you will lose. It is impossible to be perfect. Zhou Yi was silent. He used the tassel on the jade pendant to tease Hongdo. Then Li Fu heard him say, But I am the prince, and my father is the emperor. Li Fu expressionlessly pushed aside the tassel of the jade pendant, took out the small mirror that Zhang Juju often used, and held it up to Zhou Yi's face. Zhou Yi was confused. Li Fu, Your Highness, look in the mirror. Zhou Yi came to his senses and remembered that this was an insult. If you have to compromise as a prince, then why am I still a prince? Zhou Yi felt very aggrieved. What was wrong with that? Wasn't it right that he said that? Shouldn't people with power do whatever they want? I'm only 18 years old. I'm starting to be wrong now. If I live to be 60, there are still 42 years left. If I have to keep giving in, compromising, and obeying, what's the point of living? Even if he becomes an emperor, he can't get rid of it. Why? He doesn't want to live like this. It's better to die than live like this. Li Fu, that's not what I mean. Besides, an emperor might not live to be 60. Zhou Yi, that's what I mean. I'll be manipulated by others all my life. Zhou Yi put his hands behind his back and thought seriously about the meaning of his life. Zhang Juju talked to her beautiful sister for a while, and Shen Jiao became happy and said, I want to see my sister's son. I will go back and sew 2 small belly bands for him to wear in summer. Zhang Juju would not refuse. and took her over. The child's father is holding him. And the prince is also there. You should stay away for a while. And I will bring him over to play with you. Qinjiao nodded. She glanced at the prince from a distance that day, but did not see him clearly. Then I dare not go over. I heard from my father that when the prince returned to the capital 2 years ago, he killed people on the street, and the blood was all over the ground. It was scary. My father's boss was next to him, and was so scared that he was sick for a whole month. Qinjiao said, covering his chest. Looking frightened, Zhang Zhuzhu said, let's stay away from him. Zhang Zhuzhu asked the maid to accompany her, and she went to hold the child. When she went over, Zhou Yi was gone. Zhang Zhuzhu said, where is the prince? Li Fu, he went to a dead end. Don't worry about him. Zhang Zhuzhu heard, then you go find him. I'll let my beautiful sister come to see the child. Li Fu pretended to hug her son tightly. Why? The father's son is not expensive anymore. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. Expensive? Expensive? Why not expensive? She just looked at it. Li Fu was just joking, and handed her son to Zhang Zhuzhu. If the sister can make you happy, then I am willing to give in. Zhang Zhuzhu hugged her son. No. You are Hongdo's biological father. How can I forget you? The couple made jokes to each other and laughed happily. Li Fu was relieved to see that she was really happy. Just deal with it today, and then pick another day to have fun, Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, and Li Fu went out to find Zhou Yi. Qinjiao followed the maid, but Zhou Yi ran outside and came back to find Li Fu. Then the two met each other face to face. Qinjiao was a little dazed, and Zhou Yi was the same as last time. He knew that this was the girl who hid behind the pillar. This girl had a pair of white, tender and soft hands. He looked down involuntarily. Qinjiao's hands were folded together, still white. Zhang Zhuzhu heard the noise and came out holding the child. Qinjiao quickly bowed and hid behind Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu said, why is your highness back? I asked Li Fu to find you. Zhou Yi suddenly came to his senses. I'm not a child either. Why did my sister-in-law ask someone to find me? Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, you are not a child, but you can run around. If you are lost, what can my husband and I do to explain? Zhou Yi smiled awkwardly. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I'm talking to a friend, so I won't entertain your highness. Go find Li Fu. Zhou Yi nodded. He saw Qinjiao took Zhang Zhuzhu as a pillar and hid behind it again. Just like last time. Zhou Yi thought, am I too scary? But no one cared what he thought except himself. Zhang Zhuzhu had already taken Qinjiao in. Qinjiao whispered to Zhang Zhuzhu, the prince is so tall. I think he has to look up. Zhang Zhuzhu, if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up first. Qinjiao laughed immediately after hearing this. And Hongdo beside him also giggled. Qinjiao said, the little boy is so beautiful. His eyebrows and eyes are like his sister. And he will definitely be a handsome boy when he grows up. Zhang Zhuzhu taught her to hold Hongdo to play. And Hongdo was not picky about people, and laughed happily. After a while, all the guests who were supposed to arrive arrived. Zhou Yi and Qinjiao were the ones who arrived particularly early. Zhou Yi was bored, and Qinjiao rarely went out, fearing impoliteness. Zhang Zhuzhu asked Li Fu to take her son away, and went out to talk to people. Qinjiao said, I think Hongdo is sleepy. Can Li Xiang coax him to sleep? Children usually look for their mothers when they are sleepy. It's okay. My child looks for his father when he is sleepy. And his father coaxed him since he was born. Zhang Zhuzhu said, sighing. Originally, we were just playing with people we knew, and everyone was happy. But there were so many unfamiliar people. Qinjiao also sighed, because her appearance was always talked about by others. And she was also upset. Zhang Zhuzhu only needed to chat and laugh with close friends, such as Yao Yusen and Song Lingxin, and Yang Ruifeng. Zhang Zhuzhu would have to cheer up when it came to Su Mingzhou and Yi Shanning. These two people came together, and Zhang Zhuzhu smiled just right and greeted them politely. I hope you two can enjoy today. I hope the prince can quickly choose a suitable daughter-in-law, so that the imperial concubine and the queen can rest assured and not let her face the Shura field again. Yi Shanning said first, how can we not enjoy the spring festival? It's us who are bothering us. Su Mingzhou also returned the greeting, but she didn't say much. Zhang Zhuzhu welcomed them in. Su Mingzhou's sister said, Zhang's family background is so good, but she won the favor of the imperial concubine. Sister, What's her reason? Su Mingzhou said, because her husband's family name is Li. And she will not favor any of us today. No one will get into trouble on the polo field today. Everyone is fighting for a position. If the means in public are ineffective, they will inevitably use some means behind the scenes. But no one dares to use means in front of the Li family. Once something happens, Li Fu will definitely do her best to investigate. And then the whole family will be in trouble. Su Mingzhou's sister heard this and said, she really has accumulated good deeds from her ancestors. Why did she have to encounter the time when the Li family is in trouble? Su Mingzhou said to his sister, this is someone's ability. Remember to be careful with your words and actions. If her sisters make mistakes and the news reaches the ears of the imperial concubine, it will implicate the Su family. He Shang was preparing to go to the polo field. She knew that the prince would come today. The prince was a man who had fought in battles and killed enemies. So she practiced writing skills for this. And the prince would definitely see it. Chapter 283 Thin Spring Clothes. Zhang Zuzhu fed her sisters first. Yao Yusen and Song Lingxi were talking to Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao knew they were Zhang Zuzhu's good friends. So he was not shy. Yao Yusen praised her, you are so beautiful. But you don't go out. What a pity. Qin Jiao said, Sister Yao, you are also beautiful. Yao Yusen laughed, I blushed when I received your praise. Qin Jiao quickly made amends, really? You are all beautiful. No one is not beautiful. Yao Yusen laughed even louder, if you had gone out earlier, you would have been caught by your sister Zhu Zhu. Qin Jiao also felt a little regretful and said, Sister is really good. I was bullied in the palace. And it was all thanks to Sister who saved me. She is a good person. Qin Jiao was really happy that she met so many sisters today. They all praised her beauty. But they didn't say that she was only worthy of serving men with her beauty. Nor did they say that she was not a good person. Qin Jiao thought that it didn't matter if she was not the only sister. Li Fu was talking to his friends. And the maid brought the red beans over. Li Fu saw that he was sleepy. So he told his friends to shut up, and he wanted to coax the child to sleep. His friends thought it was outrageous. When the child was sleepy, they either asked the wet nurse to take care of the child, or the child's mother or father. They had never heard of or seen such a thing. What kind of strange woman was Zhang? Li Fu had been in the capital for so many years. After less than a year in Zhangjia village and meeting Zhang, he was completely different. Seeing his skillful movements of coaxing the child to sleep, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Someone next to him said, I didn't hold my son twice after he was born. My wife took care of him. Sam Lang, this is too unbecoming. He is a loving father who loves his son. How can he be so unbecoming? Giving birth is a woman's business. How can a grown man do this? This is against the rules of our ancestors. What's the point of you arguing with us here? Go and talk to San Lang's wife. The man hesitated and said, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. I don't think you can beat her. Someone said, you are not San Lang's opponent. And San Lang is not his wife's opponent. It can be seen that Zhang's methods are superb. It is said that the manual for the cultivation of male virtues that was circulated before was written by her personally. Yao Qingxin is different from them. He watched Li Fu coax the child. Li Fu looked at his expression and said, it seems that there is a happy event. Yao Qingxin's face was full of joy. It was true. He and Song Lingxin had just married not long ago. They were very compatible with each other. They read books, practiced calligraphy, and discussed poetry together. Every day was harmonious and happy. They also had a child soon. It seemed that God took pity on the old couple and let them have children as soon as possible. Although Zhou Yi was standing here, his mind was a little confused. The reason for the confusion was very simple. Qin Jiao. Zhou Yi had seen beautiful women before. On the contrary, his father had had many around him, such as the current Dou. Qin Jiao was the best among the beautiful women. Zhou Yi also had eyes. And he saw the girl. Her face was very beautiful. And her hands looked very soft. She was wearing a thin spring shirt. And she looked soft. Just standing behind Zhang Zuzhu. She was still timid. Like a snow-white little rabbit. The last time I saw him, I immediately hid behind the pillar. And this time I also hid behind Zhang Zuzhu. Zhou Yi asked the person next to him, am I scary? Your Highness is handsome. How could he scare people? The attendant replied. This was not a compliment. Zhou Yi had grown taller in the past 2 years. And he had not given up his martial arts and archery. He had a good figure. Not to mention his face. After all, his surname was Zhou. And he had a good appearance passed down from his ancestors. Joey thought so too. He had just looked in the mirror at Li Fu's place. Those women also looked shy when they saw him. And not many of them were afraid of him. He wanted to know what was going on. But she was a girl. How could he ask? If he asked, the girl would probably be eaten alive. Joey knew what was going on. Zhang Zuzhu had changed her clothes and was going to play polo. But Yao Yusen and Song Lingxin both refused. When Zhang Zuzhu was about to ask, Song Lingxin had already put her hand on her abdomen and winked at her. Zhang Zuzhu understood immediately and congratulated her. Chen Jiao and Zhang Zuzhu went together. Yang Ruifang was the best polo player among the girls. And she was very patient in teaching people. And the scene was very harmonious. But after He Shanning came, things were a little different. Like the Su family, she didn't care about the Zhang family. She needed to care about the Li family behind the Zhang family. Especially Li Fu. Zhang Zuzhu really just wanted to learn to play polo. Not to rely on it for socializing. She was also worried that He Shanning would get hurt on the polo field. So she stepped aside and greeted He Shanning. Seeing this, He Shanning smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although I don't go out often, I can play polo." Zhang Zuzhu said, "Miss, he is precious. It's just a little fun. Let's just watch from the side." He Shanning saw that the prince was not here. So she didn't insist. Everything she did needed the prince to see it. And now that she could get off the field, she had one more ability than Su Mingzhou. I heard that Li Xiaoyin was taking care of the young man personally. Looking at the capital, only the third grandmother has such a blessing, He Shanning said. The news that Li Fu took care of the child had spread throughout the polo field. And even the female family members heard about it. Zhang Zuzhu said, "It's all thanks to my parents-in-law who taught their children well. I was just lucky." When ordinary people say this, they either say that she has problems or that she has the skills to control her husband. Zhang Zuzhu said that her parents-in-law taught well. Just to block the subsequent development of the two aspects, He Shanning really stopped. She wanted to find out about the latter. If she asked now, she was afraid that the other party would say that you should ask the emperor and empress to teach you. He Shanning thought. Could it be that the Li family has secretly supported the Su family? I didn't see Zhang talking to Su Mingzhou. What a ghost. What kind of attitude is this? Zhang Zuzhu has already told Li Fu that she doesn't get along with them. And Li Fu has promised that she doesn't need to come forward to support them. Zhang Zuzhu's attitude is to ignore it. She saw He Shanning's expression, smiled and said, "Miss He, don't think too much. You must know which one is the most important right now." Zhang Zuzhu said this. And He Shanning suddenly realized that she was not supporting any side. She was just waiting for the winner. He Shanning's expression suddenly became a little ugly. She thought she had lowered her status. But she didn't expect that people didn't take them seriously from beginning to end. She laughed dryly, stood up and left. When she saw Su Mingzhou, she walked over with a smile. "Miss Su, you and I ran to this polo field eagerly. But it's a pity that the host of this banquet didn't take you and me seriously." This was simply provoking. Su Mingzhou said indifferently, "Her husband is the Xiao Yin of Jingzhou Prefecture, the emperor's confidant and beloved minister, and the prince's close friend. Who am I? Why should she take me seriously?" Su Mingzhou didn't think of winning over Zhang. Zhang's attitude was very obvious in the palace that day. He Shanning's face froze. And she secretly regretted it. If Zhang instigated her husband to gossip in front of the prince, it would be bad. Su Mingzhou thought. Whoever can be the most patient can make it to the end. The two of them are the most likely. But it is still hard to say who the prince will like. Chen Jiao and Zhang Wuzhu got on the horse. And they played polo very poorly. But they laughed very happily. Li Fu coaxed his son to sleep. And was about to come over to see how his wife played polo. He didn't learn it at the beginning. Otherwise he would be the one teaching now. And it would not be the turn of Zhang Zuzhu's sisters. What a pity. Chapter 284 Save the Love Brain. Zhang Wuzhu was sweating. When He Shanning was about to go on stage, she took a few unskilled girls away and told Yang Ruifang to give He Shanning a chance to perform and not to steal the limelight from her to avoid accidents. Yang Ruifang thought for a while and said, "Then I will fight her with my left hand." Zhang Zuzhu couldn't help laughing and said, "I asked you to give her a chance, not to embarrass her. What's the benefit of offending her? Be obedient. If He Shanning wants to perform, then give her a chance. As for whether Joey likes it or not, Zhang Zuzhu has no right to control it." Yang Ruifang hummed for a long time. "Okay. I won't offend her. I want to eat roasted lamb legs. Zhang Zhuzu, eat. Eat whatever you want. Go ahead. Yang Ruifang smiled and left. After Zhang Zhuzu settled them, she ran to find Li Fu. She really ran over. Slightly lifted her skirt. And ran over like a carefree little girl. Li Fu had already stood up and walked a few more steps forward. As soon as Zhang Zhuzu ran over, he reached out to support her. And Zhang Zhuzu also took the opportunity to hold Li Fu's hands and stood firm. There are too many people here. If there were fewer people, Zhang Zhuzu would definitely let Li Fu pick her up and turn around a few more times. The spring scenery is a good time for lovers to meet. It's a pity that there are too many such idle people, and it's too disturbing. They could only do so. Zhang Zhuzu asked, "How am I doing?" Li Fu wiped her sweat with a handkerchief. "Very good. You will become a great person in time." Zhang Zhuzu laughed even louder and said shamelessly, "Yes. I think so too. But I am not interested in this. Li Fu, Zhuzu is smart. No matter what she does, she will become a great person." He said such words without changing his expression. Zhang Zhuzu was the same. She said, "Yes. I am doing a good job as your wife." Right? Actually, it was not very good. She didn't want to deal with people she didn't like. So she didn't care. Which was very irresponsible and willful. Li Fu knew what she meant and held her hand. "Very good. Just like me being your husband." Zhang Zhuzu thought. Li Fu is really good. But she is just average. Let Li Fu work harder. Then you have to take care of the prince. Don't offend him. Zhang Zhuzu said. Li Fu, too late. Zhang Zhuzu was puzzled. Too late. Li Fu, I have already laughed at him. Zhang Zhuzu. How can you say that? Li Fu said. I said that the women here, no one really loves him. Because he is the prince. They are here. Zhang Zhuzu looked at her husband worriedly and said, Do you know what one of the rules for people to survive is? Li Fu, I'm all ears. Zhang Zhuzu said seriously, You can't tell the whole truth. Li Fu frowned. Alas. I've already said it. It's too late. Zhang Zhuzu and Li Fu looked at each other. Li Fu said again, It's okay. Go back to Zhangjia village. You support me. Then both of them laughed. Zhang Zhuzu, you are planning to change your career and eat gigolo. Li Fu, I'm old and my teeth are not good. Zhang Zhuzu laughed first. And then Li Fu laughed too. His words were indeed a bit impolite. But with Zhou Yi's temperament, he would not be angry about it. And it would not cause any bad results. After laughing enough, Zhang Zhuzu became serious. He is powerful and can find any woman he wants. Besides, identity and appearance are born with, and are part of a person. You don't have to throw them away. And there is no need to go into extremes. If you have to ask the other person, regardless of status, money, and appearance, whether he would still like you, this question is not very necessary. Li Fu listened to her thoughts and began to think. That being said, Li Fu said, If I lose everything I have now, you will not leave me. But if Zhou Yi loses his status as the prince, it is hard to say. Zhang Zhuzu thought that Li Fu really has the potential to be in love. This is just a hypothesis. If he really loses his status as the prince, what kind of relationship can he talk about? His head should fall off. Zhang Zhuzu said. But what I said is true. Li Fu insisted. People come together for profit. And they will disperse when the profit is gone. People who come for power will definitely disperse in the future. But not all couples in the world are united by love. What you said is too terrible. Zhang Zhuzu said. Li Fu, well, we are the minority. There are not a few couples who sleep in the same bed, but dream different dreams and harbor resentment. This does not prevent them from living together. Zhang Zhuzu glanced at the prince. I think what you said is not entirely right. Look at the prince. He has a good appearance and a good figure. He is a handsome young man. There must be women who really love him. Just like Zhou Yi. It is normal for girls to like him. And he is still the prince. Li Fu made people sound miserable, as if no one wanted him. This is really not the case. Li Fu did not argue with Zhang Zhuzu anymore. He thought that if he said it, Zhuzu and his children and grandchildren would be sad for him. But when Zhou Yi dies, I'm afraid his wife and children will wake up laughing in their dreams. If Zhang Zhuzu heard this, she would definitely shout to save the love-brained. Although this article is a sweet one, we also need to do some serious political intrigues occasionally. How can we do political intrigues when the protagonist is so love-brained? There's no hope. Is your love the most noble? On the polo field, He Shanning really stole the show. Yang Ruifang is definitely the best polo player among girls of this generation. She lets the water go without leaving any trace. And even He Shanning herself is proud of it. Joey doesn't play polo. He used to chop off other people's heads and kick them as balls when he got on the horse. He is not very interested in such little fun. He saw that Li Fu had disappeared for a long time, and said to the person beside him, "What are they talking about?" "They are talking endlessly." The eldest son of the Ren family said, "They are well known for their love. So it's not surprising that they talk more." Ren Hao squeezed in front of his eldest brother and said, "Yes. Unlike you and your eldest sister-in-law, who pick up knives and chop each other when they disagree." The eldest brother of the Ren family kicked his younger brother aside and told the unfortunate brother to shut up. "Your Highness, my wife is an orphan in the army adopted by my mother. She has practiced martial arts with us brothers since she was a child. Unlike the women in the capital. Your Highness will not be like this after you get married," he said quickly. The eldest brother of the Ren family also saw that Zhou Yi didn't seem to be very interested in getting married. And he was not very interested in those girls. So how could he tell him the inside story of marriage? It is better to hide it so that he feels that the couple is loving after marriage. And there will be someone to care for him, and he will no longer be lonely. Look at San Lang and his wife. If you get married, it will be the same. Zhou Yi, this is not necessary. Li Fu and Zhang Juju chattered for a long time before they separated. Zhou Yi didn't want to listen to his bragging anymore, so he turned around and left. Tired of listening, Li Fu walked over and saw that Zhou Yi was not there. He guessed that he had gone to another place to get stuck in a rut. Zhang Juju rested for a while, but she didn't see Chen Jiao and the others come back. Did they get lost? The girls heard that Chen Jiao had seen Zhang Juju's son, so they all wanted to go and see him. So they went together. Song Ling thought, if you are worried, it's better to go and see him, in case there is really something wrong. Zhang Juju got up and went to look for someone. Chapter 285, I am not a woman who indulges in love. Hongdo had a nap and was being held by a maid to play after eating. Now several girls came to play with him. Hongdo was teased by them in turn and his eyes were dazzled. Zhang Juju thought that it was a great thing to have someone to help tease the child. Where is Chen Jiao? Zhang Juju did not see her here. So she asked, Sister, didn't you send someone to ask her to find you? Yes, sister. She went to find you. Zhang Juju said, I didn't look for her. Everyone looked at each other, and then hurried out to look for someone. Chen Jiao found that she was lost, and the maid who led her had disappeared. She felt something was wrong at this moment. You know, the maid of the Li family would never be so inappropriate. Chen Jiao was going to go back along the same route and investigate the matter. It was fine in the past, but now she couldn't let anyone bully her like this. This was in the territory of the Li family. If it got out, it would be a disgrace to the Li family. When she was walking back, she bumped into the prince and Su Mingzhou, who were talking to each other 5 feet away. They both turned back. Chen Jiao showed an awkward smile and turned around to run. Su Mingzhou first glanced at Zhou Yi, then said softly, Miss Chen, are you lost? Chen Jiao whispered, well, I took the wrong road. It's my fault for disturbing you too. I won't tell anyone. After she said that, she lowered her head and stood behind a tree nearby. As soon as she saw the prince, she remembered the scene of blood flowing in the streets as her father had said, and she was afraid. And looking at the situation, Su Mingzhou and the prince were obviously that thing, and it would be bad if she ran into them. Su Mingzhou smiled and asked his maid to send her away. After she left, Su Mingzhou said to Zhou Yi, Your Highness has been unable to make a decision. But what are you worried about? Zhou Yi put his hands behind his back. What do you think I am worried about? Su Mingzhou glanced in the direction where Chen Jiao left and said, Women in the world have beautiful faces and are smart and sharp. You can't have both. If you want to be your Highness's wife, the latter is obviously more important. Although Chen Jiao is beautiful, she is obviously not smart. Su Mingzhou thought he was smart enough to be the crown princess. Zhou Yi looked at Su Mingzhou. Just say it. Su Mingzhou bowed to Zhou Yi. Your Highness. Mingzhou has been raised like a man since childhood, and is familiar with classics and history. Husband and wife should advance and retreat together, and share interests and harms, especially the royal family. Love is like a floating cloud. Ming Zhou feels qualified to be your partner, and will never do stupid things out of jealousy in the future. With a beautiful girl like Chen, your highness can rest assured to love her. Qin Jiao was brought here by Su Mingzhou. Many women today have seen Qin Jiao's beauty, and Su Mingzhou is no exception. Zhang Zhuzhu saw the delicate and beautiful Qin Jiao and wanted to make friends with her. When Su Mingzhou saw Qin Jiao, she immediately felt that she was a sharp weapon. Her appearance was enough to attract most men in the world. She believed that Zhou Yi would be no exception. She took the initiative to let Qin Jiao show her face in front of Zhou Yi, which meant that as she became the crown princess, she would tolerate any woman around Zhou Yi and would never be jealous. Zhou Yi understood what she wanted to do. Su Mingzhou showed her intelligence and generosity. She was indeed capable enough to become the crown princess. But why did Zhou Yi fall for her tricks? Su Mingzhou. Zhou Yi called her name. Why do you use Qin's daughter as your ladder? Because of her beauty? Zhou Yi asked. Zhou Yi's concept of women is very vague. He doesn't even have a maid to serve him. His two mothers are very loving, and his father's other women are all submissive. In addition to these women, his cousins are lively and weak, but they are all kind. His impression of Zhang Zhuzhu is more interesting. Zhang Zhuzhu can cook delicious food, make money, and is very smart. Of course, the negative impression is that Zhang Zhuzhu is too powerful. Even Li Fu has to be controlled by her. Putting these aside, Zhou Yi's biggest concept of women is that women should be kind and gentle. Kindness should be ranked first. What Zhang Zhuzhu and her friends have done for the charity bureau is still there. At this moment, one of his candidates for the crown princess coldly uses another innocent woman to show her own character and ability. Zhou Yi found that she didn't seem to have the quality of kindness. A woman is calculating like a man. How to say it? Zhou Yi can't accept it. Before this moment, he didn't know what kind of wife he needed. But at this moment, he hoped that his wife should be a kind woman. She shouldn't be so cold. His crown prince's palace is cold enough. Su Mingzhou was questioned by Zhou Yi, but she was very calm and said, Your Highness, don't you want such a beautiful woman? If someone else is the crown princess, they will not tolerate her, will be jealous, will cause trouble. But I won't. I promise to handle all the affairs of the harem, and win the hearts of the women of important officials, so that you can worry about it. She is different from those women who indulge in love. Zhou Yi, Qin is afraid of me. Do you see that? Su Mingzhou smiled. It's just a container for beauty. Your Highness, why should you care? There are so many beautiful women in the world. Qin Jiao is just one of them. And there will be more such beautiful containers in the future. Your Highness, as long as you hold your position firmly, I and the Su family will do our best to let you drive us. And we will never have second thoughts. Su Mingzhou thinks Zhou Yi should be satisfied. As a prince, he should also focus on the great cause and not be too emotional. If Zhou Yi was born in the imperial city, since he was a child and developed a cold temper in the open and secret struggles, then he needs a wife like Su Mingzhou, who is smart, cruel, and decisive. Such a woman will definitely help him take his career further. Unfortunately, Zhou Yi obviously does not have that kind of temperament. In his heart, people are still people, not tools. Maybe a wife like Su Mingzhou can help him. But Zhou Yi does not want it. Is he really going to live a life, like Li Fu said, where no one really cares about him? Zhou Yi does not want to. How did his mother choose a wife for him? Zhou Yi thinks he should go back and ask. In fact, the selection criteria for the imperial concubine are also very simple. Kindness can easily be linked to stupidity, so kindness is excluded from the beginning. What they want to choose is a woman like Su Mingzhou who is clear-headed, who will help Zhou Yi in his career and not do stupid things. Zhou Yi had a headache. Miss Su, what do you think of Li Sanlang and Zhang? Su Mingzhou was very frank and said, it would be better for Li Sanlang to marry a daughter of the royal family or Pan. Zhang is not a good match. Zhou Yi, they are very loving. Su Mingzhou, Your Highness, forgive me for being blunt. There is no couple in the world who can grow old together. Feelings are like clouds. The most important thing is to have a companion who can advance and retreat together. Zhou Yi raised his hand, indicating that she didn't need to say anything more. Chapter 286, A Ridiculous Incident. Zhang Zhuzhu was relieved to see that Qin Jiao was safe. Who took you away? Zhang Zhuzhu asked her. Qin Jiao said, she was wearing the same clothes as the maids around my sister, so I followed her. Zhang Zhuzhu thought it was really a ghost. Who was so bold to plot against her? I'll ask someone to check. You follow me, Zhang Zuju ordered. Qin Jiao nodded and lowered his voice. I saw His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Miss Su talking together. Zhang Zuju heard it and immediately opened her eyes wide. What a big melon. What are they doing? Zhang Zuju asked. Qin Jiao, I don't know. I was scared when I saw the Crown Prince. And I didn't hear what they said. Zhang Zuju, young men and women get together to talk about love. It seems that His Royal Highness has already made a choice. Thank God. The choice of the Crown Princess has finally been decided. Qin Jiao nodded. I think Miss Su is dignified and calm. And she is tall. She is a perfect match for His Royal Highness. Do you know whether they are a good match? Zhang Zuzu said. Qin Jiao smiled and said, I think they are a good match. Li Fu also knew about this and immediately sent someone to investigate. Zhou Yi stopped him and said, no need. It was the daughter of the Su family who brought her to me. Zhang Zuzu soon learned about this matter. She was naturally very dissatisfied. Qin Jiao was a girl from an honest family. Why did she let her Su Mingzhou be a stepping stone? Who is she? How dare she treat people as people? Qin Jiao's eyes widened. And she pulled Zhang Zuzu's hand. Sister, what is she going to do? Zhang Zuzu asked someone to take the child out and invited Su Mingzhou over. Su Mingzhou dared to do this, and Zhang Zuzu dared to question him face to face. A cup of boiling hot tea was pushed in front of Su Mingzhou, and Zhang Zuzu said, Miss Su, Qin Jiao has no grudges against you in the past, and no hatred in the present. What do you mean by pushing her in front of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Su Mingzhou looked at the cup of tea and said, whatever you mean. I mean it. Zhang Zuzu was angry and said directly, if you have something to say, just say it. Why are you being a riddler? Su Mingzhou was calmer and said, you are trying to win over a beautiful person like Qin Jiao. Are you going to push her to the Crown Prince as a concubine? If it weren't for the Queen's intention, the Crown Prince would have met Qin Jiao alone today. I will let you get what you want. Isn't it good? Zhang Zuzu immediately understood what she meant. Qin Jiao next to her jumped up first. What nonsense are you talking about? My sister saved me in the palace, and she saw that I was pitiful. So she invited me to play polo. I made a lot of new friends. What does it have to do with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince was not going to be invited to this game today. Zhang Zuzu just wanted to have a good time because the weather was warmer. So she wanted to invite her family to come. It was because the palace had a sudden idea that she invited so many people. As a result, Su Mingzhou, this girl, is so cunning at such a young age. Zhang Zuzu was very angry. Am I a brothel owner? Qin Jiao is beautiful, and I like her myself. Why should I push her in front of the Crown Prince? Outrageous. Today is really outrageous. Su Mingzhou is so imaginative. She thought Zhang Luozhu didn't support them because the Li family was selfish and wanted to support someone from their side. When Qin Jiao gave birth to a prince, that would be the capital of the Li family. After all, Qin Jiao has no family background. Su Mingzhou thought he understood what the Li family did, and in order to express his attitude, he pushed it self-righteously. Be a concubine for the prince. Zhang Zuzu said loudly. Is he worthy of the prince's 3 palaces and 6 courtyards in the future? Zhang Zuzu was almost mad. Su Mingzhou was calm at first. She thought this was Zhang Zuzu's excuse, a sophistry. But after hearing this, she found that she might have really misunderstood. Zhang Zuzu said the prince was unworthy. Su Mingzhou said, then why did you bring her with you? Zhang Zuzu, you have eyes. Don't you see that she is pretty? I can't bear to see a girl like her being bullied. Can't I treat her as my sister? Su Mingzhou. You? Are you serious? Zhang Zuzu, humph. Who is like you? Calculating? Su Mingzhou closed his eyes painfully. What did she do today? She really thought that this was the Li family's plan. She even said in front of Zhou Yi that she could tolerate others, and she would fight against the outside calculations with the prince. Wrong. All wrong. Zhang Zuzu turned around and apologized to Qin Jiao. Blame me. I have implicated you. Qin Jiao shook his head. It's not my sister's fault. She understood that Zhang Zuzu really didn't mean that. She was not a fool. She could clearly distinguish between calculation and sincerity. Zhang Zuzu felt that she was really unlucky. She just wanted to go on a spring outing. Why did she make up so many things out of nothing? It was really tiring. Outside, Li Fu looked at Zhou Yi. Your Highness, Do you think that my husband and I are plotting against you? Zhou, I didn't even hear her hint. Zhou was also speechless. He said that Chen Jiao was not the only beautiful girl. So Su Mingzhou thought that Li Fu was plotting against him? He thought that the whole capital knew that he and Li Fu had a lifelong friendship and were close friends who could share life and death. Li Fu pushed the door open and walked in with Zhou. Zhang Zhuju's face was so ugly that Zhou politely greeted her third sister-in-law. Calm down. Today's incident was caused by me. I hope you can forgive me. Zhang Zhuzu, I dare not. I can't bear it. Zhou, Miss Chen has also been wronged. Chen Jiao didn't dare to speak, and hid behind Zhang Zhuju. She only glanced at the prince, and didn't dare to look again. On the side, Su Mingzhou, who thought he had planned everything, stood by, and his abacus in his heart was crackling. She gritted her teeth and said, No, Your Highness. I was stupid today, and misunderstood Li Xiaoyin and third madam. It was my fault. She was really wrong today. She was not provoked by Yishanning. Nor did she attract the prince by being in the limelight. She thought she saw through what happened today, and people's hearts. It turned out that everything was her illusion. Zhang Zhuju said, You frightened my sister like this, and it's all over with one word of fault. Su Mingzhou, I'm sorry for frightening Miss Chen. Qin Jiao said boldly, You don't think of me like this, and you shouldn't think of your sister like this. Her thoughts were really too outrageous. Zhang Zhuju, my sister is weak and frail. She was frightened today, and is in a bad mood. You pay 1,000 taels, and send it to the Chen family. Qin Jiao was shocked. She only had 5 taels of silver in private money a month. And her father loved her very much. 1,000 taels. Zhang Zhuju signaled her not to speak. Su Mingzhou agreed. And 1,000 taels would be enough to make this matter go away. Zhang Zhuju, I hope Miss Su can learn from what happened today. She poured a cup of still hot tea, and handed it to Su Mingzhou. Su Mingzhou drank it without hesitation. And drank the hot tea. Zhang Zhuju said, Appearance is a gift from parents. Qin Jiao's beauty is her own. And no one can use it. Miss Su drank this tea. So she must be careful in her words and deeds in the future. Su Mingzhou was so burned that he couldn't speak. So Zhang Zhuju asked someone to send him away. After Su Mingzhou left, Zhang Zhuju looked at Li Fu, Sanlang. I'm almost angry to death. Li Fu, Miss Chen. Your Highness. Please go out for tea and rest first. Zhou and Chen Jiao saw Zhang Zhuju's face, said a few words of concern, and then went out. Chapter 287, She got sick from anger. As soon as Chen Jiao left, tears started to flow. This girl was originally weak and sensitive. Now thinking about what happened today, she felt that it was her appearance that caused the trouble. And she couldn't help but shed tears silently. She was probably the kind of woman in the storybook who caused trouble because of her beauty. Wherever she went and whoever she met, she would cause trouble for others and leave a mess. Chen Jiao felt uncomfortable and guilty. Zhou saw that she was crying pitifully, and thought that she was too timid. Why did she cry again? But if you think about it carefully, this little girl was calculated for nothing today. It's also pitiful. Let her cry. It's common for women to cry. The maid took a handkerchief to wipe her tears, and Chen Jiao soon calmed down. Her tears were almost dry, and she couldn't cry like this all the time. Zhou didn't leave either. Seeing that Chen Jiao had stopped crying, and there was no one else here, he asked directly, Are you afraid of me? Chen Jiao was stunned for a moment when she heard the prince talking. She looked around and saw no one else. Ah! Your Highness asked me? Zhou, yes. I'm asking you. Am I scary? Chen Jiao didn't dare to tell the truth and shook her head vigorously. Zhou saw this and said, Just tell me. I won't be angry. Chen Jiao knew that some things couldn't be said directly. And she said, Your Highness is of noble status. I'm afraid because I'm timid. Not because Your Highness is scary. Zhou knew she was not telling the truth when he saw her like this. And he couldn't force this weak woman. Chen Jiao looked at Zhou twice. Your Highness. I'm leaving first. Then he pulled the maid and ran away quickly, without even a reason to leave. Zhou thought, This girl thinks he will eat people. He drank a few cups of tea. Of course. All cold. Li Fu said, It's not your fault that you encountered this today. Zhang Zhuzu, I don't know what to say. Li Fu also thought it was outrageous. He felt even more sorry for Zhu. Since his wife gave birth to a child, she has been trapped at home and can't go out. It's not easy for the weather to warm up. And she wants to go out for fun. But encountering such a thing is simply an unprovoked disaster. Li Fu said. Calm down. Zhang Zuzhu didn't say anything. She leaned on Li Fu for a while and said, I'm fine. Li Fu stroked her hair. Do you want to investigate? Zhang Zuzhu said. How can we investigate clearly? If this matter gets out, Qin Jiao will be the one who will be implicated the most. Because of her beauty. If the matter gets out, she will definitely be blamed for something she didn't need. Zhang Zuzhu has no doubt about this. Beauty is a disaster. Aren't these 4 words used to humiliate beautiful women? Zhang Zuzhu had to try her best to calm this matter down and not leak any information. Li Fu also knew this very well and said, It won't get out. Don't worry. Zhang Zuzhu believed him. And when things calmed down a bit, she went outside to entertain the guests. Fortunately, nothing strange happened in the remaining half day. And it went smoothly. Zhou Yi didn't choose the person he wanted today. But he had a standard for selection. And he had to go back and tell his mother. Zhang Zuzhu was tired all day. And went to bed early at night. After hearing what Li Fu said, she asked, What standard? Li Fu, it must be a good heart. Zhang Zuzhu rolled her eyes. Isn't this a disaster for people? Can a good heart keep his life in that position? Li Fu, even if he is a good heart, he has to calculate at that point. That's what I told him. Li Fu certainly thought Zhou Yi's standard was too outrageous. Zhang Zuzhu, that's right. When the time comes, she will be attacked openly and secretly. Not to mention the clay Buddha. Even if she is a living Buddha, she will have to plan to protect herself and her child. This is how it is. You have to face this situation. Do you know what he said? Li Fu said. Zhang Zuzhu looked at Li Fu, and then heard him say, Zhou Yi said he is the prince. Zhang Zuzhu, it doesn't matter if he is the king of heaven. It's better to change this standard as soon as possible, so that kind-hearted girls can find a family of equal status and live a good life. His place is full of blood and rain, and no kind-hearted girl can stand it. Look at the people that Xiao Pan chose. Which one is the most easygoing one? That's the right direction. And those with good intentions are crazy. Li Fu said, Forget it. He should know his own marriage. So we don't need to worry about it. Go to sleep. Zhang Zuzhu was really tired. And she said a few words to Li Fu and fell asleep. Zhang Zuzhu was woken up by Li Fu at night. And she was confused. Why are you shaking me in the middle of the night? Li Fu said anxiously, You have a fever. Zhang Zuzhu was confused. And Li Fu couldn't explain it to her clearly. So he quickly asked someone to invite a doctor. Zhang Zuzhu touched her forehead. And she didn't feel anything at all. Li Fu poured her several glasses of water and told her to drink it first. Zhang Zuzhu was indeed not very sober. And Li Fu asked her to drink water. So she drank several glasses. The doctor was an acquaintance of the Li family. He came to see her and said that she had caught a cold during the day and that she just needed to take some medicine and rest. When Li Fu sent the doctor out, she said, Today, she not only caught a cold, but she also got very angry. I think it's a disease caused by anger. She was fine at other times. So why did she get sick today? Zhang Zuzhu has always been in good health. Li Fu said that she must have been angry. The doctor looked at Li Fu's face and said, Maybe. Anger can hurt the body. In fact, this is not necessarily the case. He just heard that the third grandmother played polo today. So it's not surprising that she caught a cold after sweating. It looks warm in spring. But it is not completely warm. This happens to people every year. Especially young people. It is very common. But Li Fu is like this. And it is estimated that the third grandmother was really angry today. So the doctor said so. Li Fu sent the doctor away and held the drowsy Zhang Zuzhu in his arms. Feeling so distressed. The queen and the imperial concubine were the same. They wanted their son to find a wife. And they wanted to hold a banquet for anyone. But they chose their Zuzhu. Because of this, she was upset and hard. And it turned out to be a problem. If you say that Zuzhu has a good heart, she must be very good. If the mistake was made by the couple, it would be fine. But she implicated an innocent woman. And she must feel guilty for it. The more Li Fu thought about it, the more he felt that Zhang Zuzhu had suffered a great injustice. He felt worse than Zhang Zuzhu, who was lying in bed with a fever. He sent someone to the government office to ask for leave before dawn. Zhang Zuzhu took the medicine and slept until noon. When she woke up, Her fever was gone. Li Fu saw her wake up and immediately asked, "Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Do you want to drink water? What do you want to eat?" Zhang Juju was no longer confused. She held Li Fu's hand. "I'm not feeling uncomfortable anymore. I don't want to drink water. I just want to eat something easy to digest. Where is our darling baby?" Li Fu helped her out of bed. "My darling baby was brought over by my mother early in the morning. Zhang Juju was sick, and Li Fu couldn't take care of her son. Lin Weining came to see Zhang Juju in the morning and took the little grandson away to take care of him." Zhang Juju was relieved, washed her face, and changed her clothes. She had to take medicine after dinner. And she said, "Am I too old? I never got sick before." "Li Fu, it's not because of my age. The doctor said you were angry." Zhang Juju murmured, "It's good if it's not because of my age." Li Fu was helpless for a moment. Chapter 288 Good Son-in-Law. Zhang Juju thought she would be fine after half a day of fever. But she had a fever again in the afternoon. She had a fever for a day and a half. And it was not until the third day that she recovered. Her relatives and friends knew about her illness, and they all sent her medicine. The whole Zhang family came to see her. It was the first time for Wu Guiyang and Zhang Dechun to see Zhang Zuju so seriously ill, and they were quite worried. The two sisters also asked about her health. Zhang Jingjing fed her with cut fruits and said, "What a big deal. You are so angry. You have been sick for 2 days. When you were a child, you fought with the children in the village, but you were not angry and got sick." Even Xiaobao took a leave from the academy to visit Zhang Juju, and said beside her, "Did someone bully you?" Zhang Zuzu said, "People are evil, but it's not a big deal. I just caught a cold because I didn't wear enough clothes. Who doesn't get sick?" Zhang Yining said, "You were sick once, when you were 6 years old, and you were out of breath. You haven't been seriously ill since then. How can we not worry?" Zhang Juzu thought, "That's not dying. That's real death. Otherwise, she wouldn't be Zhang Juju. It's not a serious illness now." Zhang Zuzu said, "Don't listen to Li Fu. He's at a loss when he encounters something about me. He'll say that a minor illness is a serious one. I really just caught a cold." If Li Fu said that her illness was 5 points, she would be scared to death. Zhang Jingjing couldn't help laughing. "Third brother-in-law is also worried about you." Zhang Yining said, "Yes. I think brother-in-law is more haggard than you." Zhang Juju, "He is afraid that I will have a fever at night and sleep uneasy." Zhang Zuzu said, "Go to sleep. I won't have a fever again. And she is not seriously ill." But Li Fu just can't rest assured. He wishes he was sick instead of Zhang Juju. In short, it's just that he is too concerned. Xiaobao said, "Brother-in-law is so good to me." Zhang Vuju leaned on her eldest sister's arms to eat fruit, and said to her younger brother, "Yes, this is the responsibility of a man. You should learn from him. Learn like your brother-in-law, and you won't have trouble finding a wife in the future." Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "Then I have to find a good wife like you." My third sister. Zhang Juju, "This is unreasonable. No one is perfect. I have many problems. But your brother-in-law still treats me like this. As a husband, if your wife has some minor problems, it doesn't mean you don't value her. If you really don't like her, don't marry her. If you marry her, you must do your best. A man should be responsible. There are always men who find excuses and think that their wives are not good here and there, and they are unbearable. In fact, it's just that everyone has their own eyes. Of course, there are many people who marry blindly now, and there is nothing they can do." Xiaobao thought for a long time, and Zhang Yining said, "I understand this. Your second brother-in-law and I are like this. I am very fierce. Your second brother-in-law has never seen someone like me and doesn't pick on me." Xiaobao said, "Second sister, I'm not saying anything. Given the situation at that time, if my second brother-in-law dared to criticize you, I would go to his house and talk to him. His second brother-in-law now has the opportunity to take the imperial examination again. Given the situation at that time, he was bullied by his stepmother and oppressed by his family. It was his second sister who was stupid enough to jump into the fire pit." Zhang Yining heard this and immediately rolled up her sleeves to beat her younger brother. Xiaobao ran around the room. Zhang Luzhu leaned on Zhang Jingjing's arms and smiled. The brother and sister sat down breathlessly for a while. Zhang Jingjing said, "Look at you two. You are so grown up but still act like children." Although she said this, her tone was not harsh, but smiling. Zhang Zuzhu said, "We are family. And we will never change." Their affection is sibling, which cannot be compared with others. Wu Guiyang and Zhang Dachuan came in, and Hong Do was held in Wu Guiyang's arms. Zhang Dachuan said, "I heard you guys making a fuss inside before I even entered the courtyard." Zhang Zuzhu wanted to hold Hong Do, but Wu Guiyang said, "You are sick, so you can't hold her. Just take a look at her. Hold the child when you are better." Zhang Zuzhu thought to herself that my disease is not contagious, so why can't I hold the child? I will be well soon. Don't worry, Zhang Zuzhu said. Zhang Dachuan, hurry up. If you are not well, I think Sanlang will lie down with you. Wu Guiyang said, among the mother and daughter, the third child is the most blessed. When she was sick, Sanlang, a grown man, took care of her day and night. I think there are not many women in the world who are so blessed. Men are all rough. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, Li Fu is not here. He can't hear you if you praise him. Wu Guiyang said, what's the matter? I am willing to praise my good son-in-law. I tell you, I have only seen such a good man in my life. Sanlang. Zhang Dachuan was playing with Hongdo and coughed beside him. Wu Guiyang immediately turned Hongdo to the other side. You can't cough to my little grandson. Go outside to cough. Zhang Dachuan. Is that a cough? He was trying to remind the old woman beside him that he was not as good as his son-in-law. But he was not bad either, although he was more frugal. Thriftiness was also a virtue advocated by our ancestors. Unfortunately, Wu Guiyang and their children did not think about it at all. Zhang Zuzhu said, it has not rained yet, and the weather is dry. I have a soup for moistening the lungs and relieving coughs. I will ask someone to make it for you to drink at noon. Dad, drink more. If you still feel uncomfortable, don't bear it. Take medicine as soon as possible, so that we don't suffer. Zhang Jingjin also reminded his old father. Zhang Yining and Xiaobao also expressed their concern. Zhang Dachuan could only turn his back and cough a few times. Okay. It's just that the weather is dry and my throat is not very comfortable. I don't need to take medicine. Well, at least the children are very filial. When the children are filial, the father is satisfied. The Zhang family stayed here for most of the day. Seeing that Zhang Zuzhu was indeed fine, they left with peace of mind. Zhang Zuzhu ate more today than yesterday, and she was getting better. She said to Li Fu, I am really fine. Don't worry. You should have a good rest. Li Fu smiled and said, I am not tired. Hongdo has been with his mother for the past 2 days. Is it harder to take care of you than to take care of him? Zhang Zuzhu is an adult. She will not cry and make a fuss. She can say whatever she wants. Serving that little ancestor is much harder than taking care of her. Besides, how can Li Fu not worry about Zhang Zuzhu's illness? He only hopes that his wife will be healthy and not tortured by illness. Zhang Zuzhu leaned in Li Fu's arms and told him about Wu Guiyang's praise for him today. My mother likes you very much. She praised you to the highest level in the world. Li Fu hugged her and said, do you think what your mother-in-law said is right? Zhang Zuzhu, yes. Very much. You are the only one in the world. You are my husband. Li Fu laughed and Zhang Zuzhu hugged him tightly. I like you very much and love you very much. Thank you. Li Fu, you're welcome. I love you too. He hugged his wife, who had recovered from illness, and finally slept soundly. Chapter 289 Stereotype. After Zhang Zuzhu recovered from her illness, many people came to see her. Qin Jiao also came early. She was afraid that Zhang Zuzhu's illness was caused by anger, and she felt so uncomfortable when she heard that Zhang Zuzhu recovered from her illness. She didn't care about being afraid to go out, and came quickly. Zhang Zuzhu knew that this girl would think too much, and when she saw her, she said, don't put the blame on you. My illness has nothing to do with you. Chen Jiao couldn't let Zhang Zuzhu, who had just recovered from the illness, comfort her, and said, don't worry, sister. I won't think so. I was just about to tell you that I have received the money for apology. I am not at ease with it, and I want to give you half. Zhang Zuzhu said, are you stupid? That's money. Such good things. Quickly keep them for yourself and keep them as dowry. Only with money can you avoid suffering. Money is not something outside of the body. A penny can make a hero fall. This is the norm in the world. Qin Jiao wanted to say more, but Zhang Zuzhu pointed to the furnishings in her room and said, do you think your sister is short of money? Chen Jiao smiled embarrassedly. Zhang Zuzhu didn't want to show off. and said, "You have been wrong for no reason. I can't ask her to apologize openly. I can only compensate you with some money. It's my fault." Qin Jiao heard this and said, "You can't blame your sister. This is not the first day I have caused trouble with my appearance. My father also told me that it is for my own good not to make a big fuss. Otherwise, even if I am not wrong, it will be a sin in the eyes of outsiders." Qin Jiao understood this truth. Although she was weak and not smart, she was not stupid. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed. "What sin have you committed? The world is like this. How can you, a girl, bear it? Is it her fault that she is beautiful? Of course not. It's just that the world needs this rare beauty to bear the sin." Qin Jiao was immediately moved. In the past, only my father would comfort me like this. Now that my sister also said so, I know that I am indeed not at fault. Qin Jiao almost doubted herself, doubting that beauty was her innate sin. Her father comforted her and said that it was not the case, but only her father would do so. Now there is one more person. Qin Jiao is really happy. Zhang Zhuzhu asked her to eat some snacks. "You have done nothing wrong. Whoever covets her beauty, whoever wants to use her beauty, whoever has dirty thoughts and calculations in his heart, that is the fault. Beauty is a rare and precious resource worth appreciating." Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her and said, "I can only say that the fairy has worked hard to come down to earth." Qin Jiao laughed immediately and almost choked on the snacks. It took her a long time to recover. "Sister, you are really embarrassing. What fairy? She is just an ordinary woman." Alas, it is too exaggerated. Seeing that Qin Jiao was not affected, Zhang Zhuzhu was relieved. For such a kind girl, it doesn't matter if she grows up slowly. When I have time, I'll gather you guys together. Some of you don't have a clear concept of money, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Qin Jiao's biological mother died early, and her father was worried that she would be wronged. So he didn't remarry. All the brothers and sisters in the family were born to concubines. This also led to Qin Jiao's lack of housework. Qin Jiao said, "My father said that I should live a happier life." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "If I have enough money, I will be happier." Qin Jiao nodded. "I listened to my sister." Zhang Zhuzhu took her to play with the children for a while. And when she left, she specifically asked someone to send Qin Jiao home safely. It was easy and pleasant to get along with Qin Jiao. But other people who came to visit the patient were not necessarily happy for Zhang Zhuzhu. For example, the Su family. The Su family sent a note to Zhang Zhuzhu, but Li Fu ignored it directly. However, the relationship between the Su family and Song Zhang is there. And Song Lingxin and Su Mei are also legitimate relatives. Song Zhang doesn't care about things, but Zhang Zhuzhu won't make things difficult for Song Lingxin, compared to Yao Qingxin, who has to make a living in the officialdom. And these two are good friends of the couple. Moreover, Song Lingxin is pregnant. If they don't achieve their goals, they will disturb Song Lingxin again and again, which is not good. The couple are not young anymore, especially Song Lingxin. She got this child not long after her second marriage, so it's not too much to cherish and be careful. Zhang Zhuzhu will never make things difficult for her as a pregnant woman. Su Mei, Su Mingzhou, and several other female relatives all came to the Li family. Lin Winging was there to deal with the older ones, and Zhou Rui was there to deal with the younger ones. So Zhang Zhuzhu was not worried about anything. A small mistake can lead to a big mistake. And it was not Zhang Zhuzhu who made the mistake. Su Mingzhou's mentality was indeed good. She did not look flustered at all when she arrived at the Li family. And Zhang Zhuzhu admired her very much. She did not lose her mentality even after such a big misunderstanding. In fact, her personality was very suitable for being a crown princess. She was the kind of woman who could stand firm in the palace. She was scheming, so she would not be easily calculated by others, and would not suffer losses. She did not care about love, and would not let Zhou Yi's backyard get into trouble. Maybe she would be a qualified daughter-in-law in the eyes of Xiao Pan. She miscalculated this time, because she was too conceited. I think she will not be so careless in the future. Of course, Zhang Zhuzhu will never like to associate with such a woman. They are not the same kind of people. Su Mingzhou greeted Zhang Zhuzhu and said, "I heard that the third grandmother fell ill after that day. I am really worried." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It's okay. Just a cold." Su Mingzhou thought. After all, he fell that day. Why did Zhang like Qin Jiao so much? Seeing Qin Jiao being plotted, she was so angry that she fell ill. Su Mei sat next to him and said, It is said that Li Xiaoyin has not been to Jingjiao Prefecture for 2 days. Su Mei found it hard to understand that her husband, who was an official, was not in the Jingjiao government office for 2 days because she caught a cold. You know, her husband would go to the government office even if he was sick. Not to mention her. Su Mei had no objection to this. She liked her husband's progress. Zhang Zhuzu knew what she meant and said, Jingjiao Prefecture has the prefect, and the family and national affairs will not be delayed. Su Mei said, what about Li Xiaoyin's own future? Zhang Zhuzu smiled. I think he thinks my health is more important. Su Mei and Su Mingzhou found it hard to understand. Zhang Zhuzu did not ask them to understand. Everyone has their own choice. Su Mei frowned slightly and said, Li Xiaoyin and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince are good friends. Do they have the same temperament? If the Crown Prince is also a romantic, then it will be the end. Zhang Zhuzu, just kidding. I don't know what kind of temperament His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has. What kind of temperament is Zhou Yi? Zhang Zhuzu knows that this is a steely straight man, and he is a male chauvinist. He hopes that his wife is kind, which can be seen from this. Kindness means weakness, and he has a stereotype of women. Of course, in the eyes of many men, women should be like this. A man is smart, and he is scheming. A woman is smart, and she is cunning. Zhang Zhuzu said, marriage is a matter of parents' decision. What do you two say? Xiao Pan and the queen will not watch Zhou Yi marry randomly. If Su Mingzhou has the ability, it is the right way to take them down. Hearing this, Su Mingzhou said, Third madam, I am too young and really stupid. Please forgive me. It was her fault. I didn't expect that there is such a good person as Zhang Zhuzu in the world. This is really rare in the capital. Chapter 290, Run. Zhang Zhuzu dared not think she was stupid. As for who should forgive or not, Zhang Zhuzu was not the one who was implicated, and she had no right to do so. It's good that Miss Su knows what's going on, Zhang Zhuzu said. Zhang Zhuzu didn't dislike women who calculated. It was okay to calculate. Everyone had their own way of living, either on their own initiative or out of helplessness. It was not a big deal, but for their own interests. It was ugly to drag innocent people into the water. Su Mingzhou laughed. She knew what Zhang Zhuzu meant. She thought that this matter could be turned over, and it would be better if it didn't make a big deal. Now that she saw that Zhang Zhuzu didn't mean that, she felt relieved. It doesn't matter if the prince, the imperial concubine, and the queen know her plan, which at least shows that she is useful. It doesn't matter if the plan goes wrong. And how to say it? Maybe Zhang is indeed a good person. But how long can she be good? That's not certain. People will always care about their own interests one day. Now I don't care. It's just that it hasn't come to that step yet. How long can the Li family be loyal and important ministers? Zhang Zhuzu thought that she had said almost everything she should say. So she stopped talking. She was not afraid of embarrassment, because the people of the Su family were not embarrassed. So she was even less afraid. Seeing that they had said everything they should say, Su Mei said to her sister, It's not time to pay respect to the elders today. Mingzhou, you go to the front first. Su Mingzhou was stunned for a moment, and heard that she had something to say to Zhang Zhuzu, probably to Su Mei's biological mother, the unique Aunt Song Zhang. Su Mingzhou stood up and left, leaving the two of them alone. Zhang Zhuzu also thought of it, cheered up, and looked at Su Mei. She didn't have a good impression of Su Mei, and said directly, Sister Song is pregnant, and now she has to take good care of the baby. I'm afraid she can't see guests often. Right. She poked at Su Mei's shortcomings as soon as she opened her mouth. Su Mei was short of breath immediately, and swallowed back the words she was about to say, and had to think about it again. Who made her wrong? She disturbed Song Lingxin, a pregnant woman, several times, and Song Lingxin divorced and remarried. The Su family must have gossiped a lot, and Su Mei didn't say a few nice words on her wedding day. Now that she is in need, she has to trouble him. How can this be justified? Zhang Zhuzu pointed out her shortcomings. Not only that, Su Mei had just said a few words, but she secretly said that she had delayed Li Fu's future. There were also family and national affairs. Zhang Zhuzu was not a soft persimmon, so how could she let her say whatever she wanted? If she found an opportunity, she would have to squeeze her back. It was one thing for her to respect Aunt Song Zhang, but Zhang Zhuzu could not like the daughter of the Su family. Su Mei naturally knew what she meant. But she was unhappy when she heard this. She was much older than Zhang Zhuzhu. Although she lived under the eaves, she was not as open-minded as her sister, saying, "My cousin is pregnant. As a cousin, I came to her house just to care about her. How can I disturb her?" Su Mei never cared about how Song Lingxin lived after her second marriage. She felt that she had just jumped into another fire pit. Maybe Yao Qingxi was sincere to her. But what about the elders of the Yao family, and her sister-in-law, who was still unmarried at such an old age? Wouldn't she suffer? But after she arrived at the Song family, she saw something else. She lived a good life. Much better than when she was a daughter-in-law in the Fuguogong mansion. If outsiders go there, it will disturb her. Sister Song has her own family to care for her, said Zhang Zhuzhu. And the Su family doesn't need to gossip about her unnecessarily. Zhang Zhuzhu could imagine what the Su family would say when they went there. Su Mei said, "What do you mean by gossip?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Sister Song is not close to the Song family now. And she is almost cut off from her biological parents. When you went to see her, you must have said something about women needing support from their parents. Now she has no help from her parents. If she helps the Su family this time, the Su family will definitely remember her kindness." Right? Su Mei, isn't this the truth? Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. Whether it is the truth or not, you are trying to sow discord between her and the Song family when she is pregnant and in a bad mood. Can she be happy? Do you think she needs your concern? The Su family wants to come to the Li family. Is there no other way? Do they have to embarrass a pregnant woman? Zhang Zhuzhu spoke angrily. She really hated such things. The Su family was clearly using a pregnant woman to threaten her. Su Mei's face turned pale and blue, and she didn't say anything for a long time. Zhang Zhuzhu was right. They said this to Song Lingxin, and it really aroused Song Lingxin's tension and anxiety. This is really bad for a pregnant woman. Su Mei hesitated for a long time. She wanted to tell Zhang Zhuzhu about her mother. She wanted to tell Zhang Zhuzhu what a woman's virtue should be. Zhang Zhuzhu should cut off contact with her mother, and not get involved in bad habits. But now she couldn't say anything. She thought she was right. But now she is not. Zhang Zhuzhu successfully blocked Su Mei's mouth and admired her expression. She can tell Sister Song later that the revenge on the wedding day has been avenged today, so that the Su family will not want to use her in the future. Don't say that they are all relatives. The Su family doesn't regard Song Lingxin as a relative. Even Su Mei doesn't know how to look down on her cousin, who married for the second time. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her for a while and said, "I just recovered from my illness and have to rest. Shaoan, see me off." Su Mei was not willing to accept such a big insult. Seeing that Zhang Zhuzhu was about to leave, she still said, "You are really eloquent. But don't forget that as a woman, you should have the virtues you should have. And you must never forget them." Zhang Zhuzhu thought, the Su family is really not good. They taught Su Mei to hate her biological mother to such an extent that all her behavior and thoughts should be opposite to her biological mother. Maybe the men of the Su family will become officials. But the Su family is really not good. Isn't it ugly enough to teach a mother and daughter to turn against each other? Su Mingzhou calculated innocent people like this. And you disturb the mind of a pregnant woman. Is this the virtue of the Su family? Zhang Zhuzhu said. If you want to talk about virtue with others, you must have talent in your Su family. You don't have something yourself, but you still want to use it to teach others. I, Zhang Zhuzhu, have lived for so many years, and have never seen such a ridiculous thing. Zhang Zhuzhu finally said to Su Mei, "Mind yourself." Su Mei was furious when she heard this. But she also realized that she couldn't get the upper hand from Zhang Zhuzhu today. She couldn't argue with her. Lin Weining had settled the Su family's women before. But if the Su family really became foreign relatives one day, it was hard to say. So it was better not to make enemies. After leaving the Li family, Su Mingzhou saw that his cousin looked unhappy and asked with concern, "Cousin, what's wrong?" Su Mei said, "Be more obedient and don't cause trouble." Su Mingzhou's biological mother, Mrs. Su Si, snorted, "No matter how much trouble you cause, it's not as much as the trouble your mother has brought to the Su family." Su Mei had never refuted this before. But this time she said, "It seems that Sister Mingzhou is really going to marry a rich man. In the future, she can no longer rely on the Song family, but on my aunt's mother's family." The Su family hates Song Zhang, but they have also benefited from the Song family over the years. Su Mingzhou quickly mediated to prevent them from really quarreling. It is not a good thing to make Su Mei unhappy, and cut off contact with the Song family. Chapter 291. A book can be published. Zhang Juju did not rest after returning home, but sent a letter to Song Lingxin to save her from being uneasy during pregnancy. As Zhang Juju expected, Song Lingxin was indeed very uneasy. She had a bad relationship with her natal family, and her mother was not in a good mood after she became pregnant. Fortunately, the elders of the Yao family loved her very much, and Yao Qingxin was completely obedient to him. This calmed her depression. As a result, when the Su family came, they brought up all her troubles, and said something about how she could get close to the Su family in the future. This made Song Lingxin very anxious. That was fine, but Zhang Juju still met the Su family because of her, which made her even more uneasy. In fact, she was just a shortcut for the Su family. Without her, the Su family would have other ways, so there was no need to be so uneasy. After seeing Zhang Juju say that she had vented her anger, Song Lingxin couldn't help laughing. Zhang Juju didn't mention a word about the things she was worried about, but just said that she had vented her anger, and severely squeezed her cousin Su Mei. On the day of the wedding, she didn't even think about it, but Zhang Juju still thought about her. Having such a friend is also a blessing from the previous life. Song Lingxin thought about her cousin's face, and felt very happy. 2 days later, Song Zhang, who had always lived in seclusion, returned to the Su family with great fanfare. She didn't have to do anything, and the Su family had been turned upside down, and she couldn't care about other things. Zhang Juju learned about this and said to Li Fu, "Aunt, why do you have to do this? There are many ways to make trouble for the Su family." Li Fu said, "The Su family is now concerned about its reputation. Aunt, who knows if she is not happy to go back now? According to her temper, she would probably be happy to see the Su family get angry because of her. Anyway, Song Zhang herself has long put aside the secular moral reputation. She is really not afraid of what people say." Zhang Juju thought about it, and it was the same reason. "Just be happy," Zhang Zuzu said. "Li Fu, what about you?" "Zhang Juju, I have you to accompany me." Li Fu was very satisfied with this answer. Zhang Juju said, "Now there is a son. Isn't it enough to have me?" Li Fu asked. "Zhang Juju, you are a timely help. And he is the icing on the cake. Both are very good." Li Fu smiled. "You can publish a book about your skill of sweet talk. People who are not good at speaking can learn from it and change their fate." Zhang Juzu leaned on Li Fu. "Hey, how can I have such a great ability?" Li Fu thought that Zhang Juju didn't need to be too modest. She really had this ability, because the crown princess had not been decided for a long time. The queen and the imperial concubine would inevitably talk to their son. As for the emperor, he was not in a hurry. He got married relatively late, and gave birth to Zhou even later. He felt that he was not very old, and was not in a hurry to hold his grandson. Zhou also made a request to his mother, saying that he wanted a woman with a good heart, gentleness, and kindness to be his wife. The queen was fine, but the imperial concubine's face fell immediately, since she started to choose a daughter-in-law. She never thought of looking for someone who was gentle and kind. Gentleness and kindness can be superficial, but not fundamental. The imperial concubine said, "If you like this, I will pick 2 such concubines for you to serve you." The crown princess cannot do this. "Zhou, why? I want this." The imperial concubine glared. "Why else? Do you think your aunt and I have been able to keep you so smooth for so many years because of our gentleness and kindness? If they were like that, the 3 of them would have gone to the underworld to see the king of hell, and they should have been reincarnated by now." Zhou knew their methods, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I am different from my father. If he had a weak and kind wife, he would definitely protect her. And he was different from his father." Seeing that the imperial concubine was about to get angry, the queen called Zhou to sit next to her and said, "It's different now, and it will be the same in the future. Daoang, your legitimate wife must be smart and capable, so that she can protect your legitimate children in the future, and won't let your backyard be a mess." Zhou didn't say anything. He knew that although Su Mingzhou's calculations were wrong this time, she would not suffer any loss with her ability. But Zhou wanted a wife, a soft woman who would smile at him and be sincere to him. Zhou didn't want a smart, cold person beside him. That's not what a couple should be like. The imperial concubine lowered her voice. "I'll give you a few gentle and beautiful concubines. You can find any kind you want. You can even keep looking for the ones you like. Beauty is rare, But for the royal family who are at the top of power, they are also at your fingertips. As Su Mingzhou said, they are just containers that carry beauty and can be replaced. This matter is as terrible as it is tempting. This is the benefit of giving up power. Zhou Yi said, if I favor one of them, will she not be able to have my offspring? He knew that there were some women in his father's harem who could not give birth. Queen Pen said, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children must be clear, so there will be no chaos. You should be like your father in this respect. Zhou Yi was carefully cultivated by the emperor, and his brothers would not have the power to compete with him for at least 10 years. Zhou Yi knew that he had no choice, so he was silent. Let my son go back and think about it carefully, Zhou Yi said seriously to the two elders. The imperial concubine said, I will give you half a month. If you can't think clearly, we will make the decision for you. Zhou Yi bowed and left the palace. The imperial concubine sighed to the queen and said, what's wrong with this child? Have we been controlling him too much over the years, making him confused about this matter? Queen Pen thought for a while. Maybe he saw other couples loving each other and was thinking about them. The imperial concubine heard this and said, that's not the case. To put it bluntly, how many men can be honest? Daong is our biological son, and he is also a man. I sent 2 beautiful maids to him to let him know the benefits of women, and he will not be like this. Queen Pan also agreed and said, he is close to Sanlang. The couple have always been inseparable. Sanlang's wife was sick a few days ago, and he didn't even go to the government office. The imperial concubine laughed. Sanlang was just an accident. There are only 2 couples like them in the whole capital. Who else is as harmonious and happy as them? Empress Pen held her sister's hand and said, you also said that they are harmonious and happy. The imperial concubine's smile froze. Yes, they are harmonious and happy. Rare things are precious, and people envy and want to get them. The emperor respected and loved the 2 sisters, and loved Zhou Yi, the eldest son, very much. But he had other women and children, and no one could get everything. What if Zhou Yi had this intention? Why did he suddenly have this intention? Little Pan thought about it, and prepared to ask Zhang Luzhu to come in. She suspected that her son might have fallen in love with a girl, and the other party was not among the choices of the crown princess. She had to ask Zhang Zhuzhu if she knew the inside story. Chapter 292 Asking for a Fight. Zhang Luzhu thought something was wrong. When she entered the palace and heard Xiao Pan's question, she thought for a while and said, no, Your Majesty, you must have misunderstood. I didn't see the prince look at any girl more than once. Xiao Pan, think about it again. Think about it carefully. Zhang Zhuzhu did think about it carefully and said, no, it's really not. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is not a coy person. If he really has it, he will definitely tell you and the Queen. You two love him so much. Can't you help him? Xiao Pan sighed. If he falls in love with a kind-hearted, gentle and weak woman, then we really can't help him. Zhang Zhuzhu. That's true. You really didn't know. And you didn't hide it for him? Xiao Pan said. Zhang Zhuzhu shook her head. No. Madam. Why should I hide it for His Highness? It doesn't make sense. Xiao Pan saw that she was indeed innocent. So she was relieved and said, I was afraid that she would like a woman with such a temper. And I was afraid that we would not agree. So I tried my best to hide it. Zhang Zhuzhu thought, then this girl is unlucky. Alas, she is kind-hearted. Where can I go to be kind-hearted to him? Xiao Pan was very worried. Zhang Zhuzhu, let them go. Xiao Pan looked at Zhang Zhuzhu. The girls you met seem to be. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately said, Madam, the girls I met are indeed kind-hearted, but they are not very smart. Take the granddaughter of Mr. Yang, Ruifang, for example. She was running wild on the polo field. I told her to give way to her, but she said it was fine to give way and wanted to eat roasted lamb legs. You say, if there is such a girl around the prince, she will cause trouble every day. When Xiao Pan heard this, she really stopped. Zhang Zhuzhu followed up and said, she also fought with her brothers at home. She is very fierce. She has a good heart but a bad temper. She is quite like me. Xiao Pan wanted a smart and obedient daughter-in-law. Obedience is also an important consideration. She really can't have someone like Yang Ruifeng. If she is unhappy and fights with the prince again, is that reasonable? No such thing. Xiao Pan said, you have a bad temper. Now it is all over the outside that you force Sanlang, a grown man, to take care of the child. Zhang Zuzu is too stubborn. Zhang Zuzu immediately disagreed and said, "Where is it forced? I didn't give birth to a son for no reason. He is the father of the child. It is natural for him to take care of the child. This is how a father should be. It's not that I have a bad temper, but that they are too tolerant of men." Xiao Pan smiled and said, Okay, you are right. She didn't know where that reason came from. When your son reaches Dalong's age, you will know how to worry, Xiao Pan said. Zhang Zhuju, the queen is strict with his highness. As long as my son doesn't commit murder, arson, or commit crimes, I will let him be. She doesn't worry about marriage. If he can't get married, he will just stay single. You say that now. I will worry you to death when the time comes. Xiao Pan didn't believe it. Zhang Zhuju said seriously, "The queen. It's true. Li Fu and I brought him into this world, and we hope that he can live according to his own wishes, happily, and not suffer." Xiao Pan was moved by what she heard, and her eyes were red. Alas, Dalong, this child, he has no such fate. Zhou Yi was born with expectations and responsibilities that he could not get rid of. He had no freedom and no choice. Xiao Pan smiled bitterly. He can forget about getting married. We can only ask him to take in a few concubines that suit his heart. Zhang Zhuju was originally quite touched, but she was speechless when she heard this. What sin did the girl commit to satisfy your son? And she has to sacrifice her whole life. A living person has to become a tool to satisfy another person's expectations. Zhang Zhuju laughed dryly. Your Highness, please discuss this with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. As they were talking, the eunuch came in hurriedly and said, Your Highness, there is an urgent report from the south, saying that several foreign tribes in the south have gathered together and rebelled. Xiao Pan's face changed, and she didn't care about anything else. Rebellion? Yes, the eunuch continued hurriedly. General Jinan was invited to a wedding banquet with a foreign tribe, but he was tricked and is now missing. Several cities have already fallen, not to mention Xiao Pan. Zhang Zhuju was getting anxious. The emperor had just ascended the throne, and the political situation was unstable. The probability of a war in the north was low, but it was still being guarded. The war in the south could not be underestimated. If they could not win and the foreign tribes were allowed to go out independently, how many civilians would suffer? And where would the emperor's face be? This was definitely not a trivial matter. Sure enough, the previous dynasty had already held a court meeting, and the court officials soon entered the palace to discuss major events. The queen ordered the concubines to settle their children and servants, and not to cause trouble outside. Xiao Pan said to the queen, It would have been fine before the new year, but it happened after your majesty ascended the throne. I think it was aimed at us. The queen was very calm, and said, It's useless to say these things now. The real thing is to defeat them. Zhang Zhuju listened at the side, and thought that this matter was really difficult to handle. Just as the queen said, this war must be fought. It's not impossible to negotiate. But if we really want to negotiate, we can't save our face and our dignity. These foreign tribes were able to attack the generals guarding the south first, which shows that they have been planning for a long time. And there may be internal thieves who are working together from inside and outside. If we fight, it will be a waste of money and manpower. If we win, we can at least save our face. It's a big trouble. The court officials discussed and divided into two factions, one for peace talks and the other for fighting. The reasons for peace talks were sufficient, saying that the generals were gone and there were no generals in the army who could hold up. So how could we fight? Those who wanted to fight also had reasons, and they couldn't let the foreign tribes get the benefits. Otherwise they would be difficult to tame in the future, and they would never be obedient again. And they would only think that they could get the benefits by fighting. Those who wanted peace talks asked them, Where is the money? Where is the food? Where is the general? Then the Crown Prince Zhou Yi stood up, knelt on one knee in the hall, and asked for a fight. The ministers who were arguing fell silent, and then a more intense quarrel broke out. The emperor raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. He looked at his eldest son and asked, You dare to fight? Can you win? Zhou Yi raised his head and said, Father, if I don't win, I would like to rest in the south forever. As Zhou Yi, who was carefully cultivated by the emperor, he had no brothers of the same age, which meant that he had to shoulder a heavier responsibility. Zhou Yi understood that just like when the war broke out in the north, he had to shoulder this heavy responsibility at this moment, and he could not let his father down. He had no right to be timid and cowardly. The court officials were shocked. But the emperor remained calm. Fight. If Zhou Yi did not go, the emperor would not blame him. Since he was going, the emperor would give him a chance to hone his skills. This is something that will cost one's life. The queen and Xiao Pan soon got the news. And the two sisters were very calm. They had seen Zhou Yi being carried back horizontally. And this time would not be worse than that time. Xiao Pan asked someone to send Zhang Zuzhu out of the palace, saying, I have to go and pack his things. Zhang Zuzhu didn't know what to say at this moment. She was just a mother who was sending her son to the war. Chapter 293, Leaving Beijing. In the first year of the new emperor's accession to the throne, before spring came, news of war came from the south. This is really not a good sign. The emperor sent his eldest son, the crown prince, to the south without blinking an eye. The court officials were worried about this. Whether they could win the war was one thing, but the father actually didn't care about his son. As soon as the war started, he sent his son over without saying a word. It is said that when he was in the northwest, Zhou Yi, who was still a teenager, had to survive several times. Now that he has become a crown prince above thousands of people, he still has to go to the danger himself. Isn't the emperor afraid that something will happen to his son? The queen and the imperial concubine are two women, with only this one bloodline, and a unique seedling. And they didn't even stop him. The court officials and their families found it hard to understand. But the prince was going. Fortunately, the emperor had more than one son, and the remaining ones were young. So there would always be a good one to choose from. Li Fu returned late at night, and Zhang Zuzhu had someone bring the hot meal over and sat with him. Li Fu ate some first, and then he had the strength to talk to Zhang Zuzhu. Your Majesty asked me to take care of the food and grass. Zhang Zuzhu, can you do it? There were people in the court. So how could Li Fu have the qualifications to take care of such a big thing? Li Fu said, if you care too much, you will be confused. This is not just my business. The important thing is that I must ensure that there are no mistakes. Zhang Zuzhu understood what he meant. How could parents not love their children? The emperor was the same. His son was going to the war, and the emperor wanted to make sure that the logistics were not wrong. Zhang Zuzhu said, then you have to worry more and not make any mistakes. Li Fu knew his limits. He would try every possible means. I was in the palace today, when the two ladies heard the news. No matter what they thought in their hearts, they looked very calm. If I were in this situation, I would probably cry and wail. Zhang Zuzhu felt unbearable just thinking about it. As a mother, it was terrible to watch her son go to such a dangerous situation. Li Fu said, the two ladies' fathers, uncles, brothers, and even the adopted son of the Pan family. The two sisters have already shed tears in their hearts. Not only the Pan family, but also the Ren family who came back with them is like this. Their glory is really exchanged for the blood of several generations. Zhang Zuzhu sighed, alas. A general success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of people. They are still like this. I really don't know how many lives will be lost this time. Fighting is a waste of money and labor, which is really not a good thing. But we still have to fight when we should. Bending blindly will make the other side push forward. Li Fu held her hand, Zuzhu. Don't think about these things. Li Fu rarely spoke to Zhang Zuzhu in such a tone. But Li Fu had personally experienced how bloody and terrifying the war was. He never mentioned such scenes in front of Zhang Zuzhu. Nor did he mention how his injuries came about. Now he didn't want her to think too much. Zhang Zuzhu replied, I know. But I just said a few words casually. Eat quickly. And go to see Hongdo after eating. It's time to rest early. Li Fu nodded. And the two stopped talking. Li Fu hurriedly finished eating. And the couple went to see their sleeping son together. And then rested. The next day, the wind direction in the capital changed. No one cared about the affairs of the crown princess anymore. The whole capital was talking about the war in the south. Some people accused the emperor, saying that he was not in the right position, which led to the rebellion of foreign tribes that used to be dependent on the dynasty. This was retribution. Some people said that this war was not fought at the right time, and it was time to negotiate. Now is not a good time to fight. Of course, there were many people who supported the emperor and the crown prince. Zhou Yi's old stories were brought up again, and the storytellers told them again. No matter what the court said, the people of Beijing had high hopes for Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's preparations to leave Beijing were not yet complete. When he learned about this, he was quite confident for a while. but also felt a lot of pressure. If I lose, I'm afraid I will lose my position as the crown prince. Joey said. Li Fu said, you can only win. This situation can only succeed, not fail. Many people are betting on Joey. The people of the Ren family and the Pan family next to him also said, Your Highness, we can't lose even if we risk our lives. They are just southern barbarians. They can only do some weird tricks. I don't know how many heads we have chopped off with our swords. Can we still be afraid of them? The young people were full of confidence. That being said, the south is different from the north. We are unfamiliar with the place. And the general of Jinan has lost his people. It is difficult. But no matter how difficult it is, we have to bear it. After 3 days of preparation, the prince led his people to the south. He did not let the court officials see him off. In the early morning before the sun rose, the group of people quietly left the capital. Zhang Zhuzhu went to the palace in the morning. Madame Pen cried bitterly in front of the imperial concubine. She also had a son who followed the prince to the south. She was worried to death at this time. She ran to the imperial concubine and cried early in the morning. Little Pan was very troubled. When she heard that Zhang Zhuzhu was coming, she quickly asked the maid to call her in and said to Madame Pan, Don't cry. The younger generation will see you and laugh at you. Little Pan said, I have been laughed at enough. I am not afraid of being laughed at. I just want my son to be well. Little Pan thought to herself, why did her mother choose such a daughter-in-law? But considering that she gave birth to many children for the Pan family, she endured it. Your son is gone. And the Ren family also lost 2 sons. The glory of the Marquis's mansion must be demonstrated by merit. The prince will take good care of his cousin, Little Pan said. The wife of Marquis Pan then held back her tears. She thought to herself that the Pan family had her 2 sisters and the prince. Wasn't it enough? If it was really not enough, couldn't they marry? They had to let her son gamble with his life. I really don't know what they were thinking. Zhang Zhuzhu came in and saluted with Xiao Pan. She did not come alone this time. She brought her son into the palace with her. Xiao Pan had never seen Zhang Zhuzhu's son before. This time, she was quite interested and asked Zhang Luzhu to bring the child over. When the prince comes back and gets married, he can also give me such a good child, Xiao Pan said. Zhang Zhuzhu said, That's right. Your Majesty, do you think he looks like me or San Lang? Xiao Pan said, More like you. Zhang Zhuzhu was very surprised. Really? My family said he looks like San Lang. Xiao Pan, they were just trying to fool San Lang. I'm telling the truth. Sons look like their mothers. Look at my Daolong. Doesn't he look more like me? Zhang Zhuzhu nodded and said, I think the prince's nose is like yours. Hi. And his teeth are neat. Also like you. After hearing this, Xiao Pan felt a little bitter and said, It's a pity. I'm not like my sister. She believes in gods and Buddhas. And she can calm down by copying scriptures now. But I can't. But she still had to keep her face calm and couldn't cry like Mrs. Pan. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say anything and listened to Xiao Pan's words seriously. Chapter 294 Baby Bird. After the emperor left the court, he heard that Zhang Zhuzhu had brought a son over. So he asked her to take him over to see. Zhang Zhuzhu went with the palace maids and saw several concubines on the way. There were children running around. And they were probably the emperor's other children. The palace maid said, That's concubine Shu. The second prince is born to concubine Shu. Zhang Zhuzhu knew that none of the emperor's concubines who had given birth to children could compare to the Pan sisters. This concubine Shu was a maid bought by the palace. Not to mention concubine Do next to her. Zhang Zhuzhu knew her very well. Since she had seen it, it was not good to just go over quietly. Zhang Zhuzhu went forward to greet them. And concubine Shu immediately smiled and said, Don't be polite. Before he returned to Beijing, San Lang often came in and out of the mansion. And I have seen him many times. Time flies so fast. And his son has grown up so big. Zhang Zhuzhu also returned the greeting and said politely, The second prince is taller than children of the same age. Concubine Shu covered her mouth and laughed. He is just a naughty monkey. When your child reaches that age, you will understand my difficulties. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Boys are all like this. Dopine looked at the son in Zhang Zhuzhu's arms with her eyes wide open. And a sour feeling surged up. She couldn't help but doubt her own miserable life. She had not fallen out of favor yet. And she had taken a lot of medicine. But unfortunately, there was no sign of pregnancy. How come everyone else could give birth? And they were all sons. But she didn't. Dopine was envious. But she didn't have any bad intentions towards the child. And said, "This child is born well." She untied the peace buckle hanging on her body and stuffed it into Hongdo. Zhang Juju didn't refuse. When he can speak later, I must ask him to come and thank the queen in person. Dopine smiled, and her beautiful face was full of worries. The palace servant next to her urged, and Zhang Juju took the child over. Dopine sighed, and Shufei said, "Sister is still young. Don't be anxious." Dopine thought to herself that I am still young. But the emperor is not young anymore. She must hurry up and give birth to a son. Sister is right. I am not in a hurry. Dopine looked at the second prince and shed tears silently in her heart. Shufei comforted her softly. The queen is copying scriptures. I think she is praying for the prince. I will copy some later. Dopine said, "The prince will definitely return victorious." She said this, but she thought in her heart, why copy scriptures now? If she had a son, she would have to let him show up in front of the emperor and let the court officials see that the emperor has more than one son. Shufei is so good. She has such a good prince, but she still copies scriptures for the prince. She is really a living bodhisattva. Dopine only hated that the prince was not her own. Shufei slowly moved her eyes away from Dopine, smiling without saying anything. The emperor had just seen off his son, and his heart was indeed heavy. But with his status, he would never show anything. But when he saw a child as young as Hongdo, the emperor was silent for a long time, probably remembering Zhou Yi's childhood. He said to the palace people, "When I was the prince's age, I also risked my life several times. So I can have today. He is my son. And he can't be worse than me. His son must be better than his father, and must not let down his painstaking teachings. Otherwise, how can he shoulder the heavy responsibility?" He didn't need anyone to answer him. He just needed to convince himself to be ruthless. Not only his son was on the battlefield, but also other people's sons. And everyone had only one life. The same was true for the emperor's son. So the prince would not be arrogant and forget his important task. When Zhang Juju returned home, Lin Weining first brought her grandson to take a look. Zhou Rui's son Sun Gur was almost 8 months old, and he was lively and lovable. When he saw his younger brother, he would come up to join in the fun. Lin Weining looked at the 2 grandchildren and said, "The imperial concubine is too picky. If she had discussed the prince's marriage last year, she might have a grandson now." Zhou Rui shook her head, who knew that a war would suddenly break out. It's hard to guard against this. Zhang Juju thought that Xiao Pan was indeed picky. As a concubine, she wanted to choose a smart and capable daughter-in-law. As a mother, she wanted her son to marry a woman he liked. Sugar cane is not sweet at both ends. If you want this and that, it will naturally be delayed. Lin Weining said, to put it bluntly. It's a pity that Sanling doesn't have to go this time. Lin Weining is also a mother. When Li Fu was in life and death, she was also worried and couldn't sleep. Fortunately, Li Fu was doing business in Beijing this time and didn't have to go deep into danger. Lin Weining felt that the Li family had reached this point, and it was almost over. She hoped that her children would be safe. My cousin has escaped for now. Zhou Rui sighed. Lin Weining frowned. I'd better persuade your family. There's no need to fight. We won't fight. There's no need for the Zhou family to send their daughter to the royal family. Zhou Rui, my mother has already persuaded them. But unfortunately my uncle and aunt have already made up their minds. My cousin was robbed of his official position by Dopine's brother. They can't swallow this breath and have to fight for it. Other elders of the Zhou family have also persuaded them. But they can't persuade them. Lin Weining said, if this is the case, then we have to separate the family as soon as possible. Zhou Rui agreed, saying that if this sister is really picked, then the family must be divided. And it must be divided cleanly. It was common for Li Fu to live in the government office recently, and he was very busy. The capital was still the same as before, and was not affected by the war thousands of miles away. Everyone lived as usual. After a few rains, spring was coming to an end soon, and no good news came back from the south. Li Fu and others went through great pains to raise money, food and weapons to send over, and finally got a half-day break. During the time when Li Fu was busy, their son could already sit up and could eat a little bit of other things as a supplement. Zhang Juju was keen on making food into various pastes and feeding them to her son recently. When Li Fu returned home at noon that day, Zhang Juju was cooking in the kitchen. Hongdo was sitting in a baby chair next to her, looking up at the stove with her neck raised. babbling, clapping her hands randomly, and calling anxiously. Li Fu walked over and picked him up from the chair. Hongdo fell silent, staring at the person who picked her up with big eyes. Zhang Zhuzhu turned around and looked at the father and son. Li Fu smiled at Zhang Zhuzhu. I'm free today. Zhang Zhuzhu, what do you want to eat? I've been involved today. I'll cook for you. Li Fu weighed her son twice and said, it seems that I'm the one who got the advantage today. She hadn't cooked for a long time. Recently, she cooked for her son. Today, he didn't take advantage of his son. Zhang Zhuzhu shook her head and said seriously, no, I made it for you. Hearing this, Li Fu's mood was about to float. Then I won't be polite. Zhang Zhuzhu listened to him name a few dishes, generously agreed to all of them, and then stuffed the complimentary food for his son into his hand, told him to feed his son with a small spoon, and made what he wanted to eat. Chapter 295 Good Couple. Li Fu was so busy that he inevitably neglected his son's growth. When he was feeding Hu, he found that his son had indeed changed. Hongdo sat in a chair, holding the armrest beside him with both hands, and then opened his mouth wide, like a baby bird waiting to be fed, revealing his tender red upper and lower gums. When Li Fu fed him a spoonful, he couldn't wait to swallow it whole, and then looked at Li Fu eagerly, continued to open his mouth wide, waiting to eat the second spoonful. When Li Fu fed him slowly, he would use both hands to pick up the bowl. If he couldn't pick it up, he would slap the table, babbling, and his face flushed with anxiety. Li Fu couldn't help laughing and said, this child, why is he so impatient? Zhang Zhuzhu also laughed. I don't know. He was like this the first time. If you don't know, you might think that his family is cheating him and not giving him food. Li Fu fed him half a bowl of rice, and Hongdo's eyes continued to stare. Li Fu indicated that the bowl was empty, but Hongdo didn't care about that. He pouted and cried aggrievedly. Li Fu picked him up and coaxed him gently. Be good. Finish eating today. Eat tomorrow. Okay. Don't cry. Hongdo also sobbed aggrievedly, and Li Fu took him outside and picked flowers to play with his son. This little baby's head couldn't hold many things, and soon he forgot about eating and went to ruin the flowers his father raised. Zhang Zhuzhu said to the maid next to her, look, I dare not touch his flowers, and let his son do this. The maid laughed and said, our third master is really different. Ordinary men like him, how can they coax children? They think children are annoying. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. This is the difference of Li Fu. He is a good father, just a little busy. After Zhang Zhuzhu prepared lunch, Hongdo had been coaxed to sleep by Li Fu. Li Fu gently put him on the crib and said, you grow up so fast. Zhang Zhuzhu held his hand. You talk as if you haven't seen him for a long time. Li Fu has not played with a child recently, but when he comes home late, he always comes to see the child in person, not completely ignoring him. Li Fu shook his head. It's different. I just found out today that when he eats, his mouth opens so wide, and he eats so deliciously. He is so strong that he can even pluck petals. Very cute. His son is really cute. Zhang Zhuzhu said softly. Before you became his father, you were already Li Fu. Children are important, and what you have to do is also important. Li Fu heard this and sighed deeply. There is a kind of immortal art mentioned in the storybook that is splitting. A person can be divided into 2, 3, or even more. Zhang Zhuzhu took his hand and left his son's crib, and the two sat down at the table. When the time comes, I will divide you into 3. 1 to work, 1 to accompany me, and 1 to accompany my son. How about it? Zhang Zhuzhu followed his words. As she spoke, she picked up the dishes that Li Fu liked. Li Fu tasted 2 bites and thought it was really strange. If you don't practice, your cooking skills will generally decline. But Zhang Zhuzhu's cooking skills are still very good. He ate some and said, I'm afraid this won't work. Zhang Zhuzhu, why? Li Fu said, we'll fight. The 3 of them will definitely fight over who will accompany Zhuzhu. Even if they are divided into 3. These 3 will definitely want to be with Zhang Zhuzhu more. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help laughing when she heard it. How about this? 3 shifts. Take turns. Li Fu pondered for a moment. Forget it. Think about it carefully. Zhuzhu is still enough for me alone. Even if they take turns, they will still be jealous, and it will be a mess. Zhang Zhuzhu saw what he meant and said, I think you are right. If I split into 3 and take turns to accompany you, I will be jealous. You can only belong to me. Li Fu was embarrassed to say this. But Zhang Zuzu said that. Li Fu was really satisfied. His beloved wife was jealous for him. Li Fu thought that Zuzu really loved him, and her feelings for him had not diminished because of the busy days. They are still a good couple who believe in love. The two took a nap together. And after getting up, they played with the children. Zhang Zuzu and Hongdo were around Li Fu. Li Fu thought it was thanks to his determination. Otherwise, if such a good life was allowed to last for a few days, a person with a weak determination would probably resign. Li Fu only rested for half a day and continued to be busy. The next day, Zhang Zhuju went to visit Princess Haiyang. She had given birth to a daughter a few days ago and had just recovered today. Zhang Luzhu brought some things to see her. When Princess Haiyang saw Zhang Zhuju, she excitedly pulled her to see her baby daughter and said, "She was ugly a few days ago, but she looks better today. Come and take a look." Zhang Zhuju said, "Children are like that when they are born. What is ugly?" Zhou Lanshu said, "Don't talk about that. Take a look at her." Zhang Zhuju walked to the bed and picked up the little girl. "Cute. Congratulations on becoming a mother." Princess Haiyang sighed and said, "You don't know that it took me a whole day to give birth to her. Now I know how painful it is. It's worse than death. She is still scared when she thinks about it now. Why do you say that men don't have to give birth to children? What kind of suffering do we women have to endure? My mother also told me that women have to go through this. I am scared to death when I think about having a second and third child in the future." Zhou Lanshu said. Zhang Zhuju said, "There is nothing we can do about it. This pain can only be borne by women themselves. My mother-in-law has stuffed two beautiful maids into the house. My wife is not next to them. I didn't say anything before. I have suffered this hardship. I will send them all away and never let them cause trouble for me." Zhou Lanshu said. "She is a princess, and she has suffered such hardship. Pan Jingping still wants to hug her left and right. He is dreaming." Zhang Zhuju smiled and said, "Your mother-in-law still has time for this. I heard that she always goes to Daxiangwo Temple to burn incense and pray for you and your second brother." Zhou Lanshu said, "How could she not? She comes here when she has time. She despises that I gave birth to a daughter." Zhang Zhuju said, "Did she say that in front of you?" Zhou Lanshu was also speechless. It is very common for mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to be at odds and gossip behind their backs. Her mother-in-law said to her in front of her that daughters are not as good as sons. Zhou Lanshu was still weak after giving birth, and she almost fainted from anger. Fortunately, Pan Jingping was not a foolish filial son. He held his daughter and argued with her mother. And Zhou Lanshu finally calmed down. "Don't mention it. I didn't just give birth to this one child. Why would she treat me like this?" Zhou Lanshu said. Zhang Zhuju quickly said, "Don't talk about it. I brought you a few pots of flowers. You can look at them for fun. Don't get angry about these gossips." Zhou Lanshu drank a glass of water and felt better. 2 days later, a major case broke out in the capital, and someone embezzled military pay. Chapter 296, the final goal. The children of the Charity Bureau need to be measured today to make new summer clothes. Zhang Zhuju brought Hongdo to the Charity Bureau in person. Hongdo looked at the brothers and sisters everywhere with great interest. She stared with big eyes and looked here and there. She didn't sleep all morning. After coaxing the child to sleep at noon, Zhang Zhuju finally got some free time and prepared to eat something. She wanted to check the accounts of the Charity Bureau and report them to the Queen and the Imperial Concubine. Zhang Zhuju didn't care much about the case of embezzlement of military pay. The Emperor would never wrong his own son. Anyone who got involved in this matter should clean his neck and wait. At this time, someone who wanted to donate money came to the Charity Bureau, saying that he was a merchant. Jingzhou Prefecture had previously handled justice for them. Today, he heard that Li Xiaoying's wife Zhang was here, so he wanted to meet her. Zhang Zhuju did not refuse and prepared to go and take a look. Seeing this, Mr. Dai, who had become the main manager of the Charity Bureau, said, "Everything must be cautious." Their Charity Bureau was out of the control of the 6 ministries of the court and was managed by the Queen and the concubines. The amount of accounts was quite large. In the eyes of some people, it was a living target. The Charity Bureau must be cautious, and be cautious again and again, and restrain their greed. Zhang Zuzu said, "Don't worry. I'm not short of money." She and Li Fu had accumulated a fortune, and money could no longer move them. Lord Dai choked up and said after a while, I am an old man who worries too much. How could he forget about this matter? Zhang Zuzhu went out with a smile. A gentle young woman greeted Zhang Zuzhu and said, "Third madam. I am sorry to bother you today." Zhang Zuzhu said, "It's okay. Your kindness will be remembered by the children of the Charity Bureau." The woman claimed that her surname was Wei, and her husband's surname was Tao. They were in the porcelain business. After being cheated, they reported to the Jingzhou Prefecture. The Jingzhou Prefecture recovered their losses in just 2 days. Zhang Zuzhu heard it with a smile on her face and said, "That's what the Jingzhou Prefecture should do." Wei said, "That being said, it was not the case in the capital before. Now that Li Xiaoyin is in Jingzhou Prefecture, such things happen. We have seen many cases of officials protecting each other. Zhang Zuzhu, it's all thanks to your Majesty's wisdom. Then such things will gradually become less common." After hearing this, Wei sighed again and took out the money she brought today. Zhang Zuzhu immediately asked the officials of the Charity Bureau to record it. There were 5,000 taels and some porcelain. It was not exquisite, but it was suitable for the Charity Bureau. As soon as Wei left, Zhang Zuzhu immediately entered the palace to see the queen. The queen saw that she looked serious and came to see herself instead of her sister. So she asked, "What's the matter?" Zhang Zuzhu said, "Your Majesty, how much does His Majesty trust you and the imperial concubine?" Empress Pan laughed, "Very much." Zhang Zuzhu, "Your Majesty, are you sure?" Empress Pan was very sure. "I am sure. I know it." Zhang Zuzhu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then why don't we play along with him?" Zhang Zuzhu told the story from beginning to end. And Empress Pan said, "The Wei family shouldn't know you. This is the problem. If the Tao family is really just a small merchant who came to Beijing to do business, and was cheated by others, and needed Jingzhou Prefecture to make the decision, then how did they know Zhang Zuzhu?" Zhang Zuzhu worked for the queen and the imperial concubine in the Charity Bureau. Officials of lower ranks didn't know about this, let alone the Tao family. Queen Pan said, "You are really alert." After this incident, Zhang Zuzhu went to the palace without saying anything. She was really clear-headed. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, "It's very simple. No matter how you plan, you always have a purpose. I am under the care of the queen. If you plan against me, you must be targeting the 2 queens and the prince. No matter how complicated and tortuous the means are, the purpose of some things can be seen at a glance." When the two talked about this, Xiao Pan also came, and Zhang Zuzhu told her what happened again. Xiao Pan said, "There is a corruption case outside, and it is targeting us sisters inside. I think there is something wrong in this palace. Who would be the one who plotted against the crown prince? It must be someone who wanted the crown prince's position. Except for the crown prince, the princes were very young, and the emperor had no great interest in these sons. He would look at them and ask about their homework if he was happy, and ignore them if he didn't want to see them. Some people were ready to make a move while the crown prince was away from Beijing." Little Pan sneered, "What dares to plot against my son?" When she gave birth to Zhou, she was still young, and she had a difficult birth, and she almost lost her life. After that, she never gave birth again. Zhou was her lifeblood. This child could die in battle outside like the elders of the Pan family, but he must not die in anyone's plot. Queen Pan stepped forward and held her sister's hand. Her tone was gentle, but her words were cruel. "Don't be angry. We will kill such a person." Little Pan sobbed, "My poor son is still out there, and he is being plotted against. I will go and tell his father." Queen Pan consoled her, but Little Pan was still crying, so she became impatient. "That's enough. Go and cry to His Majesty." Little Pan sobbed twice and quickly wiped her tears. Zhang Zuzhu didn't know what to say for a while. Queen Pan turned her head and said, "To lure the snake out of its hole, we must keep our troops in place. Go back and tell Sanlang what to do." The 3 of them discussed it, and Zhang Zuzhu left the palace, while Xiao Pan turned around and went to find the emperor. However, the emperor seemed to have a fierce quarrel with Xiao Pan, and the emperor slammed the door and left, which was heard by the women in the capital. So all kinds of rumors came one after another, saying that Xiao Pan wanted the emperor to transfer the prince back to the capital. But the emperor disagreed, and the 2 quarreled. There were also rumors that Xiao Pan was domineering and criticized the concubines, and was discovered by the emperor. Anyway, there were all kinds of rumors. Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu were calm, and Li Fu even relaxed the investigation of the corruption case. and went outing with Zhang Luzhu and his son. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Tomorrow someone will impeach you." Li Fu, "That's what I'm waiting for." Li Fu is a representative of the prince's power. Those who target him must be targeting the prince. I'm not afraid of them moving. I'm afraid they won't move. Zhang Zhuzhu held Hongdo's little hand. "Kiss." Hongdo turned her head and kissed Li Fu's face, drooling all over it. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately clapped her hands and praised. Li Fu said helplessly, "Wipe it off for me." Zhang Zhuzhu, You still dislike your own son? Li Fu, then let him kiss you. Zhang Zhuzhu, "No. I'm wearing makeup. I can't kiss." "So you caught him to cause trouble, right?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I like the way you fell into the human world." After hearing this, Li Fu said for a while, "When have I ever been half decent in front of you?" "Huh?" "The first time they met. I lost face. In that experience of less than a year." Li Fu never picked up his face again. He was numb. Zhang Zhuzhu wiped his son's saliva and kissed him on the other side of his face. "Okay. I'll make it up to you." Li Fu held his son in one hand and Zhang Zhuzhu in the other, thinking that he hoped that the people who were scheming behind him would stay quiet for a few more days, so that he could enjoy this beautiful scenery with his wife and children. Chapter 297 Powerful in the Court and the Country. Unfortunately, there are many troubles in the world, but few things can be achieved as desired. Li Fu was impeached by the censor the next day. The emperor defended him, and reminded Li Fu not to indulge in love, and not let go of his wife and son. Zhang Zhuzhu was named, and when she went out, someone asked her in a sarcastic tone what ability she had to keep Li Fu. In normal times, Zhang Zhuzhu would definitely roll up her sleeves and fight her back. But now she wanted to observe the changes in the attitudes of the female relatives towards her, and find out who might be related to the prince's case. So she didn't say anything. This showed Zhang Zhuzhu's weakness. Everyone thought that Li Fu was good in every way, but he married a bad wife. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't see anything. But think about it. The female family members who can participate in this matter must be old and senior, or the men are arrogant, and the women have no way of knowing such a big thing. Zhang Zhuzhu is not in a hurry. She has seen clearly that this matter wants to plot against the prince. And the most important thing is to provoke the emperor. But if the emperor cherishes this eldest son enough, then all the calculations will fail. I am afraid that the emperor is not the same as before, and his suspicion gradually deepens. Then, there is no need for such a heartbreaking calculation. And the emperor and the prince will be alienated. This is the most terrible thing. Li Fu also has the same worry. He said, "Your Majesty's temperament is no longer the same as when he was in the northwest. Power can corrode people's hearts, and make people cold and twisted." Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, "I am used to seeing your Majesty and the prince and his son dating, and I don't want to see a bad scene. Zhou was fighting outside, and he shouldn't have to go through all this." Li Fu hugged her. "There are still 2 ladies. Don't worry. Besides, the emperor would not be like this." The next day, a court official wrote a letter saying that the princes are getting older now, and need to learn something useful, and proposed that Mr. Song teach the princes. You know, Mr. Song used to teach only the princes. He taught the nearly stupid former prince, and the current Zhou. After the prince left Beijing, Mr. Song recuperated at home, and rarely went to the palace. The person who proposed this was a student that Mr. Song had taught before, and he was now a 4th-rank official in Beijing. His proposal was very reasonable if you didn't think about it carefully. After all, he was a prince, the emperor's son, and he had to be taught well. The emperor didn't seem to think much about it, saying that Mr. Song had some free time recently, and it would be good to teach the princes. So he agreed to this matter. The person who was plotting behind the scenes gradually revealed his identity from here. Fan Xiu had been ill again recently, and it was still cold in spring, so Fan Xiu was not in good health. The affairs of the cabinet were handed over to the cabinet's second assistant. This second assistant, whose surname was Diao, had a mediocre background like Fan Xiu. He was an important supporter of Fan Xiu and a representative of the poor faction in the court. Before the emperor ascended the throne, he had already cleaned up the court, and those who remained were all available. After he ascended the throne, many people thought that the emperor would make extensive arrangements for the officials who followed him back from the north. But the emperor did not do so. He still appointed the cabinet chaired by Fan Xiu, but only selected his confidants to join. And the same was true for other departments. There were no drastic changes, but more gentle invasions. Such methods were very effective. The court officials found that the emperor needed people who could do practical things. So they worked hard to do practical things. Fan Xiao was recuperating at home and rarely asked about things outside. Li Fu handed in the letter and took Zhang Zhuzhu and his son to visit the Fan family. The Fan family's courtyard is very large. It was given to Fan Xiao when the late Empress Dowager was regent. However, it seems that no one takes care of the Fan family. It is cold and deserted. Li Fu went to visit Fan Xiao, and Zhang Zhuzhu took her son to talk to Mrs. Fan. Mrs. Fan was still as gentle as usual. She and Fan Xiao had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The sons were studying in the Imperial Academy. The daughter was young, only 8 years old, and followed Mrs. Fan, curiously looking at Hongdo in Zhang Zhuzhu's arms. Hongdo came to the new place and looked around. When she saw Mrs. Fan and her daughter, her toothless little mouth opened and smiled at them. Mrs. Fan rarely smiled and said, "This child is really good." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "The little girl is also pretty and cute." Fan Jing smiled and turned around and said, "Mom, I want to play with my brother." Mrs. Fan said softly, "Then you should ask the sister." Fan Jing was a little reserved and walked over embarrassedly to greet Zhang Zhuzhu and asked, "Sister, I want to play with my brother." Zhang Zhuzhu handed the red beans to the maid, "Then please take care of this little nephew." "Okay." Fan Jing immediately agreed, and the maid took them outside. After they left, Zhang Zhu and Mrs. Fan talked. "Madam rarely goes out. I think you have less fun," Zhang Zhu said. Mrs. Fan smiled. "I am like this. I don't know how to deal with people. It's better to go out less." Zhang Zhu said, "Madam, you should go out more often. Miss Jing is getting older and should make more friends. I think Miss Jing is more reserved than other children of the same age." Mrs. Fan was shaken when she heard her daughter's laughter. In the front hall, Li Fu just drank a sip of tea. The tea didn't taste good. Unlike their family, Zhang Zhuzhu would prepare the best tea for him, and let the best tea-making person in the family make tea for him. Li Fu looked at Fan Xiao and said straight to the point, "Sir, the Prime Minister, once you have tasted the taste of power, will you be reluctant to let it go?" Fan Xiao choked on the tea and started coughing violently. Li Fu was unmoved. After a while, Fan Xiao calmed down and frowned and said, "What are you talking about, young man?" Li Fu said, "Prime Minister Fan once had great power in the court and controlled the young emperor. He was above everyone else. Wouldn't he miss this feeling when he dreams at midnight?" Fan Xiao's hand holding the teacup began to tremble gradually, and he closed his eyes. This was really cruel. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Mrs. Fan, "Miss Jing is at the age where she needs a playmate. I will send you a message later, and you should not refuse it." Mrs. Fan looked normal and said, "Okay. I also hope that Jinger's temper will not be like mine, but that she will be as smart as you. She was born in a mediocre family, and was a boring person. As a mother, sometimes she doesn't want her children to be like herself." Although Zhang Zhuzhu was not born in a good family, she made many friends, which was amazing. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "Madam, I am really embarrassed by your praise." Mrs. Fan said, "I am telling the truth." Her husband was a cabinet official, an important official in the court, and she knew more about the inside story than others. Mrs. Fan was very clear that Zhang Zhuzhu was trusted by the queen and the imperial concubine. The two talked for a while, and then got up and went outside. Hongdo saw Zhang Zhuzhu and immediately shouted happily. Fan Jing also ran to her mother and said, "Mother, please give me a brother or a sister." Mrs. Fan said with a smile, "Mother, you are so old. It would be ridiculous to have another child." Fan Jing sighed with regret, and went forward to play with Hongdo. In the main room, Fan Xiao dropped the teacup in his hand on the table and said, "Power is really hard to let go." Chapter 298 The Unlucky Couple of the Year. Power is really fascinating. Fan Xiao looked at Li Fu deeply. He didn't say anything. He picked up the white cat that jumped into his arms and stroked it slowly, as if he was recalling his most glorious moment. Li Fu took another sip of the bitter tea. Fan Xiao said, "You will also be in my current position in 10 or 20 years. You will know when the time comes." Li Fu is highly trusted by the emperor and the prince, and he is also a very capable person. He is still young now. After experience, this day will come. Li Fu said, "Thank you for your good words." Fan Xiao thought to himself that what he said was a fact that could be seen with the naked eye. Of course, He also felt that Li Fu was a little too sentimental. His wife was not simple, and would definitely bring trouble to Li Fu. But Fan Xiu didn't want to talk about this. She was a female relative. It was not right for him, a grown man, to talk about the right and wrong of a woman. It was also Li Fu's own experience. The family of three did not stay in the Fan family for too long and left. Zhang Juju and Mrs. Fan agreed to go out together next time. After leaving the Fan family, Zhang Juju looked at Li Fu. How is it? Li Fu said. Fan Shoufu said that I will take his position in the future. You have vision, Zhang Juju said with a smile. By then I will be the first lady of the capital, the wife of the prime minister. Li Fu pinched her face. It seems that your husband needs to work harder to realize your wish as soon as possible. Zhang Juju said, yes. That's right. I want to be glorious. The couple said this, and they both had their own calculations in their hearts. Fan Xiu said this, which shows that he is not the one who participated in the plot against the prince behind the scenes. Li Fu is now a living target, and those who plotted against them must think that Li Fu's future will be ruined. Of course, it can be said that Fan Xiu is very cunning. He said this to her face, but it is not certain what he did behind her. But before that, they had found other evidence, and today they came to verify it. Zhang Juju said, will you make a mistake? Li Fu shook his head. I can't be wrong. Li Fu was very confident. He was confident about what he had found, and what he saw today. The couple smiled at each other. Someone handed in a complaint outside Jingzhou Prefecture that day. The person who handed in the complaint was named Tao, a merchant. He said that he had previously asked Jingzhou Prefecture to investigate a case, but later found out that the case was a conspiracy between the thief in Jingzhou Prefecture and the people in Zhi Hall. His wife went to the charity bureau and wanted to donate money, but was kicked back by the thief's wife. The names of Li Fu and Zhang Juju then spread throughout the capital. At this time, many people became curious and said that the affairs of the charity bureau were actually managed by Li Fu's wife Zhang for the Queen Mother. Isn't this Zhang a country woman? How could she manage such a thing? Zhang Juju said in her heart. Sorry, I do know more than you. I can handle such things. As they expected, Wei did not come to see Zhang Juju for nothing. Then a court official wrote a letter, saying that the matter of the charity bureau should be carefully investigated. These children are the future of the court, and should not be used as tools. The words were very beautiful and justified. Zhang Juju became the first unlucky person in this case, and she was to be investigated and questioned. And Li Fu was also forced to hand over the power to investigate the military pay embezzlement case. They are undoubtedly the unlucky couple of the year. If a concubine is to be investigated, the queen should be the most suitable person. But the queen and the imperial concubine are Zhang Juju's immediate superiors. If they go to investigate, it is equivalent to punishing themselves with 3 cups of wine, and they will not find any results. These two are even biological sisters, both with the surname Pan, who control the emperor's harem. There are also rumors that the money was used by the queen and the imperial concubine, and Zhang was favored by them because she was not smart. The queen and the imperial concubine were quickly involved in public opinion. If they want to clear their suspicion, the first thing they should do is to give up the management power of the charity bureau. This is what the court officials suggested. They believe that the charity bureau should have been managed by the previous dynasty. The female relatives have limited abilities and vision, and women are prone to greed. So it is not surprising to do such things. Greed? The word is that women form a forest. There are too many women who do not do their jobs properly, but only think about calculating. In response to this statement, Zhang Juju said, bullshit. Is the stigmatization of women universal in any era? Are corrupt officials women? Women can't even be officials. They also responded to this, saying that it was all women who forced them to do it. Women have to buy rouge and powder, silk and satin, and delicacies from mountains and seas. They are vain, and they force men who are officials to be corrupt. Zhang Juju rolled her eyes to the sky. Listen to what this is. If we women are so capable, we would have replaced men long ago. How can they say such shameless words? Li Fu hugged Zhang Juju and comforted her. It's really stupid to say such things. Let's not bother with fools. Zhang Juju said, who do you think they will ask to interrogate me? Li Fu shook his head. You won't be interrogated. Maybe everything is a show. But Li Fu will not let his wife suffer such humiliation. There is no need. The person behind the scenes is about to show up. Li Fu will stand in front of his wife. When Li Xiaoyan of Jingzhou Prefecture got into trouble, everyone waited and watched. After learning that the emperor ordered a thorough investigation, Li Fu became the one who was kicked when he was down. However, the emperor had an order that they could only investigate and not interrogate Li Fu. The case was handed over to the Dali Temple and other officials for a joint thorough investigation. And soon they handed over an answer. It is said that Li Fu has been colluding with Juyatang for a long time, extorting businessmen to make money. And there are confessions from people in Juyatang and Jingzhou Prefecture as evidence. But they have not yet investigated where the money went. And they want the emperor to issue an order to bring Li Fu over for interrogation. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It seems that Sanlang has offended many people. Who stabbed you in the back?" Li Fu calmly trimmed the branches and said, "The two of us are just pawns. The real trouble is still behind." The emperor cherished Li Fu, a junior, and still did not agree to let him be interrogated. It seems that he has the intention of protecting him. The court officials have tried to persuade him several times, but failed to persuade the emperor. Everyone was very emotional, and said that Li Fu did not live up to the emperor's trust. The emperor just smiled, and said that Li Fu was still too young. It is inevitable for young people to make mistakes. 2 days later, the queen was going to meet with the monks of Daxiangguo Temple in the palace to perform rituals. Zhang Zhuzhu was summoned to the palace to attend the ritual at this time. Zhang Zhuzhu had no interest in the ritual, but she was very curious. The Pan sisters, one queen and one imperial concubine, held the power of the harem. They should know everything about the palace. How would they be plotted? Li Fu helped his wife comb her hair and said, "Look how happy you are." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I've been too bored recently." Some people have already distanced themselves from Zhang Zhuzhu, but her sisters have expressed their belief in Zhang Zhuzhu. But Zhang Zhuzhu did not let them get involved, nor did she meet them, so as not to be implicated. Chapter 299 The Widow of Qin. The relationship between the emperor and the empress has always been indistinguishable. The two of them are like an old married couple. But the emperor has not seen the imperial concubine for a while, which means that the relationship between the Pan sisters and the emperor is not very harmonious. Whatever you want to do, now is the best time. Everyone thinks that the emperor may also think that the Pan sisters have too much power and too much money, and they are suspected of abusing their power. Zhang Zhuzhu entered the palace, and Xiao Pan took her hand and said, "Good child, you are frightened." Zhang Zhuzhu and her husband are now standing at the cusp of the storm. They are taking this risk on behalf of the prince and the Pan sisters. So Xiao Pan naturally comforted them with kind words. Zhang Zhuzhu said with a smile, "With your words, I am not afraid of anything. Those people just want to shake the position of the prince and his mother's family, and sow discord between them and the emperor. As long as the emperor's support is firmly held, the sky will never fall. Some conspiracies and tricks without evidence and only used to kill people's hearts are not useful at all times. If they want to calculate people's hearts, they have to calculate them." Little Pan asked, "Look at my makeup today. Is it haggard enough?" Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her carefully. Sure enough, the usually elegant and noble imperial concubine looked haggard at this moment, and the blue under her eyes could not be covered. Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a while and said, "Isn't it too obvious for your majesty? The more uneasy you are, the more you should cover it up." Xiao Pan was quite calm. There are a few smart people in the harem. If I don't make it more obvious, I'm afraid they won't be able to see it. Zhang Zhuzhu was speechless for a moment. Isn't it a bit too much to say that? Xiao Pan squeezed out tears. Zhang Zhuzhu really thought it was too exaggerated. But Xiao Pan insisted on doing so, and asked everyone around her to show some uneasiness, to give others a chance to catch the loophole. The palace maids and eunuchs responded one after another, all like frightened rabbits. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say anything else, and went to the queen's palace to listen to the sutra. The monks of Daxiangguo Temple gave a very good lecture. The queen led the concubines and some ladies to listen devoutly for a whole morning. Zhang Zhuzhu tried to resist the urge to yawn, but tears still flowed out. The lady next to her sighed and said that Zhang Zhuzhu shed tears while listening to the Buddhist teachings. She must have heard the call of the Bodhisattva. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled embarrassedly and said, "I have done good deeds, but the rumors outside are unbearable. Now I am suddenly enlightened by the Buddhist teachings. I think that people don't know what I have done, but the Buddha and Bodhisattva know it. We can definitely clear the injustice." When the lady heard this, she felt that Zhang Zhuzhu was hypocritical. How could she not do something with such a large amount of money? If she did something here, the Pan sisters would do something here. If she was investigated this time, she would be skinned alive. What Buddha and Bodhisattva? Who really believes in this stuff? In the face of money, no one in this world is wronged. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at the other party's subtle expression and thought to herself that she was really embarrassed. It was hard to say about other things, but she was absolutely upright in the matter of the charity bureau, and she guaranteed that she did not embezzle a penny. After listening to the Buddhist scriptures, the ladies drank tea and chatted together. Doping called Zhang Zhuzhu over and said with a smile, "Don't take some gossips recently to heart." Zhang Zhuzhu also smiled. "The innocent will be innocent. I am not afraid of investigation." Doping sneered in her heart. "The innocent will be innocent. The Pan sisters can't even protect themselves today. How can they care about Zhang Zhuzhu? A vanguard." Zhang didn't even look at what happened to little Pan. It's a pity that she can still laugh now. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at concubine Dou's smug look and thought to herself that little Pan really knew the emperor's concubines. She could tell by looking at concubine Dou's behavior. It was almost noon and everyone was going to eat vegetarian food in the palace. The emperor also came. A teenage maid suddenly stood up, rushed to the emperor, knelt down and said loudly, "Your Majesty, the queen betrayed you." The huge palace was quiet in an instant. Everyone's eyes were on Queen Pan. Queen Pan was calm and composed, and her face didn't change at all. As a person who was accused, she was a little too calm. Little Pan desperately winked at her sister, hoping that she would show a little panic, so as not to make the situation so awkward. But Queen Pan was used to being calm, and her acting skills were not very good. Little Pan sighed secretly, threw the chopsticks in her hand, and scolded angrily, "Stupid thing! What stupid things are you saying? And you can't blame the queen." This little maid was from the queen's palace, and she was born with a beautiful face. When she was scolded by little Pan, tears immediately fell. She said with tears in her eyes, "Your Majesty, everything I said is true." The emperor was still picking peanuts to eat, and Queen Pan's chopsticks poked his thigh calmly. The emperor came back to his senses and looked at the little maid. "Oh, tell me, how did the queen betray me?" he asked dryly. There was no emotion in this question, and he didn't even show any anger. For a man who was betrayed by his wife, he was too calm. The emperor got two cold eyes from Xiao Pan, threw his chopsticks on the ground, and shouted, "What evidence do you have?" This time he finally showed the emperor's majesty, and the whole hall was quiet with a question. This belated majesty finally made the whole scene feel tense. The eunuch next to him took the opportunity to say, "Framing the queen is a crime punishable by the death of 9 generations of the family. How dare you talk nonsense here?" The little maid knelt on the ground, trembling, and said, "Your Majesty, I saw the queen of the palace ask the master to burn incense for a tablet and worship it day and night. On that tablet, she raised her head, showing a face of horror and confusion, and defending the emperor, and at the same time attracted the attention of everyone in the palace. Then the maid said loudly, "The tablet says that the spirit of the late husband Qin Sheng is in the place of the widow Pan Yuaning." As soon as these words came out, many people couldn't help but gasp. Pan Yuaning was none other than the name of Queen Pan. Her husband was the emperor of the current dynasty, surnamed Zhou, and was still alive and well. She actually claimed to be the widow of Qin Sheng. Who on earth was this Qin Sheng? The current empress used her widow status to set up a tablet for him, and asked the monk to chant sutras day and night to pray for his soul to be reborn? At one point, there were whispers in the hall. Zhang Zhuzhu sat at the feet of the Pan sisters, and at this time, people looked at her with sympathy. "Look, this is the person you want to follow. They are finished. They are about to finish. You, Zhang Zhuzhu, will also follow her to the end." Empress Pan finally got her emotions together, knelt on the ground, and looked at the emperor with a pleading look. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I know I was wrong." Little Pan twisted the handkerchief in her hand, and said with emotion, Your Majesty, please forgive us. For the sake of the prince." The emperor looked at the two of them kneeling on the ground, and closed his eyes. Chapter 300. I feel sorry for His Majesty. The harem was in chaos. The fact that the queen claimed to be the widow of Qin Sheng immediately flew out of the palace like wings. The emperor's face was very ugly, and Queen Pan also shed tears for the first time. She hadn't cried for a long time. Seeing her like this, the emperor suppressed his discomfort. He knew that this drama was just the beginning, and it was far from the end. Madame Panho's eyes widened. She wanted to say something, but Princess Jing was quick to cover her mouth and shook her head to signal her not to speak. Madame Panho was not stupid. Seeing this, she closed her mouth and lowered her head and said nothing. The emperor turned his head to look at the queen and said, "After so many years, you still regard yourself as the widow of the Qin family?" Queen Pan's tears had been wiped away, and she said, "Your Majesty, I will never forget him in this life. Please forgive me." The emperor sighed. He was about to speak, and Dopin walked up to the emperor impatiently and cried, "Your Majesty is wise and powerful. The queen should respect your Majesty, obey your Majesty, and keep her duty as a wife. But she did such a thing to let you down behind your back. Your Majesty, I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you." The more Dopin spoke, the louder she cried. Her tears fell on her beautiful face like beads that had broken off the string, making her look more delicate and moving. Unfortunately, the emperor was not in the mood to appreciate this beauty today, and said, "In this case, how do you think the queen's crime should be dealt with?" Dopin thought that she should hang Pan and Pan together with a white silk. However, she did not dare to say it, and only said softly, "Your Majesty, you should let the queen. No, let Pan confess to you, and let her go to the temple outside to practice hard, so that she will know her mistakes." The emperor's eyes swept over Dopin's beautiful face. "Dopin is kind-hearted and loyal to me. In this case, promote her to a concubine." The emperor seemed very satisfied with Dopin's attitude and immediately made her a concubine. A group of palace concubines immediately regretted it. If they had known that they could be promoted with a few words, they would have been promoted long ago, and it would not be Dopin's turn. No, now she is Dofei. Concubine Do was also very surprised and immediately knelt down to thank the emperor. The emperor retracted his gaze and said, "Today's matter cannot be investigated strictly." Almost everyone thought that the emperor was referring to the queen's matter. The Pan sisters stood together, as if they were going to face the sudden storm together. "The queen is confined to the palace until the matter is investigated and dealt with," the emperor said coldly. "As for the imperial concubine, considering her contribution to giving birth to the prince, her crime can be forgiven, and she will also be confined to the palace." After that, the emperor angrily left, leaving the eunuchs to deal with the matter here. The little palace maid who reported the incident was gagged with a piece of cloth by two tall eunuchs and quickly disappeared into the hall. It was so fast that she didn't have time to ask for help from the person who promised her. Zhang Juju was about to send Xiao Pen back to the palace, but she was stopped by Concubine Do. Concubine Do smiled and said, "I am very happy to be crowned as a concubine today. I heard that Zhang, the third grandmother of the Li family, is the best at speaking and has made His Majesty happy. Can you congratulate me so that I can learn to please you and please His Majesty?" Xiao Pan, who was passing by, was quite unhappy when she heard this, but she didn't show it, and signaled Zhang Juju to find a way to solve it herself. "A gentleman's revenge is never too late." Someone else said, "Isn't it said that the third grandmother of the Li family is the best at farming? When did she become good at speaking?" "That's because you don't know the inside story. Zhang is the Pan sisters' minion, and is in charge of the charity bureau. She is not as weak as people say." Everyone started talking about it, and they also told everyone about Zhang Juju's quarrels with others. Zhang Juju thought to herself, "Is there any justice in this world? The queen and the imperial concubine are in trouble. Why should she be implicated? She was wearing a weak and kind vest well, but it was taken off just like that. This is too bullying." Zhang Juju thought about what role Do played in this, but she didn't show anything on her face. She said, "I don't know what Empress Do wants to hear." Do Fei smiled proudly. "Oh, of course, I want to hear the best. Your Majesty, I'm afraid you don't know that Zhang received thousands of taels of silver from others to get things done in the charity bureau. I'm afraid you can't order her around." Zhang Juzu thought, "Just make it up. Thousands of taels. Why does she need so much money? She doesn't need it." Do Fei looked surprised. "So much money. It seems that I offended her." Zhang Juzu thought, "Where did Doshir get her confidence from? Why did she stand up today? Is today the time for her to stand up? Isn't she worried about any reversal? This is too impatient. Can't she wait a little longer?" Zhang Juju looked embarrassed and retorted, "You should be careful in what you say and do. Don't speculate. Concubine Do was indeed very confident. How could a man tolerate his wife being a widow on another man's tablet? Let alone the emperor. Even if he was a village man. As long as he was still a man of blood. He would not tolerate such a thing. Concubine Do did not believe that the Pan sisters had a chance to turn things around. Especially the queen, who would definitely lose her position as queen. If little Pan gave birth to the prince, they would not necessarily lose their current status like Queen Pan, but they would definitely lose the emperor's favor. Over time, the emperor would no longer have these two people in his eyes. Concubine Do thought, maybe she could give the Li family a chance to surrender. They now knew who was the best in the harem. It was not too late. The evidence is there. Why do you say we are just guessing? It's a pity for the children in the charity bureau. They are young and weak. They are being used by a black-hearted person like you. You have to go to the government office and explain the affairs of the charity bureau. We can't just let you escape. The woman said to Zhang Juju loudly and aggressively. Some women behind her also supported her very much. And the crowd was angry for a while. Fortunately, Zhang Juju had been prepared and did not fall into the crowd. Princess Jing also brought a few ladies to protect her in time. Zhang Juju thanked Princess Jing. And Princess Jing said, you don't see this woman very often. Her husband's surname is Diu. She is the daughter-in-law of the second assistant of the cabinet. As her name suggests, she offended many people in the past, and was sent back to her hometown for several years. Her daughter-in-law gave birth to a child a few days ago, and she was welcomed back to show filial piety. Zhang Zuzu said, thank you, Princess. Princess Jing smiled. You should go to the Pan family more often when you have time to see my poor daughter. Zhang Juju immediately agreed and said, the princess is open-minded and has her own blessings. Princess Jing thought, marrying Pan Si is not worthy of her daughter at all. What kind of blessing can she have? Just make do with it. Fortunately now she has a child. It is also good to focus more on the child. Zhang Juju finally left the palace. But that afternoon, the momentum of the crusade against her became stronger and stronger, and finally shifted to Queen Pan. For a time, the voices in the court demanding the abolition of the queen became louder and louder. Chapter 301, A Plan Within a Plan. The next day, the palace gates opened, and the officials responsible for investigating the corruption case hurried into the palace, and said that they had found the whereabouts of the money and grain. The emperor did not have time to attend the morning court, so he immediately asked about it. Then he learned a shocking news, saying that these money and grain did not go somewhere else, but still fell into the hands of the prince. They have solid evidence that the prince transferred the money and grain through the Pan family. Now they hope that the emperor can issue an order to arrest Li Fu, an important figure in this case, and bring him to justice, so that there will be more evidence. The emperor's expression was very ugly, and this time he was not acting. He was really very angry. Of course, the court officials also said that the prince was the only son the emperor could rely on. If this matter was exposed, it would definitely shake the foundation and make the war in the south unstable. The emperor smiled. It seems that you also know that the prince is the only son I value. The courtiers shrugged their shoulders and said, Your Majesty, we think that the prince is still young and is just confused for a moment. It is very likely that he was instigated or deceived. Your Majesty, Li Fu and his wife Zhang are involved in this case. There must be a conspiracy behind it. The prince is your eldest son. Your Majesty, we can't let His Royal Highness the Prince go astray. Wrong path. What is a wrong path? It clearly indicates that his queen is someone else's deceased wife, and implies that his prince is collecting money and grain. This wrong path. It is a rebellion. The emperor sneered in his heart. He is not very patient. He is really tired of it. The emperor ordered all those involved to come to the palace, where he would interrogate the case. When only the eunuchs were left around him, the emperor was furious and said, These people think I am a fool. My queen and prince have been in trouble one after another. Even Sam Lang, whom I value, is a greedy man. What are they thinking? The emperor actually didn't understand what his courtiers were going to do. He ascended the throne and was full of confidence to realize his ambitions. He wanted to be a good emperor. He didn't make a big fuss with his courtiers. The emperor didn't intend to care about the past, as long as they didn't do anything too much in the past and were willing to work hard now. He was willing to be tolerant of these people. Unfortunately, his tolerance did not win the respect of his subjects, but made them feel that they were also weak and could be controlled. The emperor drank a cup of tea, The weather was very good. He did not want the queen and the imperial concubine to be locked up in the cold palace and unable to move. They were once bright and lovely women. Even if they have changed now, they should not experience such a thing. Today's court meeting turned into a trial scene. The themes of today's court meeting are the queen case and the prince case. Li Fu and Zhang Juju, the unlucky couple, were unfortunately involved in two cases at the same time. The cases related to the queen are the widow incident and the money-making case of the charity bureau. The case related to the prince was the case of embezzlement of military pay. They were all on the same side. In the final analysis, these cases all belonged to one thing. That is, the prince and his faction collected money and stored food, and were suspected of treason. The other party's methods were not very clever. But as the saying goes, the method is not clever, but useful. When a normal person sits on the position of emperor, he will become suspicious. His Majesty has been on the position for several months, and his temperament has changed a little. This also shows that the emperor is very suspicious. It is not surprising that he suspects his bedmate and his son. Few princes can live to ascend the throne smoothly. Those who calculated all this believe that Zhou Yi was no exception. All his methods were aimed at sowing discord and making the emperor feel that his prince was an ungrateful person. Even if this calculation failed, the emperor would plant the seeds of doubt in his heart from then on. And he would always worry that all these calculations would come true. From then on, their love as husband and wife, and father and son, would never return to the past. The person who calculated all this was not a person who was good at manipulating power. He was better at calculating people's hearts. But he was still a little lacking in manipulating power. Otherwise, he would not have been exposed from the beginning. Zhang Juju and Li Fu entered the palace together. The Li family was still a little worried. But Zhang Juju was in a good mood and said, "The palace hall would definitely not allow women to enter normally. I will go and take a look with my own ability now." Li Fu was still coaxing the child. The child had been clinging to people recently, especially Zhang Juju and Li Fu. It was not easy to let him go now. Sure enough, when Lin Weining took him away, he started crying. The couple was immediately distressed. Li Fu even wanted to get off the carriage and take his son into the palace with him. Lin Weining hugged his grandson tightly, turned around and walked back, saying to the people around him, "This young couple really dotes on the child. We can't let them teach like this." The child's crying gradually faded away. And Zhang Juju sighed, "What should we do when we separate from him in the future? He will definitely cry like this." Li Fu said, "Before he grows up, we should accompany him more." The couple walked side by side into the palace. The hall was ready, and all parties came on stage. And a wonderful drama began at this time. The Pan sisters and the Pan family, who returned from the north, the faction headed by Fan Xiu, and the aristocratic families in the capital. This is how the power in the capital is currently divided. The aristocratic families are also divided into those with hereditary titles, such as the Weiguogong mansion, and the big families formed by several generations of officials, such as the He family. Zhang Zuju and Li Fu stood next to Queen Pan. They were on this side. The emperor's eyes swept over the people below and said first, "Let me talk about Qin Sheng." As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone immediately showed a curious look. Who doesn't want to listen to the emperor's big gossip? Queen Pan wanted to stand up and tell the story herself, but was stopped by the emperor. "I left Beijing at the age of 16 and went to the northwest, where I began a long career of war." The emperor's beginning was quite interesting. Like a storyteller's routine, General Pan saw that I was young, so he took me home and taught and supported me like his own younger generation. I met Qin Sheng at the Pan family. He was the adopted son of the Pan family and the fiancé of Pan Yuanying, the eldest daughter of the Pan family. The emperor's eyes fell on Queen Pan. At that time, they were still very young and had few worries. Queen Pan's eyes were red. The good times did not last long. The previous emperor killed his father and seized the throne, in order to prevent his young brother from going back to grab the throne. He cooperated with the enemy from inside and outside. There were countless casualties in that battle. The Pan family was almost wiped out, and other generals also lost their families. Queen Pan lost her adopted brother and fiancé in this battle, and she was also seriously injured in order to protect her younger brother and sister-in-law. But they saved the life of the current emperor. Before Qin Sheng died, he said that he hoped that the next emperor would not bury the lives of soldiers in vain. A court should not be like this. So the Emperor and Queen Pan struggled to get up and regroup. Their husband and wife relationship was not deep, but they were companions who had experienced sorrow together. The Emperor supported Queen Pan to regard herself as Qin Sheng's widow. He had Xiao Pan and many concubines, but Qin Sheng only had Queen Pan. The Emperor said, serving as officials in the same court, but calculating companions, and even bullying the monarch. I will never tolerate such things. As soon as the voice fell, a court official knelt down in the hall. Chapter 302 The Greed of the Human Heart. The Emperor felt humiliated, treating him as a fool, and using such a low-profile strategy to plot against him. Isn't it humiliating enough? When the Emperor gets angry, blood will flow. As for who will bleed, it's not Queen Pan and the prince, but the one who plotted against them. Those who worked hard to plan this strategy are all stupid now. They really didn't expect that the Emperor could tolerate his queen being someone else's widow. They couldn't understand that the Emperor, who was in power, was still calm and didn't worry that his growing son would seize his power. As a man, as an emperor, he shouldn't be like this. Why didn't things develop as he imagined? This really shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen at all. But now the facts are here. The Emperor was not so suspicious that he wanted to kill his wife and children. And he didn't even have any suspicion. He was more disappointed with the ministers he relied on. To put it simply, he wanted to do a great job and make everyone live a good life. But someone plotted and engaged in party struggles under his nose, and thought he had guessed his thoughts. How could the Emperor not be disappointed? These people are really idle. The treasury is cleaner than their faces. How can they have the nerve to come out and make trouble? Even if they succeed, they are penniless. What good will it do them? Do they just like to do these tricks and don't like to do the right things? If so, don't waste food alive. Framing the prince is a crime that cannot be punished. The Emperor looked at the ministers kneeling on the ground. It seems that the necks of all the ministers have been washed clean and are ready to go. The people involved in this matter were pale. Fan Xiao looked at his successor, Liu Xiaifu, in disbelief, and said in shock, "Why did you frame the prince?" His health was getting worse and worse. Before leaving the capital, he would definitely try to help Diao Qingye and let him gain a foothold in the court. Diao Qingye looked ferocious and said, "Does Fan Shoufu think that the current capital is still the same as before? Do you think you can keep our position in the cabinet from the noble families and dignitaries in the capital? They are all people without foundation, and they have gained a place in the capital by banding together for warmth. Now, although Fan Xiao is the prime minister, he is gradually losing power. They will be suppressed by the aristocratic and powerful. If they don't muddy the water, how can they keep their current status? When the prince marries a wife, and marries a lady from a so-called aristocratic and powerful family, ministers like them will no longer have a place in this court. What's wrong with them fighting? If they don't fight, they will be driven out of the court." Fan Xiao, did you fight for it? Diao Qingye was silent. Not only did he not fight for it, he also lost the careers and lives of many people. His calculations were wrong from beginning to end. He misjudged the Emperor. The current Emperor is totally different from the previous one. You can die. But why don't you think about your wife and children? Fan Xiao asked. Diao Qingye gritted his teeth and said, "They have the wealth and glory they have today because of me. So they naturally have to share the joys and sorrows with me." Fan Xiao was speechless for a long time. He thought to himself, is he really blind? How could he promote such a person to be around? Listen, is this what people say? Fan Xiao knelt down to the Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, Diao Qingye is guilty of death, but his family is innocent. Please forgive them." Diao Qingye seemed to be moved, but he gritted his teeth and said, "You don't need to beg for mercy. Our family will go to the underworld together, and we won't be alone on the road." Fan Xiao was so angry that he started to cough violently. Diao Qingye said, "Today, I am willing to die because I failed." Li Fu said, "Diao Sifu, have you ever thought about why you failed? It is not possible for Diao Qingye to make such a big case to frame the queen and the prince. He wants to deceive the superiors and the subordinates and do it silently, which is impossible. Every government office has people from various forces. How can they all be concealed?" But those who got the news were indifferent and did not report the matter to the Emperor. Why? Because of party disputes. If Diao Qingye was stopped in the middle and the matter did not get out of hand, he would be the only one who was unlucky. Now the queen's dead ex-fiancé has been dug up. This matter is not small. Queen Pan will definitely be criticized for this, and the reputation of the prince will be affected. How did you know about the queen's past? Li Fu asked again. Diu Qingye was stunned for a moment, and gradually calmed down. Yes. He just wanted to plot against the prince at first. How could he, who has no family background, know about Queen Pan's past decades ago? He knew this matter too smoothly and too coincidentally. Diu Qingye suddenly realized that he thought he was behind the scenes. But it turned out not to be the case. He was also calculated. If he couldn't explain it clearly, not only would he be finished, but Fan Xiao would also be unlucky. Diu Qingye took advantage of Fan Xiao's illness to stir up trouble, just because he didn't want to implicate Fan Xiao. If he failed, he could still preserve the foundation of their faction. Your Majesty, Queen, please understand. I don't know what's going on in the palace, let alone who wants to murder the Queen, Diu Qingye said loudly. We can't let their faction take all the blame. This won't work. We must drag the opponent into the water and die together. Otherwise Fan Xiao will have no chance to turn over. Diu Qingye thought quickly. The person who murdered the queen must be a woman who wants to sit on the throne of the queen. The concubines want to murder the queen, and I am just being used by them. The courtiers with female relatives in the palace immediately retorted, Diu Qingye, stop talking nonsense. Diu Qingye turned his head and looked at those who watched him step into the fire pit, and simply started to make up nonsense. I plotted to murder the prince, and you were also the ones who fanned the flames. I said that I didn't have such great ability, but it turned out that you were behind me. You aristocratic families are the most hateful. Your ancestors relied on the fights between the princes to make a fortune. If I can make the prince lose power, you can pick from the princes again as before, and fight for the merit of following the dragon in the future. Harmony is good for the court and the world, but it is not good for those who want to fight for power. The prince's confidants all came back from the northwest. That is, the Li family. I don't know what kind of luck they have, but they are about to rise. How could they not be anxious? But the emperor obviously didn't care about the other princes. They sowed discord and caused the prince and the emperor to fall out, so that they could find ways to interfere in the affairs of other princes. Diu Qingye thought he had a plan, but he was just the first bird to come out and the pathfinder. Now that those people know the emperor's attitude towards the prince and the queen, they will withdraw their hands in time, and they will not be pursued to the end. But Diu Qingye is doomed. Silent embarrassment and fear spread in the hall. Chapter 303 Failed Suppression. The current situation is very clear. Diu Qingye was worried that his faction would fail, and under the promotion of people with ulterior motives, he began to plot against the prince. He just said that other people wanted to fight for the credit of following the emperor, and he thought so too. At the same time, some people wanted to take away the power of the queen to manage the charity bureau, so that the emperor would dislike the queen and gain status for the emperor's other sons. The two mixed together, and this case happened. In short, it was the trouble caused by the struggle for power and profit. It was the suppression of the Northwest faction by Diu Qingye's faction and the local dignitaries in the capital. Unfortunately, they did not get what they wanted. The prince was still the son that the emperor valued, and it didn't seem to be a big deal that the queen had a former fiancé. The rest of the matter depends on how the emperor plans to deal with it. Queen Pan stood up and said to the emperor, Your Majesty, I am tired. The matter has been clarified. I will go back first. The emperor agreed, and Queen Pan left with the female relatives present. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at Li Fu. Be careful. Don't make any more trouble. Li Fu nodded. Go. The couple whispered a few words and then separated. Queen Pan left the palace and said to Xiao Pan, The name Qin Sheng is now known to the world. Xiao Pan said, Sister, Brother Qin is naturally good, but if it gets out, you are not afraid that His Majesty will really be angry. The emperor is not the same person as before. People change, and he is the emperor now. Queen Pan smiled. He won't be angry. Little Pan sighed, said nothing more, turned to Zhang Zhuzhu and said, Now I know that no one in the capital wants the best for my son. Zhang Zhuzhu said, The emperor is strong and the ministers are weak. Your Majesty and the prince are both ambitious people. They will not be controlled by them. Naturally, they are thinking about your Majesty's other children. It would be best to pick a weak and easy to bully. The previous emperor went to that step and asked these people to share the power in the capital. They tasted the sweetness and probably missed the past again. Little Pan, I'm planning to pick more women and let them go to the East Palace to accompany Daolong. Isn't that enough? Little Pan was looking for a wife for her son everywhere. Isn't this a way to win people over? As a result, As soon as her son left the capital, these people started to think about other things. It's really hateful. Little Pan became more and more angry. Queen Pan said, the war situation is unclear, and Dalan's life and death are unpredictable. Why don't you allow him to find another way to make a living? Little Pan, pooh, pooh, pooh. Sister, don't say that. Dalan will definitely come back safely. After she said that, she stepped forward and fell into Queen Pan's arms and cried. When she was young, she also waited for her parents and brothers in this way. And then she waited for the news of their death. Little Pan said, if he can win this time, Dalan will never have to leave the capital again. Empress Pan, yes. If he has such achievements and can get the support of generals and officials in the south, Zhou Yi's position as the crown prince will be more stable and secure. This is also the reason why the two factions in the capital are anxious to calculate the crown prince. Once the crown prince returns victorious, they will have no chance to shake the crown prince's position. They hope that the crown prince will die outside, so that they can intervene in the next successor of the emperor. Little Pan, Dalan will definitely win. He has the blessing of the ancestors of the Pan family. He is the eldest son of your majesty. Empress Pan thought that the best result would be to return safely after winning, and the worst result would be to return safely and compete with the emperor's other sons. That's all. They can still win. Zhang Zuzhu stayed in the queen's palace for a while, and then the news came from the front that Diu Qingye committed suicide, and all the officials involved were stripped of their official positions and tried according to the law. Several nobles such as Rongyang Marquis' mansion were stripped of their titles, and many were implicated. They were all the people who pushed behind the scenes. When Rongyang Marquis was pushed out, he shouted loudly to the emperor, there have always been many princes who have rebelled for the throne and killed their fathers and brothers. Your majesty is protecting the prince like this today. I wonder if the prince and the Pan sisters will remember your kindness in the future. When he was about to die, he continued to sow discord between the prince and the emperor. He believed that if the emperor did not waver now, he would waver in the future. There was no father and son in the royal family. It didn't matter if he lost today. He would see the scene of father and son killing each other in the underworld. The emperor sat on the dragon throne. Steady, if that day comes, it will be a matter between us father and son, and has nothing to do with you. He was only afraid that the prince would be useless and disappoint the expectations of him and the queen and concubines. This child must have the bones of Dou and Pan. Zhang Zuzhu was thinking about Li Fu, and the queen summoned the concubines. Dou, who had just become the concubine of Dou and was in great glory, claimed to be sick and refused to come, and was forcibly brought here by two palace maids. Queen Pan and Xiao Pan ignored her, and were looking at the three concubines who gave birth to sons for the emperor. Those who have daughters are not included for the time being. Concubine Shu gave birth to the second prince, who is 6 years old this year and loves to read. The third prince is 5 years old. His mother died of dystocia. He is raised by a nanny, and the queen often takes care of him. He is just an ordinary child, and is still looking around. The fourth prince is only 3 years old this year. His mother is concubine Jing. She was originally a female Taoist nun. The Taoist temple was burned down in the war, so she followed the emperor. Now she is still thinking about becoming a nun. The palace will not let her go. The women who came in after returning to Beijing have not given birth yet. Little Pan drank a sip of tea. If my eldest son is gone, I think your majesty will have to look at these little ones more. The concubines quickly said that it would not be possible. They would burn incense and copy scriptures to pray for the prince when they returned. Jingfen suddenly said, it will be more effective if you burn incense to the three pure ones. The concubines were speechless. Is this the right time to talk about this? Little Pan almost couldn't continue, so she simply ignored it and said to the second prince with a smile, what have you learned from Mr. Song recently? The second prince had no idea what was going on and was about to answer immediately. Xu Fei covered her son's mouth and said, Your Highness, you know that Erlang is not smart. He is not as good as his brothers. He can't learn anything useful and doesn't need to learn in the future. Xu Fei felt that she was sweating all over. She was really stupid. She knew that the emperor respected the Pan sisters. Is it too late for her to regret now? Dou finally found some clues from the chaos. She explained, it was you. The palace servants around you hinted to me that the queen had a tablet that was not visible to the public. Concubine Shu. You knew who it was, and you actually harmed me like this. She was the one who instigated the palace servant to report the queen. How could she still live? Concubine, she retorted. Sister Do, don't talk nonsense. Since I know whose tablet it is, I know that it can't harm the queen. Why should I do useless things? It's reasonable. Concubine Do, it's you. It's you. The queen. The imperial concubine. I don't have any children. It's useless for me to harm others. Both sides insisted on their own opinions. Xiao Pan admired the scene for a while, and said with a smile, "We are all sisters. It's no big deal." Chapter 304 If there is an afterlife. How could they believe what Xiao Pan said? Xiao Pan said, "My son is better than any of your majesty's sons. Whatever you want to do, just go ahead. We are not afraid." The handkerchief in Xu Fei's hand was soaked with sweat. But Xiao Pan didn't say anything else, and sent the palace concubine away. When they left, Xiao Pan said to Zhang Zhuzhu, "Do you know why I didn't pursue it?" Zhang Zhuzhu really didn't know that if Li Fu had a son born by another woman, they would be finished. Xiao Pan smiled and said, "These people can give birth to your majesty's children. I know them. Even if I give them away to heaven, they can't climb up." Zhang Zhuzhu really couldn't understand it, and could only say that the queen was wise. Little Pan suddenly became bored without anyone to support her. After staying in the palace for most of the day, the affairs of the former court and the harem were settled, and Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu left the palace and went home. "It's over, I guess," Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu nodded. "It's over." Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on Li Fu's arms. "This time we were able to detect such a conspiracy in time. And the emperor is also on our side. What if it's the other way around next time? What should I do? I always feel that there is no peace in the capital." Li Fu hugged her, scared. Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a while. A little bit. If they encounter a plot that they cannot resist in the future, it will be terrible. Li Fu comforted. "As long as either the emperor or the prince is here, I will not die. Even if something big happens, we will get out of it safely. I promise." "Really?" Zhang Zhuzhu said. "Really? I promise," Li Fu said again. The couple leaned together, and Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I can live and die with you. But our son, parents, brothers and sisters, my parents, sisters and brothers, I don't want them to be implicated. The Diao family will definitely not have a good end." Li Fu knew that she must be frightened. Diu Qingye died in the hall. Even if Zhang Zhuzhu didn't see it with her own eyes, she was still fine when she left. In less than 2/4 of an hour, she was dead. It was inevitable that Zhang Zhuzhu was frightened. Zhang Zhuzhu was not frightened. She just thought too much. "Take Hongdo to the charity bureau tomorrow to play, and ask Princess Haiyang, Miss Yao, and your sisters to accompany you. You should also talk to them, so that they won't worry about you," Li Fu suggested. Zhang Zhuzhu thought about it for a while, and agreed. Li Fu pinched her face. He knew Zhang Zhuzhu's temperament. After giving birth to a child, she became more delicate. His company was indeed useful. But Li Fu had things to do, and couldn't accompany her all the time. It was also good for Zhang Zhuzhu to have friends to accompany her and comfort her. The next morning, Zhang Zhuzhu took Hongdo out. This time she was almost in trouble, and her friends and sisters were quite worried. Seeing her now, they all greeted her. Zhou Lanshu said, "You have seen the unpredictable hearts of people in the capital, right? How are you? Are you afraid?" Hongdo had been taken away by Yao Yusen. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Afraid? Of course I am afraid. I am afraid that if the backer really falls, I will also suffer." Zhou Lanshu said, "Don't talk about you. I am afraid just listening to you. You said that the queen's matter has spread everywhere now. His Majesty is really generous." Zhang Zhuzhu's attitude towards this matter is relatively calm, saying, "To put it simply, this is not just a widow marrying for the second time. Can the man who marries for the second time tolerate her previous affairs? What is there to say about it?" Zhou Lanshu's eyes widened. That's the queen. Not an ordinary person. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. No matter what kind of woman she is, she has the right to remarry. Many women are not willing to live with their deceased husbands. They just don't know that they have a second choice. This matter can't be covered up. So it's better to discuss with the queen to see if this matter can be publicized. This is also a good precedent for women who want to remarry. Zhou Lanshu is still saying, "Your Majesty is really broad-minded. This is the first time that our Zhou family has a man like your Majesty. It really makes me look sideways." Zhang Zhuzhu, you go to your Majesty and tell him. He will definitely be happy. The Emperor likes to be praised. Zhou Lanshu said that the emperor is the first person in the Zhou family. The emperor must be proud. Zhou Lanshu, I dare not do that. Her uncle, the emperor, is quite scary. Look how timid you are. Zhang Zuzu laughed. Zhou Lanshu put his hands on his waist. Just wait. I will teach my daughter a lesson. Marry her to Hongdo. And let her bring disaster to your family. Zhang Zuzu, if you have the ability, do it yourself. How can you be a mother like you? Bringing disaster to your own daughter? When the little girl grows up, I will tell her this. These words are of course a joke. Zhou Lanshu stepped forward and took Hongdo away from the arms of a beautiful girl. That is, Xinjiao, and said, I am now a mother, and I gave birth to a daughter, thinking that she will suffer from my suffering in the future. I think that if she becomes your daughter-in-law, it will definitely be better than me. Zhang Juju has a good temper. She will not make things difficult for her daughter-in-law even if she becomes a mother-in-law. Zhou Lanshu has a kind heart. Zhang Juju laughed. Children's affairs will be decided by themselves when they grow up. What we can do is to teach them well. What do you think? Zhou Lanshu thought for a while. Alas, I don't know how to teach. I think I'm pretty good. Let my mother teach her. Zhang Zuzu rolled her eyes. Shut up. Zhou Lanshu smiled proudly. Hongdo, be your aunt's son-in-law. Your aunt will prepare more betrothal gifts for you. Oh, no. Dowry. Forget it. Just give you more money. Okay. Hongdo giggled. Chen Jiao whispered to Zhang Zuzu, Sister, is this really the princess of Heong? Yes, it's her, Zhang Zuzu said. Chen Jiao, I've seen the princess before, and she never smiles. Everyone says she's arrogant. Zhang Zuzu smiled. You'll get used to it. She's like that. Chen Jiao thought. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Zhang Zuzu played outside for half a day, and the reputation of the Li family quickly recovered on this day, and the truth of the matter spread throughout the capital. The emperor issued an edict to strictly prohibit party disputes, and did not allow the court officials in the capital to be reassigned by region, origin and knowledge, and to form a group. Once discovered, they would be immediately stripped of their official positions. Of course, normal interactions would not be prohibited, but they could not seek the same interests in this way. It was a good thing. At this time, news came back from the south that the war was victorious and the prince's reputation was great. The emperor issued an edict to praise his son again. The only thing was that the queen had a fiancé, which was gossiped by many people. The court officials felt that Queen Pan was too much to set up a spirit tablet for Qin Sheng as a widow. The emperor was annoyed and said to the queen, I don't care about this matter, but they are more worried than me. Queen Pan said, some people still hope that women in the folk will remain chaste and die for their dead husbands. Let alone me. The queen. The emperor thought the same. I will let Sanlang's wife find a way. Queen Pan laughed and said, Your Majesty is really. Sanlang just went to try the case, and you asked his wife to find a way. Emperor, it's convenient for my younger generation to use. Empress Pan was speechless. After a while, the emperor suddenly said, Sister, you said you would never forget Brother Qin. What about me? Empress Pan's expression was a little gentle, but helpless, if there is an afterlife. The emperor interrupted her, Forget it. I am a person who is fickle. Not worth your concern. Your Majesty is too self-deprecating. Queen Pan said, If there is an afterlife, maybe they can really be a good couple. But not in this life. He is the emperor, and she has a lover. Missed. Chapter 305 I can't work for nothing. Zhang Juzu thought. It's not like she used people like this. That's why she got into such a big trouble. She was also exposed, and she was asked to do something again. Zhang Juzu was very dissatisfied. It's not like the court is short of people. Why should I take care of such things? They just can't bear to see me have free time. Li Fu took her son out of her arms and said, There are really not many people who can be used in the court. This fact also illustrates a truth. All under heaven belongs to the king. This is true. But everyone has another ambition in their hearts. That is, are there any kings, princes, generals, and ministers? They are people who even calculate the emperor's family. They dared to seize the power in the hands of the emperor and tried every means to gain the greatest benefits for themselves. Such courage is really great. But this is not surprising. For the monarch and his subjects, either the east wind overwhelms the west wind, or the west wind overwhelms the east wind. The strength and weakness are mutual. Zhang Juju drank a sip of tea and said, No way. So many people are involved. It's not that bad. Li Fu said, just stand by and watch. Juju should understand. Everyone wants to test it. The emperor is too strong, which makes it bad for the subjects. For example, the enclosure of land has touched the interests of too many people. If the emperor can fall at this time, the court officials will have a chance to breathe. This time, it was not only a plot against the crown prince and the queen, but also a means of testing the emperor. Zhang Juju said, they have found the bottom line this time. How do they plan to end it? Li Fu smiled and said, they don't think about how to end it. They will pretend that they know nothing and let this matter pass. People in the capital are best at pretending and whitewashing the peace, which is also a way to save their lives. Zhang Juju, what about the queen's matter? Li Fu, it will be brought up in the future. The emperor respected Queen Pan very much, and Queen Pan herself didn't care about this matter. The Prince Joey was not her biological son, but the son of Little Pan. Her bad reputation did not have a great impact on the crown prince and his sister. However, the emperor wanted to calm down the matter. He really could not tolerate anyone insulting Queen Pan's reputation. It was the emperor who wanted to turn this matter from bad to good. Zhang Zuzu pinched her son's hand and said, okay, the second marriage to the queen shows that the queen is capable and a role model among women. Zhang Juju had this idea before, but she had her own ideas and was told to do things by others. That was a different matter. Li Fu nodded. Do you want my help? I'll write a plan first, and discuss it with you when the time comes, and then go to the palace to talk about it. Zhang Zuzu said, since we are going to do it, we have to do it well. Zhang Juju is a person who sees things through to the end. Li Fu knew that she could do it well, and said, there are several large manors on the mountain in the western suburbs, 2 of which were originally the Rongyang Marquis' mansion. Now they have been confiscated and returned to the court. We will ask the queen to take them back. It is very good to go there to escape the heat in the summer. Zhang Juju heard this and thought it was very good. This is good. I can't work for nothing. Li Fu was in the court system, and she was loyal to the emperor. She was not even a lady of the court. So how could she work for nothing? She wanted to get benefits. Zhang Juju took Hongdo out of Li Fu and said, I won't say that this manor is for us to use. Just say that it is for our Hongdo. How about it? Li Fu nodded. Well, very good. Your Majesty and the Queen are the elders, and we Hongdo are the younger generation. So it's not a bad idea to send some gifts. Little Hongdo's eyes moved back and forth between his parents, not knowing that he had become a good means for his parents to accumulate family property. Zhang Wuju kissed Hongdo's little face, and the benefits of having a child were reflected here. Hongdo was kissed on the face by his favorite mother, and he was so happy that he almost jumped out of his mother's arms. Zhang Juju hurriedly hugged him tightly, and Li Fu also hurried to block him. This child is getting stronger and stronger. You should be careful. First, children are afraid of bumps. And second, if Hongdo is bumped, Zhang Juzu will be the one who is sad. At that time, Li Fu will have to coax both mother and child together, and he will also feel distressed. Hongdo was taken to his father's arms again and continued to play. That night, the lights in the study were bright, and the couple coaxed the child to sleep and worked at their desks until late at night. The next day, Li Fu went to try the case, and Zhang Juju went to the palace to see the queen. Queen Pan didn't expect her to move so quickly, and took what she wrote and read it. This matter is mine, and what you wrote is all your majesty, Queen Pan said. Zhang Juju certainly knew, but the general environment is like this, and women are not regarded as complete people. If this matter is not settled, it will hurt Queen Pan's dignity, which is small, but it will make the emperor lose face. So to solve it thoroughly, it is still necessary to add glory to the emperor's face. Zhang Zuju explained and said, if we mention the empress and his majesty, it would be too deliberate. I came back from the northwest, and I think it is common for women to marry again. I plan to ask more couples in this situation. It is common for the brother to marry the sister-in-law after the brother dies. The emperor and Qin Sheng and Gengsheng are brothers. Qin Sheng died, and the emperor didn't know that he would have this day, so it is reasonable for him to marry Pan. This matter should be portrayed as reasonable, common, and correct. Even the queen of the current dynasty had a fiancé who died, and she married the emperor for the second time. As a woman, don't you want to marry a better husband for the second time? They also had to praise the emperor, saying that he was wise and kind-hearted, and that he was an enlightened monarch like the founding emperor of this dynasty, and that he would go down in history. Zhang Zhuzhu would definitely have her own agenda, and firmly oppose the idea of letting women die for their husbands. This dynasty has been established for many years, and cultural and economic development has reached its peak. It is time to go downhill. At this time, women can easily become victims. Before, there were ideas that women were not allowed to remarry, and even advocated dying for their deceased husbands. If they were not controlled, problems would easily arise. Zhang Zhuzhu did not want to see such a situation. She would do her best to strive for more opportunities for choice. Queen Pan thought for a while and said, Gui Xiaowei, who used to be the prince's palace, and is now the deputy commander of the imperial guards, returned to Beijing with you at that time. You must remember that he married his sister-in-law after his brother died. It is just right for you to find them. Queen Pan supported Zhang Zhuzhu's behavior, mainly because the emperor had this idea, and it would be good if it could be calmed down. Zhang Zhuzhu agreed to it, and was a little curious, saying, Are you really not afraid, Queen? Queen Pan said, I am not afraid of irrelevant people gossiping. But if the people around me change their hearts, and I don't know, that's terrible. If the emperor wants to hold her accountable for this matter, then Queen Pan will know what to do. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that this is the disadvantage of being an emperor. Not only does the emperor become suspicious, but the people around the emperor will also change their mentality. It is quite reasonable to say that it is lonely at the top. Queen Pan knew that she understood, and smiled and said, Good child. You have worked hard. Zhang Zhuzhu was busy saying what she wanted. Then the palace maid came to report that concubine Dou wanted to see her. Chapter 306 closely related. Dou had fallen into a big trap. Although the emperor, empress and imperial concubine had no intention of pursuing her, but Dou was afraid. When she thought about how she got the position of a concubine, she couldn't sleep at night and had trouble eating. In just a few days, she lost a lot of weight. She came today to ask the queen to demote her. Queen Pan drank a sip of tea and said, If you want to achieve great things, how can you not have any courage? What's the point of looking for me now? You should naturally go to His Majesty and do everything you can. Such a beautiful woman. Which man is willing to let her die? Zhang Zhuzhu said, Your Majesty really doesn't want to deal with her. This mentality is really stable. Although concubine Dou was the one being used, her ambition is so obvious. Do you really want to not pursue it? Queen Pan smiled. At such a young age, it is better to be alive than dead. I have seen enough dead people in my life. Dou's crime is not punishable by death. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, and the haggard concubine Dou walked in. When she saw Zhang Zhuzhu, she was about to faint. What did she say to her that day? She really offended her. Concubine Dou knelt on the ground with a plop, and said miserably, Empress, I think about it over and over again, and I feel that I am too stupid and easily used by others. I am not worthy of being a concubine. Please issue an order to let me return to the position of concubine. Otherwise, I will be uneasy day and night. As she spoke, tears fell. Concubine Dou was indeed beautiful. Even though she looked so haggard, her complexion could still catch people's eyes, and made her look even more charming. Queen Pan asked the palace maid to help her up and said, You were appointed by His Majesty himself. You are a favorite concubine. I can't deal with you. Concubine Dou, you can deal with me. You are the master of the harem. You can deal with me. She only asked the queen to give her a quick death. She couldn't stand this torture. Queen Pan said, It's okay. It's not appropriate to cry. Since His Majesty has appointed you as a concubine, you just need to do your duty. No one will do anything to you. Concubine Dou showed an unbelievable expression. Queen, don't pursue my crime. She really couldn't believe it. She had even written a suicide note, begging His Majesty to spare her family. Now the queen said she would not pursue her? Dou Fei knew that their queen had a good temper, but she was too generous not to pursue the people who harmed her. Queen Pan, the emperor's sons are all thinking about the throne. You are the emperor's woman, so it's not surprising that you are thinking about my position. People always have some ambitions. Some people need to be dealt with, but some people don't need to be dealt with. Dou Fei was stunned on the spot. She shed tears for a while, and said, Thank you for not killing me. I will never be so foolish again in the future. Queen Pan didn't say anything. Concubine Dou turned her head, and looked at Zhang Zhuzhu, choking with sobs, saying, I'm really sorry. I have a bad moral character and said something I shouldn't have said that day. Please forgive me. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. What did you say? My lady? I have long forgotten what happened that day. Concubine Do said, you are a very smart woman, managing the affairs of the charity bureau for your lady. Unlike me, who was born with such a face and vein. She finally realized that here, her intelligence was not worth mentioning at all. There were many people here who were smarter than her, and she would never be used like this in the future. Zhang Zhuzhu said, my lady is beautiful, and I don't know how many people envy her. Concubine Do thought that only this face was worth envy, and others didn't know how to laugh at her behind her back. She knew that the queen and Zhang must have something to say, so she did not stay for long. After Concubine Do left, Queen Pan was silent for a long time. She was thinking about her youth. In her life, even when she was young, she did not have much love for men, whether it was Qin Sheng or the Emperor. Queen Pan did not have a deep love for them. She took on more of her own responsibilities. Her nostalgia for Qin Sheng was also a nostalgia for her youth, which was a time she could never go back to, and the best years of her life. At that time, she could ride a horse and give advice to her father and brother. She was not just living as a woman. Unlike now, as the queen, she was in this deep palace, watching these women use some unbearable tricks to compete for the emperor's few favors. It was a bit boring. Zhang Zhuzhu asked Queen Pan about some things in the past, and Queen Pan only briefly told her without going into details. That was in the past after all. Zhang Zhuzhu asked and left the palace. In the next few days, she found many women who had been married for the second time and their husbands. Deputy Commander Guo's family was among them. He married his sister-in-law. There were 4 children in the family, 2 of whom were his brothers and 2 were his. He raised them all by himself, and there was no distinction between high and low. Deputy Commander Guo's attitude was very good, saying, what's wrong with this? In my opinion, Your Majesty was entrusted by General Pan and General Qin to marry the queen. The Northwest faction thought that this was not a big problem at all. Who hasn't had someone die in their family? Who hasn't had such a thing? What's wrong with the Emperor? The Emperor is also a human being. The Emperor's actions show that he is humane and has truly integrated into the Northwest. Mrs. Guo is a big and strong woman. She said, the eldest son is gone, and I have to take care of 2 children. The family is poor and can't afford to marry the second son. Let's just live together. If all the women here are like the women here, men will die when they die, and all the women in our north will die out. When men die, we have to live even more. The old and the young in the family have to eat. Zhang Zhuzhu may not support her brother marrying his sister-in-law, but she has to live even more. She likes these 4 words very much. Women at the bottom of society have a hard life. If they have to face the risk of being forced to die after becoming a widow, it would be terrible. In the Northwest, where wars are frequent, people are more open-minded. Women there are also laborers. It is less likely that such laborers will die for the sake of sacrifice. In some relatively wealthy places, especially those with a little money and no shortage of money to delay others, women in these families may become the targets of forced suicide. The current queen had a fiancé and married the emperor for the second time. The emperor also accepted her identity very tolerantly and had enough respect for her. For some women, it is definitely a good thing. Zhang Zhuzhu did not deliberately emphasize the achievements and origin of Queen Pan. Any woman, regardless of her origin and ability, as long as she is a human being, should not suffer all inhuman things. The fate of women in the world is closely related. Zhang Zhuzhu met many people and then wrote articles. She wrote in plain language without quibbling about words. Even women who could not read a few words could understand what she meant. How is it? Zhang Zhuzhu asked Li Fu. Li Fu, straightforward and clear. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. I'm afraid that if those pedantic people know about this, they will jump up and down and say that this is what women should do. Zhang Zhuzhu's ideas and concepts have always been very different. She never regarded herself or other women as vassals of men. Li Fu always admired her ideas. Aren't you already on guard? Li Fu said. Chapter 307 People Who Do Great Things. This article first writes about the reasons why some women remarry. And the final reason is that they are widowed after their husbands die and have to support their families. Many of these men who remarry are poor and cannot marry first married women. Zhang Zhuzhu explained various situations one by one. And the general meaning is that these women remarry for more than just their own reasons. However, these reasons are nothing in the eyes of pedantic people. People cannot empathize with other people's situations. And some people even have no empathy, and will not sympathize with the pain of others. The solution that Li Fu mentioned is that Zhang Zhuzhu pulled up the banner of the emperor. In short, the emperor has no opinion on this matter. How dare you have an opinion? Are you going to disobey the emperor? This is very specious. But there are not so many reasons in the world. And the right way is to use both soft and hard methods. For some stubborn, pedantic and stubborn people, it is more effective to use hard methods. Zhang Zhuzhu racked her brains again and praised the emperor from beginning to end. From inside to outside, from his youth to his current age. In particular, he said that he was broad-minded, open-minded and generous, and was a role model for everyone. If someone dared to be dissatisfied with Queen Pan, it meant that he was dissatisfied with the emperor. How dare you be dissatisfied with the emperor? The emperor finally endured all of this. The emperor looked at this thing and said, if I die, I have to let Sanlang compile books and let his wife make up for it. Look at what he said. I have never heard more pleasant words than this in these years. These words are so reasonable. And the emperor also feels that he is a very good person. However, these ministers are not easy to take care of, have deep selfishness, and are unwilling to work hard to make the country better. Even his wife and children are framed. He has not yet started a massacre. After his death, his posthumous title will have the word benevolence. Later, it really talked about how kind the emperor was to the people. Tax reduction and exemption. The affairs of the Children's Charity Bureau. The affairs of Jingzhou Prefecture. Enclosure and other major court affairs were all the emperor's kindness to the people. The emperor was overjoyed. The court officials did not need his kindness, so he would leave it to the people of the world. Queen Pan was watching from the side. These pleasant words were really not something that ordinary people could think of. Even when the emperor let the prince go south to fight, Zhang Zhuzhu said that he was not doting on his children, and let the prince go out to gain experience, so that this great country would have an outstanding successor. So Queen Pan's mood also improved. Daong was the only child of their sisters. How could she not be happy to be praised like this? Your Majesty is still in his prime. Don't talk about life and death. It's not easy to keep our lives. We must live to the fullest, Queen Pan said. The emperor nodded. That's right. You have to live well. He will never repeat the mistakes of his predecessors. He will be a good emperor. Zhang Zhuzhu really thought of everything. The emperor, the queen, the prince. She thought of them all. And the article quickly spread throughout the capital. It doesn't matter who wrote it, but it helped many people who were hesitant about whether to remarry to get married quickly. The emperor has remarried. Are they more noble than the emperor? Hurry up and get married. Using the emperor's reputation is really useful. Zhang Zhuzhu likes this trend very much. When she entered the palace, she said that she wanted a manor halfway up the mountain to take her children to escape the summer heat in the future. Queen Pan agreed without thinking, and Zhang Zhuzhu's property added this item. After Li Fu finished the case, he was promoted. Yao Qingxin took over his position. Xie Ying was seconded from the Dali Temple before. He also had a good future there. But now, he was transferred back. I don't know where the rumor came from, saying that women with good fate are easy to remarry. And they also use Song Lingxin as an example, saying that she was lucky for her husband. She didn't bring good luck to the Zheng family before because the Zheng family didn't cherish her and didn't value her. It's a mess. And there are all kinds of rumors. Rumors are not easy to deal with. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, the ups and downs of this place in the capital are really seen every day. Yesterday, she was still a noble family. But today she became a prisoner. In the past, prisoners could make a comeback. But now it is not so easy. There are no more unjust cases in the capital than before. Li Fu said, if you are not cautious, it will not last long. Zhang Zhuzhu leaned in Li Fu's arms and yawned lazily. Being cautious in everything is too tiring. Li Fu said, no. If you are determined to accomplish something, you have to work hard. I don't feel tired. How can you get what you want easily? You still have such an attitude when you accomplish great things. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at him. You are indeed a person who can do great things. I am afraid that you can't do it. Li Fu held her hand and put it on his chest. You are very good. Your ability is not worse than some people in the court. Your ideas and vision are broader. You are different from many people. When people are praised, they will be inflated. And Zhang Zhuzhu was indeed proud. I don't mean to say that some people are too pedantic, and they bully the weak and fear the strong, which is very annoying. Women are no worse than them. And women are also very powerful. Zhang Zuzu said. Li Fu smiled. I know. Zhang Zuzu understood that Li Fu did not say these 3 words casually. Li Fu really understood and respected her ideas. You want to make the constraints on women not too heavy. You seized the opportunity and did a good job, Li Fu said. Li Fu understood her. Although Zhang Zuzu was just a woman, just like a man who studied and had ambitions would pay attention to major events in the world, Zhang Zuzu also cared about the fate of this woman. She hopes that women will have more freedom and no longer be like floating duckweed. Although her idea is still difficult to realize, Zhang Zuzu has never stopped pushing these things forward. Zhang Zuzu's heart seemed to be filled. And she said, "Can you really understand me?" Li Fu said seriously, "Yes. No one should get what they want by trampling on the fate of others." Zhang Zuzu smiled. "Yes. It should be like this. I don't know when this day will come." Li Fu also knew that it was far away. But now this step forward has Zhang Zuzu's painstaking efforts. Li Fu, do your best. And then wait. What do you say? Okay. Zhang Zuzu said. She still has her own life to live. With Li Fu and her son. After this busy period, the weather is really getting hot. Zhou Yi is indeed a lucky man. He was kidnapped and disappeared for many days. Only General Jinan was left hanging on for a breath. Song Jinya was rescued by him. Song Jinya was unlucky. He had been guarding the south for so many years, and never made a mistake. As a result, he went to attend the wedding banquet of the leader of a foreign tribe during the new year, and was imprisoned for several months. His eldest son married the daughter of someone else as his wife. The court granted the marriage, which was considered as winning over. Now his eldest son was poisoned to death by his daughter-in-law, who also cut his neck with a knife and left 2 children behind, saying that loyalty and filial piety were difficult to achieve. Song Jinya was kidnapped because of this daughter-in-law. It was because of the court. Song Jinya was cruel enough. The first thing he did after being rescued was to stab his 2 grandsons to death with his own hands. Zhou Yi's eyes almost popped out at that time. Chapter 308 Lying. Sitting and standing. The war in the south went smoothly, and Zhang Zuzu was really shocked. His 2 grandsons, his son's bloodline, were killed without a word. This was too cruel. After the death of these 2, his eldest son had no male heirs, only a daughter. This is really a sin, Zhang Zuzu said, and pushed his son, who had just sat up down with 1 finger. Hongda was not angry at all, and sat up again as if it was a game. Li Fu said, "It is indeed not something that ordinary people can do. Many people agree with this idea that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. The biological mother of the 2 children is a foreigner, and she poisoned their biological father. So it is not surprising that they cannot tolerate them. But it is rare to kill someone like this." Zhang Zuzu pushed the little tumbler for a while, and took him into her arms. Okay. No more playing. I'll make you faint." Hongdo lay obediently in his mother's arms, babbling. Li Fu reached out to him, and he was taken away by Li Fu, smiling at Li Fu, drooling. Zhang Zuzu quickly wiped it with a handkerchief and said, "Why do you drool so much these 2 days? Your neck is soaked." Li Fu was also quite worried. "If you drool all the time, there must be something wrong. You still have to find a doctor to take a look." The nanny heard it and said, "The little boy may drool because he has teeth." "Really? He bit people everywhere before and said he had teeth." Zhang Zuzu was a little skeptical. Mammy didn't dare to speak this time. She thought, teeth don't grow just like that. These 2 young people don't take good care of their children, and they still doubt their experience. It's hard to say. The young couple of the Li family are good in everything else, but they insist on taking care of the child themselves. Sometimes they don't listen to advice, and don't allow the child to tie his legs or sleep on a pillow. Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu really have no experience. They immediately teased the child to open his mouth wide, carefully observed and studied it, and saw a small white dot on the red being pink lower gum. The couple looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Zhang Zuzu lifted her son up and said, "It's amazing. Our Hongdo has grown teeth. A beautiful, white little tooth. How amazing. He is such a good son." Zhang Zuzu praised Hongdo again. Although Hongdo couldn't hear, she laughed very happily, and her saliva flowed down. Her son must be the most obedient and best child in the world. No one else can compare to him. This is the feeling of being a mother. Li Fu wiped his saliva and listened to Zhang Juju praising her son like a flower, calling him good boy, baby, and darling. Li Fu looked at them with tenderness in his eyes. Zhang Juju turned her head and asked him, "Is Hongdo amazing?" "Amazing," Li Fu nodded, and then said, "Whoever gave birth to Hongdo would be even more amazing." Zhang Juju deliberately rolled her eyes at him. "My son is amazing. He was born like this. Although you are his father, you can't flatter yourself. The disciple is better than the master. But for her, it is not the other way around." Li Fu couldn't help laughing when he heard it. He looked aggrieved and said, "You really wronged me. Hongdo was born by you. And only with a mother like you can there be a child like Hongdo." Zhang Juju immediately realized that she had misunderstood Li Fu. He was trying to praise her, but she misunderstood him. Although they have been married for so many years and have a child, the relationship between husband and wife cannot be casual. They have lived and died together, and the relationship between husband and wife cannot be abandoned. Zhang Juju immediately put her son into Li Fu's arms and said with a smile, "That's not what I meant." Li Fu took her son and waited for her explanation. Zhang Juju said, "People say that women will become stupid after giving birth to a child. Who do you think I should blame for my behavior today?" Li Fu almost laughed out loud and said to Hongdo, "Can our Hongdo's shoulders carry such a heavy burden?" Zhang Juju said seriously, "It's not Hongdo. Can I get pregnant by lying there without doing anything?" Sure enough, he is the one who shoulders the burden of this family. Li Fu covered his son's ears with one hand and pretended to recall the past. This is hard to say. I have to think about whether you were lying down." Zhang Juju was stunned for a moment, and then her face gradually changed. Li Fu continued, "It is possible to be sitting or standing. This matter happened too long ago. Li Fu needs to recall it carefully. No wonder she covered her son's ears. Look at what she said." Zhang Juju was so angry that she wanted to roll her eyes, took out a mirror from her arms, and put it on Li Fu's face. "Look at your yellow face." Li Fu didn't understand what this meant, and thought Zhang Juju said that he should blush. So he smiled and said, "No, I look pretty good today." He just got promoted, and will go to the palace to work in front of the emperor in the future. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is very proud. Zhang Juju was so angry that she forgot to throw the pot, and turned around and walked out. "I'm going to cook for Hongdo." Li Fu couldn't help laughing. "Where is Hongdo's father? What will he eat?" Zhang Juju, "Hongdo's father reads 2 more books of sages, so he doesn't need to eat." Li Fu smiled and walked behind. Zhang Juju thought it was over. She couldn't control Li Fu anymore. She was too independent, missing Li Fu who had just arrived in Zhongjia village. "Time is unforgiving." Li Fu said, "You haven't finished talking yet. Why are you leaving?" Zhang Juju, "Who told you to talk nonsense in front of your son? She has never done such a thing." Li Fu chased after him. "Are you angry?" "Yes, I am angry," Zhang Juju said. "Li Fu, you just wronged me. But I am not angry," Zhang Juju said loudly. "When did I wrong you? I have a bad memory since I gave birth to a child. I have forgotten what happened just now." She turned her head to look at Li Fu. "What happened just now? How did I wrong you? Do you have any evidence?" Li Fu held his son in front of Zhang Juju. "The witness is here." Zhang Juju wiped the saliva of the little witness and said with a smile, "Then let me ask the witness. Did I wrong Li Fu just now?" The little witness stuffed his mother's handkerchief into his mouth and bit it hard with his mouth with a small tooth. The couple quickly opened his mouth and took out the handkerchief first. "Li Xiaoyin," Zhang Juju said, "you are not a witness." "Li Fu, do you know how Jingjiao Prefecture used to try cases?" Zhang Juju, "How?" Li Fu, "Brutal torture. Whipping the adult criminal with a whip dipped in salt water. The confession will be obtained." Zhang Juju, "You mean? What you say is what it is." Li Fu nodded. "He has the final say on the case." Zhang Juju smiled. "Go to the study tonight." Li Fu immediately admitted his mistake. "No. I mean that Jingjiao Prefecture now pays attention to evidence. Since the witnesses can't speak now, you can win this case." Zhang Juju smiled as she entered the kitchen. She leaned against the door frame and said, "Okay. I'm wrong. You're amazing. That's why Hongdo is so smart. I know I was wrong. I'll make you noodles and won't let you sleep in the study." Li Fu, "Okay. Thank you for your hard work." The couple laughed immediately. Jokes are jokes, but hurtful words can be easily said. Chapter 309 Revenge. Li Fu was promoted. And someone suggested to Lin Weining that the Li family should have some fun and invite some people over. The Li family felt that the war was urgent and did not agree. The more it is at this time, the more you should keep calm and not show off at this time. However, Lin Weining was in a good mood. She said, the Bodhisattva finally opened his eyes. I will never see the words Rongyang Marquis Mansion in the capital again. The Rongyang Marquis Mansion was stripped of its title, and its family property was confiscated. From now on, it will leave the capital and never come back. The old grudges have passed. But in the heart of Lin Weining, a mother, she still resents the Rongyang Marquis wife who harmed her third son. This time, she really vented her anger and even ate 2 more bowls of rice. A mother's hatred cannot be easily ignored. The Li family did not make any move. But Princess Chang'an said that the weather was good and they had won a victory. So she wanted to invite everyone to play over. She was a princess of the royal family. So she must have asked the palace about this move. Such a big thing happened in the capital recently. And a group of people disappeared. But it was always so deserted. Which was too boring. The palace asked Princess Chang'an to invite people to play over. Probably to make the capital seem more lively, and put an end to the ugly things that happened before as soon as possible. All the members of the Li family had to go over. Zhang Zuzhu was drawing her eyebrows. And Li Fu came over with Hongdo in her arms. Both of them were caught off guard. And Hongdo snatched the eyebrow pencil and poked it on her face. Li Fu hurriedly took it away. But Zhang Luzhu had a mark on her face. Hongdo didn't know that he had ruined the makeup that his mother had carefully prepared all morning. He was still grinning and reaching for the hairpin in his mother's hair. Zhang Zuzhu took a deep breath and murmured, "My biological son. This is my biological son." Unfortunately, she couldn't suppress her anger. Zhang Zuzhu scolded, "Hongdo, you are going to be beaten." Although Hongdo was young, he knew that his mother would not really do anything to him. When his mother spoke loudly, he laughed even louder. Li Fu hurriedly said, "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Hurry up and redraw it. Hongdo is ignorant." Zhang Zuzhu, "No. I must teach him a lesson today. His hand is too fast." She put on a stern face, made the giggling Hongdo face her, and said seriously, "Little rascal, I will teach you a lesson today." Hongdo gradually stopped laughing. He seemed to know that his mother was not joking with him. He opened his eyes wide, then curled his lips and tears came down. Zhang Zuzhu immediately felt very distressed, but still said, "Can you snatch things from your mother next time?" Hongdo continued to cry. Zhang Zuzhu couldn't do anything about him, and said to Li Fu, "Take him away quickly. I can't bear to see him again." Li Fu was reluctant to teach her son a lesson, and said to Zhang Zuzhu, "The child is still young." Then Li Fu took the child away. Zhang Zuzhu heard this reason and thought to herself, "Alas, a loving father often spoils his son. I will persuade Li Fu later that he can't go on like this. It's better to be strict and let him know his mistakes." After this delay, the rest of the Li family left, leaving only the 3 of them, who hurried over. Zhou Lanshu saw that she was late. "Where have you been?" Zhang Zuzhu, "I was teaching the child." Zhou Lanshu disagreed. "The child is so young. And you are teaching him. How can you be a mother like this? Where is the child?" Zhang Zuzhu, "I am a good mother. Li Fu is holding the child. You are a kind father and a strict mother." "Right. I understand," Zhou Lanshu said. "Your family is always different from others." Zhang Zuzhu, "Yes. We are not taking the ordinary path. If you want to learn, I will teach you." Zhou Lanshu was amused and motioned her to look to the side. "Now there are many people waiting for your instruction. And it is not my turn." Zhang Zuzhu's vest was completely exposed. She was the confidant of the queen and the imperial concubine by her own ability. And she was in charge of the accounts of the charity bureau. This power should not be underestimated. Now, no one would look down on Zhang Zuzhu again. Zhang Zuzhu sighed. She was afraid of trouble. So people thought she was weak. And now no one believed it. It's a pity. She was stripped of her vest. Isn't it immoral? Zhang Zuzhu thought so in her heart. And she had to greet the women passing by. These women and young girls were probably very confused in their hearts, and wanted to ask Zhang Zuzhu why. Zhang Zuzhu did her best to save face, and hurried to stay in a place with few people. She saw the people from the He family, and turned to ask Zhou Lanshu, "Why is there someone from the He family?" Zhou Lanshu said, "No matter what the princess is like, She is still surnamed Zhou. What can the He family do to the princess? They just have to swallow their anger. Now the He family wants to marry their daughter to the East Palace. And they want to win the support of Princess Chang'an. The He family knows which is more important. The old grudges, or the current interests. When Zhang Zuzu and Zhou Lanxu went to pay a visit to the princess, they saw Lin Weining holding Hengdo beside her. Princess Chang'an hugged her son, and asked him to call Hengdo her nephew. When Hengdo saw Zhang Zuzu, she forgot the lesson in the morning, and hugged her mother again. Zhang Zuzu was very soft-hearted. Princess Chang'an hugged her own son, and was very glad that she had risked her life to give birth to this child. Otherwise, she would have no one at this age, and could only watch others enjoy the family happiness. But this fun came so late. The princess looked at her grandson in the arms of her good friend Lin Weining, and then looked at her young son. Feeling disappointed, Zhou Ting was suddenly hugged by his mother. He struggled a little and said slowly, "Mom, don't strangle me." Princess Chang'an said helplessly, "Nonsense. Mom is hugging you." Zhou Ting, "Just strangle me." "Okay. I won't strangle you. But I'll hug you." Princess Chang'an looked at her son with a face full of love. Zhang Luzu and Zhou Lanxu went over to talk to the elders for a while, played with the child for a while, and then went somewhere else. At noon, Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu coaxed their son to take a nap. The couple talked in a low voice, and Li Fu held her son to coax him. Zhou Lanxu's maid suddenly ran over and said, "Third madam, please go over quickly." The girl from the He family was shoving someone and pushed a girl down, breaking her forehead. "Zhang Zhu, He Shanning?" "Yes. It's this Miss He. Our princess asked you to watch the fun," the maid said. Zhang Zhu looked at Li Fu, and Li Fu said, "Go. This is a big fun, isn't it?" He Shanning is one of the candidates for the crown princess. She hurt another woman in public, which is very bad for her reputation. She wouldn't be so stupid as to do such a thing. When Zhou Lanxu saw Zhang Zuzu, she immediately said, "This must have been instigated by my aunt." Zhang Zuzu, "Why does the princess hate the He family so much?" Zhou Lanxu, "What evidence do you need? When Prince Consort He died, the He family didn't allow her to remarry. So she waited until the court was in turmoil before giving birth to a son at an advanced age. She hated the He family so much." This really makes sense. Chapter 310, The Victorious General will return. This is indeed the case. The girl who was pushed down was surnamed Fang. The Fang family once held the imperial guards, and was a relative of the former Empress Dowager Ming. After the Ming family got into trouble, the Fang family was not implicated due to the relationship with the eldest princess. It is said that Fang Sun is the suspected biological father of the eldest princess's child. The Fang family was actually very active in private, and wanted to recognize this son openly. But the eldest princess refused. The Fang family was not as good as before. So the eldest princess naturally looked down on them. But it was still very convenient for her to instruct them to do something. The eldest princess's son either had no father, or had a good father. He Shanning should not have come to the Chang'an princess's mansion. And the He family members were all looking dizzy at this moment. They came here today to make peace with Princess Chang'an. After all, they were once a family. With this relationship in mind, the He family felt that they could still save it. As a result, Princess Chang'an really hated the He family, and directly ruined He Shanning's reputation. Lin Weining said, "Why bother with a girl?" Princess Chang'an snorted. "If you want to blame someone, blame the He family themselves. The He family was powerful back then. How did the He family treat me when I married into the family? The prince consort was not as good as your Li Qi, and he looked down on me. His death was an accident, and I can't be blamed entirely. But how did the He family treat me? Now that the old man of the He family is about to die, they want to marry the He family's daughter to the prince. I will not watch such a thing happen. As long as I am alive, the He family will never be able to turn over." Princess Chang'an was full of resentment when she talked about the past. Lin Weining knew that she had a hard time these years, and was partial to her friends, saying, "At least think about Tinger." The resentment on the princess's face immediately disappeared, and she smiled again, saying, "It's a pity for this child. If it weren't for this child, she would have destroyed the He family. I know. I must do good deeds and take good care of my Tinger, so that I can close my eyes." Princess Chang'an said, "As long as the daughter of the He family does not become the crown princess, and the He family has no possibility of suppressing her again, this is enough. She is not like the He family in the past, who did things without leaving any room for maneuver. The matter is over today. She will not keep pestering. Princess Chang'an also secretly made a small move afterwards, so that He Shanning completely lost the chance to enter the East Palace. The He family was so angry that they wanted to fight with the princess. The old man of the He family, the old man who had served 3 dynasties, persuaded the He family not to be too impulsive. Her life was coming to an end, and the He family had no descendants who could carry it, so she could only swallow this anger. Xiao Pan was also very angry. She didn't like a few girls in total, and this sister-in-law wanted to make trouble for her, which was simply killing her. Princess Chang'an went to the palace to apologize, saying, "If you don't have the He girl, there are other good girls." "What good girl? Surnamed Fong?" Xiao Pan said. "You still want to arrange something for delaying?" Chang'an Princess immediately cried and hugged Xiao Pan's arm. "Sister-in-law, I am ignorant, but I have resentment in my heart. You are magnanimous. How can I arrange things for delaying? I just hate the He family and have no other thoughts." Xiao Pan pulled her arm out with force and sat down to support her forehead. "You have done it. Is it useful to say this now?" Xiao Pan thought that she should have thrown this sister-in-law to the fiefdom long ago. Sisters-in-law and sisters-in-law are just enemies. Chang'an Princess also knew that she had done something outrageous. She did not dare to see the emperor. She only met her 2 sisters-in-law and left the palace. Later, she found an excuse, prepared many good things, and sent them to the palace as an apology. At this critical moment, the old man of the He family died. The He family used this as an excuse to keep the younger generations at home, thus saving He Shanning. The old man, he was given the posthumous title of Wenqing, which was specially given by the emperor, so it was acceptable. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "The prince will not be able to marry." Li Fu joked, "He has no wife. That's because he is incompetent. We don't worry about it." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed when she heard it. When the summer was about to pass, the news of victory finally came from the south, and the prince would return to Beijing soon. For a while, the streets and alleys of the capital were all about the news of the Prince Zhou. He is said to be a young hero. He is very capable, and he is the best prince of this dynasty. Because of the previous purge, there is only one voice in the court. That is the praise of the prince. Zhang Zhuzhu also talked about this matter when she met with her friends. Qin Jiao said, "My father said that the prince was able to win because of the full support of the court. Even the mausoleum of His Majesty was not repaired. This is not the achievement of the prince alone, but also the many soldiers in the south who died bravely." Yang Ruifang smiled and said, "When you speak, it means my father said." "My father said? How much your father loves you. We all know it." Qin Jiao is deeply loved by her old father, and she is also soft. A complete daddy's girl. Qin Jiao was very embarrassed and ran to Zhang Zhuzhu. "My father said it was true. He didn't lie to me." Yang Ruifang imitated her tone again, pinching her throat to imitate. Qin Jiao stamped her feet in anger. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. Okay. Good sisters, don't quarrel." Yang Ruifang went over and pulled Qin Jiao over. "I was wrong. I won't learn from you. I'm just envious of my uncle's love for you. Look at me. My father wants to marry me to the playboy of Changsha Ziyazhenwing." Qin Jiao immediately worried about her. "What should I do?" Yang Ruifang was not in a hurry. "Just marry him. He is very handsome. It doesn't matter who you marry. The biggest difference between men is in appearance. Everything else is the same. He is still a member of the royal family. I will be the prince's consort if I marry him. I am the one who takes advantage." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "The young prince is easy to deal with. I have met the princess several times. I am afraid you will not get along with her. She was a doting mother. She was probably very picky about her daughter-in-law." Yang Ruifang was not afraid at all. "My grandfather was in the cabinet, and was in charge of the affairs of the censorate. The Changsha prince did not have a proper official position, and Zhou Ling was not very good. How could I be afraid of him?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "You think very clearly. The princess of Changsha has met her opponent this time. It is hard to say who will win." Yang Ruifang laughed. "Sun Si will have to pay tribute to me when he sees me in the future. I am very happy." After she finished speaking, she asked Qin Jiao, "What about you? Do you have any good ones?" Qin Jiao sighed, "No. But there are several people who hinted to my father that if I could become someone's concubine, my father would be able to rise to prominence. He even fought with them after hearing that." Qin Jiao's beauty became an obstacle. Zhang Juju advised him a few words. And Chen Jiao, my father said that if it really doesn't work, he can say that I have a connection with the Bodhisattva and build a small Buddhist temple for me at home, saying that I have become a monk in practice, and I can live my life as I want in secret. With such a father, Chen Jiao will not suffer any loss. Chapter 311. You came to me on your own. The marriage between the Changsha County Prince's mansion and the Yang family was quickly settled. It was the Changsha County Prince who pushed for it, and the princess was not very willing. It was very simple. Yang Ruifang was famous for her strength. She was heroic on the polo field, and she never suffered any loss in private. She was very aggressive. The Yang family was almost worried about her marriage, fearing that she would never get married and become an old maid at home. The Changsha County Prince's son was also a famous playboy. Now he has improved a little, but he is still not very good. Putting this aside, the royal family is not a good choice for in-laws at the moment. The marriage of the young prince became particularly difficult. The princess had high standards and insisted on picking a good daughter-in-law, which was often laughed at by everyone behind her back. The Prince of Changsha was a man with wide social connections. For the sake of his son, he asked around. He wanted to find a powerful daughter-in-law who could control his son and compete with the princess. The style of the prince's mansion had to be changed. Then he found out that the Yang family had a daughter who was not easy to marry. So he established a relationship with Mr. Yang and exchanged tokens at the wine table. After Mr. Yang sobered up, he regretted it a little, but the tokens had been exchanged, and the Prince of Changsha immediately went outside to publicize it. So it was too late to regret it. Fortunately, the Prince of Changsha was very sincere and went to the palace to ask the queen to issue an order, and a thick list of betrothal gifts was also prepared. Old Master Yang thought that Zhou Ling was not that bad. He was just young and ignorant, and his granddaughter was capable. So he asked her to learn the way to control her husband from the third daughter-in-law of the Li family and control Zhou Ling, which would work. Yang Ruifang was open-minded, so the marriage was made. And now Yang Ruifang was in and out of the Li family. Zhang Juju was speechless. What is the Yang family going to do? Is it because of my discipline that you are where you are today? I am your daughter-in-law, not your mother. Li Fu laughed. Old Master Yang has no great virtues, but many small faults. After seeing the betrothal gift list of the Changsha County Prince's mansion, I think he is reluctant to give up this marriage and wants to make up for it for his granddaughter. Zhang Juju is well known for her ability, and she is still working for the Pan sisters. Yang Ruifang is close to her, which means she is close to the palace. This way, she will not be afraid of being at a disadvantage in the future, and she will have the confidence to compete with the princess of Changsha County. Zhang Juju said, I can't say anything about this matter. It's really unethical to marry your granddaughter while drunk. The Prince of Changsha County is also like that. He married someone else's granddaughter and forced her to drink. How can he do things like this? It's outrageous. Li Fu comforted. This is the family affair of the Yang family. You just need to do your best to help your sister. It's really hard to say anything else. Zhang Juju. Then I have too many tricks. Li Fu thought about it. How many of them were used on me? Zhang Juju glanced at him. How can I use any tricks on you? You came to me on your own. For someone like Li Fu, why should she use any tricks? The main reason is that she is quite capable and has no tricks. Li Fu was thoughtful and thought about it carefully. It seemed that what Zhang Juju said was true. It was indeed him who was rushing to get her. Zhang Juju drank a sip of tea and laughed beside her. Li Fu said, well, we were in love with each other, which was very different from their outrageous behavior. Zhang Juju, you liked me first. Li Fu, you liked me at that time too. Li Fu was very persistent on this point. He and Juju must have been in love with each other. You must have loved her first. Zhang Juju said. There is a saying that goes, whoever loves first loses first. She just wants to win over Li Fu. She just wants to suppress Li Fu. Li Fu was very tolerant of this and said with a smile, yes, I loved Juju first. He admitted this. He just loved Zhang Juju very much. And it is still the same now. Zhang Juju leaned in Li Fu's arms and kissed him again. I love you too. She never hesitated to express her feelings. And now even Li Fu was no longer shy about this matter. The couple smiled at each other and held each other's hands. Then, they saw Hongo climbed up from the bed, opened her eyes wide, looked at her father and mother, and stretched out her hand to them. Li Fu stepped forward and hugged his son into his arms. And his heart was filled with more joy. He had such a wife and children, which was not comparable to others. Zhang Juju teased her son for a while. When will dad be free? It was said before that our Hongdo's fate was weak, and we had to wait for 100 days before giving him a name. How old is he now? And he still hasn't been given a name. If you don't give him a name, don't blame me for being unfilial. Li Fu couldn't help laughing, I asked. And he pushed it to 1 year old. Recently, the court is short of manpower, and he is busy all the time. So naturally he can't take care of the family. Zhang Zuju pinched Hongdo's little face. Alas, it's a pity that I worked so hard to give birth to a son. But he can't take my surname, and I can't give him a name. Li Fu had not thought about this matter carefully. The names of the children in the family were all given by his father. Now, after hearing what Zhang Juju said, Li Fu thought for a moment. You choose it. Li Fu. Zhang Juju turned her head and looked at him. Are you making a decision that goes against the ancestors? Zhang Juju certainly wanted to name her child. But Li Qi was also a good elder and Hongdo's grandfather. It was not worth arguing over the child's name. When Li Fu heard her say this, he was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Going against the decision of the ancestors? Li Fu had never heard of this saying before, and laughed. At most, it is against my father. The ancestors did not have this rule. Zhang Juju asked, then I'll give it to you. You'll be responsible for convincing my father and mother. If they make things difficult for me, I won't suffer any loss. Li Fu, don't worry. I'll take care of it. As a mother, it is also Zhang Juju's due right to name her son. She shouldn't lose this right in the name of filial piety. Zhang Juju's mood suddenly became cheerful. We are family, so I won't thank you. Li Fu put her son on the bed and leaned towards Zhang Juju. You don't have to be polite in words, but you still have to be polite in other things. Zhang Juju looked at him with a smile, raised her hand and hooked his hand. Then how do you want me to be polite? Li Fu, Juju is like this. There is no need for me to teach you. You know it yourself. Zhang Juju really knows. Even better than Li Fu himself. Okay. Wait. I'll be polite to you this time. She patted Li Fu's waist a few times. While you are still young, you really need to use it more. Otherwise you will have the same strength when you are old. If you don't use it now, you can only cry silently in the future. You should be cherished. Li Fu knew that she was not at a disadvantage. So he picked her up and put her next to his son, so that the mother and son sat side by side. Zhang Juju looked at his indescribable expression and laughed again. Li Fu pinched her face, feeling helpless. There was no way. He could never do anything with Zhang Juju. Chapter 312, Naming the Child. Before the prince returned to Beijing, Zhang Juju finally gave her son a big name. Li Jian. If you ask what the meaning is, then there is none. Zhang Juju thought of a few and asked Hongdo to draw lots by herself, and drew this word. Zhang Juju exercised her right to name her son. When Li Qi learned about this, he was very dissatisfied and said that Zhang Juju and Li Fu took advantage of his busyness and had no time to think of a name for the child. So they just gave it randomly, in front of his daughter-in-law. Li Qi couldn't say anything, so he vaguely said it was okay. Li Qi called Li Fu over and scolded her. Li Fu said, Father, calm down. It's just a name. Li Qi was furious and said, What do you mean it's just a name? Can you name this child randomly? Look at the name you gave the child. If the child is slow in doing things in the future, it's all your fault. Li Fu was speechless for a while. You are about to become a cabinet minister. You don't worship Buddha or burn incense. And you don't believe in strange things. Why are you talking about this now? Li Qi is indeed not superstitious. But as an elder, it is easy to have this taboo, and that taboo, when it comes to children. The child's horoscope was read by others. Li Qi was still very angry and said, It's okay for you to choose it, but you let your wife choose it. The names your wife gave her 2 sons are so difficult to pronounce. You still dare to believe her. Zhang Juju is undoubtedly a smart person, but she is not very good at naming. Li Fu, it's not Juju who named it. Hongdo drew the lottery and got the name by himself. This can't be blamed entirely on the 2 of them. Li Qi covered his chest. You unfilial son. Do you know what people say about you? To say that you are henpecked is an understatement. Li Qi thought. I have a great reputation in my life. And my youngest son is also very capable. I can't say he is perfect, But he is 90% complete. But he is afraid of his wife. Li Fu was very calm. I know. Whatever people say outside. Li Fu never takes it to heart. The rumors outside will not affect her. Li Fu's heart has always been very firm. Li Qi slammed the table. Alas. You are hopeless. Li Fu, yes. Li Qi, you still dare to admit it? Li Fu, a gentleman is open and honest. Li Qi took a deep breath. I think this child's name is inappropriate. Li Fu, we are parents. We gave birth to him. We think this name is just right. It does not go beyond your rules. Father, this is just a small matter. Don't be too harsh. Li Qi, how can I be too harsh? I am the child's grandfather. Can't I name the child? Li Fu argued. You pushed it from 100 days to 1 year old. You are too late. This is your fault. You can't blame us. It's not that they didn't give their grandfather a chance. But he was busy with government affairs and had no time. Li Qi immediately felt guilty and said after a while, this child's fate is weak. And some people don't name him until he is 3 years old. Li Fu, Hongdo's fate is not that weak. Because their son was superstitious. They specially calculated it. It was indeed weak. But it was not so weak that he couldn't be named. And Hongdo was in such good health. The fate was not very credible. The father and son quarreled in the study room for a long time. And neither of them was willing to give in. As a daughter-in-law, Zhang Zhuzhu was the cause of the incident. In fact, she should have come forward to mediate and give in. But Zhang Zhuzhu didn't move. This was what Li Fu promised her. If it weren't for the fact that all the children of this generation had to follow the water, she would have called her son Li Bai. The father and son parted unhappily. Li Qi couldn't sleep at night, and said to Lin Weiying, alas, my son is grown up and disobedient. What do you think we should do? Lin Weiying said, you are in the wrong in this matter. How busy can you be that you don't have time to name your grandson? Li Qi choked, and after a while said, then I am the grandfather of the children. Their father. Lin Weiying, our third daughter-in-law still wants to take the land from her own father. You are just a father-in-law. Lin Weiying saw how Zhang Zhuzhu fought with Zhang Dachuan. Li Qi was completely speechless this time. I regretted losing the right to name my grandson. Li Fu was treated as he should be, and was in a very good mood. The war in the south ended very quickly. After being rescued, General Jinan did not do anything. After the war, he submitted a memorial saying that he was old and had done something wrong again. He wanted to take his family back to Beijing to retire. A military general could say such words, which shows that he is flexible and not a reckless man. However, someone still needs to guard the south. The prince must return to Beijing. Some of the people who followed him can stay. But Song Zhenya must also stay to maintain stability. Song Zhenya stayed and let his family follow the prince back to Beijing. His eldest son and 2 grandsons died, leaving 3 sons and a group of grandchildren. This is not surprising. Which military general's family is not prosperous? If not, it should be extinct. A month later, the prince returned to Beijing. The whole city was jubilant. This was a young and handsome prince who had won a battle. For a while, his reputation was about to surpass the emperor. This time, no one dared to stir up trouble. Those who dared to stir up trouble were dealt with. The Song family and the prince are back. Isn't this equivalent to hostages? Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu, yes. Hostages. When a general is away, he is not subject to the orders of the emperor. The court's control over the south is not as good as that of the north. Song Zhenya did not have this attitude before. And the court was mainly concerned with appeasement. To put it bluntly, if something happens, the Song family will be wiped out. Now Song Zhenya almost died in this war, which gave Zhou Yi a good reputation. This is actually surrendering to the East Palace. If the relationship between the emperor and the crown prince is not very good, who knows what will happen? Zhang Zhuzhu thought this was really complicated. What about the child of Princess Cheng'an? I think they will not show mercy when killing their own grandson. The Song family does not lack this child. Li Fu said, it is not very useful. But the Song family has to be cautious. What if His Majesty grants Princess Cheng'an a marriage now? Zhang Zhuzhu, I don't think the princess will be willing. Princess Cheng'an chose those people to have children instead of just any servant. Presumably to give her children a guarantee. She didn't necessarily want to marry anyone. If she really married, what would happen to the people she kept in her house? Would she be willing to do that? No matter how powerful General Song was. He was an old man in his twilight years. and he could never compare to a young man. Li Fu looked at Zhang Juju. If I get older in the future. Zhang Juju immediately assured. I have morals. Don't worry. Zhang Juju could only take a look. She still had a bottom line, and would not mess around. Li Fu coughed and said, I'm not talking about this. I'm afraid that I'm old and in poor health. And I'll have to trouble you to take care of me. Zhang Luju rolled her eyes. She didn't believe that. Chapter 313 You go to sleep in the study. Zhang Juju's matter is not over yet. Zhang Dachuan came here to see his grandson and learned about it from Li Qi. Zhang Dachuan felt that Zhang Zuju had no rules. Zhang Juju said confidently, I didn't have any rules at all. Our family lives in the earth, and I have been working every day since I was 10 years old. We are a family of mud legs. How can I know the word rules? Dad? What a joke you are talking about. Really? Even if they were dragon robes. They are not emperors. Her father has been so arrogant in recent years. They were also from Zongjia village when they moved to Beijing. Why? Seeing that she got married and had children and her temper was better than before. He thought of squeezing her out. Are you dreaming? Zhang Dachuan didn't say a word for a long time. Staring at Zhang Juju, You. Zhang Juju smiled. What's wrong with me? You unfilial daughter. Zhang Dachuan was so angry that he started to curse. Zhang Zuju stood up and rolled up her sleeves. I didn't. I'm marrying up. Our family is all in the capital. You can't find a daughter who is more filial and capable than me in this world. I don't accept it. You can't ruin my reputation in front of my son. Zhang Dachuan's memory quickly returned to Zongjia village, thinking of the years when his third daughter quarreled with him. Zhang Dachuan never took advantage of him, and suffered losses every time, and doubted whether he was wrong every time. Thinking of this, the sweat on Zhang Dachuan's head quickly fell. He took a deep breath and persuaded himself. Forget it. Forget it. He is so old and his daughter is married. It is not good to quarrel with her like this. It is really not good. Zhang Dachuan drank a sip of tea and quickly changed the subject. Hongdo seems to have gained weight. Zhang Juju rolled up her sleeves and prepared to teach her father a lesson. Unexpectedly, the other party gave up so quickly and changed the subject. Zhang Juju sat down regretfully. Dad. Don't argue with me. Zhang Dachuan, I can't control you. Okay. He couldn't do anything about Zhang Juju. Zhang Zuzu laughed nonstop. Dad. Don't be angry. It's just a name. I gave birth to Hongdo with all my efforts. Now I only have this son. Like my sweetheart? What's wrong with me wanting to name him? Zhang Dachuan frowned. This is not in line with other people's rules. Zhang Juju, then you leave your grandparents at home and don't see them for a few years. Then you have rules. This thing is not very common. It's different. I send money back every year. Zhang Dachuan said. I don't want to teach you a lesson. If you make your parents-in-law unhappy, it will be difficult for you to do things at home. Zhang Dachuan has seen Wu Guiyang being wronged in front of her mother. Mothers-in-law have many ways to torment their daughters-in-law. He also cares about Zhang Juju. Zhang Juju smiled. With Li Fu here, this is something he has to solve. Zhang Dachuan looked at her smug look and had no idea what to do. He has been honest all his life. And he made a fortune. How come he has such a daughter? It is good for a daughter to be capable. But too capable is also a worry. Zhang Dachuan stood up, walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, and said after a long time, You women should be gentler. Don't be so aggressive. Be careful that Sanlang will get annoyed. Zhang Juzu, no. It is not certain who will get annoyed first. Zhang Dachuan, it's better to be safe than sorry. People say that Sanlang is henpecked. At this age, men have no face. He will not like you even if he likes you. Zhang Zuju also stood up and looked at her father up and down. Dad, you are not right. Are you attracted to another woman again? This is not something her father could say. Zhang Zuju turned around and shouted, Xiao Wan, go and ask my mother to come over. I have something important to tell you. Zhang Dachuan jumped up on the spot. What are you talking about? I don't like anyone. I'm telling you the truth. Zhang Juzu, you know this truth. I don't believe you figured it out yourself. You must have let my mother down. I want to make a decision for my mother. Zhang Dachuan was so anxious that he was sweating again. I didn't. I really didn't. I just went out to watch 2 plays. I didn't like anyone. I'm old. Am I that kind of person? Zhang Juzu, really? I don't believe it. Zhang Dachuan, how can you not believe it? Zhang Dachuan then began to prove himself, saying that he was innocent, that he just went to see the show, and that he really didn't like anyone. He was old, and he wasn't such a frivolous person. Zhang Zuju then sat down and listened to her father's evidence. Zhang Dachuan was so dry-mouthed that he said, "Hey, don't tell your mother. She's a cranky person, and she'll cry if you tell her." Zhang Zuju said, "That's not necessarily true. What if you're old but still have a mistress, and give birth to a few brothers for us? Then we'll cry?" Zhang Dachuan, nonsense. He stood up and took Hongdo away from the maid's arms. "You better watch your mouth." Hongdo grabbed Zhang Dachuan's beard, and Zhang Dachuan cried out in pain. But he couldn't bear to teach his grandson a lesson. So he carefully took Hongdo's hand away. "Oh, you have a strong hand. Really amazing. Good boy. Really good boy." Zhang Juju laughed very loudly behind him. Zhang Dachuan whispered, "Your grandfather owed a debt in his previous life. How could he have a daughter like your mother? It's really a death." Xiaowan whispered, "The master of my family has a good temper. If it was in my family, my father would have slapped him." Zhang Juju said, "This is outrageous. I will set a rule for our family. We are not allowed to have such things. Children are not beaten when they are born." Xiaowan was immediately happy. "Thank you, Grandma. I am not afraid of being beaten because you made the decision for us." Zhang Juju comforted her a few words. Zhang Dachuan took Hongdo to find Li Qi. Li Qi saw him like this and knew that he had come back defeated. Zhang Dachuan said, "My dear relatives, please be more tolerant of my girl. She has this temper, and I can't control her." Li Qi smiled and said, "Forget it. It's not a big deal. I know that this child is strong." He looked at Hongdo, his precious grandson, and he lost his temper. As for the younger generation of his family, it's okay for him to be more tolerant. There is no need to get angry about this matter. Zhang Dachuan thought to himself, "Forget it. The couple of relatives who studied and became officials are not the opponents of his daughter. So he should stop interfering in the affairs of the third child in the future. I almost got myself into trouble today. It's not worth it." In the evening, Zhang Juju said to Li Fu, "Look at what kind of world this is. I named my son, and I have to be scolded by two fathers. Really? This is obviously the child from my belly. You didn't suffer at all. You took all the benefits." Zhang Juju became angrier and angrier. She slapped Li Fu's chest twice. "You too. You took the most benefits. You are happy. I worked hard for 10 months. And you go to the study to sleep." Then Li Fu was kicked twice again. "Li Fu, I go to the study? Why? On what basis? What kind of world is this? He wants to sleep in the study?" Chapter 314. The same. Li Fu slept in the study room for a night. And Zhang Juju still disliked him the next day. As a man who loved his wife as much as his life, Li Fu could not stand this. He stayed alone in an empty room, watching his wife and children laugh together, but not being able to participate. This was something Li Fu could not tolerate. The next day, the court discussed sending a minister to pick up the prince and the Song family back to Beijing to show respect for the prince, especially the Song family. Li Fu suggested to the emperor that his father, Li Qi, should go to pick them up. Others thought he was partial. So Li Fu said that he would not avoid relatives when promoting people. Li Qi was his father, but he had never made any mistakes during these times, and his qualifications were comparable to General Song, so there would be no mistakes. Li Qi thought his son was flattering him, and he was very happy, thinking that he still had the task of compiling the history of the previous dynasty. He wanted to refuse. Li Fu refused to let his father refuse, and the emperor sent Li Qi out to do the job, and he did not come back for a month. Li Qi was quite unhappy and said to Lin Weining, "Compiling historical materials is also a major event in the world. I am a proper Jinsher and have worked in the Hanlin Academy. Sanlang is really. He knows my thoughts. But he has to push this matter onto me." Lin Weining was getting older, and she looked down on her husband, but was still very proud of her son, saying, "You are old and confused. Our Li family is the confidant of His Majesty. The Song family must be questioned when they return to Beijing. Others may be fooled, but our family cannot. I think this is not Sanlang's intention. This is His Majesty's intention." Li Qi was silent for a long time after hearing this, and said, "Hey, what you said makes sense. There are not many people who can be used in the court now. This matter must be done by me." Lin Weining glanced at her husband for a few times, and said nothing more. She packed some things for him the next day, and sent him out on the third day. Zhang Juju was in a good mood after her father-in-law left. Her father-in-law was not a bad person, but he had the old habit of men nowadays, looking down on women, which could be seen in Zhangjia village before. Zhang Juju took the initiative to name her son this time, but he was very angry. Zhang Juju was also very unhappy. Respecting elders was one thing, but the son was born by her, and naming was not a big deal. She had given birth to a child, and she was repeatedly scolded for naming him. No one would be happy. The next day, Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang quarreled at home. Wu Guinyang knew that Zhang Dachuan went to watch a play outside and gave people extra money to support the show. She couldn't hide it, because Wu Guinyang went out with her neighbor and bumped into him. Zhang Dachuan's hair was pulled out. Wu Guinyang thought that the family's money was hidden in the past, and they didn't want to eat or wear. But now they have saved money, and Zhang Dachuan gave it away for nothing. It doesn't matter if Wu Guinyang watches the play. She also watches it. But if she gives more money, she will go crazy. Before, Zhang Dachuan had an affair with a widow, and Wu Guinyang asked Zhang Juju, her daughter, to support her. Now it is not necessary. Her food, clothing and shelter were all taken care of by her daughters, and Zhang Dachuan did not spend a penny. She was more upright than before. The couple pushed and shoved each other on the spot, and had a big quarrel after returning home. Zhang Jingjin, Zhang Yining, and the other two sons-in-law tried to persuade him in a hurry. Zhang Dachuan did not think he was wrong, saying that he watched the show and did nothing, and the family was not short of the 2 taels of money now. Wu Guinyang was very angry. No shortage of money. What do you mean no shortage of money? Xiaobao is grown up now, and he will get married in the future. You have to prepare the betrothal gifts. Do you think this is in the village? 2 taels of silver can marry a daughter-in-law? Zhang Dachuan said, the child is still studying, and I have spent less than 2 taels in total. Zhang Dachuan may be a little more generous than before, but his surname is Tai, and he really didn't spend much. Wu Guinyang's eyes widened. You spend 2 taels now, and you will spend 20 taels tomorrow, and you will spend 200 taels later. I don't know what's wrong with you men. Are you jealous because Qian Lauer next door married a young wife and gave birth to a little son? Zhang Dachuan was angry. How can you throw dirty water on me like this? The children are still here. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Guinyang's eyes were red. I knew you thought so. Yes. I'm useless. I only gave birth to a son. Xiaobao. I'm useless. You can find someone if you want. Zhang Dachuan broke out in a sweat and said, I really don't think so. Giving birth to only 1 son, Xiaobao, is a little less. But isn't the 3rd son you gave birth to better than 10 sons? Even if he had the idea, he didn't have the courage. Now his wife and children have become powerful, especially Zhang Juju. If you say something wrong, she will know that there is something wrong with you. Zhang Dachuan admitted that he looked at the opera singer a little more, but he really didn't dare to do anything else. He didn't want to do anything. People always need some entertainment. The work in the field was done, so he did this when he had time. When the fruits and vegetables were ripe, he would live outside the city. Zhang Jingjin and Zhang Yining stood by, and the 2 sisters sighed that their mother was really different from before. In the past, Wu Guinyang was the one who dared not say anything when Zhang Dachuan said something. But now they could even quarrel, seeing that Wu Guinyang did not suffer any loss. The 2 sisters did not say anything, and just watched the show by the side. Zhang Dachuan said, You are still blaming me. But you went to Daxiangwo Temple to listen to the young monk's lecture. You said that the person was good-looking, and you gave a lot of money to Daxiangwo Temple. Wu Guinyang blushed and quickly poured herself some tea. Zhang Dachuan immediately gained the upper hand. I knew that you were not going to listen to the lecture. You were just thinking about the little monk. Wu Guinyang, bah. Stop slandering me. I am a monk, a renunciate, and I am pure. Unlike the opera singer. Zhang Dachuan, what's the difference? They are all trying to get money from everyone's pockets. Monks are not pure. Zhang Dachuan often visits the Li family, and knows the inside story. He heard from Zhang Juju that the princess of the emperor's family secretly keeps monks. Wu Guinyang quickly put her hands together, chanted Amitabha, and accused Zhang Dachuan of offending the Buddha. Zhang Dachuan said, I offended, but my money didn't. So they both quieted down. when Zhang Juju came. It was just at this time. She looked at the couple, handed her son to Zhang Jingjin, sat down and asked, "The quarrel is over. So I am late." Zhang Juju basically knows everything about the family. She also knows that Zhang Dachuan spent money on the play. But he didn't spend a lot of money, and didn't do anything out of line. It's okay for people to have some hobbies and sustenance. Just like Wu Guiyang's support for the young and good-looking monk in Daxiangguo Temple. There is no need to investigate so clearly. Judging by deeds, not by heart. It's not against the law to think about it. As long as you restrain yourself, and don't make mistakes. Zhang Dachuan glared at Zhang Luozhu. Zhang Juju immediately said, "I didn't say that. Dad, you are a little unlucky this time." Wu Guiyang, that's right. I found it myself. Chapter 315 I should bear it. Zhang Dachuan said, "It's really not you." Zhang Juzu, "It's not me. My father-in-law is away on a long trip. I'm at home helping my mother-in-law pack things. I don't have time to care about your little things." Wu Guiyang and Zhang Dachuan looked at each other, and almost quarreled again. Zhang Jingjin hurriedly took Hongdo over. "Don't quarrel in front of Hongdo. You two are not young anymore. Is that right?" The two of them immediately stopped quarreling. Wu Guiyang took Hongdo over. "Come. I'll hold you." Zhang Dachuan also looked at Hongdo twice more before asking Zhang Juju, "Is your father-in-law going out?" Zhang Juzu, "Well, he has to go out on business, and will be back in more than a month." Wu Guiyang sighed. "People are really incomparable." Zhang Dachuan snorted. "That makes sense." Hongdo used her little hands to push the teacup. The couple was afraid that the child would get burned. So they quickly moved the teacup away, and stopped arguing. Zhang Dachuan took his grandson away and said, "You mothers talk. I'll take the child out to play." After Zhang Dachuan took the child away, Wu Guiyang said, "What will happen if your father continues like this?" Zhang Juju said, "Are you worried about the money or something else?" Wu Guiyang thought about the money she donated to Daxiangguo Temple, hesitated, and said, "I'm afraid your father has other thoughts." Zhang Jingjin said, "I don't think so. The troupe is full of men. My father just has some free time recently, and wants to listen to opera." Wu Guiyang thought about it, and calmed down. Zhang Dachuan was indeed not that kind of person. So the quarrel between the old couple ended. In the evening, Li Fu also came to Zhang's house. He talked to everyone first, and then went to the study to stay with his second brother-in-law for a while. It was getting late. The family of three stayed there. Of course, Zhang Juju didn't want to let people know that she had chased Li Fu to sleep in the study these days. At night, the two of them rested together, and the child slept in it. Li Fu held Zhang Juju's hand, and didn't let go, saying, "Did my father-in-law and mother-in-law have a rift because of this?" Zhang Juju, "It shouldn't be. It's not something too excessive. It was just to listen to a play." Zhang Zuju also asked about it. They were a serious opera troupe. Sometimes some wealthy families would invite them when they had a happy event. It was not a messy place. In this way, Li Fu was relieved. He asked again, "If I have this hobby in the future, what will you do?" Zhang Juju smiled and said, "That's simple. Invite someone to come in and sing opera for you. What's the big deal if you like to listen to opera? I like to listen to it if it's good. It doesn't matter if you like to listen to opera. I'm afraid you like something else. If my father-in-law likes it so much, I can go and see it later," Li Fu said. Zhang Zuju leaned on Li Fu's arms. "Okay. I have offended my father recently, and I dare not go out often. After all, he is an elder, and he should be respected for face." Li Fu said, "Father is an elder, and it is right for him to tolerate us. Besides, he has to leave Beijing for official business." "Don't think so. I will take care of everything," Zhang Juzu thought. Challenging her father's authority is no small matter. The power of the elders over the younger generations is too great now. Thinking of Li Fu standing in front of her and sleeping in the study for 2 days, Zhang Juju couldn't help but feel guilty and said, "It's my fault. There is no problem with your treating me. I was angry for a while and implicated you." Li Fu hugged her and said softly, "It's okay. I am your husband. I should bear your temper." Zhang Juzu was unhappy with Zhang Dachuan, and she could still find fault and vent her anger as a daughter. Zhang Dachuan was not a strong person and was easy to control. But Zhang Juju was dissatisfied with the elders of the Li family, so she could only bear it. There was no reason for a daughter-in-law to force her parents-in-law. What could Zhang Zuzu do? Of course, she could only bully her husband, the son of her parents-in-law. To vent her anger, Zhang Zuzu said, "You've worked hard." Li Fu touched her hair and said, "It's not hard. But the bed in the study is really hard, and I can't sleep on it." She was angry, and it didn't matter if she beat him. But it was too much for her to sleep alone in the study. Li Fu couldn't stand it. Zhang Zuzu deliberately said, "Then go back and ask someone to make a new bed for the study and a new mattress for you." "Okay." Li Fu looked at Zhang Zuzu dimly. "What do you think?" Zhang Zuzu couldn't help laughing. Li Fu deliberately messed up her hair, and was hit twice by Zhang Zuzu. Maybe it was the change of environment. Or maybe it was too much noise. The sleeping Hongdo suddenly opened his eyes, and looked at his parents rolling together. Li Fu quickly freed his hands, and gently patted Hongdo's back. Zhang Zuzu also calmed down. And Hongdo slowly closed his eyes again. After her son fell asleep, Zhang Zuzu picked him up from the bed, and wrapped him in a blanket. Li Fu said, "Send him to my eldest sister. She will take care of the child." Zhang Yining was not so good. She was careless, and usually her second brother-in-law would take care of the child better. So Zhang Jinjin and Lu Bin watched a child appear in their room. Lu Bin was also amused and said, "What are these two doing? Sending the child to us in the middle of the night?" Zhang Jinjin said, "Why do you care about them? I like Hongdo." Lu Bin looked at the cute child and said, "He looks like our son. He has a round face and is blessed. I don't know why our mother likes the two sharp-nosed and monkey-faced ones in the second son's family." Lu Bin was still dissatisfied with his mother's partiality. When they were in the Li family, his mother said something, asking him to earn more family property in Beijing, and he could share it with his younger brother. What's more, the things Zhang Zuzu sent from Beijing were only for Ningguo. But his mother also wanted to share them. It doesn't matter if they are a little wronged. But the children can't be wronged with them. Zhang Jinjin smiled and said, "Look at you. You have a worse temper than me." Lu Bin said, "You and the child have been wronged by following me." Zhang Jinjin put the child on the bed. "We are in Beijing. We don't have to worry about food and drink. And you have also bought your shop. Let's live a good life." Lu Bin thought about the present life and didn't mention those troubles. Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu sent the child away and indulged themselves. Don't say it. It's quite fresh to change the place. Zhang Zuzu fell asleep. And Li Fu was still awake. The study is really not a place for people to stay. And he never wants to go there again. Thanks to his many tricks. Otherwise he doesn't know when he would sleep. The couple reconciled. Of course, Zhang Zuzu admitted that she was angry with Li Fu. And Li Fu said that this was what he should bear. And he understood and accepted it. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guangyang were still a little awkward. So Li Fu gave her father-in-law some advice, and asked him to take Wu Guangyang to watch opera. After going twice, Wu Guangyang was fascinated. She cried every time she watched the opera. She stopped going to Daxiangwo Temple, and became addicted to it. Zhang Dachuan couldn't stand it. Fortunately, the fruits and vegetables were ripe at this time. And Zhang Dachuan took Wu Guangyang away from the capital, and went to work in the fields. Wu Guangyang was still reluctant to leave. But she was also thinking about the work in the fields, and had to temporarily put aside her new hobbies. Chapter 316 Fortune Telling. After nearly a month, the prince returned to Beijing. The emperor's smile has never disappeared recently. He likes to hear people praise his son. The court officials all think that the emperor is like this. And he really doesn't have the calmness that an emperor should have. Someone retorted, "You haven't been an emperor. How do you know what an emperor should be like? And you don't allow fathers to be happy for their sons. What's wrong with the emperor? The emperor is also a human being." The weather was very hot. So Zhang Zuzu didn't go out to join in the fun. It is said that the handkerchiefs thrown all over the street that day were all directed at the prince. The weather was very hot. But the palace still prepared a banquet to welcome the prince and the Song family. After Li Qi returned to Beijing, he was visibly thinner and said, "Oh, these days of traveling are really not a life for human beings." Lin Weining thought it was good that he was thinner and said, "I didn't see you say this when our family returned to our hometown overnight." At that time, they were running for their lives. And they walked very fast. Li Qi smiled and said, "How could you have time to complain about running for your life?" Lin Weining also smiled. "Yes. At that time I was ready to die with you." Li Qi held his wife's hand, thinking of their past experiences of sharing joys and sorrows, and said, Thank you for your hard work. Lin Weining shook his head and said no. At this time, Li's son, daughter-in-law, and children all came over. Li Qi held his grandchildren in his arms one by one. The older ones asked what books they were reading and how their homework was going. And the younger ones asked if they were eating well recently. Hongda was fine. But Sun Gur was listless. Zhou Ri hurriedly explained. The weather is hot. And this child has a poor appetite recently and doesn't want to eat. It will be fine when it cools down. Li Qi picked him up distressfully and said, if it really doesn't work, call the imperial doctor to take a look. The child has lost weight. Li Zhu looked at his father like this and said, Dad, I remember when I was sick as a child. You said I was lazy and didn't want to study. Li Qi glared at him. Just say what you think. Sun Gur is so young. And you? As a father, are you still trying to compare with your son? Li Zhu then learned a lesson. Li Fu looked at his old father, who had lost a lot of weight, and felt guilty. But he also felt relieved thinking that doing this well would be good for his future. The next day, there was a palace banquet, and Zhang Zuzhu had to go to the palace again. Little Pan didn't need to put on makeup today, and she looked radiant. When she saw Zhang Zuzhu, she said, I am finally relieved of my worries. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, Your Majesty, no one will be able to surpass our prince in the future. Little Pan, that's my son. Her pride was too obvious. Now that the war was won, a group of people who wanted to harm them had been dealt with before. In the capital, Zhou Yi would be second to none in the future. As long as nothing went wrong, the position of the prince would be stable, and would never fall into the hands of others. Zhou Yi suffered a lot in the south. Li Fu went to the East Palace to see him. And Zhou Yi also mentioned the previous incident, saying, I heard about that. Li Fu said, It's not a big deal. But it's a heartbreaking act. And your majesty will not tolerate it. Zhou Yi said, I understand. It shows that the father and son of the royal family are not easy to deal with. Originally, it was fine. If they were provoked a few more times, who knows what the situation will become? Li Fu patted his shoulder. My son has grown up recently, and he knows that adults will love him more when he cries. His mother said that children who cry can get candy. Zhou Yi laughed. Then I have to try. The emperor is not a cold and heartless person. He loves his son now. Li Fu could understand the feelings of being a father. The longer the father-son relationship between Zhou Yi and the emperor lasted, the better. Zhou Yi changed his clothes and walked out with Li Fu. After a while, he suddenly said, I have thought about a truth recently. Li Fu, what truth? Zhou Yi, the truth about feelings. You are so busy fighting. You have time to think about these things. Li Fu was speechless. Zhou Yi, then I have to think about it. This is my big deal. Li Fu asked, then what did you think of? Zhou Yi, as for me, I don't think I need a woman who is too smart. Su's daughter is indeed smart, but I don't like her. There is no need to talk about Yishaning. Princess Chang'an has already solved this problem. Li Fu motioned him to continue. And Zhou Yi said, if I were like my father, with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, I would have to face the scene of my sons fighting to the death. Just like this time. My father's concubines colluded with court officials for their sons to plot against me, and may even plot against my father in the future. This is true. It has always been like this. There have always been many cases of brothers killing each other and fathers and sons fighting in the royal family. Li Fu, your highness wants to avoid these problems? Zhou Yi, yes. I want to restrain my greed for women. Li Fu was stunned for a moment and didn't hear what he was going to say. Zhou Yi, I plan to marry only one woman, like you and your sister-in-law. So there should be less trouble. The family background of this woman cannot be too good. So there is no need to worry about the rebellion of foreign relatives. My deceased uncle, the late emperor, died at the hands of women, foreign relatives and his son. This kind of thing has happened more than once, and I want to learn from it. Li Fu stopped and looked at Zhou Yi. Which girl do you like? Li Fu asked directly. Zhou Yi was startled. Obviously, he was hit on the point. Li Fu, she has a bad family background, so she should not be a girl from the Song family. She is not very smart and should not be calculating. Are you attracted to the girl named Chen Jiao? Zhou Yi was shocked. How can you tell this? Li Fu thought to himself. Zhou Yi was still in shock. He had not even looked at Chen Jiao twice, let alone mention this to anyone. Why could this be guessed? You are a fortune teller, right? Zhou Yi said. Li Fu, What can be calculated? You are very disciplined in the army. If you didn't like her in the south, then she must be in the capital. You have always been rude to girls. Count the girls you have seen. If it is not Chen Jiao, who else can it be? In the past, Zhou Yi was confused and had no idea. Today, he said something more obvious. As a person who had experienced it, Li Fu knew what was going on. Chen Jiao was very beautiful. Recently, she was often around Zhang Zhuzhu, and many people came to ask about her. Zhou Yi revealed his cards. I just want to marry someone like this. Live a good life with me. And don't want her to help me with big things. Just make her pretty. Give me a few children. And live a good life. He had experienced many life and death experiences. And when he heard that he was still being plotted against after leaving Beijing, he felt chilled. Zhou Yi thought that if his future children were born from the same mother, he would teach them well, so that they would not be plotted against like himself. Zhou Yi's situation was actually very good, but he felt that if he became a father, he should do better. He originally thought that Chen Jiao was beautiful and kind, and he liked her. He also thought that Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu cared about each other and lived a colorful life. So he had this idea. Li Fu frowned. It's not that simple. We'll talk about it later. Chapter 317 Regret. The queen is talking to the women of the Song family in a very friendly manner. The three daughters-in-law of the Song family are quite calm, and the daughters have not shown any timidity, which shows that the children of the Song family are all very good. Princess Chang'an came with her son, and Su, the second daughter-in-law of the Song family, who is now in charge, immediately set her sights on Princess Chang'an's son. The Song family members secretly thought that their father was still strong and healthy, and this Princess Chang'an was no less. It was really difficult for them to give birth to a healthy child at that age. Why the Song family was sure that the child was theirs was simple. They have all inquired about it. This child is left-handed. Most men in the Song family are like this. However, this news has never been spread. When they go to the battlefield to fight with others, maybe they can keep a backup. Su smiled and saluted to Princess Chang'an, took out a golden-laid jade pendant, and held it in front of the princess, saying with a smile, Princess, please forgive us. We are from the south, and don't have any good things. Give it to the young man to play with. Princess Chang'an was very grateful and smiled. I don't believe this. I remember that the Su family has been in charge of Qianzhou's salt for generations. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Song family, who died, was from a foreign clan, and the remaining three were of extraordinary origin. It was so ugly during the time of the previous emperor. I don't know how many people wanted to seize the power of the Song family, but it was finally preserved. Su also laughed. It's just a few hard-earned dollars. How can it compare to the precious gold and jade of the eldest princess and the young master? They seem to be really polite, but also seem to be saying something to make fun of others. The son of the eldest princess of Chang'an took the jade pendant, looked at the people present, and said that he wanted to go and play with his brother, the prince, and then followed the servants out. Su's son was a little older and had not entered the palace. There was a little boy of 4 or 5 years old next to the fourth daughter-in-law of the Song family. Su said, Little young master, this nephew also likes to play. Can you take care of him? The eldest princess's son studied in the academy of Jingzhou Prefecture. He really didn't have any airs or temper, thinking that he had just taken someone else's things. He went up and took the boy's hand and went out together. The process of recognizing relatives was relatively smooth, and Su was relieved. They didn't dare to let their daughters get close to the prince. But as a royal family, it was also good to be able to pull one on board. Princess Chang'an thought that the Song family would have no problem holding on for another 20 or 30 years after the new year. She had indulged herself too much in recent years, and her health was not as good as before. She didn't know how long she could accompany her son. When she died in the future, her son would not be alone. Both sides got what they needed and were relatively harmonious. Zhang Zhuzhu admired them all very much. It was not easy for everyone to do business. The weather was very hot, and there was a lot of ice in the palace. But it didn't work. Xiao Pan was sweating for a while and wanted to change clothes. Zhang Zhuzhu went with her. After leaving the house, Xiao Pan said, I think the girls of the Song family are not bad. But it's a pity that if we keep them, they will inevitably be suspected of colluding with military generals. Zhang Zhuzhu knew that as soon as Zhou Yi returned to Beijing, marriage would become a serious matter again. This matter was as complicated as the old lady's foot binding cloth. Zhang Juju was too lazy to say anything. Just said, "Don't worry, madam. Marriage is uncertain." Xiao Pan glanced at her. "Okay. I know you don't like to hear it. So don't say these things to fool me." Zhang Zuzu, "No. What I said is true. Who would have thought that I would marry Li Fu when I was in the village? And I am still with you now. Destiny is so unpredictable. Your daughter-in-law will soon have a result." Zhang Luju tried to comfort her. "Xiao Pan, that's true. Oh, it's so hot. I don't know how my eldest son got here. In order to avoid contact with too many women." Zhang Zuzu followed Xiao Pan all the time. Ordinary people would not say anything when they saw her attitude. But after a while, she was invited by Princess Chang'an. And Su was next to her. Princess Chang'an said a few polite words, and then hurried to find her son. She was always worried that something might happen to her son in the palace. After all, she was born in the palace, and knew that it was not a good place. Su looked at Zhang Zuzu and said, "When I was young, I followed my family to the capital. At that time, Li's third son was only 15 years old. But he was famous in the capital for his poems. Now it's been many years since I said it." Zhang Juju smiled. "Yes. The child is 8 or 9 months old now." Su said, "I have heard that the couple is loving and harmonious. And the child must be lively and cute. I will bring him to play when the Song family invites me to a banquet someday." Zhang Juju thought to herself that it seemed that the Song family really wanted to give up some of their power in the south and stay in the capital for a long time. "Definitely," Zhang Zuzu said. The two exchanged pleasantries. And Su finally got to the point. "The Su family is fortunate that our ancestors accumulated wealth and gave us useless descendants a good life. They also taught us to accumulate virtue and do good deeds." Su was really good at speaking. And said, "I heard about the Charity Bureau a few days after returning to Beijing. The rules here are much better than those in the local area." Zhang Zuzu knew that the topic had to be turned to this. And she had gotten used to it recently. Ever since that incident was brought up. Zhang Juju had to face such people and things every now and then. And had long been used to it. She said, "The officials of the Charity Bureau will talk to the second wife in detail. And I will go there when the time comes." Su was very satisfied with her words. She received instructions from her father-in-law to let the Song family gain a foothold in Beijing as soon as possible. So she naturally had to do everything she could. After Zhang Juju left, she immediately wandered among the crowd. With good energy. And quickly recognized everyone. Zhou Yi and Li Fu had met the emperor first, and were talking outside. Everyone saw several little boys fighting with each other. It didn't matter. Because there are always children fighting. Even Hongdo and Suner would pull each other's hair from time to time. But when Li Fu saw the eldest princess's son mixed in, she quickly asked the palace servants to carry him out. This child was gentle and soft-tempered. And everyone in Jingzhou prefecture gave in to him. What's more important is his mother. The eldest Princess Chang'an. She probably couldn't understand the children fighting. And would only feel that her son was wronged. With her vindictive temper. It's hard to say what kind of trouble she could cause. Zhou Yi pulled his little cousin over and asked, "Why are they fighting?" The little boy finally reacted and said, "The Fong brothers asked me why I didn't play with them today. And said I was not allowed to play with others. Especially those with the surname Song." The young man from the Song family rushed over, and they started fighting. Zhou Yi was silent for a while. Asked the palace servants to look at the little boys. And said to his cousin, "Be good. You are a good boy. Let's ignore them. What kind of thing is this? It's a mess. It seems that there will be a dispute between the surnames Fong and Song." Fortunately, the children didn't have bad intentions. After the fight, they drank water together, and ran out to play again. Princess Chang'an regretted it so much. If she had known this would happen, she would have found a civil official as a father for her son. Alas, it's too late to regret. Chapter 318 Zhou Yi's bottom line. After Princess Chang'an took her son away, Zhou Yi told Li Fu about his own affairs. "I really thought it through," Zhou Yi emphasized. "Li Fu, it's useless for you to think it through. She doesn't like you. What's the point of you talking to yourself here?" Zhou Yi was silent for a while. And then said, "Is there still a woman in the capital who doesn't want to marry me now?" Zhou Yi thought that his reputation had reached the peak. And there should be no one who didn't want to marry him. Qin Jiao is a little girl. How can she look down on herself? Zhou Yi didn't believe it. "Li Fu, you can figure it out yourself. I don't care about this matter. You still have to think about how to convince the queen and the imperial concubine. Li Fu really didn't want to get involved in this matter. Li Fu heard from Zhang Zhuzhu about Qin Jiao's temperament. The girl was a little weak, but not without her own opinion. Especially after knowing Zhang Zhuzhu for a long time. Her temper was stronger than before. Li Fu felt that Zhou Yi was just dreaming here. He didn't understand the matter clearly at all. He was just wishful thinking. Apart from him, only Li Fu knew about this matter. No one else knew. I will tell you about this. Zhou Yi thought for a while and said, I will go to Miss Chen twice more and talk to her. She won't be reluctant. Li Fu thought that was not necessarily the case. But Zhou Yi was obviously very confident. Why did you marry your sister-in-law? Zhou Yi asked. He had to learn from Li Fu. Li Fu was silent. A good story is worth showing off. But he and Zhang Zhuzhu are too unorthodox. Don't learn from us. You can't learn it. Li Fu said. Zhou Yi asked, why? Li Fu simply said, I went to Zhangjia village. And there was no one better looking than me in the surrounding area. Regardless of gender, age or young. Zhang Zhuzhu prefers good-looking ones. Zhou Yi was silent. This is really hard to learn. Can a couple be loving just by looking at their appearance? What kind of thing is this? Zhou Yi simply didn't believe it. You have no other way. Li Fu was silent again. At that time, he was the one who was led by the nose. Li Fu had no ability to resist Zhang Zhuzhu. He agreed to whatever Zhang Zhuzhu said. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want to let the elders know, and didn't want to settle the marriage directly. So he agreed. He was very gentle at that time. If it were now, he might directly report to his parents and elders and settle it as soon as possible. There was no need to worry that she would be wronged if she stayed in the village. They could go north together at that time. Of course, Li Fu just thought so. At that time, Zhang Zhuzhu would definitely not agree and would break up with him. She was a very opinionated and individual person. Very tough. And had more courage than her peers. At that time, Li Fu really couldn't beat her. Now that they have children, they naturally listen to her. There is nothing to argue about. There are rumors that he is henpecked. Which is true to a certain extent. He is henpecked. Not necessarily because of fear, but more because of respect and love. Zhou Yi thought. Forget it. I can count on Li Fu for other things. But I'm afraid I can't count on this one. Although he and Li Fu are close friends, Zhou Yi still has his own views on the relationship between Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu. He can't be like Li Fu, who always goes along with his wife and everything. He still has the bottom line as a man. Zhou Yi wants to be the master of the house. Whether it's family affairs or outside affairs, he has the final say. He said to Li Fu, forget it. I can't embarrass you about this matter. I will find a way myself. Li Fu saw his thoughts at a glance and said with a smile, think about it. It is impossible to make Qin Jiao look at him more, and be willing to marry him. Maybe Zhou Yi can use his power to make Qin Jiao and his daughter compromise. But if he has this attitude, then they will just compromise. Once people are about to touch the word love, you will find that there is no reason to talk about things in the world. If you don't listen, they will turn around and like others. What can you do? You can take advantage of others. But others will not be willing. Maybe Zhou Yi intends to pay some price for this matter. But sooner or later, he will understand that the price he imagined is not enough. What bottom line? Rules? Etiquette? As long as she laughs or cries, all of them are gone. This is the truth of love. Li Fu thought. I can laugh at her later. However, Zhang Zhuzhu will definitely be unhappy if Qin Jiao is implicated. Li Fu said, don't go and tell the two ladies. Let them directly issue an order to the Qin family. Zhou Yi, no. We are in love. I know. Seeing him so confident, Li Fu reminded, you'd better keep it secret. Don't let the two ladies know. Miss Chen is very beautiful. And people will misunderstand that she is seducing people, which is not good for her reputation. If the two ladies think so, I'm afraid their family will be dead. Zhou Yi agreed, okay. Li Fu wanted to say that being favored by Zhou Yi was not necessarily a good thing. Zhou Yi had tremendous power, which was enviable. But not everyone liked power. And the Qin family father and daughter were obviously not that kind of people. It was hard to say whether this was a blessing or a curse for them. But Li Fu couldn't stop Zhou Yi. This was also a man who said what he meant. And he would find ways to get what he wanted. The palace was in harmony. And no one came out to make trouble at this time. It was already late when they returned home. The couple sat in the carriage. Li Fu drank wine and leaned on Zhang Zhuzhu to rest. Zhang Zhuzhu only drank 2 glasses. She didn't drink often, so she was still sober at this time. Zhang Zhuzhu fanned him. The summer is over, and you don't have time to accompany us to escape the heat, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu is busy with endless things, and I don't know if he can spare some time recently. Now I have it. The prince has returned to Beijing. There is nothing particularly urgent at the moment. Wait for me for 2 more days, Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu, okay. If you are not free yet, just go ahead and do your work. I want to take my son out. Li Fu stood up and said, Are you really willing to leave me alone? What's there to be reluctant about? We are an old couple, lying in the same bed, and we are so familiar with each other. I think Hongdo should miss you more if we don't see each other for 10 days or half a month, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu, I don't believe it. Zhang Zhuzhu, believe it or not. The couple quarreled for a few words, and after returning home, Zhang Zhuzhu took her son out to play affectionately. After drinking the hangover soup, Li Fu came to see them, and saw that Zhang Zhuzhu was in a good mood, and said, I have something to tell you. You have to control your temper, and don't get too angry. Zhang Zhuzhu rarely heard such words from Li Fu. Li Fu rarely asked her to be patient, and dealt with it on the spot. Zhang Zhuzhu picked up her son. Tell me, what else do I have to be patient about now? Li Fu said, Joey likes a woman. Zhang Zhuzhu, oh, this is really what I said. I also advised the imperial concubine today that there will always be fate. Who is he going to marry? Is it the one who came back from the south? Li Fu shook his head. It's Qin Jiao. Chapter 319 I will refuse. Li Fu felt that this matter had to be discussed with Zhang Zhuzhu, as it was not a trivial matter. It would be fine if Zhang Zhuzhu and Qin Jiao had a mediocre relationship, but their relationship developed very well. The bellyband that Hongdo was wearing now was made by Qin Jiao. Zhang Zhuzhu has even skipped the task of making food for her son recently, let alone sewing, as Zhang Zhuzhu does not know these things. Zhang Zhuzhu put her son aside and said after a long while, Did you say it wrong? Or did I hear it wrong? Hongdo lay on the bed, bent her legs and crawled over, trying to stand up by holding on to Zhang Zhuzhu's back. Li Fu hurried over, asked her son to support her, and said, I didn't say it wrong, and you didn't hear it wrong. What do you think? Li Fu asked her. Zhang Zhuzhu pondered for a moment and said, Does he like her? The next sentence of this sentence is that he is greedy for her body. Li Fu, young man. It should be counted. There are many factors in this liking, but there is no malice. Zhang Zhuzhu stood up, walked around twice, and then said, But what's the use of him liking her? People who like Qin Jiao line up from the south to the north of the city. Few of them who have seen her say that they like her. Even if he is the prince, he cannot force the daughter of a minister to be his concubine. It's useless for him to like her. Qin Jiao doesn't like him either, Li Fu explained. It's not taking a concubine. It's marrying a wife. Zhang Zhuzhu was even more shocked and said, I don't think he can do it. He can't even get through the palace. How can he like her? He is here to kill me. Li Fu explained Zhou Yi's idea in detail again, and Zhang Zhuzhu finally understood that this young man did not follow the ordinary path, and wanted to marry only one wife to avoid disputes and troubles that might be encountered in the future. Fortunately, he had a sense of propriety, and did not report the matter directly to his parents and elders. Otherwise Qin Jiao might not see the sun tomorrow. Xiao Pan would definitely think that Qin Jiao was charming and seduced her son, so that Zhou Yi not only planned to marry her, but also to love her alone. Zhang Zhuzhu was sure, and Qin Jiao and her family were not able to deal with this situation. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't just sit back and do nothing about this matter. If what you said is true, then I have to tell Qin Jiao in advance. Li Fu said, Okay. Just go. This is a big deal for the Qin family. Zhang Zhuzhu went to see Qin Jiao the next day, and met him at the charity bureau. Qin Jiao has been very happy recently, and has grown taller. Zhang Zhuzhu told Qin Jiao about this very seriously. Qin Jiao drank a cup of tea, then laughed and said, This joke is not as interesting as before. Sister, let me tell you one. Zhang Zhuzhu, it's not a joke. It was said by the prince himself. Qin Jiao saw that she was not joking and was shocked. Why? I don't know the prince well. What do you like or not? She almost forgot the prince's appearance. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Your appearance and temperament are both possible. Qin Jiao touched his face. Ah, The prince just came back from a victory. What am I? Qin Jiao is not self-deprecating. She really has no strengths except her appearance. If she had an outstanding strength, her beauty would add luster to her. But she is really ordinary. So such an outstanding appearance has become a burden. But her father and the friends she met this year all said that it doesn't matter. There are all kinds of people in the world. Don't commit crimes. Live happily and it's good. As a woman, you can live well without talent and virtue. Everyone has the right to live well. Now that pie has fallen from the sky, Qin Jiao doesn't want it. She knows she doesn't have the ability. Su Mingzhou wanted to plot against her, but she was immediately deceived. Her father said that the palace is a place where people are eaten, and she doesn't have the brain to figure out those problems. Concubine Do is also very beautiful, but she was used by someone some time ago. Qin Jiao is very confused. Zhang Zhuzhu thought about it carefully last night and said, the prince obviously doesn't like women who are good at scheming. People like him should want women who are good wives and good mothers. Gentle and obedient. Not strong. If you think about it carefully, you have this tendency. After Su Mingzhou showed his strength, Zhou Yi was very disgusted. Last time, he said that he had a very stereotyped impression of women. Qin Jiao fits his impression. And she is beautiful. Very beautiful. I tend to listen to my father. Qin Jiao murmured. I have a good temper. Just because of this, the prince wants to marry me. I don't believe it. There are women like her everywhere. Zhang Zhuzhu said, this kind of thing is not good. What do you think? Qin Jiao drank 2 cups of tea in succession and said, I want to go back to my hometown with my father. Zhang Zhuzhu, you can't escape this. You still have to deal with it. The more you escape, the more he will grab you. Men are like this. What you can't get is the best. She asked Zhang Zhuzhu, then what should I do? Zhang Zhuzhu was very frank and said, Zhou Yi, the current prince, is young and has fought many battles. He is very capable. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the next emperor. If you really marry him, and he follows his current ideas, you will get a lot in the future. You will be the most noble woman in the world for decades to come. Such temptation is really great. Very great. Qin Jiao thought and couldn't help but take a breath. No. 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 I don't want it. I don't like him. I want to find someone who is in love with me and really likes me. My appearance is very beautiful. But this appearance cannot be kept. I don't want someone who is obsessed with this face to be my husband. Qin Jiao and Zhang Zhuzhu have known each other for a long time, and her temperament has become more determined. I want to marry someone I like. The most important thing is that I like him. The prince is very powerful, but I don't like him, Qin Jiao said. After she finished speaking, she hesitated and said, alas. Am I too ignorant of myself? The prince likes me, but I didn't kneel down to thank him. Instead, I spoke nonsense here, as if I am shameless. The prince's love is a gift to others, but it is not really to Qin Jiao. She already knows what she wants. She needs a close friend who can accompany her for a long time. When Li Fu saw Zhang Zhuzhu, her eyes were full of her, and she couldn't let go of others. This is what Qin Jiao wants. Zhang Zhuzhu, why do you say that? We are all human beings. Even if we have different identities, we all have to go through life. Old age, sickness and death. The same is true for the prince. This is equal. Power, money and talent do make a person look noble. If you don't have them, it doesn't matter. Zhang Zhuzhu said, in life, you should live with a clear conscience. It is enough to grab what you want. Weak and insignificant people can also live according to their own ideas. Qin Jiao held Zhang Zhuzhu's hand tightly. I know what I want. Thank you, sister. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed. If I hadn't been greedy for your appearance, I had to know you. And I was self-righteous and thought that you could not be involved with the East Palace. You wouldn't have encountered such a situation. Qin Jiao shook her head. It's not like that. I am very happy to meet my sister in them. I haven't been as happy as I am today in many years. At that time, I didn't even dare to raise my head in front of people. She understood many truths. There is gain only when there is sacrifice. She got the benefits. If she complained about the troubles afterwards, it would be unreasonable. Qin Jiao said soberly and firmly, I will refuse. Chapter 320, I have a kind heart. After Zhang Wuzhu finished talking to Qin Jiao, she went to see Su, the second grandmother of the Song family. Zhang Zhuzhu had experience, and went with the officials of the charity bureau. They had it. But Sue didn't. They really used money to hit people. Fortunately, the Charity Bureau had just checked it out, and the people who stayed could restrain themselves to some extent and would not do anything stupid. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "If everyone is like the second grandmother, I'm afraid we should live in Jingzhou Prefecture." Sue was quite surprised to hear this. Her family is in business and has seen many scenes. No one is not greedy. If this happens, it means that the money is not enough. So Su Xiu took out another stack of silver notes, each with a face value of 100 taels. A thick stack. Zhang Zhuzhu and the old man dying next to her looked at each other and said, "You misunderstood. That's not what I meant." Su Xiu looked at Zhang Zhuzhu and the officials of the Charity Bureau in shock and said, "Isn't this okay? Good man. This is a bit too much. This is too much greed. Don't you leave people a way out? There is no such thing in doing business." Zhang Zhuzhu didn't tear her face on the spot for the sake of the money, and still maintained a polite attitude, saying, "No. The money you donated to the Charity Bureau will be used for the children of the Charity Bureau. We will not take a penny. The Charity Bureau will issue a notice at that time." Su Xiu was obviously more shocked than before. "Really?" She looked at the people present. Zhang Zhuzhu, "Really? They are officials appointed by the court, and they are loyal to the emperor." Su Xiu listened and looked at Zhang Zhuzhu again. These people are officials appointed by the court. But Zhang Zhuzhu is not. She can't want nothing. Zhang Zhuzhu was very frank and said seriously, "I was born to love doing good things. I have a heart of a bodhisattva. Is that okay?" Su Xiu's expression was a little hard to describe, and she chose to remain silent. She thought she had seen some things. But Su Xiu had nothing to say about today's scene. Several officials nearby covered their mouths, and their expressions were distorted, for fear that they would laugh out loud. Zhang Zhuzhu drank a sip of tea. As long as she was not embarrassed, others would be embarrassed. Zhang Zhuzhu winked at the officials next to her, telling them to stop laughing and get down to business. The rest of the matter was simple. Nothing to argue about. The main thing was that they were not short of money and would respond to any request. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at the amount Su Xiu gave and smiled more sincerely. Mr. Dai, who was beside her, burst into tears. He led the officials of the Charity Bureau to pay a great tribute to Su Xiu and said, General Song was fighting outside, but he still cared about these poor children. The Charity Bureau will definitely engrave a monument and compile a biography. Good people like you will definitely be remembered in history. Although Mr. Dai was old, he did not lose his ability to speak. He talked for a long time and his mouth was dry. The 2 or 3-year-old child was still ignorant. He pushed the door open and walked in shakily. He was not afraid of the adults in the room and smiled at them. Zhang Zhuzhu walked over and picked up the child. Everyone was used to it. Su Xiu said, "Your son can walk before he is 1 year old. He is very talented." There was another muffled sound in the room, and then it turned into a cough. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that she couldn't get over the embarrassing words today, and said, "This is a child from the Charity Bureau. My son is only 9 months old, and this child is already 2.5 years old." Su Xiu couldn't help but close her eyes. She was really going to lose face. She really hated herself for being so quick-witted. Zhang Zhuzhu was the same. Why did she hold a child that was not hers? Fortunately, everyone was very tactful and would not laugh at the sponsor. This embarrassing scene was ignored. The little boy fell asleep after being held by Zhang Zhuzhu for a while, and the woman who was taking care of the child took the child back. Zhang Zhuzhu was already sweating because of holding the child. Su Xiu really couldn't understand it now. People always have something to gain when they do things. Zhang was in charge of the affairs of the Charity Bureau for the 2 mistresses in the palace. The palace must have given her benefits. But privately, she should also seek more benefits for herself. Could it be that she didn't want to show her true colors in front of him because they had just met not long ago? And the children, seeing that they were not afraid of her at all. It was obvious that she was a gentle person. Could it be that she was really kind-hearted and willing to take care of these children who had nothing to do with her? Or maybe Zhang was young, but her mind was deep enough, and she could not see through her. If Zhang was really kind-hearted and dedicated to doing good things, and was a real good person, it would be surprising enough. No matter what the reason was, Zhang should not be underestimated. It was said that when she first came to the capital, it was rumored that she was a weak and vulnerable person. I don't know who was so blind that he could see such an outrageous thing. This place could not be left. Su Xiao was polite to Zhang Zuzhu again, and sent a note on the spot, asking her to go back to the Song family, and then left. Old Master Dai wiped his face and said, I never know when I will lose my integrity in my old age. With so much money. Second Madame Su threw it at their faces as soon as she let go. Most people can't bear it. Zhang Zuzhu said. Don't mention you. I can't help it either. The salt sellers are really rich. Several officials nearby also had good families. And they were even more emotional at this moment. An official with a good family background said. The second madam of the Song family sold salt. The third madam's family had several mines. And the fourth madam's family had several tea mountains. In the past few years, the court had no money to allocate to the south. And General Song's relatives sent huge amounts of money there, which was also a contribution to the court. Before Zhang Zuzhu had time to inquire about the inside story, she asked, How did General Song get married? The official said, It is said that he sent a message privately that he would marry whoever gave the most dowry. There is also an interesting story. The canal gang saw that the general's sons were all married, and said they were willing to give 10 ships of dowry, and give their own daughters to the general as his wife. Everyone heard this and said, There is such a thing. I haven't heard that the general is going to remarry. The man laughed and said, The general asked people to investigate, and found that the canal gang was too dirty. He joined forces with officials in the south to investigate, and arrested them. Zhang Zuzhu thought, No wonder General Song was able to keep the southern territory and military power during the time of the previous emperor. It's really not simple. No wonder Princess Chang'an would choose him. Even if there is something, the He family can't do anything to his bloodline. Zhang Zuzhu listened to everyone's gossip for a while before going to see Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao was looking at the accounts, but he was a little absent-minded. Seeing Zhang Zuzhu coming, he said, Sister, you said before that the prince liked me to be weak and docile, so I will do the opposite in the future. What do you think? Zhang Zuzhu, what are you going to do? Qin Jiao, I'm going to play polo, learn archery, and learn from Ruifeng. She doesn't like to move very much, and is better at sewing. Now she is really anxious. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, Don't worry. No matter what you look like, as long as you like it, you don't have to change for others. Don't panic. Doing things you don't like is also depressing enough. Qin Jiao lay on the table with a sad face.